Eternal Heart Chapter 464 to Chapter 515. With the efforts of the three southern countries, they found a breakthrough point and created a gap in the formation barrier. If Qinyu and Yi Luofeng were trapped inside, they could get out. However, everyone knew that there were still people from the 9 tribes of Snow Mountain within the barrier. According to their observations, the Battle Union tribes Meng Xiong and a veteran middle-stage Origin Realm expert should be in the array. Stop them. The Patriarch of the Fighting League wore a solemn face as he wielded the giant hammer in his hand and clashed with the soaring sword sect's ancestor. In truth, he also felt a little strange in his heart. Why hadn't Meng Xiong and Elder Meng Guang finished off Qinyu yet? Just what had happened inside? Charge! The 3 southern kingdoms launched a fierce attack on the Shueshan tribe's defensive line. The gap is about to disappear. Go in quickly. The retired emperor of the Yan kingdom shouted. Rumble, a large number of Origin Realm experts were engaged in a chaotic battle, creating a storm that shook the heavens and earth. The tribes of the Fighting League had to protect the formation from being destroyed by the enemy, so their hands and feet were tied. At a certain moment, 2 figures approached the array and entered through the gap. Done. Elder Mao was overjoyed. With 2 Origin Realm experts entering the array, as long as Qinyu wasn't dead, he would definitely survive. Absolutine Ancestor and the other Alliance Masters heaved a sigh of relief. Their attacks slowed down. In terms of combat power, they were no match for the Snow Mountain 9 tribes. If it weren't for the fact that the Snow Mountain 9 tribes had to protect the formation and couldn't unleash their full potential, the battle would have been much more tragic. With Elder Chai and Elder Ni from the Shueyue sect, not only can we successfully rescue Qinyu and Yi Luofeng, we might even be able to kill the 2 Origin Realm experts from the Battle Union tribe. The old ancestor of the Soaring Sword sect couldn't help but feel relieved and even a little excited. The 2 people who just entered the array were the High Sword sect's Elder Chai and the Watermoon sect's Supreme Elder, the Origin Realm female with the surname Ni. At that time it would be 4 against 2, and the 2 warriors of the Meng family of the Fighting League wouldn't have much luck. Seeing the 3 southern countries so happy, the patriarchs of the Fighting League and the Iron Smelting clan couldn't help but smile disdainfully. Do you really think that Qinyu has a chance of survival? The Iron-making clan leader couldn't help but say in disdain. The patriarch of the Fighting League glared at him, warning him not to talk too much. What's there to worry about? In that situation, Qinyu would definitely die, and this war would come to an end. The Iron-Smelting Patriarch wasn't afraid of the Patriarch of the Fighting League. Before the results are out, don't expose his identity. The chief of the Fighting League was enraged. He sent a message to the chief of the Iron-Smelting clan, his voice cold. Only then did the Iron-making clan leader stop talking. It's about time for Qinyu to die, the Patriarch of Fighting League thought to himself. In fact, Elder Chai had long since defected to the 9 tribes of Snow Mountain. He had always been a spy, providing the 9 tribes with intelligence. Of course, he did not make it too obvious. The tribe needed Elder Chai to lie low for a long time and deal a heavy blow to the enemy at the crucial moment. Just now, the Patriarch of the Fighting League was also worried about the situation inside the formation. Why hadn't Meng Xiong and Elder Meng Guang come out yet? Therefore, they deliberately let Elder Chai enter. As for the Grand Elder of the Watermoon sect, she only entered safely because she was close to Elder Chai. However, it was not a good thing for the Grand Elder of the Watermoon sect. The Patriarch of the Fighting League couldn't help but smile. Now that Elder Chai had entered, no matter how hard Qinyu resisted, it should be over soon. Moreover, if Qinyu died and Elder Chai came out alive, his identity would be exposed. However, it didn't matter. Everything was going according to plan. On the other side, the 3 southern countries also found something wrong from the eyes of the leaders of the 9 tribes of Snow Mountain. Elder Chai and the Grand Elder of the Watermoon sect had entered the formation, but the enemy wasn't worried at all. Instead, he seemed happy. Could it be, the forefather of the High Sword sect thought of something? He raised his eyes and looked embarrassed. In his memory, Qinyu and Elder Chai had a deep grudge against each other. Qinyu had humiliated Elder Chai in front of so many people in the Qi Kingdom's main camp. Logically speaking, Elder Chai would not be so anxious to save Qinyu. Immediately, the forefather of the High Sword sect sent a message to the others. damn it, Elder Chai is most likely a traitor. The ancestor of Absolute Yin's eyes were fierce as he gritted his teeth. No. You. Elder Mao was stunned. He didn't expect this to happen. If Elder Chai was really a traitor, then Qin Yu definitely wouldn't be able to survive. On the peak of a huge mountain far away from the battlefield, 3 figures in blood-red clothes stood. Lord Xuefeng, who do you think will win this war? An elder in a blood-red robe asked. Haha, even the Grand Sorcerer doesn't know the result. How would I know? The handsome man in the blood-red robe smiled faintly. He then added calmly, however, no matter who wins, they will definitely be very weak. If it's not troublesome, let's use them to take control of the northern plains. The Blood Moon organization only did business and did not participate in the war. Otherwise, they would have to kill each other on the battlefield. However, when the person who owned the cake was too weak, no one would be able to remain indifferent. Haha, Lord Xuefeng has a good plan. The coquettish woman flattered. On the other hand, Meng Qixiong and Qin Yu are both talented and have unlimited potential. It would be great if they didn't die. The elder in the blood-red robe sighed. Inside the space formation, Meng Qixiong turned into an extremely heavy mountain, suppressing himself and Qin Yu inside. Moreover, the rock that formed the mountain was not ordinary rock. It could slowly petrify any living being that came into contact with it. Chen Yu. Yi Luofeng's eyes widened. She looked at the mountain with trembling eyes and choked with sobs. Haha, don't worry. I'll let you accompany him later. The middle-aged man in black armor smiled sinisterly. Boom, sword light surged on the black sword in his hand, and an even more powerful sword intent burst out as he stabbed forward. Your strength, Yi Luofeng's pupils shrank. The strength displayed by the middle-aged man in black armor was much stronger than before. Had he been hiding his strength all along? Then why did the middle-aged man in black armor do this? If the middle-aged man had used his full strength at the start, he might have defeated Yi Luofeng by now. If he joined forces with Meng Qixiong to deal with Qin Yu, Meng Qixiong wouldn't have to use this dangerous bloodline forbidden technique. Could it be that the middle-aged man was waiting for Meng Qixiong to use the forbidden technique? Boom, Yi Luofeng was too worried about Qin Yu just now, and with the middle-aged man's sudden burst of power, the sword broke through Yi Luofeng's defense and stabbed her shoulder. She retreated nearly 20 meters before stopping. Her face was pale, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Haha, I'll deal with you later. The middle-aged man in black armor stared at Yi Luofeng, but he didn't take it to heart. Instead, he impatiently went to the mountain. If he waited until Meng Qixiong died, his plan would be greatly disrupted. Meng Qixiong, you have no hope of surviving after using the bloodline forbidden technique. Why don't you contribute your bloodline power to me? The middle-aged man in black armor smiled. At the foot of the mountain, Meng Qixiong and Qin Yu were still conscious. What's going on? Qin Yu heard the middle-aged man in black armor's words and felt that something was wrong. Elder Meng Guang, you? Meng Qixiong murmured. The middle-aged man in black armor laughed loudly and activated the rock armor bloodline. His skin and skin petrified, but the degree of petrification was much lower than Meng Qixiong's. He pressed his palms down, and his palms shone with a bloody light and fluctuated continuously. You actually know a blood path secret technique. You are absorbing my bloodline power. Why? Elder Meng Guang. Meng Qixiong was shocked. He roared with all his strength, and his voice spread out. Why? Don't you know that the next patriarch of the Battle Alliance is supposed to be me? But your appearance, your rapid growth, has changed all of this. The middle-aged man in black armor sneered. From the middle-aged man's point of view, when the Snow Mountain 9 tribes unified the Northern Plains, the Battle Alliance's patriarch would be the master of the entire Northern Plains. Originally, all of this would be his. But Meng Qixiong's growth was too fast. With his talent and prestige, he would definitely become the next patriarch of the Battle Alliance. Although Meng Qixiong might break through to the Void Sea realm in the future and become a peak expert of the entire Kunyan realm, leading the Battle Alliance to the peak. But what did this have to do with him, Meng Guang? It was just someone else's glory. Elder Meng Guang, I have no intention of competing with you for the position of Battle Alliance's patriarch, Meng Qixiong sighed. He indeed did not have such a plan. Although he had his family in his heart, he wanted to see a wider world. Meng Qixiong, I did not expect your bloodline power to be so dense. The middle-aged man in black armor ignored Meng Qixiong's words and revealed a look of enjoyment. If Meng Qixiong died, his bloodline would not only improve, but he would also be able to plunder Meng Qixiong's luck and obtain the treasures of Meng Qixiong and Qinyu. No matter how he thought about it, he could not accept such benefits. Hee, Meng Qixiong, you are really pitiful. Qinyu, who was suppressed by the boulder, could not help but laugh. Meng Qixiong had almost risked his life for the family. But in the end, the people of the tribe had secretly harmed Meng Qixiong. It was really sad. However, everyone in the world came for benefits. The middle-aged man in black armor's actions were completely reasonable. Damn, I am not this person's match. Yi Luofeng stared at the middle-aged man in black armor, her face anxious. She now understood why the middle-aged man in black armor had held back before. He wanted to be the fisherman who reaped the benefits. At this moment, a gap appeared in the sky not far away. Whoosh! Whoosh, two figures dashed in. It was Elder Chai and Grand Elder Shuiyu. That's great. Quick, save Chenyu. He's at the bottom of that mountain. Yi Luofeng's face was filled with joy as she immediately shouted. Although she had grievances with Elder Chai, now was a time of life and death for the three nations. She believed that Elder Chai would not leave him to die. Okay. The Shuiyue Grand Elder responded. As long as they saved Qinyu, when everyone joined forces, the middle-aged man in black armor would die without a doubt. Hee, Elder Chai, what are you waiting for? The middle-aged man in black armor was not anxious at all. Instead, he could not help but laugh. Hey, you guys are so anxious for me to expose my identity? Elder Chai sighed, but his smile was very sinister. Boom, the golden treasure sword in his hand stabbed out without any warning, piercing through Grand Elder Shuiyu's chest. You. Elder Chai, Grand Elder Shuiyu's body stiffened. With a face of disbelief, she turned her head with difficulty and stared at Elder Chai. What? Yi Luofeng could not believe the scene in front of her. Die. The golden treasure sword in Elder Chai's hand rippled with a sharp sword intent. It released a dazzling golden sword light that engulfed Grand Elder Shuiyu's body. He was now at the middle stage of the Origin Realm and his sneak attack had hit the opponent's heart. This attack was enough to kill. Inside the mountain rock, Qinyu was stunned again. He couldn't help but sigh, this plot is really unexpectedly exciting. But, it is time to end it. Elder Chai, you and Miss Yi are from the same sect. I'll leave her to you. The black-armored middle-aged man laughed. Originally, he was worried that Yi Luofeng would interfere with his absorption of Meng Qixiong's bloodline. If that happened, he could only absorb a little less. But now that Elder Chai was here, there was nothing to worry about. The plan seemed to be even better than he had imagined. The black-armored middle-aged man revealed a victorious smile. Ha ha ha, then I have to thank Elder Meng. This woman just so happens to have some enmity with me. Elder Chai smiled. He had no idea what had happened between the black-armored man and Meng Qixiong. Elder Chai, you actually betrayed the Soaring Sword sect and the Qi Kingdom. Yi Luofeng's expression was cold as she stared at Elder Chai. She hated him to the bone. If not for Elder Chai's betrayal, she and Qinyu would have been saved, the enemy would have been killed, and the three kingdoms would have gained an advantage in this battle, further reducing the gap between them and the 9 tribes. Ha ha ha, if I stay in the High Sword sect, I'll be suppressed by you and Elder Duanmu, and I'll never be able to stand out. However, the Snow Mountain tribe promised me that if I unify the 9 divisions, I will have the final say in the Soaring Sword sect. Elder Chai did not think much of it and laughed out loud. At this moment, Yi Luofeng was injured and the broken heavenly fault sword was not in her hand. Elder Chai could slowly torture and kill her. Whoosh, Elder Chai dashed out and slashed out a dazzling golden sword wave. Hee. The black-armored man ignored Yi Luofeng and focused on absorbing Meng Qixiong's bloodline. He could sense that Meng Qixiong was resisting. But at this moment, Meng Qixiong was too weak. He couldn't even make a sound. Perhaps because he had used a forbidden bloodline technique, his entire body had begun to petrify, and he had lost all feeling. Qin is about to die as well. The black armored man pondered. To be on the safe side, he would let this mountain suppress it for a period of time. Inside the mountain, Qin had already released the iron moon strange insect to dig a hole. However, the efficiency was rather low. After all, this was no ordinary mountain rock. If I'm suppressed for a period of time, I might really die here. Qin murmured. He could feel that the rocks around him were constantly eroding his skin, turning it into rock. Fortunately, Qin vitality and defense were strong. Pung, Qin exerted strength in his arms, causing the surrounding rocks to crumble. This was all thanks to the iron moon strange insects continuously drilling holes, causing the rocks to become unstable. Qin touched his inventory bag and took out a jet-black bone sword. The moment the 9-bone demon spirit sword was grasped in his hand, Qin poured his demonic true essence into it. Buzz, the bone sword trembled slightly, and its surface glowed with demonic light, releasing an astonishing demonic intent. The next moment, the rocks around the 9-bone demon spirit sword slowly turned black. Spirit weapons usually had certain characteristics, and one of the major characteristics of the 9-bone demon spirit sword was infection. Everything that came into contact with this sword would be infected by the demonic will. For example, back in the Devil Bone Wasteland, many monsters and cultivators had been affected by this sword. Their bodies and minds had been infected and changed. When the nearby rocks were infected by the 9-bone demon spirit sword, the special ability of the rocks would decrease or lose its ability. Gotcha, Qin twisted his body, shattering the black rocks around him. We're free. Qin smiled faintly. But Qin was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he continued to use the characteristics of the 9-bone demon spirit sword to infect this mountain peak. On the mountain peak, the black-armored middle-aged man was slowly absorbing the power of Meng Qixiong's bloodline. The bloodline in his body seemed to be boiling, slowly transforming. But suddenly, the black-armored middle-aged man felt that the bloodline power he had absorbed was somewhat different. It was like a drop of ink had suddenly dripped into a pure spring. In fact, this was because the bloodline power had also been infected by the 9-bone demon spirit sword. Demonic will. After carefully sensing it, the black-armored middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. Meng Qixiong was not a demonic cultivator. How could there be demonic will in the bloodline power? The bloodline power is not pure. The black-armored middle-aged man frowned, a little annoyed. Damn it, did I accidentally absorb the bloodline power of Qin? His blood path secret technique was exchanged from the Blood Moon organization. He could absorb the bloodline of others. If the bloodline was the same, he could strengthen his own bloodline. If the bloodline was different, he could only use it to strengthen himself. Although he was using his own bloodline to sense Meng Qixiong's bloodline and absorb it, it was possible that he had accidentally absorbed Qinyu's bloodline. Immediately, the black-armored middle-aged man sat down cross-legged and expelled the impurities in his bloodline. Time passed slowly. The impurities in the black-armored middle-aged man's bloodline were slowly expelled from his body. But suddenly, the black-armored middle-aged man discovered that something was wrong. He did not know when, but the mountain peak beneath his feet had begun to turn black. Suddenly, boom, a loud sound came from beneath his feet. The mountain peak collapsed, and a figure rushed out. Chen. How is this possible? You're still alive? The black-armored middle-aged man was dumbfounded, staring at Chen who had rushed out. He was incomparably shocked. Logically speaking, after a while, Chen should have been at least half petrified and lost his ability to move. But Chen had actually escaped. That sword. The black-armored middle-aged man's eyes were instantly attracted by the black bone sword in Chen hand. The demonic will emanating from it was very astonishing, domineering, and evil, causing the black-armored middle-aged man to feel a sense of dread. On the other side, Elder Chai was fighting fiercely with Yi Luofeng. Elder Chai was not anxious. He attacked slowly, constantly oppressing his opponent psychologically, which could be called a sadistic killing. But suddenly, Elder Chai's attention was attracted by the explosion on the black-armored middle-aged man's side. What's going on? Chen has escaped? Elder Chai was shocked. Chen Yi Luofeng's desperate and cold eyes suddenly lit up, as if a bright light had suddenly been lit in the dark room. Die for me. The moment Qinyu rushed out, the 9-bone demon spirit sword, in his hand stabbed at the black-armored middle-aged man. At this moment, Qinyu was wearing the magic scale battle armor and holding the demon sword. The two fused together, and the demonic will was monstrous, like a peerless demon that had broken through the seal. Boy, since you are not dead, I will personally send you to the Yellow Springs. The black-armored middle-aged man fully activated the rock armor bloodline, and the black sword in his hand slashed out. In his view, although Qinyu was not dead, he had just fought with Meng Qixiong and had been suppressed for a period of time. At this moment, he must have been seriously injured. Bang, the two pitch-black swords collided. There were 9 bone spurs on both sides of the 9-bone demon spirit sword. When it slashed across the black-armored middle-aged man's black sword, there was a chi-chi sound, and a layer of black starlight surged. At the same time, the power of this sword was extraordinary. It instantly shattered the black sword light, and a fierce black demonic light rushed out. What a strong power! The black-armored middle-aged man's expression changed slightly, and he crossed his arms in front of him. Boom, the demonic light rushed out, forcing the black-armored middle-aged man back more than 10 steps. When the black-armored middle-aged man stopped, he was shocked to find that the black armor on his body seemed to have been infected by something, and its performance had become weaker. He looked at his black stone sword again, and there was a gap on it. How is this possible? That sword. The black-armored middle-aged man looked at the sword in Qinyu's hand, and there was a trace of panic and fear in his eyes. No matter what, his black stone sword was a spirit weapon, although the grade was not high. In the entire northern plains, spirit weapons were considered top weapons. But such a powerful weapon, when clashing with the sword in Qinyu's hand, there was a gap. Die. While the black-armored middle-aged man was in shock, Qinyu rushed over again. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, Qinyu's heart erupted, and the demonic sword stabbed out again. The 9-bone demon spirit sword was indeed powerful, but it also consumed a lot of true essence. Qinyu did not plan to play slowly with the enemy. Under the eruption of his heart, Qinyu's speed and strength multiplied. The power of this sword was astonishing. Bang! The violent demonic light sword wave surged out, completely swallowing the black-armored middle-aged man. The black-armored middle-aged man's body was sent flying, and the armor on his body was broken and slowly peeling off. He was bathed in blood, and his eyes lost focus. Cough cough, the black-armored middle-aged man coughed, and blood spurted out of his mouth. How can you be so strong? Go and die. The wings on Qinyu's back flapped, and he came to the side of the black-armored middle-aged man. Pucci, the 9-bone demon spirit sword, smoothly pierced into the black-armored middle-aged man's body. The next moment, the black-armored middle-aged man's body trembled, and he revealed a struggling and painful expression. 2 breaths later, the weak organs in his body were corroded by the demonic sword, and turned pitch black. The black-armored middle-aged man's face was pale, and his aura disappeared. This, on the other side, Elder Chai saw this scene, and he could not help but tremble. He was prepared to help the black-armored middle-aged man, but Qinyu had killed the black-armored middle-aged man with 2 strikes, and he did not even have the time to help. It's your turn. Qinyu looked at Elder Chai, and his killing intent was clear. Boom, pulling out the sword from the corpse, Qinyu turned into a black light, and rushed towards Elder Chai. No, Elder Chai was so scared that he was trembling. The black-armored middle-aged man, who was much stronger than him, was killed by Qinyu in 2 strikes. In the hands of Qinyu, how many strikes could he withstand? Besides, that sword was so strong, and it must have consumed a lot of energy. As long as he tried his best to escape, and avoid a few strikes, and wait for Qinyu to use up all his energy, then he might have a chance to survive. Stay. Yi Luofeng saw that Elder Chai wanted to escape, and slashed out a sharp and dazzling green destiny sword radiance. Elder Chai used his energy to protect himself, and the sword split open the protection, leaving a sword mark on his body. Swoosh, Elder Chai did not care about this, and quickly escaped. Elder Chai, you will die today. Qinyu had wanted to kill Elder Chai for a long time. He took out 2 javelins, and fiercely threw them. Boom! Boom, the 2 black javelins broke through the wind, dragging a layer of heavy black shadow, and pierced towards Elder Chai. Boom! Boom! The two javelins missed and pierced into the ground. But because of these two javelins, Elder Chai's speed was affected, and he was slightly slower. Qinyu waved the 9-bone demon spirit sword, and a huge black sword wind rumbled downwards. Boom! Elder Chai used all his strength to block, and his figure was thrown out from the explosion of the demonic wind. The 9-bone demon spirit sword had the characteristic of infection. Anything that came into contact with it would be infected by the demonic will. At this moment, Elder Chai's body was infected, and his speed was slightly slower. Boom! Qinyu took out the blood glass flame, and together with the flame spirit, he launched an attack. A resplendent blood-colored flower floated out, and when it neared Elder Chai, it bloomed with a blood-colored light, and swallowed Elder Chai. The 9-bone demon spirit sword was too strong, and it was not easy to control, and it also consumed his energy. Qinyu occasionally rested, otherwise if his energy was used up, there was a possibility that Elder Chai could escape. In the blood flame storm, Elder Chai repeatedly screamed. This blood glass flame was not an ordinary thing. While it burned the flesh and blood, it also targeted the soul. Xiao! Qinyu charged into the blood flame storm, and looking at Elder Chai who was covered in blood flames, he stabbed out with his sword. The defensive inner armor on Elder Chai's body was like paper, and with a pu sound, it was pierced through by the 9-bone demon spirit sword. The demonic sword pierced through his body, and a terrifying power was released, corroding Elder Chai's internal organs, gradually turning them black. In the outside world, the war was still ongoing and getting more and more intense. More and more people started to guess Elder Chai's identity as a traitor, and most of them had already confirmed it. Thus, the three southern kingdoms were infuriated and unleashed a ferocious attack to vent their anger. If Elder Chai wasn't a traitor, he and the Shueiyue sect's supreme elder would definitely be able to win the war. But if Elder Chai was a traitor, then everything would be for naught. Qinyu and Yi Luofeng would definitely die, and the three kingdoms would suffer heavy losses. The betrayal of a middle-stage origin realm expert was a slap to the three kingdoms' faces. Buzz! The 4 array flags trembled slightly and emitted a buzzing sound. The barrier was constantly rippling. Seems like the battle inside is very intense. The iron smelting tribe leader laughed evilly. Probably a last-ditch effort. The Mantu tribe leader revealed a cruel smile. His grandson was killed by Qinyu, and the Mantu tribe had lost the most face in Qinyu's hands. His hatred for Qinyu far exceeded anyone in the 9 divisions. Behind him, the Grand Shaman floated in place. His pale and deep eyes had a trace of loss. "Why do I have an uneasy feeling?" the Grand Shaman murmured. Right at this moment, the 4 array flags disappeared. The battle inside seemed to have ended. The battle is over? Qinyu and Yi Luofeng should be dead. The Battle Alliance leader said calmly and looked at the array flags. The people of the 3 southern countries could also see this scene, and their moods immediately fell to the bottom of the valley. Seems like Elder Chai is really a traitor, Ancestor Absolutine sighed. Ha ha ha, that's right. Elder Chai has already sided with the Snow Mountain 9 divisions. The iron smelting tribe leader couldn't help but laugh maniacally. After all, Elder Chai, Meng Qixiong and the others would soon come out of the spatial array. Previously, there were people in the 3 southern kingdoms who didn't want to believe that Elder Chai had betrayed them. But now that the iron smelting tribe leader said it himself, they had no choice but to accept the truth. Especially the higher-ups of the High Sword sect. Elder Mao was agitated and his body was trembling. Changxian, Chening Nangongli, Mu Xueqing and the others all had a pitiful look on their faces. Great. Lu Tiezu's eyes lit up. With Qinyu dead, the Grand Warlock's divination would no longer be effective. What is that kid doing? The Scarlet Flame King muttered. He had a contract with Qinyu, so he could clearly sense that Qinyu was still alive. Suddenly, BZZZ, the 4 formation flags trembled fiercely, and a wave of black-silver energy rushed up. The surrounding spatial energy fluctuated continuously, becoming more and more intense. What happened? The people of the 9 tribes of Snow Mountain were stunned. The formation is unstable. It's about to collapse. The Grand Wizard immediately said as he stared at the 4 formation flags in confusion. Boom, the 4 chess pieces continued to tremble and suddenly floated to the side. The structure of the formation completely collapsed and a powerful force expanded. Around them, both sides retreated. What are these guys doing? How did you damage the formation? The iron smelting clan leader cursed under his breath and retreated a distance. Pung, the black-silver barrier continued to expand, forming a sphere. In the end, it suddenly collapsed, creating a storm that swept out in all directions. Whoosh, the 4 chess pieces returned to the Grand Wizard's hands. It turned out that the Grand Wizard had reduced the power of the explosion. Otherwise, if a normal Origin Realm cultivator was too close, they would be severely injured and die. Meng Guang, what are you guys doing? The iron smelting clan leader saw the figure in the storm and scolded. He will never be able to answer your question. A young voice came from the black mist. Chen Yu. When the experts of the 3 countries heard Chen Yu's voice, their expressions changed as they turned to look in the direction of the voice. When the black smoke dissipated, Chen Yu and Yi Luofeng's figures appeared. The corpses of Meng Guang and Elder Chai fell to the ground. Just now, after Chen Yu killed Elder Chai, the entire space showed signs of instability. It could be due to the battle, or the 9-bone devil spirit sword had infected the formation. Otherwise, Chen Yu planned to recuperate inside the formation to recover his primordial chi and primordial essence. Impossible. The Battle Alliance clan leader's eyes widened as he exclaimed. The result was completely different from what he had imagined. The rest of the Origin Realm experts couldn't believe that Meng Guang and Elder Chai were dead. This was too unreal. No matter how they looked at it, Chen Yu had no chance of winning and was dead for sure. But the result was the complete opposite. Meng Qixiong. The Battle Alliance clan leader flew out and caught Meng Qixiong. Meng Qixiong's face was pale and his body had turned into stone. But he still had a weak breath. He wasn't dead yet. All of this could be said to be because Chen Yu interrupted the bloodline forbidden technique. Otherwise, Meng Qixiong would have died for sure. Therefore, it could be said that Chen Yu saved Meng Qixiong's life. Kill! Chen Yu bellowed. His appearance just now was too shocking and dealt a heavy blow to the Snow Mountain 9 divisions. But the Snow Mountain 9 divisions were still very strong. Now that they had the upper hand, it was best to weaken the enemy as much as possible. Kill! The morale of the 3 southern countries was greatly boosted. What should we do? Lu Yuan stood rooted to the ground, not knowing what to do. He looked at Patriarch Man Tuesday. The Snow Mountain 9 divisions never thought that this would happen. Therefore, they didn't come up with a plan. Damn it. You killed my clan elder Meng. I will not forgive you. The Battle Alliance clan leader suddenly raised his head and stared at Chen Yu with a pair of fierce and sharp eyes, releasing endless killing intent. Although Meng Guang was dead and Meng Qixiong was heavily injured and couldn't participate in the battle, the Snow Mountain 9 divisions were still stronger than the 3 southern countries. Plus, the Battle Alliance clan leader was overwhelmed by anger and didn't want to do something as embarrassing as retreating. Therefore, he decided to fight the 3 southern countries to the end. Boom, the Patriarch of the Fighting League stormed out like a mountain, giving Chen Yu a pressure he had never felt before. Chen Yu, step back. The Yan Kingdom's retired emperor suddenly rushed out and blocked Chen Yu behind him. The broadsword in his hand slashed out. Boom! Bang, the battle erupted again. This time, the 3 southern countries were extremely ferocious and were evenly matched with the Snow Mountain 9 divisions. Previously, the Snow Mountain 9 divisions couldn't display their full strength in order to protect the array. As a result, the 3 southern countries didn't have any advantage. Right now, it was already incredible that the 2 sides were evenly matched. But as time went on, the Snow Mountain 9 divisions would gradually gain the upper hand. This is a good chance to deal a heavy blow to the Snow Mountain 9 divisions. Chen Yu murmured and prepared to execute his previous plan to kill anyone below the middle stage of the Origin Realm. Swish, Chen Yu flew out and was stopped by the Origin Realm experts of the Snow Mountain 9 divisions. This time, it was the 3 clan leaders, Qi Tong, Wu Lu, and Bai Hai. However, the 3 clan leaders didn't attack recklessly. Instead, they stared at Chen Yu cautiously. Because Chen Yu was able to come out alive, it was too unexpected. They were fearful and fearful. Kiki. Qinyu laughed lightly and took the initiative to attack clan leader Wu Lu. Since the enemy was afraid of him, Qinyu was going to make use of this fear. Clan leader Wu Lu frowned. He didn't expect Qinyu to be able to laugh when facing the three of them and even take the initiative to attack. This made him even more fearful. Boom! Clan leader Wu Lu sent out a ball of purple ghost claws and retreated at the same time. At the same time, the Qi Tong clan leader and Bai Hai clan leader attacked. The Qi Tong clan leader was at the middle stage of the origin realm and was a body cultivator. He had a huge body and was covered in copper light. He struck out a heavy fist light. Bai Hai clan leader activated the Bai Hai God Pearl and controlled an ocean current to entangle Qinyu. Magic scale battle armor. The third magic pattern on Qinyu's body swam and a magic armor slowly formed on his secret pattern magic body. Boom! Qinyu forcefully blocked the attacks from the Qi Tong clan leader and Wu Lu clan leader. At the same time, he waved the giant ruler sword and slashed out a black wave to destroy the Bai Hai clan leader's attack. I let you escape last time. You still want to escape this time? Qinyu sneered and took out the 9-bone devil spirit sword with his other hand and stabbed. This sword. Clan leader Wu Lu stared at the devil sword in Qinyu's hand and felt the terrifying devil intent ripple above it. His heart was filled with fear. Qinyu flew out and the devil sword drew a pitch-black trail of light as it stabbed at clan leader Wu Lu. Ghost skull art. Clan leader Wu Lu waved his claws as the purple flames twisted into a ball and quickly formed a purple skull. Pung! Qinyu's sword stabbed at the purple skull. In an instant, the part that was stabbed by the sword turned black and continued to spread. In the next moment, there was a caw, as Qinyu's sword pierced through the purple skull, the devil sword stabbed at clan leader Wu Lu's chest. No! Clan leader Wu Lu screamed in fear. His defensive secret technique was actually so weak. PFFF, the devil sword pierced through clan leader Wu Lu's chest and blood splattered out. Dark blood art. Clan leader Wu Lu had a crazed look on his face as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, as if he was about to use some secret technique. However, he suddenly discovered that his flesh and blood and quintessential essence seemed to have been poisoned as they were infected by a powerful devil intent. As a result, his secret technique was greatly weakened and he could not even unleash its power. No, how is this possible? The patriarch of the Crow Flow clan roared with a look of despair. Pung! Qinyu infused his quintessential essence and the devil sword trembled. Demonic light blossomed as it slashed through the void. Clan leader Wu Lu's body was sliced in half and his corpse fell to the ground. The first. After killing clan leader Wu Lu, Qinyu immediately turned to look at clan leader Bai Hai. This is too terrifying. Clan leader Bai Hai's face paled as she watched clan leader Wu Lu be killed by Qinyu without being able to resist. Her hair stood on end and she immediately retreated like a mouse that had seen a cat. On the other side, clan leader Bai Hai was similarly terrified and hesitated, not daring to continue attacking Qinyu. Where can you escape to? The wings on Qinyu's back vibrated as black wind surged. They were both at the peak of the initial stage of the origin realm. Qinyu had the enhancement of the black wings. Clan leader Bai Hai's speed would definitely not be comparable to Qinyu. Seeing that Qinyu was closing in, that sinister and evil devil sword pierced over. Clan leader Bai Hai gritted her teeth as the quintessential essence within her body started to fluctuate. Water spirit art. Suddenly, her entire body turned transparent as if there were countless streams of water flowing within. Right at this moment, the 9-bone devil spirit sword pierced through her body. Luckily, clan leader Bai Hai heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she executed her secret technique in time. The water spirit art was able to nullify most of the damage. Furthermore, in this state, her speed was also enhanced. But at the next moment, clan leader Bai Hai's eyes widened as she revealed a look of fear. She realized that her translucent body was slowly turning black from the spot where the devil sword pierced through. This is impossible. Clan leader Bai Hai couldn't believe it. At the same time, those parts that turned black were no longer transparent. It was as if the water spirit art had been removed, causing her to feel intense pain. Die. Qinyu swung the giant ruler sword in his other hand. Blood flames and devil light engulfed clan leader Bai Hai's body. After the black storm disappeared, the blackened body of the Jade Water Patriarch fell to the ground. With the 9-bone devil spirit sword, Xianxia had the upper hand against those of the same cultivation level. But at the same time, his chi was rapidly depleting and there was not much left. Immediately, Xianxia took out a spirit-replenishing elixir and swallowed it. This elixir was what Xianxia got from conquering the Blue Cauldron settlement. It could rapidly recover chi, but there were only 4 of them. But this recovery speed was not as fast as the 9-bone devil spirit sword's devouring speed. Therefore, Xianxia did not use the sword for the time being. Blue Sea Divine Pearl? Xianxia glanced at the sparkling blue bead in his hand and tossed it into the mist-spitting bead as well. After killing 2 people consecutively, and both of them were patriarchs, Xianxia's rewards were bountiful. At the same time, this scene completely shocked both sides. They were both at the peak of the initial stage of the returning origin realm, but they were powerless against Xianxia and could only be slaughtered. This was the effect that Xianxia wanted, to shock the enemy and inspire his own side. That sword. The Iron Smelting Clan Patriarch's eyes were glued to the sword in Xianxia's hand, filled with greed. As a master blacksmith, he only needed one look to know that this sword was extraordinary and of an extremely high grade. At the same time, this sword was the strongest divine weapon that the Iron Smelting Clan Patriarch had ever seen. His desire for the 9-bone devil spirit sword had surpassed everything else. Is this the spiritual weapon in his hand? Elder Qiao and Yi Luofeng of the High Sword sect looked over. Previously, Xianxia had caused quite a commotion in the High Sword sect's Sword Suppression Valley, causing the Sky Moon sword to behave strangely. The 2 of them still remembered it clearly. If we can get our hands on such a divine weapon, we will be able to make up for this loss. The Battle Alliance Patriarch had already calmed down. He stared at the sword in Xianxia's hand and rolled his eyes. At this moment, many warriors of the 9 tribes had already guessed that the reason why Meng Guang, Elder Chai, and Meng Qixiong had failed was probably because of the spirit weapon in Xianxu's hand. Even if we send 2 middle-stage Origin Realm experts, they might not be able to defeat Xianxia. The Battle Alliance Patriarch frowned slightly. Finally, he transmitted a message to the peak initial stage Origin Realm Patriarch Man 2, let the Copper Patriarch and the others deal with Ancestor Absolutine. You go kill that kid. Patriarch Man 2 was a beast tamer, an insect cultivator, and he did not use a sword. Moreover, this idea was proposed by the Patriarch of the Fighting League. When the 9-bone demon spirit sword was seized, it was more likely to fall into the hands of the Patriarch of the Fighting League. Alright. Patriarch Man 2 was also very willing to kill Xianxia. However, at this moment, the Grand Warlock transmitted his voice to the clan leaders, the plan has failed, retreat. The clan leaders were stunned. If it was a normal time, they would definitely listen to the Grand Wizard. But at this time, the clan leaders did not want to retreat. Firstly, the losses of the 9 divisions were too great. If they retreated, they would lose all their face and the morale of the entire Snow Mountain tribe would be affected. Secondly, the weapon in Xianxu's hand was too precious. Once it was obtained, it could make up for the losses of this war. If the Iron Smelting Organization or the Battle Alliance Patriarch were to use the 9-bone demon spirit sword, they might be able to crush the peak middle stage Origin Realm experts of the 3 kingdoms. Grand Warlock, it won't be too late to retreat after I kill Xianxia and take the godly weapon. Patriarch Man 2 transmitted a message. The hatred between him and Xianxia was huge. In addition to the godly weapon in Xianxu's hand, he really wanted to kill Xianxia. Swish, immediately, Patriarch Man 2 ignored Ancestor Absolutine and charged towards Xianxia. At the same time, the Copper Patriarch and another peak initial stage Origin Realm blocked in front of Ancestor Absolutine. Xianxia, be careful. Absolutine Ancestor shouted in a low voice. Peak middle stage Origin Realm. Xianxu's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect to be targeted by such an expert after he used the evil sword. Puff puff, the black wings on his back flapped continuously, sweeping up a layer of black wind as he flew away. Kid, stop. Patriarch Man 2 scolded. He stepped on 3 green steel eagles and chased after them. The 3 green steel eagles might be at the middle stage Origin Realm, but if they flew at full speed, they were even faster than Patriarch Man 2's day. At the same time, Xianxu's escape made Patriarch Man 2 even more confident. Swish! Swish, two figures, one black and one green, shuttled across the battlefield. After a period of time, Patriarch Mantu still couldn't catch up to Qinyu. Suddenly, Qinyu kept the black wings and charged his heart to increase his speed as he continued to escape. Damn it! Patriarch Mantu was slightly angry. From his point of view, Qinyu's current actions were mocking Patriarch Mantu for being slow. Qinyu didn't have to use a flying tool. In fact, Qinyu just felt that this flying tool consumed more qi, and using his heart to charge energy consumed more stamina. He was full of stamina. Without using the black wings, Qinyu's speed was slightly slower. Every time Patriarch Mantu caught up, Qinyu would use his heart to burst, increasing his speed to increase the distance. Every time he increases his speed, he will fall into a short period of slow down. Patriarch Mantu grasped the pattern. Now is the time, catch up to him. At a certain moment, Patriarch Mantu suddenly shouted. The three green steel eagles under his feet narrowed their eyes and flapped their wings rapidly, creating a strong wind as they broke through the air and chased after Qinyu. Kid, you can't escape this time. Patriarch Mantu revealed a happy smile. But when the three green steel eagles were extremely close to the target, Qinyu suddenly turned around. He didn't escape, but instead, he took the initiative to attack. Qi, the nine-bone demon spirit sword surged with demonic light and a monstrous demonic intent. It drew a bright black light mark and stabbed at Patriarch Mantu's. Qinyu didn't keep running because he was afraid of Patriarch Mantu's. He just wanted to recover his qi. At the same time, Qinyu's behavior was also a sign of weakness. Now that his qi had almost recovered, his sudden counterattack caught Patriarch Mantu off guard. Stop him! Patriarch Mantu's expression was solemn as he immediately shouted. Boom! The three green steel eagles flapped their wings and layers of azure astral wind overlapped, forming an astral wind in front of him. Patriarch Mantu waved his hands and a diamond-shaped black armored insect flew out, forming a pitch-black shield in front of him. Bang! The demonic sword stabbed the astral wind, and the two were in a stalemate for a moment. The azure astral wind glowed with a black light, and the next moment, with a crack, the astral wind was pierced. But then, the demonic sword in Qinyu's hand did not continue to stab. Instead, it temporarily changed its trajectory and stabbed diagonally downward. Although Qinyu's sword had broken the astral wind, its power had been weakened. Even if he continued to attack, it would probably be difficult to break the shield formed by the armored insects. So Qinyu simply changed his target. Ding! Qi, the nine-bone demon spirit sword stabbed the back of the three green steel eagles, cutting through a few azure steel-like feathers and leaving a bloody mark. Damn it! Patriarch Mantu's face was gloomy. He released the poisonous fire insects and attacked. On the other side, Jinyu's giant ruler sword spewed out blood-red flames. Boom! The giant sword danced and a blood flame blade slashed out, colliding with the poisonous fire insects and setting off a flaming storm. The poisonous fire insects were very resistant to fire, but some of them were of lower grades and had poor fire resistance. They were burnt black and fell to the ground. Furthermore, the three green steel eagles were not able to withstand fire. Especially after they had been injured by the nine-bone demon spirit sword, the blood-glazed flame continued to burn, causing the three green steel eagles to wail in pain. Buzz! Buzz! Patriarch Mantu released two kinds of insects and grabbed Qinyu from the other two pieces of bread. Magic scale armor. To deal with these disgusting insects, Qinyu did not use the magic scale armor. The second demonic pattern on his body surged and turned into a black scale pattern, forming a magic scale armor. Kill! Without any worries about defense, Qinyu attacked again. He stabbed out with the nine-bone demon spirit sword in his right hand, and a monstrous black demonic light rushed out. The giant ruler sword in his left hand was covered in blood flames. With a sweep of the sword, the blood flames surged out. At the same time, the giant ruler sword had a gravitational characteristic. The insects around Qinyu could not help but slow down. Boom! Qinyu's attack was extremely fierce. Even Patriarch Mantu was on guard and did not dare to be careless. Patriarch Mantu not only used the iron armor insects to form a shield, but also used a defensive secret technique to form a black light shield around him. But under the bombardment of Qinyu's sword, the shield was broken, and the black light shield did not last long before it shattered. Although Patriarch Mantu was not seriously injured, the three green steel eagles were even more seriously injured, screaming incessantly. Damn it, this kid has such a powerful spirit weapon and the blood-glazed flame. What's more, his defense is too strong. It's like a turtle shell. Patriarch Mantu could not help cursing. He was an insect cultivator, and his instantaneous explosive power was not strong. He was good at surrounding the enemy, slowly breaking through the defense layer, and then killing the enemy. But his method of using insects to slowly break through the defense was not effective against Xianxia. If it was the Patriarch of the Battle Alliance or the Iron Smelting Clan, they could break Xianxu's magic scale armor with a full blow. We can't do it, let's retreat. Patriarch Mantu was helpless and transmitted a message to the other two peak middle stage origin realm experts. If they wanted to snatch the spirit weapon, they had to kill Xianxia. Patriarch Mantu was sure that he could not do it. What? The Battle Alliance Patriarch was shocked. Even a peak middle stage origin realm expert couldn't defeat Xianxia. He looked over and noticed that Patriarch Mantu's mount, the three green steel eagles, was heavily injured. Why did it look like Patriarch Mantu was at a disadvantage, while Xianxia was restraining Patriarch Mantu by himself, helping the three southern kingdoms to share some of the pressure? The situation was getting worse for the Snow Mountain 9 divisions. As expected, they should have listened to the Grand Magus. Retreat. The Battle Alliance Patriarch immediately ordered. Retreat. Retreat. The rest of the tribes responded. They no longer wanted to continue the battle, but joined forces and retreated. We won. The enemies are retreating. The three southern kingdoms were relieved and revealed smiles. Many of them even cheered. Everyone, if we let them retreat just like that, it won't be long before the 9 tribes come back again. Xianxia immediately said. This is a great opportunity. If we can heavily injure the 9 divisions, this war will almost be over and the winner will be us. The High Sword Sect's old ancestor held the Heaven Fault Remnant sword in his hand. Follow up the victory. Old ancestor Absolute Yin's eyes suddenly became determined and shouted. Kill. Xianxia spat out a word and was the first to attack. Then, all the people of the 3 southern countries charged out as well. Red Flame King, let's work together and kill the red-eyed flood dragon. Xianxia communicated with the Red Flame King. Alright, kill this guy. The sacred beast bloodline is useless to you. It belongs to me. The demonic core and other materials are yours. The Red Flame King agreed. No, I want the sacred beast bloodline. No, I want the bloodline of a sacred beast. Xianxu's organs had only absorbed a small portion of the dragon scale bloodline last time. This kind of bloodline power had always been one of Xianxu's trump cards. Now that this trump card was about to lose its effect, Xianxu had to find another bloodline to replace it. The bloodline of the red-eyed flood dragon was undoubtedly the best choice. What do you want the bloodline of a sacred beast for? The other materials from the red-eyed flood dragon's body are more precious to you, right? The Crimson Flame King immediately questioned. The skin and claws of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon could be used to forge spirit artifacts, the demonic core could be used to increase one's cultivation, and the eyes could be used to train special eyes. For humans, the Holy Beast bloodline could only be used to increase one's vitality. Some bloodpath cultivators could use the Holy Beast bloodline to increase their cultivation or bloodline to cultivate bloodpath secret techniques. Xianxu was not a blood elementalist and did not know any secret techniques in this area. Why would he need the bloodline of a holy beast? However, Xianxu's attitude was firm, and he didn't explain the reason, so the Scarlet Flame King couldn't do anything about it. Next, Xianxu and the Crimson Flame King discussed countermeasures. Holy beasts were not that easy to kill, and the enemy would not just watch helplessly as the holy beasts were killed. Fire Qilin, if I want to escape, you can't do anything to me. The scarlet-eyed flood dragon shouted. From the start of the battle until now, the scarlet-eyed flood dragon's opponent was the Fire Qilin. What infuriated it even more was that after it broke through to the middle stage of the origin realm, it didn't gain any advantage against the Fire Qilin. Instead, it suffered some losses. However, if it retreated, then the Fire Qilin would be at its wit's end. Haha, as if it is something to be proud of. A middle-stage origin realm cultivator is actually being pursued by me. The Crimson Flame King mocked. The scarlet-eyed flood dragon was so angry that it couldn't speak. It was a dignified holy beast, and it had never suffered such a loss before. Ever since it encountered this fire Qilin, it had lost all of its dignity as a holy beast. If the 9 tribes had not retreated, it would have definitely stayed behind to fight it out with the fire Qilin. It believed that its cultivation was higher and that it would be the final victor. What? Nothing to say? You're a dignified holy beast, living like this, it's simply a stain on the prestige of holy beasts. The Crimson Flame King's mouth was unforgiving as he continued. Roar, the red-eyed flood dragon was so angry that it couldn't speak. It could only roar towards the sky, its bloodline pressure shaking the surroundings. It looked at the fire Qilin and spat out a pillar of fire from its mouth. Boom, the flames on the Red Flame King's body surged, and he finally spat out a fireball, blocking the red-eyed flood dragon's attack. Don't worry about it. Retreat. Patriarch Mantu reminded. The red-eyed flood dragon's eyes were bloodshot. It was incomparably furious and did not take Patriarch Mantu's words seriously. Tell me, how many times have you been defeated by this king? A weakling like you should not appear in front of this king in the future. You are not worthy to be my enemy. The Crimson Flame King continued to taunt. The scarlet-eyed flood dragon's intelligence was inferior to that of a human's, and it was easily angered. It immediately launched another fierce attack on the fire Qilin. Patriarch Mantu did not care too much. Now that the entire army was retreating, although most of the experts were not far away, some people ran slowly, some ran fast, some put in more effort, some put in less effort. Let the red-eyed flood dragon be the main force at the back. Moreover, the 9 divisions of Snow Mountain did not suffer too heavy a loss. It would not be a problem if they just defended and retreated. Boom, the towering flames were like a sea of fire, rolling towards the back. The Red Flame King easily blocked the attacks of the red-eyed flood dragon. But some of the experts were affected by the shockwaves, causing their pursuit speed to slow down. Qinyu, can you get your spiritual pet to stop taunting the red-eyed flood dragon? After the 3 alliance leaders observed for a while, they transmitted a message to Qinyu. Their goal was to take this opportunity to kill a few regular Origin Realm experts and reduce the number of Origin Realm enemies. As for the middle-stage Origin Realm experts and the sacred beasts, they were not on the list because such enemies were too hard to kill. He is not very obedient. Qinyu replied perfunctorily. Boom, Qinyu suddenly slashed his sword towards a regular Origin Realm martial artist. Qinyu, you still want to kill my tribe members? Patriarch Mantu grunted and controlled the iron beetle to form a useless shield, blocking in front of that person. Boom, the black sword wave collided with the shield and exploded. Thank you, Patriarch. The Origin Realm expert was saved by Patriarch Mantuesday. He thanked him and ran with all his might. Haha, the ones I'm going to kill are the people of your Mantu tribe. Qinyu's eyes narrowed as he took out a thick black javelin and threw it. Boom, the black javelin soared into the sky, dragging a heavy black shadow as it headed towards one of the Origin Realm experts of the Mantu tribe. Patriarch Mantu's expression changed slightly. Against this javelin with such penetrative power, the shield formed by the iron beetle might not be able to block it. He immediately ordered the 3 green steel eagles to deal with the javelin. There is still one more. Qinyu threw the second javelin towards another person. Damn it. Patriarch Mantu's face turned green. Coincidentally, that person wasn't too far away from him. Patriarch Mantu flew over and circulated his chi to execute a defensive battle technique. Qinyu, with this old man here, don't even think of harming a single person. Patriarch Mantu snorted. His main mission for this retreat was to restrain Qinyu. However, when Patriarch Mantu turned around, Qinyu was already gone. Boom, the black wings on Qinyu's back vibrated as he gathered energy in his heart. In an instant, he charged towards the scarlet-eyed flood dragon with astonishing speed. His target was the scarlet-eyed flood dragon from the start, and he was intentionally getting closer. Therefore, the distance between them wasn't too far. Flame Dragon Lock Technique. The Scarlet Flame King, who was in an intense battle with the scarlet-eyed flood dragon, suddenly activated his secret technique. Boom boom boom, between heaven and earth, flames surged and condensed into 6 flaming dragons. Each flaming dragon suddenly attacked and bit towards the scarlet-eyed flood dragon. The Scarlet Flame King and Xianxia had planned this. One man and one beast suddenly attacked and executed such a powerful technique, catching the scarlet-eyed flood dragon off guard. The 6 flaming dragons surrounded the scarlet-eyed flood dragon and suddenly attacked. Roar! Every part of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon was bitten by the flaming dragons, causing it to scream in pain. At the same time, Xianxia arrived. The 9-bone demon spirit sword emitted a layer of deep black demonic light as it fiercely pierced out. Dong dong! Dong dong dong! Xianxia's internal organs exploded. This sword pierced out even faster, even more powerful and unstoppable. The Flame Dragon Lock technique of the Scarlet Flame King was a binding-type secret technique. At this moment, the scarlet-eyed flood dragon was firmly locked in place. It struggled with all its might, but it could not escape in a short period of time. Ding! Pooh! Xianxia's sword pierced the body of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon, emitting a metallic sound. The next moment, the demon sword pierced through. Damn it, the scarlet-eyed flood dragon screamed. Under the intense pain of danger, its potential was stimulated. Its body violently twisted and turned, breaking free from the bindings of one of the flaming dragons. Immediately after, the scarlet-eyed flood dragon activated its blood meridians. Its power continued to rise and it continuously broke free from the bindings of 2 flaming dragons. Like this, the binding power of the secret technique was greatly reduced. The scarlet-eyed flood dragon instantly killed the remaining 3 flaming dragons. Puff! Xianxia pulled out the demon sword. Dark red blood spurted out. Although the demon sword had the ability to infect, the body of a saint beast was strong and its resistance was strong. Adding on to the fact that its body was strong, the infected portion was very small. Pung! The instant the demon sword was pulled out, a blood flame flower floated in Xianxu's other hand. He slapped it onto the wound of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon. Instantly, the blood-glazed flame entered the body of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon from the wound, madly corroding its blood and vitality. Not good, Xianxia wants to kill the scarlet-eyed flood dragon. Man 2 realized the true goal of Xianxia and immediately rushed over. Of course, he did not think that the scarlet-eyed flood dragon would die so easily. In the great battle hundreds of years ago, the scarlet-eyed flood dragon had suffered incomparably heavy injuries. It had survived, but it had always been in a deep sleep. Not only did Man 2 rush over, the other experts also rushed over. How could they allow a saint beast to die? Boom! The scarlet-eyed flood dragon's eyes were burning with anger. It stared at Xianxia and opened its mouth. Scorching flames tumbled within its mouth as it spat out fiercely. It really is a little hard to kill. Xianxia sighed. The 9-bone devil spirit sword was very effective against others. It could almost crush them. But against a saint beast with a strong bloodline and huge body, the effect was weaker. In addition, the scarlet-eyed flood dragon was a fire attribute saint beast. It had a certain level of resistance against the blood-glazed flame. At this moment, many Origin Realm experts had rushed over to stop Xianxia and the Scarlet Flame King's actions. Kid, this isn't easy. The Scarlet Flame King also felt that it was a little tricky. No, there is still hope. Xianxia suddenly raised his head and stared at the scarlet-eyed flood dragon that was spitting flames at him. Boom! Suddenly, Xianxia's figure rushed out. He wasn't dodging. Instead, he welcomed the cloud dragon flame and rushed towards the mouth of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon. Magic Scale Battle Armor, Magic Scale Protection. Xianxia activated 2 defensive battle techniques at the same time. His body was covered in magic patterns. In the next moment, a magic armor appeared on his body, forming a magic scale protection. With these 2 layers of defensive battle techniques, Xianxia faced the cloud dragon flame head-on. Many who saw this scene felt that Xianxia was seeking his own death. This kid, could he be thinking of? The Scarlet Flame King sensed Xianxia's intention. He rapidly approached the scarlet-eyed flood dragon and spat out a blazing fireball. The flames on the fireball tumbled and formed a Qilin shadow that rushed over. Boom! The giant Qilin fireball crashed into the abdomen of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon, causing it to roar and open its mouth wide. Right at this moment, the rest of the Origin Realm experts of the Snow Mountain 9 divisions rushed over and attacked Xianxia. But at this crucial moment, Xianxia dove into the mouth of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon. Damn, is this kid going to die? Running into the mouth of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon. One of the Origin Realm experts said. Within the body of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon, there was not only a corrosive acid, the flames within its body were even more concentrated and powerful. With the combination of the two, it was extremely lethal. Even a peak middle stage Origin Realm expert would find it hard to resist and would definitely be digested by the scarlet-eyed flood dragon. Damn it, he ran in. Patriarch Man 2, who rushed over, was extremely frustrated but helpless. He could only stare. Humph, we couldn't do anything to this kid previously. Now that he voluntarily entered the body of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon, he might die if we aren't careful. The Red Copper Patriarch laughed. Once Xianxia died in the body of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon, the Snow Mountain 9 divisions wouldn't lose this battle. Guard here. If this kid dares to come out, kill him. Another Origin Realm expert said. Within the body of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon, the muscles were squeezing in from all directions, along with the corrosive acid and the concentrated sacred beast flames. Fight. Xianxia fiercely pierced the 9-bone devil spirit sword into one of the muscles. Although Xianxia entering the body of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon was accompanied by danger, Xianxia managed to avoid being surrounded by the Origin Realm experts of the 9 divisions and even had a chance to kill the scarlet-eyed flood dragon. Inside the body of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon, even though Xianxia was facing many dangers, it was also easier for him to deal heavy damage to the scarlet-eyed flood dragon. In other words, he was now in a life-and-death battle with the scarlet-eyed flood dragon, to see who could kill who first. When the 9-bone devil spirit sword pierced into the body of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon, the flesh at the tip of the sword quickly turned black and started to spread. Xianxia used his other hand to activate the blood glass flame and released it crazily. Similarly, the blood glass flame within the body of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon was able to unleash its full potential. Roar, the scarlet-eyed flood dragon started to writhe and roar. It felt as if there was something inside its body that was slowly slicing away at its flesh. In addition, the scarlet-eyed flood dragon knew that it had to either kill Xianxia within its body or force Xianxia out. Otherwise, it would be the one to die. The scarlet-eyed flood dragon immediately activated its blood meridians to strengthen its physique. Its stomach kept expanding as if it was preparing for something. Everyone from the Snow Mountain 9 divisions was overjoyed to see this scene. This Xianxia is definitely going to die. The body of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon is like a huge furnace. Even a peak of the intermediate stage of the Origin Realm would be burnt into nothingness in no time. Courting death. Clan leader Man 2 snorted. Even he could only last 10 breaths of time inside the body of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon. Of course, he would never run into the body of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon. On the other hand, the 3 southern kingdoms felt that Xianxia's actions were like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth, but they had to help. Right now, the scarlet-eyed flood dragon was surrounded by a large number of Origin Realm experts. Only by chasing these people away would Xianxia be able to escape from the body of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon. Instantly, the two forces clashed again and the battle began. Inside the body of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon, Xianxia took out the 9-bone devil spirit sword and stabbed at another spot, maximizing the damage. Pung pung pung, Xianxia's other hand swung a fist that was shrouded in blood-colored flames. He repeatedly punched the red-eyed flood dragon, causing its body to tremble as if it had gone insane. At this time, the magic scales on Xianxia's body had already shattered under the pressure of the red-eyed flood dragon's body. Immediately, Xianxia's body was squeezed by the muscles of the red-eyed flood dragon. It was extremely powerful and scorching hot, just like hot steel. Dragon Scale Bloodline. A layer of blood-red crystal scales appeared all over Xianxia's body, and a faint shadow of a blood dragon revolved around his body. At this time, Xianxia activated his bloodline with all his might, greatly increasing his strength and defense. Boom, as the punch landed, the muscles of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon trembled violently, and the feeling of being squeezed disappeared instantly. He should be dead by now, Xianxia speculated. No matter what kind of creature it was, the inside of its body was fragile. Qinyu stabbed the red-eyed flood dragon 3 times and punched more than 10 times. However, due to the narrow space, he was unable to display his full strength. Furthermore, the area that Qinyu attacked was not very large compared to the size of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon, or else the scarlet-eyed flood dragon would have died long ago. At this time, Qinyu felt a scorching heat coming from the depths of his body, causing him to feel inexplicably uneasy. His heartbeat quickened, as if it was warning him. The scarlet-eyed flood dragon is about to show its power. Qinyu guessed. Qinyu felt the danger, and his inner yuan crazily inserted into the 9-bone demon spirit sword, fiercely stabbing out. At the same time, his other hand punched out, releasing the power of the dragon scale bloodline and the blood glass flame. Qinyu could feel that the aura of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon was becoming weaker and weaker, nearing death. At this time, what was supporting the scarlet-eyed flood dragon was an obsession to kill the person that had entered its stomach. Rumble, there was a noise coming from within the body of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon. A terrifying power was constantly approaching Qinyu. Damn, if this continues, I really might be finished. Qinyu could not help but curse. He was not sure, with his defense and survivability, whether or not he could withstand the powerful attack of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon. If that's the case, I'll swallow your bloodline first. Qinyu's gaze sharpened, his consciousness sinking into his heart, instantly entering into the state of extracting the bloodline. Dong. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, amidst the rapid beating of his heart, there was a strange and familiar attractive force. Hua, blood seeped out from the wound on the body of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon, turning into a stream of golden red blood that slowly entered into Qinyu's body. The bloodline originated from the heart. At this moment, the heart of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon suddenly began to beat rapidly, as if it had felt boundless fear, and its functions became abnormal. What is happening? The scarlet-eyed flood dragon continuously screamed in pain. It discovered that a portion of the bloodline of the saint beast in its body had been lost. At the same time, its heart was beating rapidly, as if there was an abnormality. The power of the bloodline could not help but become weaker. But, you will die for sure. The scarlet-eyed flood dragon said through gritted teeth. Within his body. Boom boom boom, the extremely condensed cloud dragon fire surged towards Qinyu. At this moment, every inch of Qinyu's body was being eroded by the violent and scorching cloud dragon fire. The magic scale armor on the surface of his body slowly melted, and the protection of the dragon scale bloodline also disappeared bit by bit. Ah, Qinyu couldn't help but scream as his skin burned. His consciousness entered into the heart and arrived at the dark and silent space. The light silver crystal space and the dragon scale blood dragon were in a separate space. Next to it, there was a golden red blood fire dragon, twisting and turning, emitting the power of a saint beast. However, this golden red blood fire dragon was very transparent, as if it could disappear at any time. This was because Qinyu had extracted a very small amount of the bloodline. Come out. Qinyu immediately activated the scarlet-eyed flood dragon's bloodline that he had just extracted. Immediately, golden scales appeared all over Qinyu's body, and a pair of flaming horns formed on his head. His eyes became crimson, and there was a faint trace of fire in them. He looked extremely mighty. Saint Beast bloodline. Qinyu immediately felt full of energy and wanted to fight to vent it. The boost from the Saint Beast bloodline was far greater than the Blood Dragon Beast bloodline he had extracted. Qinyu's body and strength had greatly increased. Defense was secondary, and he suddenly felt an affinity with fire. Blood glass flame. Qinyu controlled the blood-glazed flame effortlessly. In an instant, the blood-glazed flame covered his entire body. In terms of fire rank, the blood glass flame was higher than the cloud dragon fire. In addition, maybe because Qinyu had used the scarlet-eyed flood dragon bloodline, he had developed a resistance to the cloud dragon fire. How is this possible? The scarlet-eyed flood dragon roared in fear. Just now, it suddenly felt another scarlet-eyed flood dragon bloodline power in its body. How was this possible? Was it pregnant? But it was a male. Then, the powerful attack that it had been preparing washed through its body. It was spat out from the scarlet-eyed flood dragon's mouth, forming a scorching sea of fire. He's not dead. The scarlet-eyed flood dragon was already an arrow at the end of its flight. After this attack, it became even weaker, its eyes filled with despair. Its heart seemed to be suppressed, making its spirit even weaker. "It's over," Qianyu muttered. He stabbed out with the demon sword again, infusing it with true yuan, activating the infection property of the demon sword. At a certain moment, the aura of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon disappeared, and the temperature in its body dropped. Extract the bloodline. Qianyu used the heart to extract the bloodline again. This time, the extraction was very successful. All the bloodline power in the scarlet-eyed flood dragon seeped out, forming a golden-red stream of blood that rushed into Qianyu's body. Qianyu's mind sank into the mysterious heart. At this moment, the golden-red blood flame dragon was extremely solid, and its body was even larger. The blood scale dragon had shrunk to the size of a fist. On the outside, the battle was still ongoing. But suddenly, the scarlet-eyed flood dragon's breath and vitality disappeared, and it fell. Dead, the scarlet-eyed flood dragon is dead. No way? How did a sacred beast die? Where's Qianyu? This is impossible. A sacred beast's body is so strong, how can it die? Patriarch Mantu exclaimed on the spot. His pale face lost all of his composure as an Origin Realm expert. But it was understandable. The scarlet-eyed flood dragon was the sacred beast of the Mantu tribe. The entire tribe had paid a huge price to awaken it and invested a large amount of resources to increase its cultivation. PFFF. So, the scarlet-eyed flood dragon's body was sliced open, and a figure flew out. It was Qianyu. The current Qianyu had many burns on his skin, and his body was covered in blood. He looked miserable, but his eyes were still bright, and his face was filled with a victorious smile. Impossible? You're still alive? Patriarch Mantu's eyes widened. He was enraged. If the scarlet-eyed flood dragon and Qianyu were both dead, he would feel better. But Qianyu wasn't dead. Qianyu. The experts from the three kingdoms were extremely excited. The scarlet-eyed flood dragon was dead, but Qianyu was still alive. It could be said that the Snow Mountain 9 divisions were once again slapped in the face. So, Qianyu didn't care about the others. He came to the head of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon, took out a dagger, and dug out the eyeballs. The eyes of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon were the most precious of all the materials. Thief, stop. Patriarch Mantu immediately rushed down. The sacred beast was dead, and Qianyu was still harvesting the materials in front of him. Patriarch Mantu couldn't keep his cool and immediately rushed over. Kiki, Patriarch Mantu, are you here to be buried with us? Qianyu had a playful smile. Thief, even if you come out alive, you'll definitely be seriously injured. Patriarch Mantu waved his hand, and a large swarm of insects with violent true essence flew out. Is that so? Qianyu's expression didn't change. He swung his demon sword, and a black crescent-shaped sword wave swept out. Bang, bang, bang. The insects that bore the brunt of the attack all died and fell down. Impossible. Patriarch Mantu couldn't believe it. From the attack just now, he could see that Qianyu wasn't injured. Retreat, retreat. Patriarch Mantu transmitted his voice to Patriarch Mantuesday. At this moment, he was a little regretful. He should have listened to the Grand Shaman earlier. Perhaps then, they wouldn't have lost another sacred beast. Ah, Patriarch Mantu screamed crazily and turned to retreat with extreme reluctance. This time, the retreat formation of the Snow Mountain 9 divisions was even more stable. They didn't dare to be careless. There's no need to chase, killing the sacred beast is already very profitable. Qianyu said. After a series of intense battles, even he felt a sense of exhaustion and weakness. The sacred beast is dead. It's enough. The current Snow Mountain 9 divisions are no longer a match for us in a frontal battle. Ling Jiansek's old ancestor sighed. Everyone looked down at Qianyu and the corpse of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon. Under such circumstances, Qianyu was still able to kill the scarlet-eyed flood dragon and come out alive. What a monster. In addition, that was the corpse of an Origin Realm sacred beast. Its entire body was a treasure that everyone coveted. The battle had finally come to an end. The Origin Realm cultivators stared at the sacred beast's corpse with envy. Some Fire Dao Origin Realm cultivators could use the demonic core of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon to break through bottlenecks in their cultivation. Secondly, the scales, teeth, and claws of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon were all excellent materials for forging spiritual weapons. The most precious part was the pair of eyes, which could be used to cultivate special eyes. In addition, the flesh of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon was an excellent supplement for regular demonic beasts, ancient beasts, or even Qi transformation realm cultivators. In short, the body of a sacred beast was a treasure trove. However, this sacred beast was killed by Qinyu and the Fire Qilin. The rest of the people didn't even manage to hurt the scarlet-eyed flood dragon. They didn't even have a reason to ask for the spoils of war. Furthermore, Qinyu's status was no longer the same as it was in the past. Most likely, even the three alliance masters were inferior to him. What's more, Qinyu's future potential was unbelievable. Offending Qinyu was undoubtedly a foolish move. Kid, there isn't a single drop of sacred beast bloodline left in its body. The Scarlet Flame King inspected the corpse and stared at Qinyu with a pair of puzzled eyes, as if trying to see through something. Normally, even the most skilled blood elementalists would need a long time to absorb all the blood in such a huge body. From the death of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon to the escape of Qinyu, only a short period of time had passed. How could Qinyu possibly extract all of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon's bloodline in such a short period of time, leaving not a single drop behind? I said it before. I want the sacred beast bloodline. There must be a use for it. Naturally, I have a special method. Qinyu was slightly proud. The Scarlet Flame King's face turned even more embarrassed. He knew that Qinyu was purposely showing off. I will take the sacred beast bloodline. As for the other materials, feel free to pick. Qinyu said generously. After all, the Scarlet Flame King had contributed in killing the scarlet-eyed flood dragon. Secondly, he wanted to increase the strength of the Scarlet Flame King, which would be of greater help to him. Demonic core and eyes. The Scarlet Flame King said calmly. Immediately, Qinyu handed over the red-eyed flood dragon's eyes that he had just dug out to the Red Flame King. Soon after, the Red Flame King cut open the corpse of the red-eyed flood dragon and dug out a flaming blood bead. Elder Chen, my High Sword sect is willing to purchase the materials from the scarlet-eyed flood dragon at a high price. Right at this moment, the Soaring Sword sect's Elder Duanmu floated down. This was naturally the ancestor's instruction. After all, Elder Duanmu had interacted with Qinyu a lot and was easier to talk to. The moment Elder Duanmu's words left his mouth, it was like a wake-up call. One or two people from the other great forces walked out one after another and expressed their intention to purchase. The red-eyed flood dragon has the most scales, so you can sell them in bulk. Besides, even if you want to forge weapons, the 2 dragon claws are too much, not to mention the dragon teeth. The Crimson Flame King analyzed for Qinyu. There was no benefit to Qinyu monopolizing so much. Instead, it would incur the dissatisfaction of the 3 countries. It was better to sell some in exchange for benefits and increase the strength of the 3 countries at the same time. Yes. Qinyu nodded and said, everyone, don't be in a hurry. It won't be too late to talk about business after I collect all the materials. Elder Chen, please take your time. We'll listen to Elder Chen. All the forces agreed. Qinyu released the Iron Moon Strange Bug, which entered the body of the red-eyed flood dragon and devoured its internal organs. Halfway through, the Iron Moon Strange Bug was a little full. However, the internal organs of the red-eyed flood dragon were too delicious for it, so the Iron Moon Strange Bug forced itself to continue devouring. After the materials were harvested, the Iron Moon Strange Bug fell into a deep sleep. This time, it was too full. On the peak of a giant mountain, a figure stood. Hee, I didn't expect that the 3 southern countries would win. The blood-robed handsome young man smiled faintly and his eyes flickered. This result was very unexpected. What was the reason for this? He was very curious. Right at this moment, 2 blood-red shadows swept over and stood on both sides of the handsome young man. How is it? The handsome young man asked. According to the intelligence, Qinyu has a very powerful spiritual weapon, so he defeated Meng Qixiong, killed Meng Guang, and the traitor of the 3 countries, Elder Chai. At the same time, in the pursuit, Qinyu entered the red-eyed flood dragon's body and killed it. The coquettish woman said quickly. She, who always had a charming smile on her face, was very shocked when she learned all this. It was difficult for her to maintain her composure. It can be said that the three countries won completely because of Qinyu. The other blood-robed elder made a conclusion. I'm afraid that weapon is very extraordinary. The handsome young man asked. Probably so. The coquettish woman waved her hand and genuine essence surged out, forming a blurry weapon that was only 70% to 80% similar to the Nine-Bone Demon Spirit Sword. Nine-Bone Demon Spirit Sword. I didn't expect this boy to get this weapon from the Dark Bone Demon Venerable. The Nine-Bone Demon Spirit Sword was very recognizable. The handsome young man was very knowledgeable and recognized it at a glance. His tone was a little excited. At the same time, he began to think. The Dark Bone Demon Venerable had died long ago, but it was impossible for him to die in the northern plains. How did Qinyu get this weapon? Lord Xuefeng, this Qinyu, the blood-robed elder said. Recruit him with all your strength. The handsome young man's words were firm. Qinyu's value was getting higher and higher. It was worth the Blood Moon organization to recruit him. In addition, we've stayed here long enough. It's time to go back. The handsome young man continued. Lord Xuefeng, what about the plan to control the northern plains? The blood-robed elder asked. The northern plains has not been unified. The three countries and the 9 tribes of Snow Mountain have retained their strength. It's too troublesome to control them. Besides, this remote place is not worth my time and energy. The handsome young man said indifferently. The other two understood the meaning of Xuefeng's words. In his eyes, the whole northern plains was not a big deal. The Blood Moon organization had a bigger plan. After the war ended, the three countries rested for a few days before launching a counterattack to take back the land that the 9 tribes had seized. The 9 tribes of Snow Mountain did not confront them. Apparently, they had already decided to return the land to the three countries. When the three countries continued to seize the land of the 9 tribes, they reacted more fiercely. In the end, the three countries did not attack them forcefully. Thus, the war ended. After returning to Chu, the people of Qi and Yan still stayed. The next day, Chu was celebrating and a banquet was held in Red Guy City. This was a celebration banquet for the three countries. Many people were drunk. After all, the war had lasted for 6.5 years. Everyone was exhausted. Many comrades and relatives had died on the battlefield. Now that everything was finally over, everyone felt happy and emotional. At the banquet, people were constantly toasting Qinyu. Fortunately, Qi transformation stage experts could not get close to Qinyu. They did not even have a chance to talk to him. Otherwise, Qinyu would have been drunk to death. After the banquet, the three countries held the highest meeting. Everyone, this war is finally over. The three countries worked together and won. Everyone here contributed greatly. As the host, the Patriarch of Absolutine spoke. Everyone else present was overjoyed. After all, before the war started, it was obvious that the odds of winning were slim. It would be good if they could even fight to a draw. However, the alliance between the three countries must still be maintained. Although the 9 tribes of Snow Mountain were defeated, their remaining strength is still enough to crush any of the countries. The Patriarch of Absolutine continued. The Patriarch of Absolutine is right. The retired Emperor of Yan said. The Qi Kingdom also agreed. Although the 9 tribes were defeated, they still retained a lot of strength. If the three countries dissolved the alliance, the 9 tribes of Snow Mountain might make a comeback after a while. The 9 tribes of Snow Mountain are still very strong. They may still seek revenge. The three countries still have to keep an eye on them. The Patriarch of the Ling Sword Sect said. In addition, I suggest that the three countries appoint another leader. The Patriarch of Absolutine said. Everyone knew that the new leader would definitely be Qinyu. There was a moment of silence. After all, the Chu Kingdom already had an alliance leader. If another person was appointed, the Chu Kingdom's authority alone would be comparable to that of the Qi Kingdom and the Yan Kingdom. However, they did not want to displease Qinyu, so they all agreed in the end. Qinyu suddenly became the leader, and his status became one of the top 4 people of the 3 southern countries. He was an existence that everyone looked up to. In fact, Jinyu did not care about the position at all. He did not plan to stay in the northern plains. After all, the concentration of the chi of heaven and earth here was too low, and the progress of his cultivation was slow. Now, Jinyu missed the cultivation environment of the demon-free academy. He believed that he could only truly reach the Void Sea realm if he returned to the Yunjiao kingdom. After discussing matters related to the war, the major forces made a purchase request to Jinyu. I plan to sell a dragon claw, a large amount of flesh and scales of sacred beasts. Jinyu told them what he wanted to sell. Immediately after, the other forces had an intense discussion and only finished the distribution after a long time. Among them, the Bone Devil Palace, Purple Cloud Palace, and Yunui Gate each got some scales and flesh. A pair of dragon claw was obtained by the High Sword Sect and the Yen Kingdom. As for the flesh of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon, its value was slightly lower, but the quantity was huge. Almost every force got some. After the sale, Jinyu received 210,000 low-grade primal stones. This was after Jinyu gave the most precious demonic core and eyes to the Scarlet Flame King and kept the dragon teeth for himself. Otherwise, he would have gotten even more primal stones. The meeting ended. After returning to his residence, Jinyu sorted out his spoils of war. Among them, he killed Meng Guang, Elder Chai, Patriarch Wu Lu, and Patriarch Bai Hai, for Origin Realm experts. He obtained 2 spirit artifacts, 4 half-spirit artifacts, and some other resources. A pity that Meng Xiong is still alive, but his bloodline is severely damaged, Jinyu murmured. Meng Xiong was the main character of Fate. He definitely had a lot of resources, perhaps even more than a middle-stage Origin Realm expert. But when he killed Elder Chai, the entire space became unstable and slowly collapsed. Meng Xiong was surrounded by rocks and couldn't kill him in time. After returning to the Yunjiao kingdom, I will use these dragon teeth to forge another spirit artifact. Jinyu already had a plan. The greatsword was only a half-spirit artifact. It was considered a treasure in the Chu kingdom, but not much in the Yunjiao kingdom. The 9-bone devil spirit sword's grade was too high. It wasn't suitable to be used for a long period of time. Therefore, Jinyu planned to forge a spirit artifact that was suitable for himself. While Chu country was celebrating, the Snow Mountain 9 divisions were depressed. For this war, they were fully prepared and had the heart to win, but they failed in the end. Even the Barbarian 2 tribe's killer weapon, the sacred beast Scarlet-Eyed Flood Dragon, was killed by Jinyu. As time passed, the 3 southern countries became stronger and stronger. It would be even harder to conquer them in the future. They even had to worry about the revenge from the 3 southern countries. Barbarian 2 tribe. Although the 9 divisions retreated, they temporarily stayed in the Barbarian 2 tribe. In a dark room, Meng Xiong's face was stiff and his eyes were dull. He didn't expect that he would be plotted against by Meng Guang. If Meng Guang went all out from the start and teamed up with him, together with Elder Chai, even if Jinyu had the 9-bone devil spirit sword, he wouldn't have much of a chance of winning. But his own elder, an Origin Realm elder of the Battle Union tribe, had been plotting against Meng Xiong from the start. If it wasn't for Jinyu suddenly escaping, he would probably be dead. Meng Xiong had been loyal to the clan all his life and was willing to risk his life for the clan. But the clan members wanted to plot against him. This contrast was hard for him to accept. At this moment, Meng Xiong was still wondering if the other Origin Realm experts of the Battle Union tribe would have the same idea. In addition, Meng Xiong's bloodline power had dropped. The purity of his bloodline could only be considered above average in the Battle Union tribe. His entire body had been corroded by the demonic intent. His injuries were serious and would take a long time to recover. Even his cultivation was a little unstable. Meng Xiong, who had a smooth journey, was utterly defeated this time. Creak, the door was pushed open and the Grand Shaman walked in. Awake? The Grand Shaman said calmly. If it wasn't for his treatment, Meng Xiong would have been unconscious for at least half a month. Meng Xiong nodded, looking a little disappointed. With this little setback, the ever-victorious General Meng Xiong is unable to recover? The Grand Shaman laughed lightly. Meng Xiong lowered his head and didn't speak. The path of any peerless expert is filled with thistles and thorns, rugged and treacherous. This time, Meng Guang's betrayal might just be a small obstacle on your path. If you can't even pass this obstacle, how are you going to pass the rest? The Grand Wizard continued. The existence of the Snow Mountain Great Shaman was to assist the tribe in times of need. This time, the Snow Mountain 9 tribes had suffered defeat, but as long as Meng Qixiong could pull himself together and continue to advance, the Snow Mountain 9 tribes would not fall into desolation. The path of the strong? Meng Qixiong's eyes lit up. He was very interested in this. Both of you are fate protagonists. Whatever Qinyu achieved, you will definitely be able to achieve as well. The Grand Wizard said again. Yeah, Qinyu's path was also full of thorns, but he walked through it. Meng Qixiong sighed. He had some understanding of Qinyu. Before Qinyu broke through to the Qi transformation realm, he was targeted by Lu Tiazu, who was at the origin realm, and finally escaped with his life. Any difficulty on the path of life is only for the sake of sharpening one to become more tenacious, sharper, to overcome all obstacles and go further, the great shaman said. My path will not stop here. Meng Qixiong's eyes regained their luster and became even more resolute. In a spacious secret room in the Barbarian 2 tribe, the higher-ups of the Snow Mountain tribe gathered together. The atmosphere was tense. Is our Snow Mountain tribe doomed? The Red Copper tribe leader asked. Sigh, if the sacred beast is not dead, we still have hope. Another person sighed. Chen Yu. The Barbarian 2 tribe leader's eyes were bloodshot, his expression was gloomy, and his entire being looked terrifying. His grandson, Man Rong, died in the hands of Chen Yu. The tribe's origin realm Man Ta also died in the hands of Chen Yu. Now, even the sacred beast, Red-Eyed Flood Dragon, was killed by Chen Yu. His hatred for Chen Yu surpassed everyone else here. The 3 southern kingdoms are already established. I'm afraid in less than 50 years, 30 years, they will surpass the Snow Mountain tribe, everyone had to admit this point. After 6 years of war, they were very clear of the changes in the 3 southern kingdoms. Meng Qixiong is disappointed. When the time comes, we might be on the defensive. The experts of the tribe were very worried. Maybe it was because they couldn't accept their failure. Everything is not over yet. Right at this moment, the iron smelting tribe leader spoke with a loud voice. Everyone didn't pay much attention because the iron smelting tribe leader had always been this direct and violent. Do you have any ideas? The Battle Alliance leader asked casually. Just now, I contacted the iron smelting tribe's 3rd generation patriarch. The iron smelting tribe leader said. The moment this statement came out, everyone's heart trembled. The iron smelting tribe's 3rd generation patriarch was a very famous figure in the past. This person didn't specialize in smithing, and when he was still in power, he was the iron smelting tribe's least favored patriarch. However, the 3rd generation patriarch focused on cultivation and reached the peak of the origin realm, leading the iron smelting tribe to the top 3 of the 9 tribes. Of course, wasn't the iron smelting tribe's 3rd generation patriarch dead? If the 3rd generation is still alive, he should be over 200 years old, right? Someone asked. The lifespan of an origin realm expert was around 200 to 300 years. 265 years old. The iron smelting tribe leader wasn't sure. Everyone took a deep breath. They didn't expect the iron smelting tribe to have such an old monster. No wonder the iron smelting tribe leader didn't put anyone in his eyes. It was because he had the confidence. The 3rd generation patriarch is nearing the end of his lifespan and has been preparing for a tomb. But after my repeated requests, he finally agreed. The iron smelting tribe leader let out a smile. The 3rd generation patriarch has been stuck at the peak of the origin realm for 80 years. He is willing to take one last gamble. If he succeeds in breaking through, he will help the Snow Mountain tribe. The older one was, the lower the possibility of breaking through. If one failed to break through the bottleneck, there was a possibility of death. The iron smelting tribe's 3rd generation patriarch was nearing the end of his lifespan and the chances of breaking through were slim. But he was willing to give it a try. After all, he only had 1 or 2 years left in his lifespan. If he died, then so be it. My tribe will do our best to help Senior Tai Yuanshan. Tai Yuanshan was the name of the iron-smelting tribe's third-generation patriarch. In this war, there weren't any late-stage origin realm experts. In the eyes of a late-stage origin realm expert, a normal early-stage origin realm expert could be easily crushed. At least 3 middle-stage origin realm experts were needed to work together in order to restrain a late-stage origin realm expert. Could the Chu country have another 3 middle-stage origin realm experts? 3 days later, a gray-robed old man slowly walked over. The elder's skin was filled with wrinkles, like the veins on an ancient tree. A few strands of white hair floated on top of his head. His body was emitting a deathly aura, as though he just came out from a coffin. Immediately, many experts from the tribe came forward to welcome him. Welcome, Senior Tai. Tai Yuanshan's age far exceeded everyone here. Some of the younger ones weren't even half his age. Sigh, this old man's grave was already dug, but you guys pulled it out. In the Chu country, after 3 days of celebration, the Qi country and Yan country's armies left. Qinyu returned with the Yunhui Gate. Although the war had ended, the cultivation of the moon spirit or vein was still ongoing. But in the future, if Qinyu wanted to sell the moon spirit or vein, the price wouldn't be as high as before. After returning to the Yunhui Gate, Qinyu didn't stay for long. He returned to a small clan in the mortal world, the Shi clan. Back then, his parents were arranged by Xianxia to stay in this secretive small clan. Qinyu's arrival caused the entire Shi clan to be in fear and trepidation. Now, Qinyu was no longer a wanted criminal, but one of the 3 Kingdom Alliance leaders. To the Shi clan, to be able to see Qinyu once in this lifetime was already a great honor. On that day, Qinyu brought his parents back to the Chen family. As for the Shi clan, Qinyu naturally wouldn't mistreat them and gave them some primeval stones. Welcome Alliance Leader Chen, the entire Chen family, Ancestor Chen, Patriarch Chen, and everyone else all knelt on the ground. They were both fearful and pleasantly surprised. They were fearful because the Chen family didn't treat Qinyu well in the past. When Qinyu embarked on the path of cultivation, they didn't provide much help. They were excited because Qinyu was a member of their clan. Besides an origin realm expert, the Chen family was also one of the 3 Kingdom Alliance leaders. If their ancestors in the underworld knew about this, they would probably laugh. But in reality, Qinyu wasn't a member of this Chen family. His birth parents were someone else. However, Qin Tianda and his wife were still Qinyu's parents. Qinyu stayed with his parents for more than 3 months in the Chen family before he left. Qinyu didn't return to Yunhui Gate. Instead, he went to the Bone Demon Palace. To him, the Bone Demon Palace's cultivation environment was better. Kid, the war is over. Why aren't you returning to the Yunjiao nation? The Fire Qilin asked unhappily. Yi Luofeng is going back with us. Let's wait for her for a while. Qinyu answered. Besides, Qinyu was still a little worried about the Chu nation. Once he left, he didn't know how many years it would take for him to return. The Snow Mountain 9 divisions didn't suffer much damage and had the possibility of making a comeback. Alright, then I'll wait for your little wife. The Scarlet Flame King agreed. With regards to the Scarlet Flame King's teasing, Qinyu didn't say much. Welcome, 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 Elder Chen. Palace Lord Fu came to welcome him personally. Palace Lord Fu, I have improved tremendously while cultivating in your palace. I, Chen, personally came to thank you for your kindness. Qinyu swaggered into the Bone Demon Palace. Palace Lord Fu was a little speechless. Although he came to thank Qinyu, he didn't bring any gifts. It was obvious that Qinyu wanted to cultivate in the Bone Demon Palace again. Palace Lord Fu didn't mind. Firstly, Qinyu's status was different from the past. Secondly, the Bone Demon Palace and the Yunhui Gate had a grudge. It was better not to provoke Qinyu now. After all, even the Bone Demon Palace's ancestor Absolute Ein might not be a match for Qinyu. Just like that, Qinyu stayed peacefully in the Bone Demon Palace's forbidden cultivation ground. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the initial stage of the origin realm and wasn't far from the middle stage. But it still required a lot of time and effort. Qinyu took out the 9-bone devil spirit sword to assist in his cultivation. Perhaps because of this great battle, Qinyu had gone through multiple intense battles and experienced great danger, squeezing out his potential. In just 3 months, the effect of his cultivation was obvious, and his cultivation had improved. The fourth magic pattern has been formed, but it isn't stable. I should be able to cultivate the corresponding battle technique. Xianxia speculated. The breakthroughs of each rank were fast, but Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. He would cultivate the magic pattern battle technique after attaining perfection in the magic patterns. But for the fourth rank of the initial stage of the origin realm, the progress was extremely slow. Xianxia couldn't wait any longer. Immediately, he browsed through the information in his mind. The fourth magic pattern corresponded to a large area of effect defensive battle technique named Cloud Swallowing Devil Fist. The combat skill corresponding to the fourth demonic pattern was called Cloud Devouring Demonic Fist. It was a large-scale offensive combat skill. The difficulty of this combat skill was much higher than the demonic destruction claw. Xianxia had to spend a long time to read and understand it. Let's go outside and practice. Xianxia left the cultivation chamber. If he practiced a large-scale offensive move in a secret chamber, it would be completely destructive. Fourth demonic pattern, rise. Xianxia bellowed. The other demonic claw pattern on his left arm suddenly glowed with black light. It swam up and slowly extended to Xianxia's fist. Pouring his quintessence into his fist, Xianxia circulated it according to the incantation. Suddenly, a suction force formed on his fist. The demonic intent and heaven and earth yuan qi in the surroundings gathered toward his fist, forming a gigantic demonic fist with sinister black patterns on it. Xianxia abruptly swung his heavy arms and fists forward. Boom! A huge black fist shadow rushed into the sky, growing larger and larger. After rushing into the clouds, it suddenly exploded, forming a pitch-black rolling black cloud that kept exploding. In an instant, black clouds rolled in the sky above Bone Demon Palace, rumbling incessantly as a powerful demonic intent pressure spread. This scene frightened the disciples and upper echelons of Bone Demon Palace, causing them to fly out. What's going on? Could it be that the Bone Demon King lost control and became angry? Many people were alarmed and worried. It was said that when Bone Demon Palace was first established, the Bone Demon King had once gone berserk and brought disaster to Bone Demon Palace. Although this punch is mighty and frightening, it doesn't have much lethality. Xianxia shook his head. He was not discouraged. This was his first time practicing this fist technique. At the same time, Xianxia discovered that by practicing this fist technique, he could improve the Sky Demon's secret pattern record. Elder Chen, did you notice that scene just now? At this moment, Palace Lord Fu flew over. In reality, he was suspecting Xianxia. I was practicing my combat skill just now. I hope I didn't cause any trouble for the palace. Xianxia smiled. Battle skill? I've never seen the demonic battle skill that Elder Chen used just now. Furthermore, the commotion was indeed vast. I wonder if Elder Chen is willing to sell this battle skill to the Bone Demon Palace. Palace Master Fu was slightly shocked and made a purchase request. Forget it. This battle skill is a set with the cultivation technique, and the price of this cultivation technique is beyond Palace Master Fu's imagination. Xianxia tactfully refused. First of all, the Heavenly Demon's secret pattern record in his memory was incomplete, and the last 3 levels were still in the Demon-Free Academy. Secondly, if the Demon-Free Academy were to find out that Xianxia was secretly selling cultivation techniques, that would be a grave sin. Although Demonless Academy could not know about such a small matter in Northern Plains, Xianxia had promised not to spread it, so he would definitely keep it. Palace Master Fu was very tactful and did not ask further. However, he was somewhat displeased in his heart. The Bone Devil Palace was the #1 sect in the Chu country. Could it be that they couldn't afford Xianxia's cultivation art? Since we are not fated to obtain it, why don't you demonstrate it again, Elder Chen? Let this old man witness such a legendary battle technique. Palace Master Fu continued. He wanted to see just what kind of cultivation technique and combat skill Xianxia was cultivating. Was its value really as terrifying as Xianxia claimed? All right. Xianxia agreed. He prepared for a while and demonstrated the cloud-devouring demonic fist again. Previously, Palace Master Fu had come out after the phenomenon in the sky. This time, he saw Xianxia demonstrate the cultivation technique with his own eyes. He suddenly felt that Xianxia's cultivation technique was incomparably domineering, ancient, mysterious, and profound. It was impossible for ordinary people to imitate it. At the same time, he also sensed that Xianyu's cultivation technique seemed to include body tempering. He had seen Xianyu's defense before, and it was the toughest defense he had ever seen. It's here again, and the power this time is even stronger than before. That seems to be a fist. What a profound fist technique. My understanding of the giant demon fist has deepened. This time, many disciples saw the process of Xianyu's cultivation technique with their own eyes. There was even a disciple who suddenly had an epiphany and improved his cultivation technique. Elder Chen is really lucky to have obtained such a powerful cultivation technique. No wonder his cultivation speed is so fast and his cultivation technique far exceeds those of the same level. Palace Master Fu laughed heartily and praised. Palace Master Fu did not care anymore. Xianyu's cultivation technique was very profound and powerful, and it complemented Xianyu's cultivation technique. Its value was immeasurable. Moreover, the Bone Demon Palace disciples could gain something by observing Xianyu's cultivation technique. He practiced 3 more times and consumed more than half of his veritable essence. Large-scale cultivation technique naturally consumed more veritable essence than cultivation technique in a small area. Xianyu returned to the secret chamber and practiced cultivation technique while summarizing his cultivation technique experience. On the other side, the Crimson Flame King, who was not far away, suddenly erupted with a scorching power. Flames erupted from his body, causing the temperature of the entire secret chamber to rise. After a while, the intense flame aura emitted by the Crimson Flame King slowly disappeared. Not bad. You broke through so quickly. Xianyu teased. Xianyu had only broken through to the origin realm slightly earlier than the Crimson Flame King. But Xianyu had always been cultivating diligently while the Crimson Flame King looked like he was sleeping and slacking off. Yet, his cultivation was still able to break through so quickly, which made Xianyu rather envious. Kiki, this king is not bragging. If this was the demon-free college, this king might have already broken through to the middle stage of the origin realm. The Crimson Flame King opened his eyes with disdain. Eh? Xianyu realized that when the Crimson Flame King looked at him, his body couldn't help but heat up, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Taking a closer look, the Crimson Flame King's eyes were actually blood-red like jade and there was a faint trace of fire flickering within. Seeing Xianyu's surprised expression, the Crimson Flame King was even more pleased. This king is already using the eyes of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon to cultivate a special eye pupil. The Crimson Flame King lifted his head with an arrogant expression. Xianyu cursed the Crimson Flame King for being stingy and not imparting this technique to him. Since the scarlet-eyed flood dragon had a pair of eyes, they could each have one. One man and one beast continued to cultivate in the Bone Demon Palace. After another 5 days, 2 people came to visit. Xianyu, we meet again. A handsome man in a blood-red robe smiled and said. Xianyu was slightly surprised. This handsome man gave him an even more valiant feeling. It seemed like he had a breakthrough recently. The girl beside him was dressed in blue and had a stunning appearance. She was Lu Xian'er. Xianyu didn't expect the members of the Blood Moon organization to come again and they even brought Lu Xian'er along. I wonder if you have considered the matter I mentioned previously? The handsome man asked. Not yet. Xianyu didn't really consider it. At least for the time being, he wouldn't agree. Xianyu, I think I didn't say it clearly enough last time. Let me say it again, if you join the Blood Moon organization, you will enjoy the top cultivation conditions in the entire Kunyan realm. As for the ruins of the Sky Sea State, you will have 3 months of free time to study. This time, the handsome man threw out an even greater benefit. Xianyu naturally knew how precious the time to study the ruins of the Sky Sea State was. When he participated in the Academy tournament, he only spent 20 days in the ruins of the Nether Bone Demon Venerable. The top cultivation conditions in the Kunyan realm? Xianyu was puzzled. He felt that the other party was exaggerating, but it couldn't be that bad. It could be seen from the fact that the other party opened the ruins of the Sky Sea State for 3 months of free cultivation. Xianyu was quite tempted by these 2 conditions. However, the more powerful the Blood Moon organization was, the more anxious they were to recruit him. Xianyu had a feeling that it wasn't a good thing. Xianyu, I'm just an outsider of the Blood Moon organization, but the resources I enjoy are far more than those of the Bone Demon Palace. If you join the Blood Moon organization, it will definitely be a great shortcut for your cultivation path. Lu Xianxia persuaded. Qinyu was also dubious about her words. After all, Lu Xianxia was now working for the Blood Moon organization and would listen to Xuefeng's instructions. Qinyu, if you agree, Lu Xianxia will stay by your side and serve you in the future. The handsome man revealed a slightly evil smile. Lu Xianxia's charming face suddenly blushed, extending to her neck. She pulled her dress with her little hands, and her full breasts rose and fell slightly. Her shy and helpless posture was cute and pitiful. In the past, although Lu Xianxia didn't hate Qinyu, she felt that Qinyu wasn't the one in her heart. But now, Qinyu was already standing at the top of the entire Three Kingdoms. He was the hero and idol of thousands of women. Lu Xianxia was no exception. Her impression of Qinyu kept changing, and she even didn't regret giving her first time to Qinyu. Qinyu's expression was a little unnatural. It seemed that Lu Xianxa's immediate superior already knew about that matter. He secretly cursed Xuefeng for being shameless. Not only did he tempt him with benefits, but he also sent his subordinates to seduce him. Your conditions are very tempting. I will make a decision as soon as possible. Qinyu decided to spend more effort to inquire about the Blood Moon organization and settle this matter as soon as possible. Lu Xianxia was slightly stunned, and disappointment flashed in her eyes. She didn't expect that Lord Xuefeng would personally recruit him, offer so many benefits, and even her, but Qinyu still rejected them. Alright, I hope you can make a decision as soon as possible. The handsome man turned and left after finishing his words. He tried his best to recruit Qinyu, but he wouldn't beg humbly. Since Qinyu had given his reply, he didn't say anything else. At the same time, in the Barbarian 2 tribe, the members of the 9 tribes were still here. Recently, almost everyone could feel that the higher-ups of the tribe seemed to be doing something big. But no matter how they inquired, they couldn't get any information. Inside a certain Yuan stone mine, there were layers of profound arrays, and the dense heaven and earth energy was constantly tumbling. In the depths, the Origin Realm experts of the Snow Mountain tribe had actually gathered here. And in the center of the array, there was a skinny old man sitting cross-legged. His body was emitting a shocking suction force, crazily devouring the surrounding heaven and earth energy. So much heaven and earth energy isn't enough? One of the Origin Realm experts clicked his tongue. Senior Tai is too old. This is no longer a problem of cultivation resources. It is hard for him to expand his GC. That's right. Senior Tai's GC has already reached the late stage of the Origin Realm, but it is too hard to expand it. All the Origin Realm experts were worried and anxious. Boom, at a certain moment, the heaven and earth energy in the mine trembled violently and dispersed in all directions. Some of the early-stage Origin Realm experts suffered from the backlash, causing their chi to boil. What happened? Did he fail? Everyone revealed an anxious and worried expression. As the dust settled, Tai Yuanshan suddenly stood up. His figure was skinny and crooked, but he gave off the feeling of a mountain peak. He emitted a powerful chi wave, causing all the Origin Realm experts to feel a sense of pressure. The early-stage Origin Realm experts were even panting and had difficulty breathing. Who would have thought that when my lifespan is near its end, I would actually break through? Tai Yuanshan wasn't happy as he sighed. If he had broken through to the late stage of the Origin Realm earlier, he might have been happy. But now that his lifespan was near its end, even breaking through to the late stage would not bring him much joy. Other than that, there were a few reasons for his breakthrough. Firstly, Tai Yuanshan, who was about to die, gave it his all. Secondly, the 9 divisions used up a huge amount of resources and manpower. Thirdly, during the breakthrough process, most of the Origin Realm experts suffered from the backlash and were injured. Many of the initial stage Origin Realm experts even had their cultivation level unstable. Luckily, Tai Yuanshan succeeded and all his efforts were not in vain. Congratulations Senior Tai for successfully breaking through to the late stage of the Origin Realm. Patriarch Mantu smiled. Now that the Snow Mountain tribe had a late-stage Origin Realm expert, their upper echelon combat strength had once again surpassed the 3 southern kingdoms. The war was not over yet, he must take revenge and kill Qinyu. Seeing your tie breaking through to the origin realm will definitely lead the Snow Mountain tribe to unify the northern plains. The Battle Alliance tribe leader said with anticipation. Even if the unification of the northern plains was facilitated by Tai Yuanshan, his lifespan was near its end. By then, the Battle Alliance tribe would still be the supreme ruler. I will do my best, Tai Yuanshan said softly. At his age, he no longer had any ambitions. It is time to discuss the counterattack plan. The iron smelting tribe leader revealed a proud smile. Right at this moment, a figure appeared at the entrance of the mine. It was the Snow Mountain Grand Shaman. He came at the right time, as if he had predicted Tai Yuanshan's breakthrough. I suggest to attack Chu with the speed of quick thunder and kill Qinyu, the Grand Shaman said. As soon as this plan was revealed, everyone's expressions changed slightly. They were somewhat moved. Attack Chu and kill Qinyu. With the strength of the Snow Mountain 9 divisions, if they attacked Chu, they would definitely be able to suppress them. But the alliance between the three kingdoms had not been dissolved yet, and they could still reinforce each other quickly. This plan had a certain risk. Although retreating immediately after killing Qinyu was also a feasible plan, Qinyu had no choice. But if the reinforcements from the other two kingdoms arrived before Qinyu was killed, it would be disadvantageous to the Snow Mountain 9 divisions. Everything has risks, but this risk is relatively small. If we succeed, we can turn the situation around. If we fail, we still have a fighting chance. The Grand Warlock continued. He firmly believed in his divination that Qinyu was the Snow Mountain tribe's great malefic star. Only by getting rid of Qinyu could the Snow Mountain tribe's ambition be achieved. I support this plan, Patriarch Mantu said coldly. Under the power of a late-stage origin realm martial artist, would Qinyu still have the strength to resist? Not a bad plan, the Patriarch of Fighting League said in a low voice. Meng Guan was killed by Qinyu, and Meng Qixiong was also heavily injured. At this moment, he believed the great shaman's words very much. Qinyu was the key to this war, and he had to be eliminated. Oh? This Qinyu should be a peerless expert from the three southern countries. Tai Yuanshan didn't know anything about this war, but recently he had been hearing the name Qinyu. It seemed that his opponent this time would be Qinyu, so he was somewhat curious. There was a moment of silence. Everyone felt their faces burning, and they were extremely embarrassed. Qinyu wasn't considered a peerless expert from the three southern countries. He was just a young man in his 20s. Every time they realized this, they would feel ashamed and unable to show their faces. Forefather, this Qinyu is a young man. The Iron Smelting Clan Patriarch transmitted a message. Oh? Tai Yuanshan's interest was piqued. He was just a young man, yet the Snow Mountain 9 divisions viewed him with such hatred that he had to personally deal with him. It seemed like this young man must be very impressive. For such a character to appear in the three southern countries, he had to be eliminated. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. Chu Country, Bone Devil Palace. Qinyu and the Scarlet Flame King were still in seclusion. After another month, the Scarlet Flame King's cultivation had completely stabilized, and his special eye had almost reached Xiaocheng. Even though he didn't know how powerful it was, it definitely wouldn't be weak. Otherwise, the Scarlet Flame King wouldn't be interested in it. Qinyu's improvement wasn't small either. In this month, he had been increasing his cultivation while practicing his magic pattern battle technique. Cloud-swallowing Devil Fist was at the initial stage. On this day, Yi Luofeng arrived. Is everything settled? Qinyu asked. Yi Luofeng nodded. She was a proud swordsman, and her yearning for the path of the strong wasn't any weaker than Qinyu. Therefore, she wanted to return to Yunzhao country, where the cultivation environment was better. Then let's go. Qinyu got up and was ready to leave. The Scarlet Flame King also stood up and shook his head, trying to get his spirits up. However, just as they were about to set off, Palace Lord Fu rushed over. Palace Lord Fu, I won't disturb you any longer. Qinyu smiled. He thought that Palace Lord Fu was here to send him off. Elder Chen, something bad has happened. Palace Lord Fu became even more panicked when she heard that Qinyu was leaving. What's wrong? Qinyu and the others were puzzled. They had a bad feeling. The top experts of the Snow Mountain 9 divisions are attacking Chu country. They are already on their way and will arrive soon. Palace Lord Fu said in one breath. What? Everyone's expressions changed, and they were extremely shocked. The 3 countries could only go against the 9 divisions if they worked together. Now that the experts of the 9 divisions had gathered and suddenly launched an attack on Chu country, how could Chu country be a match for the enemy? The Snow Mountain tribe was very secretive this time. Not many people even knew that Taiyuanshan had broken through to the late stage of the Origin Realm. Their plan was also discussed in secret. Once it was confirmed, they would act with quick thunder. Therefore, Chu country only got wind of the news when they attacked Chu country. Qin Yu, Yi Luofeng, and the Scarlet Flame King knew that they couldn't leave this time. Furthermore, they were facing a huge crisis. Now, all the fighting forces of Chu country are gathering towards the Bone Devil Palace. Hopefully, they can hold on for a period of time and wait for reinforcements from Qi country and Yan country. Palace Lord Fu continued. This incident was too serious. Qi country and Yan country would definitely send reinforcements immediately. Once Chu country fell, the Qi country and Yan country were destined to be in trouble. This is the only way. Qin Yu had a grave expression. Of the Snow Mountain 9 divisions, the Blue Cauldron tribe was destroyed. The remaining Origin Realm experts from the other 8 divisions added up to about 20. Against such a terrifying lineup, Chu country could only defend with all their might and wait for reinforcements. Seems like the Snow Mountain tribe is going all out. Yi Luofeng said. Right now, she was also in Chu country and had to do her part. Fortunately, when she left the High Sword sect this time, she convinced the sect to bring the Heaven Fault Sword and the Sky Moon Sword with her. The Sky Moon Sword had a fragment of the Heaven Fault Sword. Yi Luofeng hoped that one day, she could repair the entire Heaven Fault Sword. Of course, there were many reasons why the High Sword sect was willing to hand over these 2 divine weapons. Firstly, Yi Luofeng was already the High Sword sect's supreme elder. Elder Duanmu's faction was unprecedentedly powerful and was helping Yi Luofeng with all their might. Secondly, the High Sword sect had seized a spirit artifact during the battle. Thirdly, the High Sword sect had also purchased a Flood Dragon Claw. There was hope that it could be forged into a spirit artifact. In less than half a day, Shueiyue sect, Iron Sword sect, and Yinyue sect had gathered at the Bone Devil Palace. The entire Bone Devil Palace was bustling with activity. The palace protection array and all sorts of arrays were ready. The 3 sects even moved some of their assets from the sect over. Crimson Flame King, the situation is very unfavorable this time. It's time for you to act. Qin Yu said to the Crimson Flame King. No matter how well prepared the Chu nation was, it would be difficult for them to withstand the 9 tribes of Snow Mountain. However, if they could hold on for a while longer, the situation would be reversed when the other 2 nations' reinforcements arrived. All right. The Crimson Flame King did not bargain and agreed immediately. He wanted to return to the Yunjiao nation as soon as possible. Then, the Crimson Flame King came to the edge of the Bone Devil Palace and began to carve inscriptions. At first, some people did not know what the Crimson Flame King was doing. As the lines gradually became richer, anyone who looked at them would feel that they were extraordinary. They were profound and obscure, as if they contained some kind of special power. This is an inscription technique. It's used to carve out some profound and powerful magical powers through inscriptions. The Absolute Een Forefather stared at the Crimson Flame King in shock. Even the Absolute Een Forefather did not know such a technique. Inscriptions were different from arrays. Arrays could be used continuously, and they could move or change forms. However, inscription arrays could only be used once. Once all the magical powers contained in the inscriptions were released, the array would become useless. Could this sacred beast have really awakened its inherited memories? Otherwise, how could it have such profound techniques? The Absolute Een Forefather sighed inwardly. Qin Yu was really lucky to have obtained such a sacred beast. 4 hours later, the Crimson Flame King stopped carving. There's not enough time. We can only carve a purgatory array first, the Crimson Flame King said. Time passed slowly. Everyone in the Demon Bone Palace felt like a year. At a certain moment, a smear of darkness appeared in the distant sky, and a violent wave of true essence could be felt. The wind and clouds rolled, and the smear of darkness expanded rapidly, turning into a huge dark cloud that shrouded the sky above the Demon Bone Palace. This time, the 9 tribes of Snow Mountain had only sent out Origin Realm and Peak Chi Transformation Innate Realm cultivators. There were less than 100 of them. Because of this, their movements were even faster. Eh? Who's the leader? I've never seen him before, but he's old. He's definitely not simple. Everyone stared at the leader of the 100 people, but no one recognized him. Attack! Tai Yuanshan said calmly, but his eyes started searching. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Qinyu. His target is me. Qinyu tensed up. Activate the Demon Bone Array. Palace Head Fu immediately shouted. Around the Demon Bone Palace, the formation patterns lit up. A huge wave of demonic chi surged out, forming huge black bone patterns that crisscrossed and connected together, forming a large array. Boom! Bang! Boom! The experts of the 9 tribes launched their attacks simultaneously. A destructive storm crashed onto the Demon Bone Array. The Demon Bone Array shook. On the entire array, cracks appeared on several of the black bone patterns. The Demon Bone Palace actually has such a powerful array. The Battle Alliance Patriarch was a little surprised. The founder of the Demon Bone Palace was an unknown expert. This array might be ancient and incomplete, but it was still extremely powerful and could withstand the attack of a late-stage Origin Realm expert. Patriarch, please make a move. The Iron Smelting Clan Patriarch bowed slightly. Instantly, everyone's gazes were fixed on him with respect and admiration. Tai Yuanshan slowly took a few steps forward, which made him even more conspicuous. Boom! Tai Yuanshan's expression didn't change at all. The pressure of a late-stage Origin Realm was instantly released. The dark clouds in the sky surged violently, and a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Everything within 1,000 miles was silent, as if Tai Yuanshan was suppressing everything. Late stage of Origin Returning Realm. Ancestor Absolute Yin's dull eyes widened as he swallowed his saliva and felt a chill down his spine. The rest of the people present weren't any better than him. Snow Mountain Tribe. Why is there a late-stage Origin Realm expert? Gong Yangshan's mind felt like it was struck by a heavy blow as his body trembled. In the eyes of a late-stage Origin Realm expert, a regular Origin Realm expert could be easily crushed. He, a dignified Origin Realm expert, couldn't even guarantee his life. Damn it, since they have a late-stage Origin Realm expert, why are they only moving out now? Lu Tizu clenched his teeth. Facing a late-stage Origin Realm expert, he felt extremely insignificant and hard to resist. With a late-stage Origin Realm expert appearing, would they still have a chance of winning this battle? Many of them revealed a look of despair. Boom! Tai Yuanshan reached out his withered arm and clawed. A thick and massive chi condensed into a pitch-black iron claw that pressed towards the Bone Demon Grand Formation. Pong! The ground shook and dust flew up. The Bone Demon Grand Formation shook violently as cracks appeared where the 5 iron claw pressed. Through the formation, everyone could still feel the power of the iron claw in the sky. It felt like it could crush everything. Too strong. With a late-stage Origin Realm expert and so many Origin Realm experts, this formation won't last long. What should we do? The enemy is too strong. Within the Bone Demon Grand Formation, voices of fear and panic could be heard. Psychologically, the Chu Kingdom had been completely crushed by the Snow Mountain tribe. Everyone, don't be too pessimistic. Things aren't as bad as we think. If we focus on defense, there is still a sliver of hope. Qinyu suddenly spoke. His influence in the Chu Kingdom had already surpassed Ancestor Absolute Yin. It was unknown how many times Qinyu had turned defeat into victory. It was unknown how many impossible missions had been successfully completed by Qinyu. Right now, when Qinyu said there was still hope, a sliver of hope appeared in their hearts. Sigh. Everyone, pull yourself together. Ancestor Absolute Yin looked deeply at Qinyu. Qinyu's influence was unimaginable. He could only follow behind Qinyu and say a few words. This Snow Mountain tribe's late-stage Origin Realm expert is a newly born late-stage Origin Realm expert. Furthermore, his breakthrough method is rather violent, causing his cultivation level to be unstable. As compared to a normal late-stage origin realm expert, he is one level weaker. In addition, this person's lifespan is almost up. I'm afraid that after this battle, he will die. Xianxia continued. In fact, this was what the Crimson Flame King had told Xianxia. However, the same words had different effects when spoken by different people. Xianxia's words were the most effective. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, the cultivators of the Chu state felt a little more hopeful. That's right. This person's aura of death is dense. He won't be able to live for long. Absolute Great Ancestor agreed. Due to his panic, he had neglected this point. Now that Xianxia had pointed it out, he felt a little ashamed. This young man is indeed not simple. Tai Yuanshan also heard these words, and his opinion of Xianxia rose even higher. However, the more he thought highly of him, the more he wanted to kill Xianxia. Break the formation! Tai Yuanshan suddenly shouted. After being looked down upon by Xianxia, he wanted to show him what he was made of. At this moment, not only Tai Yuanshan made his move, the rest of the experts also launched their attacks. Rumble, the sky was filled with attacks that almost covered the sky as they descended. Activate the formation with all your strength. Palace Head Fu shouted. The array master of the Bone Demon Palace immediately controlled the formation to absorb the energy from the underground primal stone mine. The formation became more solid and the cracks were repaired. Hee, Purgatory Formation, activate. The Crimson Flame King laughed lightly. Immediately, outside the Bone Demon Grand Formation, the huge inscription that was originally covered suddenly lit up, releasing endless raging flames that surrounded the entire Bone Demon Palace. Rumble, the raging flames rose and rushed into the sky. What is this? Get out of the way! The Snow Mountain Tribe's origin realm experts yelled and quickly retreated. However, many Qi transformation realm experts were turned into ashes by the raging flames the moment the Purgatory Formation was activated. This is an inscription technique? The Battle Alliance clan head's eyes flickered. This inscription technique is not ordinary. Even a peak middle stage origin realm expert has to avoid it. Is there such an expert in the Chu Kingdom? Tai Yuanshan's eyes narrowed as he carefully observed the Chu Kingdom cultivators within the formation and became cautious. At the same time, the cultivators of Chu were also stunned. They didn't expect that a casual drawing by the Crimson Flame King would cause the inscription formation to explode with such terrifying power during the battle. This king's cultivation is now at the peak early stage origin realm. Setting up an inscription formation of this level is a piece of cake. If this king is given a few months' time, even a Void Sea realm expert would have to retreat before this inscription formation. The Crimson Flame King raised his head and laughed. This time, the Crimson Flame King was bragging. Xianxia didn't disturb him. After all, the Crimson Flame King's technique was indeed very useful. Rumble, the Bone Demon Palace was surrounded by raging flames. Once someone approached, the flames would rush into the sky. Damn it, this flame can severely injure a normal origin realm expert. A normal origin realm expert flew over and immediately retreated, nearly getting burned by the flames. Inscription techniques aren't arrays. Once the energy is depleted, it will lose its effect. They are just stalling for time. Tai Yuanshan immediately shouted. He crossed the Purgatory Formation and attacked the Bone Demon Grand Array. Attack! The three peak middle stage origin realm experts also executed their defensive techniques to resist the burning of the Purgatory Formation and attacked the Bone Demon Grand Array. The other origin realm experts also tried to avoid the attacks of the Purgatory Formation and quickly break the Bone Demon Grand Array. However, most of the early stage origin realm experts were forced back by the Purgatory Formation after 3 rounds of attacks. One of them couldn't dodge in time and was burned to death. Apart from that late stage origin realm expert, most of the tribe's origin realm experts seem to be injured. Their strength is much weaker than before. Palace Head Fu observed for a moment and said. In order to create a late-stage origin realm expert, they paid a huge price. Xianxia said. In addition, to prevent information from leaking, the tribe didn't even treat their injuries before attacking the Chu Kingdom. As the enemy continued to attack, the Bone Demon Grand Array was getting weaker and weaker. Their repair speed couldn't keep up with the speed of destruction. At the same time, the power of the Purgatory formation was rapidly weakening. The effect on the Origin Realm experts was gradually decreasing. Middle-stage Origin Realm experts could resist the Purgatory formation without any pressure. 1 hour later, more than half of the primordial stone mine under the Bone Demon Palace had been depleted. The Bone Demon Grand Array was in tatters and the Purgatory formation had completely disappeared. The reinforcements have yet to arrive. I'm afraid the formation is about to be broken. Palace head Fu had a bitter expression. Once the Bone Demon Grand Array is broken, I'm afraid we won't be able to fight against a late-stage Origin Realm expert. Gong Yangshan was deeply worried. Although all the members of the 3 sects and 1 palace were gathered in the Bone Demon Palace, in the face of absolute strength, it was useless even if everyone worked together. The key is this late-stage Origin Realm expert. Without him, even if the Bone Demon Grand Array is broken, all the experts of the Chu Kingdom's sect realm can rely on other formations to hold on for a period of time. Qinyu was also thinking of a solution. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. After thinking for a long time, he made an important decision. Let's go, Scarlet Flame King. Qinyu told his idea to the Scarlet Flame King. Kid, you really aren't afraid of death. The Scarlet Flame King curled his lips but still agreed. In fact, he was even more unafraid of death than Qinyu. He also hoped that Qinyu would die so that he would be free. Whoosh! Whoosh! Qinyu and the Scarlet Flame King suddenly flew up and arrived at the barrier of the Grand Array. Qinyu found the weak point of the barrier, took out the ancient token and suddenly swiped it. Instantly, a small hole appeared in the array. Qinyu and the Scarlet Flame King immediately flew out. Everyone, I will make a move first. If the Chu Kingdom falls, I will definitely take revenge for all of you in the future. Qinyu even boasted. Within the Grand Array, the Chu Kingdom's cultivators were all stunned. They didn't expect that at this crucial moment, Qinyu would actually abandon them and escape alone. Qinyu escaped. Clan headman Tu immediately said. This kid is young but has a high cultivation level. His potential is terrifying. We must eliminate him. The Battle Alliance's clan head stared at Qinyu. In fact, their main target for this invasion of the Chu Kingdom was Qinyu. And Qinyu's ruthless words made them feel a sense of danger. If Qinyu broke through to the late stage of the Origin Realm or even the Void Sea Realm and returned to the northern plains, the Snow Mountain tribe would be annihilated. They must not allow such a thing to happen. But previously, clan headman Tu, who had just broken through to the peak stage of the Origin Realm, couldn't even kill Qinyu. Leave this kid to me, Tai Yuanshan said. Before the attack, he understood some information about Qinyu. He also knew that a peak stage Origin Realm expert might not be able to kill Qinyu. Whoosh! After Tai Yuanshan finished his sentence, he didn't care what others thought and flew out. He really came. Qinyu tensed up and immediately escaped. When Tai Yuanshan arrived, Qinyu had a feeling that he was the opponent's target. Hence, Qinyu used himself as bait to lure this late-stage Origin Realm expert away. Before he left, he purposely left a ruthless message to threaten the enemy and attract their attention. Moreover, he was with the Red Flame King, self-preservation was definitely not a problem. Senior Tai, I will follow you. The leader of the Barbarian Tu clan shouted and rushed over on his flying mount. He felt that Qinyu was too cunning and had too many tricks up his sleeves. He was afraid that Tai Yuanshan would fall for it. Of course, he wouldn't say it out loud, otherwise, he would offend Tai Yuanshan. Damn, what is this old fart doing? Qinyu couldn't help but curse. Whoosh! Whoosh! Qinyu took out the black wings and fully executed the devil violent shadow. He turned into a black gale and flew far away. As for the Red Flame King, it was unknown what profound secret technique he executed, but his speed wasn't any slower than Qinyu. Qinyu will definitely die. The Iron Smelting clan head grunted. A late-stage Origin Realm expert could easily crush an early-stage Origin Realm expert. How could he not do anything to Qinyu? What's more, the Mantu clan head followed. Continue to attack and destroy the array. The Battle Union clan head ordered. Without a late-stage Origin Realm expert, the Bone Demon array could hold on for a longer period of time. In addition, even if the array was destroyed, the 3 sects and 1 palace could still hold on for a while. Qinyu, he purposely lured that late-stage origin realm expert away. Ancestor Absolute In looked at the situation in front of him and suddenly understood. Qinyu's escape seemed to have abandoned the Chu country, but in fact, he had bought more time for the Chu country's cultivators. After Qinyu left, the Bone Demon Grand Formation was broken. But the members of the three sects quickly formed other formations of various sizes, all of which were mainly for defense. Any faction's foundation had gone through countless years of accumulation. They definitely had plenty of trump cards. Boom, while they were defending, a huge skeleton monarch surging with black chi rushed out of the forbidden area of the Bone Demon Palace, accompanied by surging sinister winds and demonic chi. With a sudden wave of its huge black bony hand, a pitch-black tornado swept out. Immediately, a few Xiantian realm experts were torn into pieces by the black tornado. Initial stage origin realm experts could only retreat and didn't dare to face it head-on. Peng, the Battle Alliance patriarch, suddenly stood out and swung his giant warhammer, creating a strong gust of wind as he smashed it down. Two violent tornadoes intertwined and tore each other apart before finally dissipating. After an attack, the Bone Demon King also adopted a defensive stance and guarded the side of the three sects and one palace. Attack with all your might. The Battle Alliance patriarch roared. After Tai Yuanshan killed Qinyu, they would immediately retreat. Before that, they would kill as many as they could to weaken the Chu kingdom's strength. Right at this moment, a sharp sword light flew over from afar. The High Sword Sect's patriarch and Elder Duanmu were riding on a silver longsword with astonishing speed as they flew over. The High Sword Sect's reinforcements had arrived. The High Sword Sect's patriarch executed the High Sword Sect's forbidden sword technique. It was able to burst with astonishing speed for a short period of time, but it could only carry 2 people at most. Therefore, he brought Elder Duanmu along. There might only be 2 reinforcements, but it was better than none. The Chu Kingdom's situation was somewhat alleviated. So fast. The Battle Alliance patriarch frowned and looked at the Iron Smelting Clan patriarch. Immediately, the Iron Smelting Clan patriarch personally led 3 Origin Realm experts and attacked. Junior, give up resisting. It is your honor to die in the hands of a late-stage Origin Realm expert. Tai Yuanshan's calm voice turned into a sound wave that blasted forward. Qinyu and the Scarlet Flame King's speed was extremely fast. Qinyu forcefully broke through to the late-stage Origin Realm, which was why he was weaker in every aspect compared to a normal late-stage Origin Realm expert. Tai Yuanshan hurried with all his might, but he could only slowly shorten the distance between him and Qinyu. Behind Tai Yuanshan was Patriarch Man Tuesday. He was riding on 3 green steel eagles. His speed was not fast, but he would not lose them. Qinyu's amount of true essence cannot compare to Tai Yuanshan's. There is no way he can escape. Once Tai Yuanshan catches up and I join forces with him, Qinyu will undoubtedly die. Patriarch Man 2 was already prepared and was not anxious at all. Damn it. I just need to lure the late-stage Origin Realm experts out. But why is Patriarch Man 2 here as well? Qinyu was a little distressed. With his and the Scarlet Flame King's strength, against a peak stage Origin Realm and a late stage Origin Realm, even if they didn't win, it would be a miracle if they could survive. At this moment, a strange movement came from Qinyu's body. A trace of a mental connection surged. Qinyu revealed a joyful expression and an insect appeared on his palm. After devouring the organs of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon, the Iron Moon insect's cultivation had a huge increase. It had already reached the peak of the initial stage Origin Realm and was very close to the middle stage Origin Realm. It was probably because of the long lifespan of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon. Junior, accept your death. Behind them, Tai Yuanshan's cold voice could be heard. Unknowingly, Tai Yuanshan was already very close to Qinyu and the Scarlet Flame King. In the void, a pitch-black iron hand suddenly grabbed over, as if it wanted to crush everything. Attack! Qinyu took out the giant ruler sword and activated the blood-glazed flame, slashing out a domineering blood-red sword light. The Scarlet Flame King opened its mouth and spat out a scorching red fireball. Boom, 1 man and 1 beast's attack clashed against the pitch-black iron hand. The 2 forces mutually destroyed each other. Half a breath later, the pitch-black iron hand tore apart the sword light and fireball, but the hand itself became extremely transparent. Peng, Qinyu brandished his sword again and destroyed the Iron Hand. At the same time, he escaped with the Scarlet Flame King again. How could Tai Yuanshan let them go and immediately chased after them? They have already started fighting. Under normal circumstances, how could Qinyu and the Scarlet Flame King be a match for a late-stage Origin Realm martial artist? Patriarch Mantu laughed lightly and chased after them. But suddenly, from the forest below, a faint blue light shot out. It turned out that Qinyu had made use of the chaotic battle with Tai Yuanshan to secretly release the Iron Moon insect to ambush them here. As an insect cultivator, Patriarch Mantu had sharp senses and immediately noticed the Iron Moon insect. Ding! The Iron Moon insect crashed into the chest of the 3 green steel eagles and let out a metallic sound. The Iron Moon insect opened its mouth and bit down, burrowing into the bodies of the 3 green steel eagles. Such a powerful Iron Moon insect. It is a mutated species and it is fed very well. Patriarch Mantu noticed this and slapped on the back of the 3 green steel eagles. He injected a powerful chi to force the Iron Moon insect out with the help of his mount. Xiao, the Iron Moon insect charged at Patriarch Mantu's day. Patriarch Mantu waved his hand and 3 different species of insects rushed out and surrounded the Iron Moon insect. But the Iron Moon insect was a mutated insect king. It had a profound cultivation and was extremely powerful. It instantly bit many insects into pieces. Furthermore, it had a strong defense and small body. Even if a few insects charged at it, they wouldn't be able to injure the Iron Moon insect. Peng, Patriarch Mantu suddenly made a move and sent out a palm strike. A powerful chi palm force blasted out and landed on the Iron Moon insect. The Iron Moon insect let out a miserable shriek and was sent flying. It didn't seem to be seriously injured. The Iron Moon insect stared at Patriarch Mantu and was ready to attack at any time. This Iron Moon insect is so powerful. Wait for me to subdue it, then I will deal with Qinyu. Patriarch Mantu was very interested in the Iron Moon insect and immediately attacked. Immediately, the Iron Moon insect turned and fled. On the other side, Qinyu could see some blurry images through the Iron Moon insect. As the distance got further, Qinyu lost the Iron Moon insect's vision. But he was sure that the Iron Moon insect had successfully lured Patriarch Mantu away. The chase continued for a while. During this time, Qinyu, Scarlet Flame King and Tai Yuanshan fought a few times, but none of them gained the upper hand. It's far enough. Qinyu mumbled and suddenly turned around. Scarlet Flame King stopped as well. Finally not running? Tai Yuanshan asked calmly. He could tell that Qinyu and the Crimson Flame King were confident and wanted to fight him, so they didn't run away. But it could only be said that young people nowadays were too naive and arrogant. Pet beasts didn't have high intelligence. If you run any further, you will be too far. I am still waiting for the reinforcements from the Qi Kingdom and Yen Kingdom to arrive and kill you. Qinyu smiled. He was sure that once the reinforcements from the Qi Kingdom and Yen Kingdom arrived, the Snow Mountain tribe would be defeated. Of course, he couldn't keep running. He was only at the peak of the initial stage of the Origin Realm. His chi couldn't compare to a late-stage Origin Realm martial artist. Once his chi was depleted, he would be at the mercy of the enemy. Old fart, this king shall send you to hell today. Scarlet Flame King's words were much more powerful than Qinyu's. Haha, sure. Tai Yuanshan laughed and didn't take the arrogance of this pet beast to heart. Without further ado, Tai Yuanshan suddenly made his move. Boom! Boom! The wind and clouds stirred violently. 2 black iron claws fiercely clawed at Qinyu and Scarlet Flame King. Qinyu immediately activated the secret pattern demonic body. His body glowed black and the demonic patterns were faintly discernible, making him look evil and terrifying. At the same time, Qinyu also activated the last bit of dragon scale bloodline. A layer of blood-red scale patterns appeared on his black body. Cloud-swallowing demonic fist. Qinyu executed the new combat skill that he had just learned. The demonic claw patterns on his left arm suddenly glowed with a black light. The demonic claw pattern swam up and extended to Qinyu's fist. A suction force formed on his fist. The demonic will and heaven and earth yuan qi from all directions gathered together, forming a giant phantom of a demonic fist. There were hideous black patterns on it. Boom, a giant black fist soared into the sky. It grew bigger and bigger and collided with that black iron giant hand. After a stalemate for half a breath, the demonic fist was crushed and turned into a black rolling demonic cloud, further destroying the black iron giant hand. Boom, the black iron giant hand broke through the layers of demonic cloud and continued forward. When this attack arrived in front of Qinyu, its power had already been weakened by 70%. Qinyu stabbed with his sword and destroyed it. Qinyu was quite satisfied with the power of the cloud-swallowing demonic fist. If he had broken through to the middle stage of the origin realm, he would have been able to block this attack with a single punch. On the other side, Scarlet Flame King fully activated his sacred beast bloodline. The surrounding temperature rose rapidly. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of fire with the image of a qilin. Boom! Boom, boom! That fireball exploded. The surging flames covered the surface of the black iron giant hand, incessantly burning it. Visible to the naked eye, that black iron giant hand was slowly shrinking. Scarlet Flame King spat out another flaming whirlwind, sweeping forward. The two clashed for a long time before both dissipated. On the other side, Tai Yuanshan was slightly stunned. Seems like the two of you have been concealing your true strength. Tai Yuanshan laughed lightly. He already knew that Qinyu was strong. His main target for this trip was Qinyu. Hence, he didn't know much about the fire qilin. Now that they clashed, he realized that this fire qilin was also extremely strong. Be careful. This person is going to get serious. Scarlet Flame King transmitted a message. He might have been bragging earlier, but when facing a late-stage Origin Realm expert, his heart still felt a little weak. Ring, ring, Tai Yuanshan took out an item from his storage bag. It was a thick chain with a black iron claw at the front end. This chain was like a long snake, coiling around Tai Yuanshan. That black iron claw pointed towards Qinyu, seemingly ready to attack at any time. Boom, suddenly, the chain claw launched an attack. It was like a bolt of black lightning that arrived in an instant. The iron claw opened up and grabbed towards Qinyu's head. Qinyu raised his sword to block and activated the magic scale battle armor at the same time. Ding pong. The moment the giant ruler sword clashed with the iron claw, it suddenly released a black electric current into the giant ruler sword and transferred to Qinyu's body, numbing his arm. At the same time, the iron claw bypassed the giant ruler sword and arrived behind Qinyu. Pong, the iron claw stabbed towards Qinyu's back. 5 claws that were glowing with black electric current pierced through the magic scale battle armor and into Qinyu's skin. At that moment, Qinyu's body trembled. This is the totem Black Thunder Claw that was custom-made for me by the Iron Smelting Tribe. Its specialty is the paralysis of thunder and lightning. It also has a certain restraining effect on demonic energy. Tai Yuanshan laughed lightly. Not only did thunder have a paralyzing effect, it also had a certain restraining effect on demonic energy. Hence, he was so confident. It does restrain me, Qinyu admitted frankly. When his giant ruler sword clashed with the iron claw, there was a conduction that caused his movements to slow down. Otherwise, the iron claw wouldn't have hurt him. At that moment, Qinyu kept the giant ruler sword and took out the 9-bone devil spirit sword. This sword had an extremely strong demonic nature. It had formed a demonic bone mine in the Devil Bone Wasteland. Qinyu didn't believe that the thunder effect of the Black Thunder Claw could restrain the power of the 9-bone devil spirit sword. Is this the spiritual weapon? Tai Yuanshan stared at the 9-bone devil spirit sword in Qinyu's hand and felt that the chi it emitted was indeed very shocking. Its grade far surpassed his Black Thunder Claw. Ding pong, Qinyu swung his sword backwards and struck the chain, producing a loud metallic sound. The lightning on the Black Thunder Claw intertwined with the black demonic chi on the 90 devil bone sword, but it didn't reach Qinyu's body. However, the black lightning claw was still embedded in Qinyu's flesh. On the other side, the Red Flame King brewed a huge flame that turned into a dazzling red fireball and rolled forward. Tai Yuanshan's other hand slammed and a black iron palm blasted out. It was like a black wall that blocked the Red Flame King's attack. At the same time, the Black Thunder Claw that grabbed Qinyu started to twist and let out a ling sound, trying to bind Qinyu. Once I am bound, my entire body will be electrocuted. The numbing effect is too strong. Squatting down, Xianxia dashed out of the shackles and dodged the chains. Devil Scale Protection. Xianxia activated the second devil pattern and formed a devil scale protection around his body as he flew towards Tai Yuanshan. As a body cultivator, he would choose close combat in most situations. Even if the opponent was at the late stage of the origin realm, Xianxia would still try. In addition, Tai Yuanshan's Black Thunder Claw was a greater threat in long-range battles. Close combat could weaken the Black Thunder Claw. Boom, Xianxia stabbed out with his sword. On the 9-bone devil spirit sword, a demonic light flashed and a domineering black sword wind flew out. Against a godly weapon like the 9-bone devil spirit sword, Tai Yuanshan had no choice but to use his full strength. On the other side, the Red Flame King also rushed over. Both of his hooves were covered in flames as he kicked. Bang bang, Tai Yuanshan was surrounded by a black iron glow. It was as if there was an invisible iron wall surrounding him. It was flawless and blocked the attacks from Xianxia and the Red Flame King. The strength of the late stage of the origin realm is indeed formidable. Even if I use the 9-bone devil spirit sword, I still can't hurt my opponent. Xianxia felt a trace of pressure. After unleashing this attack, Xianxia had to escape immediately to avoid being bound by the chains. Little did they know that Tai Yuanshan was also feeling some pressure. He was nearing the end of his lifespan. His body's ability to recover was poor, and his injuries could easily worsen. Thus, he had to avoid getting injured as much as possible. If his injuries were too severe, he might even die prematurely. Thus, he was completely focused and his defense was watertight. However, with Xianxia and the Scarlet Flame King joining hands, their battle prowess had exceeded his expectations. Tai Yuanshan felt that he might not be able to kill Xianxia. Now, Tai Yuanshan was thinking, where did Chief Man 2 run off to? Wasn't he following behind me from the start? If they had the help of the barbarian totem clan's leader, Xianxia and the Scarlet Flame King would definitely die. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, Xianxia's internal organs erupted, and his speed and strength increased greatly. He slashed again. Such power. Tai Yuanshan's eyes flashed and a ball of black flames appeared on his palm. Iron Flame Hand. Tai Yuanshan used his true fire and slapped out a giant metal hand covered in flames. Bang, the two attacks collided and turned into a black storm that tore apart the surroundings. It could be seen that Tai Yuanshan's true fire was not strong, otherwise, Xianxia would have been at a disadvantage. Immediately, Tai Yuanshan controlled the Black Thunder Claw again. The Black Thunder Claw released a powerful force to attack Xianxia, while the black chains kept twisting, trying to bind Xianxia. As long as he used the spirit weapon, Black Thunder Claw, to bind Xianxia, the battle would be over. However, Xianxia's speed was fast and his body was strong. Just being grabbed by the black iron claw, the numbing effect of the thunder did not have much effect on Xianxia. Old fart, you forgot about me. The Scarlet Flame King let out a loud roar and released a Qilin flame phantom that rushed towards Tai Yuanshan. Tai Yuanshan used his true fire and combined it with his battle skills. He struck out again. Pung, the Qilin flame shadow was shattered and turned into countless flames. Burn for me. The Scarlet Flame King used all his strength to control the flames. The endless flames around him, as if they had a life of their own, gathered towards Tai Yuanshan and burned. How can this holy beast be so strong? Tai Yuanshan cursed in his heart. If not for the Scarlet Flame King's interference, Tai Yuanshan would have used all his strength to control the Black Thunder Claw, and Xianxia would have been bound. If this goes on, it will not be good for me. Tai Yuanshan's face darkened. Xianxia had the demon sword and the blood glass flame. His attacks were powerful and tyrannical. The Scarlet Flame King was also not an ordinary person. His flame attack was extremely profound and his control of fire was the best in Tai Yuanshan's experience. Tai Yuanshan was not afraid of the two joining hands. But his goal was to kill Xianxia, otherwise he would fail. As long as I can kill either one of them, this battle will be very simple. Tai Yuanshan thought clearly. After weighing the pros and cons, Tai Yuanshan decided to pay a price and restrain Xianxia first. After all, the Black Thunder Claw was still embedded in Xianxia's back. Xiao, Tai Yuanshan suddenly rushed out, heading straight for Xianxia. You can't escape from my palm. Tai Yuanshan coldly shouted. A black iron palm condensed on his palm. The center of his palm was pitch black, like a black hole, causing the surroundings to darken. Suddenly, a powerful suction force emitted from the center of the black iron palm. Suddenly, the wind howled, everything was sucked towards Tai Yuanshan's palm. Not good. Qinyu hurriedly fled. However, in terms of speed, Tai Yuanshan was faster than Qinyu. Adding on the suction force of the iron palm, the distance between Qinyu and Tai Yuanshan was rapidly shortened. The Scarlet Flame King spat out a fireball, but when the fireball neared, it slowly dispersed and was sucked into the palm, disappearing. Tai Yuanshan grunted. This move of his seemed powerful, but the attack that was sucked into the palm would be weakened and used on his body. But in order to win, this little injury was nothing. Qinyu was getting closer and closer to the black iron palm. Seeing that he could not escape, Qinyu wielded the demon sword, thrusting forward. Qinyu's demon sword pierced through the black hole, piercing Tai Yuanshan's palm. Ling, although Qinyu had injured Tai Yuanshan, the black chains took this chance to wrap around Qinyu tens of times. Bang, the thunder and lightning effect of the spirit weapon, Black Thunder Claw, was completely released. A layer of black thunder and lightning spread across the surface of Qinyu's body, causing his entire body to feel numb and powerless. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, Qinyu's internal organs erupted, his entire body was filled with power. He suddenly exerted force, but was unable to break free from the binding of the Black Thunder Claw. After exploding, Qinyu became dispirited, still being bound. Until now, after being bound by the Black Thunder Claw, no one has been able to escape. Tai Yuanshan lightly laughed. Qinyu had been captured, this battle could be concluded. Boom, on the other side, the Scarlet Flame King fiercely attacked. Tai Yuanshan used his true fire, combined with his battle technique, to shatter the Scarlet Flame King's attack. Although the Scarlet Flame King was strong, but he was the only one attacking, Tai Yuanshan could easily deal with him. Victory was already within his grasp. Tai Yuanshan looked at his palm, the flesh had already turned black, becoming extremely stiff. And the blackness was still spreading. Such a powerful spirit weapon, if only I had obtained this spirit weapon earlier, what a pity, Tai Yuanshan could not help but exclaim. His life was coming to an end, no matter how good things were, he would not be able to enjoy them. You speak as if you have already won. Qinyu's low and powerless voice sounded. Oh? You speak as if you still have hope. You have already lost your battle strength, I can kill you right now. Tai Yuanshan's eyes focused, extending his hand, gathering his killing technique. Haha. Qinyu lightly laughed, his true chi crazily pouring into the 9-bone demon spirit sword. Suddenly, the 9-bone demon spirit sword shone with a black light, slightly trembling, emitting a bone-chilling sound, causing one's hair to stand on end. The next moment, the 9 bones on the 9-bone demon spirit sword suddenly lengthened, piercing through Tai Yuanshan's palm, stabbing into his chest. How is this possible? The killing technique that Tai Yuanshan had gathered in his hand dissipated, he lowered his head, looking at his chest that was bleeding, somewhat in disbelief. I forgot to tell you, this sword has 2 major characteristics. Qinyu lightly laughed. The first characteristic of the 9-bone demon spirit sword was infection. It did not need to be activated, it could be said to be an inherent characteristic. And the second characteristic was transformation. It needed to be actively activated, and consumed a lot of true chi. Of course, the transformation characteristic did not mean that everything could be transformed. The main principle was that the 9 bones on the demon sword would bend, grow, and so on, to achieve the goal of transformation. Lengthening was one of the simpler forms of transformation. Damn, to think it has 2 characteristics. Blood flowed from the corner of Tai Yuanshan's mouth. Normal spirit weapons only had 1 characteristic, especially high-grade ones, there would indeed be 2. And the 2 characteristics of the weapon in Qinyu's hand were very practical. Die. Tai Yuanshan once again stretched out his palm, true chi surging on it, slapping towards Qinyu. As long as he could kill Qinyu, he would still be the winner. Demon Scale Protection. Qinyu activated the demon pattern battle technique, but its power was only 60% of the usual. But Tai Yuanshan was not at his peak, the power of this palm was not great. Crack, the demon scale protection shattered, Tai Yuanshan's palm slapped towards Jinyu's heart. But Jinyu's heart was not affected at all. After the attack, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean, disappearing. But there was still a part of the power that affected his internal organs, causing Jinyu to suffer some internal injuries. The one who will die is you. Jinyu continued to pour true chi into the demon sword, at the same time activating its two characteristics. The invading power of the demon sword greatly increased, and at the same time, the 9 bones on the demon sword began to grow thicker. Originally, the wound on Tai Yuanshan's body was not big, but now it was continuously tearing, causing Tai Yuanshan's face to twitch in pain. Pfft! Tai Yuanshan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Old man, don't run around if you're about to die. The Scarlet Flame King roared, taking this opportunity to attack. Wang, his eyes suddenly ignited with scarlet flames, shooting out 2 gloomy red flames towards Tai Yuanshan. Not good. Tai Yuanshan's face was pale, and he immediately put up a true chi barrier. Pong, the 2 dark red flames pierced through the true chi barrier, leaving 2 bloody holes on Tai Yuanshan's back. The Scarlet Flame King's attack also affected the soul. Even Tai Yuanshan's soul could not block it, it was as painful as being pierced by a rocket. Boom, Tai Yuanshan immediately retreated, at the same time withdrawing the Black Lightning Claw. At this moment, one of his hands and some of his internal organs had been infected by the Demon Bone Sword, and the Scarlet Flame King had injured his soul. It was impossible for him to kill Jinyu. Right now, Tai Yuanshan should be in an intense battle with Jinyu. Just in time for me to rush over and turn the situation around. By then, Tai Yuanshan won't be able to keep all the spoils for himself. Plus, his lifespan is coming to an end. Patriarch Man 2 stood on the 3 green steel eagles and rushed forward. When flying at the Origin Realm, one would need to expend a lot of chi. Hence, after a period of time, Patriarch Man 2 was still able to find Jinyu's escape route. What's more, when Jinyu was escaping, he would occasionally exchange a few moves with Tai Yuanshan. It was hard not to recognize the aftermath of an Origin Realm battle. By then, I must let Jinyu summon the Iron Moon Strange Insect back before killing him. Patriarch Man 2 snorted. Just now, he went to capture the Iron Moon Strange Insect. However, the Iron Moon Strange Insect was extremely fast and it was hard to catch up in a short period of time. After escaping for a period of time, it suddenly burrowed into the ground. Patriarch Man 2 might have burrowed insects, but with just those insects, let alone capturing the Iron Moon Strange Insect, it would be hard to even deal with it. Hence, he failed. Senior Tai. Patriarch Man 2 saw Tai Yuanshan's figure from afar. However, the situation didn't seem right. Tai Yuanshan was flying towards Patriarch Man 2's day. Taking a closer look, Tai Yuanshan's clothes were torn and the flesh inside was pitch black. Black blood had dyed his clothes red. Looking behind, Jinyu was riding on the fire Qilin, chasing after Tai Yuanshan. How is this possible? Patriarch Man 2 was stunned. Senior Tai Yuanshan, who was at the late stage of the Origin Realm, was actually heavily injured and being chased by Jinyu. This was far too different from what he had imagined. You brat, where did you run off to? Tai Yuanshan saw Patriarch Man 2 and instantly stared at him in anger. Patriarch Man 2 might be old, but he couldn't be compared to Tai Yuanshan. Now that Tai Yuanshan called him that, Patriarch Man 2 didn't refute. Moreover, it was indeed his fault this time. Escape. Tai Yuanshan brushed past Patriarch Man 2 and only said one word before ignoring him. Seeing Patriarch Man 2, Jinyu did not stop and continued to chase. Although he was injured, they were all light injuries. Coupled with his amazing recovery ability, it was not a big deal. But at the beginning, because Jinyu had been paralyzed for too long, his limbs weren't flexible enough. In addition, he didn't have enough true essence, so he couldn't continue to fly. Therefore, he had the Red Flame King carry him. Originally, the Scarlet Flame King was extremely unwilling. However, he was also a vengeful person. He didn't want to watch Tai Yuanshan leave just like that, so he allowed Jinyu to ride on top of him. Not bad, it's really comfortable. Jinyu revealed a look of enjoyment on his face. Although he had signed a contract with the Crimson Flame King, this was the first time Xianxia had let the Crimson Flame King be his mount. Especially when Xianxia knew that the Scarlet Flame King was a peerless almighty, he felt even more proud in his heart at this moment. "Little bastard, shut up, or else I'll throw you down." The Crimson Flame King curled his lips and cursed. The Crimson Flame King had a bad temper, but Xianxia decided not to lower himself to his level. "Senior Tai, you're injured?" Patriarch Man 2 followed Tai Yuanshan's footsteps, greeted him, and took out a medicinal pill. "I'm afraid it's not effective." Tai Yuanshan glanced at the medicinal pill, then continued to flee. Patriarch Man 2 recalled that the injuries caused by Xianxia's demon sword could not be healed by ordinary medicinal pills, unless it was a medicinal pill with a purifying effect. "Senior Tai, although you're injured, the enemy shouldn't have gained any advantage. If you and I join forces, we might have a chance," Patriarch Man 2 said again. In his view, if Xianxia and the Scarlet Flame King wanted to seriously injure Tai Yuanshan, they would have to pay a heavy price. There was another reason. If he didn't kill Xianxia this time, when he returned to the tribe, the others would definitely blame it on him, so Patriarch Man 2 wanted to take a gamble. Maybe, it's possible. Tai Yuanshan thought for a moment. His Black Thunder Claw had injured Xianxia, and then he struck Xianxia's heart with his palm. Looking at Xianxia, he wasn't traveling by himself, but was riding on the fire Qilin. It was obvious that he was injured. Patriarch Man 2 was a peak middle stage origin realm martial artist, and he had a middle stage origin realm flying mount. Maybe they still had a chance. Immediately, the two slowed down their footsteps. "Attack!" Xianxia shouted. The Scarlet Flame King opened his mouth, and the flames within it quickly condensed. At the same time, Xianxia took out the blood glass flame. The flame in his palm turned into a blood-colored flame and entered the Scarlet Flame King's mouth. At this moment, Xianxia lent the power of the blood glass flame to the Scarlet Flame King. If it was a normal person, when condensing a technique, they wouldn't dare to suddenly fuse in other powerful forces. But the Scarlet Flame King wasn't a normal person. His control of flames was godly. Boom, a scorching blood-red giant fireball rolled out like a fiery red sun, crashing towards Tai Yuanshan. At the same time, Xianxia took out the Nine-Bone Devil Spirit Sword, and slashed with all his might. The chi that he had just recovered was once again left with a little bit. Boom, Xianxia and the Scarlet Flame King's attack descended. It was mighty and terrifying. If Tai Yuanshan and Patriarch Man 2 were alone, they wouldn't dare to take on such an attack. Right now, the two of them worked together. Tai Yuanshan struck out a metal palm, which turned into a pitch-black metal wall. Patriarch Man 2 summoned his iron beetle, which formed a black shield and stuck close to the pitch-black metal wall. Boom! Boom, the flames and demonic light intertwined and spread in all directions. Especially the flames, as if they had a mind of their own, they pounced towards Tai Yuanshan and Patriarch Man 2. "Forget it, let's escape." Patriarch Man 2 lowered his head and said shamelessly. The attacks from Xianxia and the Scarlet Flame King didn't look like they were heavily injured. And he could feel that Tai Yuanshan's injuries weren't light and the battle strength he could display was limited. Patriarch Man 2's current strength was even slightly stronger than Tai Yuanshan. After all, Tai Yuanshan forcefully broke through and his strength wasn't comparable to the late stage of the origin realm. Right now, his body and soul were injured. Right now, with his and Tai Yuanshan's strength, they couldn't kill Xianxia. If they waited for reinforcements, they would be dead. Sigh, Tai Yuanshan sighed and didn't say anything else. This time, he had really lost all his face. He was a 200-years-old man who forcefully broke through to the late stage of the origin realm to kill a peak initial stage origin realm youth. But he still failed and was even chased by his opponent. If he knew this would happen, Tai Yuanshan felt that he should have stayed in his grave and spent the last moments of his life. Soon, this pursuit arrived at the center of the Chu country, near the Demon Bone Palace. "So quiet," Patriarch Man 2 said softly. But the quieter it was, the more he felt something was wrong. This proved that the battle at the Demon Bone Palace had ended. If the Snow Mountain tribe won, then they would definitely support him and Tai Yuanshan. From this, it could be confirmed that the Snow Mountain tribe had retreated. The strength of the Snow Mountain 9 divisions was enough to crush the Demon Bone Palace. Then, there was only one reason for the tribe to retreat: the reinforcements from the Qi Kingdom and the Yan Kingdom had arrived. The Snow Mountain 9 divisions were no match for them. Sigh, let's escape. Patriarch Man too had a face of regret and frustration. After a period of time, the distance between the two of them and the Scarlet Flame King grew further and further until they finally disappeared. That's about it. It won't be long before that old man dies. The Scarlet Flame King said plainly. If Qinyu and the Scarlet Flame King worked together, if they paid a price, there was hope of killing Tai Yuanshan. But Tai Yuanshan didn't have much lifespan left, and it wasn't worth the risk. If they really forced Tai Yuanshan into a corner and self-destructed, Qinyu and the Scarlet Flame King would die there. The self-destruction of a late-stage Origin Realm expert wasn't a joke. Therefore, Qinyu and the Scarlet Flame King pretended to chase after them for a period of time before letting them go. Next, Qinyu and the Scarlet Flame King returned to the Demon Bone Palace. In a short while, the members of the Qi Kingdom, Chu Kingdom, and Yan Kingdom all returned to the Demon Bone Palace for a temporary gathering. When they saw Qinyu, they all looked as if they saw a ghost. At this moment, the Chu Kingdom already knew that Qinyu wasn't escaping, but luring the late-stage Origin Realm expert away to buy some time for the Chu Kingdom cultivators. Elder Chen's ability is extraordinary to actually escape from a late-stage Origin Realm expert. The Grand Emperor of the Yan Kingdom praised. If he faced Tai Yuanshan alone, he only had a 40 to 50% chance of escaping. But Qinyu was only at the peak of the initial stage Origin Realm. It was unbelievable that he could escape from a late-stage Origin Realm expert. That old man forcefully broke through to the late-stage Origin Realm. His strength is slightly weaker than a regular late-stage Origin Realm expert. Furthermore, I have the help of a sacred beast. Qinyu replied humbly. When the sacred beast was mentioned, the Chu Kingdom cultivators couldn't help but look at the Scarlet Flame King. The inscription method that the Scarlet Flame King set up was still fresh in their minds. I didn't expect the Snow Mountain 9 divisions to produce a late-stage Origin Realm expert. They might even start a war. The High Sword Sect's ancestor was slightly worried. In the battle earlier, they once again injured the Snow Mountain 9 divisions. But that late-stage Origin Realm expert was still a sword hanging above everyone's head, making them feel uneasy. Maybe you guys are worrying too much. Qinyu smiled indifferently. The Snow Mountain tribe's sudden attack ended just like that. They failed again, losing a few Origin Realm experts and even more heavily injured. Qinyu was originally preparing to head to the Yunzhao Kingdom, but after this incident, he decided to stay for a while longer. During this period of time, Qinyu stayed in the Bone Demon Palace and cultivated in seclusion. Half a year later, the Snow Mountain tribe released a piece of news that the late-stage Origin Realm expert, Tai Yuanshan, had passed away. This piece of news shocked the three kingdoms. How could a late-stage Origin Realm expert die just like that? In addition, the upper echelons of the 9 divisions knew of Tai Yuanshan's return with heavy injuries. Many even saw it. But there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall. This piece of news still spread to the entire northern plains. How is this possible? Tai Yuanshan only went to kill Qinyu. He didn't do anything else. How could he be so heavily injured? This is unbelievable. Even if Qinyu and the sacred beast worked together, it would still be hard to injure Tai Yuanshan. This question became the hot topic of discussion in the northern plains. That old man was already a dying man. Now that he was heavily injured by you and me, it is hard for him to recover fully. It is normal for him to die early. The Scarlet Flame King laughed. Qinyu nodded. To die in just half a year, it seemed like they were right to let Tai Yuanshan live. If they had pushed Tai Yuanshan too hard, he would have self-destructed and Qinyu would be finished. Kid, we should go. The Scarlet Flame King asked. He had no feelings for the Chu Kingdom, which was why he always wanted to return to the Yunzhao Kingdom. Alright, but before that, there are some things I need to take care of. Qinyu had a calm expression. He didn't know how long he would be gone. He couldn't just leave quietly like this. Besides, he still had to recover the Moon Spirit ores. He still had a debt to settle with Lu Tiezu. Qinyu left the Bone Devil Palace and returned to the Qin clan to visit his parents. Now that he was famous in the northern plains, he didn't rule out the possibility that he might have accidentally offended someone or some greedy people who wanted to threaten Qinyu and make a move on his parents. For example, the Snow Mountain 9 divisions hated Qinyu to the core. They might send people to infiltrate the Chu country and make a move on Qinyu's parents. Therefore, Qinyu planned to leave the Iron Moon Strange Bug by his parents' side as a hidden guardian. The Iron Moon Strange Bug was at the peak of the initial stage of the Origin Realm. It could even deal with a middle stage Origin Realm enemy. If it was attacked without the enemy knowing, it might even be able to repel a middle stage Origin Realm expert. With the Iron Moon Strange Bug by his parents' side, Qinyu could rest assured. In addition, the growth potential of the Iron Moon Strange Bug couldn't be compared to the Fire Qilin. It would slowly decline and be of lesser help to Qinyu. You, take care. His mother, Lady Lu, sent him off with tears in her eyes. Even they didn't realize that in their daily lives, there was an additional blue bug that was always protecting them. After bidding farewell to his parents, Qinyu came to the Yunhui Gate. Immediately, he looked for Gong Yangshan and Elder Mao. Both of them were now the supreme elders of the sect. What? You are leaving the Chu country? Both of them were shocked. Now, Qinyu was the central pillar of the Chu country. If not for Qinyu's return, the three kingdoms would have lost the war in the northern plains. Tai Yuanshan has passed away. The strength of the Snow Mountain 9 divisions is far inferior to the three southern kingdoms. There is no need to worry in the future, Qinyu said calmly. If not, Qinyu wouldn't have left the Chu country with a peace of mind. Also, I will be taking the moon spirit ore away, Qinyu said directly. He wasn't here to discuss with Gong Yangshan and Elder Mao, but to inform them. At the same time, he was going to inform the other factions in the Yunhui Gate. After learning of this, Gong Yangshan wanted to persuade him even more. However, since Qinyu had already made up his mind, he didn't dare to say anything. Recently, the mystery of the death of Tai Yuanshan of the Snow Mountain 9 tribes had spread like wildfire. Many people guessed that Qinyu had severely injured Tai Yuanshan. To be able to severely injure a late-stage Origin Realm martial artist, even a regular peak middle-stage Origin Realm martial artist wouldn't be able to do so. He believed that with Qinyu's current deterrence, even if he informed all the forces about this matter, they wouldn't dare to obstruct him. Moreover, they would not make things difficult for the Yunhui Gate. What about you and Lu Tiezu? Elder Mao asked tentatively. Qinyu had been back for more than 4 years, but he had never caused trouble for Lu Tiezu. Elder Mao even thought that Qinyu was magnanimous enough to forget this matter and forgive Lu Tiezu. I'll take care of this later. A smile appeared on Qinyu's face. He had once made up his mind that if he had the strength, he would definitely kill Lu Tiezu. The reason why he let Lu Tiezu live until now was to make use of Lu Tiezu's strength to make a final contribution to the Chu country. But I found out that recently, Lu Tiezu has been leaving the Iron Sword sect frequently, Elder Mao said again. Leaving the Iron Sword sect frequently? Qinyu revealed a puzzled look. If Lu Tiezu wanted to escape, he wouldn't just be leaving frequently, but never returning. However, Lu Tiezu had nowhere to escape to. In the 3 southern countries, Qinyu's prestige was too great. The other forces would definitely betray Lu Tiezu without hesitation. And the Snow Mountain 9 tribes couldn't go. Thinking about how Lu Tiezu often left the Iron Sword sect, Qinyu couldn't help but think of a possibility. Secluded moon mine. These 4 words appeared in Qinyu's mind. Back then, Qinyu used the secluded moon mine to escape from Lu Tiezu's grasp. As the person involved, Lu Tiezu must have thought of this and used the secluded moon mine to escape the Chu country. That's right. This time, Lu Tiezu has left the Iron Sword sect for more than half a month and has yet to return. Elder Mao said again. Not good. Did he successfully escape? Qinyu immediately left the Yunhui Gate. Impossible. How can this king's arrangements be so easy to break? Scarlet Flame King defended himself. But in fact, he wasn't good at formations. Back then, he used other methods and spent a night to seal the mine. Qinyu quickly came to the Moon Spirit Mine nurturing ground and took away the mother lode. As for the Moon Spirit Mine, Qinyu didn't take it and left it to the 3 countries. Let's go to the secluded moon mine. After taking away the mother lode, Qianyu, Yi Luofeng and Scarlet Flame King rushed to the secluded moon mine. With their current speed, they arrived at their destination in about an hour. From afar, Qianyu saw the secluded moon mine. He hasn't escaped yet. A smile appeared on Qianyu's face. From afar, he saw two figures outside the secluded moon mine. One of them was Lu Tiezu. Qianyu. Lu Tiezu felt a powerful true essence fluctuation from afar. He trembled and said to the old man next to him, "Elder Lu, I will definitely thank you in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Tiezu entered the mine without looking back. "Elder Lu, it's not the night of the full moon yet. Why are you in such a hurry?" The old man surnamed Lu looked puzzled and immediately asked. There was a powerful force field suppression in the secluded moon mine. It would only weaken a little on the night of the full moon. At this moment, Lu Tiezu couldn't even circulate his true essence when he entered. At the same time, the old man surnamed Lu was somewhat dissatisfied with Lu Tiezu's attitude. He had studied the seal outside the mine for more than 7 months before using the principles of formations to break it bit by bit. Now, it was completely broken. Originally, Lu Tiezu planned to wait until the night of the full moon to enter. The reason why he waited here was that he expected Lu Tiezu to give him a generous reward. But why did Lu Tiezu suddenly enter now? The next moment, the old man surnamed Lu felt a powerful aura approaching. He looked up and saw Qianyu, Yi Luofeng, and the fire Qilin. Immediately, the long-bearded old man was so scared that his body went limp. He thought of the grudge between Qianyu and Lu Tiezu. Qianyu coming here at this time was definitely to find trouble with Lu Tiezu. If he helped Lu Tiezu, would he suffer from Qianyu's revenge? Whoosh, Qianyu didn't care about the old man surnamed Lu at all and directly entered the mine. As soon as he entered the mine, Qianyu's true essence was completely sealed. But his physique was not affected at all. Qianyu ran as if he was flying and caught up to Lu Tiezu. "You can't escape." Qianyu grabbed with one hand. Ding! Lu Tiezu drew the orange wooden sword on his back, emitting a shocking sword intent, and fiercely stabbed out. True essence was sealed, but the sword intent was not affected. However, just a sword intent attack was not that strong. Bang! Qianyu's physique was extremely strong. In the collision, the wooden sword was repelled, and the powerful force blasted Lu Tiezu into the mine wall. "Qianyu, in the future, you have hopes of reaching the empty sea realm. At that time I will be an ant in your eyes. Why don't you spare my life?" Lu Tiezu endured the sharp pain in his arm and begged for mercy. He praised Qianyu and belittled himself at the same time, reducing himself to an ant, worthless. "Back then, I was also an ant in your eyes, but why didn't you intend to let me go?" Qianyu couldn't help but sneer. Back then, he almost died in the hands of Lu Tiezu. This humiliation, Qianyu would never forget. Moreover, letting Lu Tiezu live safely, Qianyu was also very worried that Lu Tiezu would take revenge on his relatives and friends. Whoosh! Qianyu rushed out, his palm like a blade, pointing straight at Lu Tiezu's heart. "Qianyu, you forced me to do this." Seeing that Qianyu wasn't willing to let him go, Lu Tiezu's eyes revealed a sinister look, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Suddenly, a golden sword-shaped imprint appeared between his eyebrows. Formless sword body technique. Lu Tiezu roared, completely activating the golden sword-shaped imprint. The formless sword body technique was the most powerful forbidden technique of the Iron Sword sect. A long time ago, Lu Tiezu had started to cultivate it and condensed a sword imprint. At this moment, he activated the power of this sword imprint. Immediately, the sword intent on Lu Tiezu's body was shocking. Invisible sword intent surrounded him. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a sword, and his body seemed somewhat illusory. This was Lu Tiezu's first time using this forbidden technique. He was surprised to find that the current him could actually use 30 to 40% of his true yuan. "Qianyu, you're dead." Lu Tiezu was overjoyed. This was truly a case of a dead end, a glimmer of hope at the darkest hour. After using the forbidden technique, he could use 30 to 40% of his true yuan, and he would definitely be able to kill Qianyu. However, at that time, he would still have to leave the Chu country. After all, Qianyu is now a great hero of the 3 countries. If he killed Qianyu, he would be a sinner of the 3 countries. Lu Tiezu held the orange-yellow wooden sword in his hand. A layer of dazzling orange sword light swept out and pierced towards Yu. On the side, the Scarlet Flame King was ready to help. No need. Yu's expression was still cold and calm. This was the grudge between him and Lu Tiezu, and Yu hoped to settle it by himself. Even without using true yuan, killing you is still easy. Yu coldly snorted and mobilized the powerful bloodline power in his body. In the mine, the bloodline power was mostly suppressed. Boom, a powerful sacred beast bloodline pressure spread out from Yu's body. Suddenly, golden scales appeared all over Yu's body, and a pair of flaming horns formed on his head. His eyes turned red, faintly revealing a trace of fire, and his whole person looked incomparably mighty. How? What a powerful bloodline! Lu Tiezu was startled, somewhat in disbelief. Behind him, the Scarlet Flame King and Yi Luofeng were also dumbfounded. The bloodline of the scarlet-eyed flood dragon. The Scarlet Flame King's heart trembled as he recognized the bloodline power Yu was using. Boom, activating the Scarlet Flood Dragon bloodline, together with Yu's own physical strength, he blasted out a dark golden flaming dragon fist. Bang, the flaming dragon fist collided with Lu Tiezu's wooden sword and exploded. In the explosion, Lu Tiezu's body flew out and hit the mine wall again, spurting a mouthful of blood from the corner of his mouth. The golden sword mark on his forehead quickly disappeared, and his whole person looked incomparably dispirited. The wooden sword in his hand had layers of cracks, as if it had been completely scrapped. The price of using the forbidden technique was great. At this moment, his cultivation was unstable, and he was incomparably weak. His spiritual weapon had also suffered a destructive blow. He knew that he would die without a doubt. He hated himself for not killing Yu back then. Now, Lu Tiezu wanted to perish together with Yu, but in the mine, his true yuan power was suppressed, and his self-detonation did not have much power. Don't look at me like that. This is all because of you. Yu ignored Lu Tiezu's gaze, walked in front of him, and punched out. Boom, blood splattered, and flames immediately spread across Lu Tiezu's body, slowly burning, and finally turning him into a charred corpse. Back then, Lu Tiezu had chased Yu to the Serene Moon mine, but Yu had successfully escaped. Today, Lu Tiezu had wanted to escape through the formation in the Serene Moon mine, but Yu had killed him. Perhaps this was karma. With Lu Tiezu's death, Yu could not help but feel a lot better. When he was in Yunzhao Nation, Yu had been working hard and cultivating because he had been thinking about revenge all the time. Now, this matter had finally been resolved. Next, Yu's goal was to return to Yunzhao Nation to continue cultivating. His goal was the legendary Empty Sea Realm, and he even wanted to go to the realms outside of Kunyan Realm to take a look. Apart from that, he had another goal, and that was to find his biological parents. However, he had no idea where to start. Other than the jade pendant, Yu had no other clues. When I'm strong enough and have more connections, it will be easier to find them. Yu thought. In addition, he could also join the Yunzhao Nation's royal family and use the royal family's power to search. Kid, what you used just now was the power of the red-eyed flood dragon's bloodline. The Red Flame King stared at Yu, interrupting Yu's thoughts. Back then, he had asked Yu what he needed the red-eyed flood dragon's bloodline for, but Yu did not answer. Now, Yu had actually used the red-eyed flood dragon's bloodline, which shocked the Red Flame King, and he wanted to know why. Things like bloodlines were not something that could be easily replaced. For example, the Red Flame King wanted the red-eyed flood dragon's bloodline because the red-eyed flood dragon's bloodline was very similar to the Fire Qilint's bloodline, and it could be used to enhance the Fire Qilint's sacred beast bloodline. But Yu could actually directly activate the red-eyed flood dragon's bloodline for his own use. This was too incredible. Unless Yu was a descendant of the legendary blood-devouring clan. Yi Luofeng was also very curious, and she stared at Yu without blinking. She remembered that Yu's bloodline power wasn't that strong in the Great Hunting Tournament. And in the Academy Tournament, Yu actually used another powerful bloodline. Now, Yu actually used the bloodline power of the red-eyed flood dragon. That's right. Yu didn't hide anything. Yi Luofeng pondered for a while, but she couldn't figure out how Yu did it. How did you do it? The Crimson Flame King asked. If you tell me all your secrets, I might consider telling you about this. Qianyu tactfully refused. Everyone had their own secrets, and that mysterious heart could be said to be Qianyu's greatest secret. He believed that the Crimson Flame King also had secrets that he couldn't reveal, so Qianyu rejected the Crimson Flame King. Haha, even if you don't say it, this king has already guessed it. The Crimson Flame King smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. He could only think of one possibility: Qianyu was a descendant of the Devouring Blood clan. And it was highly possible. The legendary Devouring Blood clan had the ability to devour the bloodline of others and use it for their own. This was something all other clans were afraid of, so the Devouring Blood clan was also the common enemy of all other clans. Once they were discovered, they would be killed by other clans. Qianyu's repeated concealment made the Crimson Flame King even more certain that Qianyu was a descendant of the Devouring Blood clan. But even if the Crimson Flame King knew this, it was useless, because the contract they signed stipulated that he couldn't do anything to harm Qianyu. Yi Luofeng waited for a while, but the Crimson Flame King didn't say anything else. Qianyu won't even tell me about his pet, so I'm afraid he won't tell me either. Yi Luofeng thought to herself. But she also understood that this secret of Qianyu's was too shocking. Once it was exposed, it could get him killed. Besides, Qianyu had admitted to using the bloodline of the red-eyed flood dragon in front of her, which was equivalent to revealing his secret to her. Didn't this mean that he trusted her? Yi Luofeng felt a sense of joy and satisfaction. Let's go to Yunjiao Nation. Qianyu took the storage bag from Lu Tiezu's corpse and said. Hurry up. The Crimson Flame King was a little impatient. Oh, right, suppress your bloodline so that it doesn't attract too much attention. Qianyu said immediately. Sacred beasts were too rare. In the entire northern plains, besides the Crimson Flame King, the red-eyed flood dragon was probably the only sacred beast. Even in Yunjiao Nation, sacred beasts were extremely rare. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Qianyu hoped that the Crimson Flame King would conceal his bloodline. All right. The Crimson Flame King agreed. Soon, the aura of his bloodline weakened, and he looked much thinner and weaker. Along the way, they encountered many ferocious beasts, but with Qianyu's current strength, he could easily kill them all. Soon, Qianyu successfully arrived at the ancient teleportation portal and inserted the mid-grade primordial stone. Buzz, a bright, hazy, crystalline radiance appeared on the entire formation platform. The formation patterns around the teleportation formation suddenly lit up, emitting a wisp of intense spatial fluctuation. After a series of violent jolts, Qianyu's feet suddenly sank, and he found himself standing on a rusty stone platform. The familiar surroundings and the rich spiritual qi of heaven and earth convinced Qianyu that he had successfully returned to Yunjiao Nation. Sigh, we're finally back. The Crimson Flame King could not help but exclaim. After that, Qianyu and the rest left the place and went to the outside world. Qianyu decided to go to the Fu family first. After all, when he first arrived in the ancient kingdom, he had used the Fu family as a springboard to make a name for himself in Yunlai Prefecture. He was valued by the Demon-less Academy and obtained the right to recommend him into the academy. Half a day later, Qianyu arrived at the Fu family residence. Who are you? The 4 guards stopped Qianyu and Yi Luofeng, carefully sizing them up with sharp and vigilant eyes. You don't even recognize me? Qianyu chuckled. However, it had been 4.5 years since he left Yunjiao Nation. Although he was famous, not everyone had seen Qianyu before. Qianyu. A few young men who were passing by in the residence heard the commotion. One of them, a short-haired young man, recognized Qianyu and exclaimed. It's Qianyu. It's really him. At that instant, the rest of the disciples and the 4 guards were astonished. Qianyu was the former champion of the school's competition, a renowned genius of the entire Yunjiao Nation. Brother Chen, I'm Fu Zai. I participated in the grand hunting contest with you. The short-haired young man who recognized Qianyu immediately ran over and said excitedly. Qianyu and Yi Luofeng thought for a moment. He seemed to be one of the participants of the grand hunting contest. I'm here to see the Fu family. Qianyu said calmly. Brother Chen, the master will be very happy to see you. The short-haired young man sighed. He did not seem to be very happy. Qinyu released his spiritual consciousness and found that there were very few people in the Fu family. Most of them were disciples of the Qi transformation or acquired stage. Did something big happen in Yunlai Prefecture? Where did the Fu family go? Qinyu asked. The master, and the other elders are at the Xianxia River. They're having a duel with the Wu family. The short-haired young man said truthfully. Qinyu said, I see. The Fu family and the Wu family had always been at odds with each other. They must have had a dispute and decided to have a duel. Brother Chen, Miss Yi, both of you were once visiting advisors of the Fu family. I wonder if you could help the Fu family. The short-haired young man hesitated, but he gritted his teeth and spoke. With Qinyu and Yi Luofeng's current status, even the Fu family would not dare to offend them, let alone the short-haired young man, an ordinary disciple. He was hesitant and nervous to make a request to Qinyu and Yi Luofeng. Oh? Looks like the Fu family has no chance of winning. Qinyu smiled and said, let's go. Take us there. From what he remembered, the Fu family and the Wu family were about the same level. The Fu family's disciple must have said this because the Fu family was at a disadvantage. Fu Zun, the master told us not to act on our own. The other young man reminded him in a low voice. It's fine. The short-haired young man's face darkened and he waved his hand. If Qinyu and Yi Luofeng could participate in the duel, the Fu family would have a higher chance of winning. The family would not blame him. However, he had to get there as soon as possible. On the way, Qinyu asked, why did the Fu family and the Wu family fight? Half a year ago, an elder of the Fu family died in an accident. After investigation, it was found that the Wu family was the culprit. Then, the Fu family went to the Wu family to question them. Who knew that the Wu family would deny it completely? They even said that a few of the Wu family's disciples had died in an accident and they suspected the Fu family was the culprit. Unknowingly, this matter escalated and almost caused the two major clans to take action. In the end, Yunlai residents appeared and allowed the two clans to settle the matter peacefully. The short-haired young man narrated with an angry expression. Qinyu didn't say anything after listening. After all, he didn't know the truth. In the end, the two clans arranged a duel to deal a blow to the other clan. The short-haired young man briefly explained the cause and effect of the duel. Even the Origin Realm experts participated? Qinyu was very surprised. It seemed like the situation was more serious than he thought. The short-haired young man nodded. The primordial stone river was located between the Fu and Wu families. At this moment, a huge contest stage was built beside the primordial stone river. On the stage, two upper echelons of the Fu and Wu families were battling. Among them, the Fu family's representative was a clothed elder. His name was Fu Lin. Qinyu happened to know him. He was the first upper echelon of the Fu family that he met. It was also under his recommendation that Qinyu and Yi Luofeng came to the Fu clan and became a visiting advisor. On both sides of the contest stage were the members of the Fu and Wu clans. Both sides were looking at each other with enmity. Hehe, Fu Lin, after so many years, your gray cloud technique hasn't improved at all. On the opposite side, a broad-faced elder let out an evil laugh and punched out fiercely. Boom, the fist was powerful and dragged a layer of blue light as it arrived in front of Fu Lin. Pung, Fu Lin was sweating profusely as he hurriedly struck out with his palm. A white palm of light met the fist. The moment the fist and palm collided, an explosion occurred and swept out in all directions. Dang dang. Fu Lin took 5 steps back and covered his chest with one hand while panting heavily. It was obvious that he was at a disadvantage in the previous exchange. So, amidst the dust, the broad-faced elder rushed out and rapidly approached Fu Lin. He punched out with both his fists at the same time. Boom, his fists seemed to have combined into one and turned into a giant blue ball of light that blasted towards Fu Lin. Fu Lin quickly defended, but his chi barrier only lasted for half a breath before it shattered. His body was sent flying and fell off the stage. This round, the Wu clan won. Ha ha ha, Fu Xianxia, this round is our Wu clan's victory again. In the Wu clan, a bald elder let out a piercing laugh. This person was the Wu clan's clan head, Wu Tianxiao. On the opposite side, the Fu clan's clan head, Fu Yangzi, and the rest of the clan's upper echelon were all gloomy and silent. The Fu clan and Wu clan's wager would range from Qi Transformation Realm to Ho Tian Realm clansmen, to Qi Transformation Xiantian Realm elders, and finally to Origin Realm experts. So far, 7 matches had been conducted, and the Fu clan had only won 3. Who will you send next? Wu Tianxiao laughed proudly. The Wu clan had already won 4 matches. There was still one more Qi Transformation Realm and Xiantian Realm battle. The Fu clan's strongest Qi Transformation Realm expert, Fu Lin, had already been defeated. Therefore, the Wu clan would definitely win the next match. Next would be 2 more Origin Realm battles, which the Wu clan was confident of winning. In this way, the Wu clan would win the duel and receive a large amount of resources from the Fu clan. Thinking about this, Wu Tianxiao couldn't hide his joy and laughed without restraint. At this moment, a group of people appeared from afar. Both parties couldn't help but look over. That is Chen Yu, Yi Luofeng. Wu Tianxiao immediately recognized them. 9 years ago, the Fu clan won first place because of Chen Yu and Yi Luofeng. Later on, in the college tournament, Chen Yu shined even more brilliantly, suppressing the imperial family's Yun Haizhen and ascending to the number 1 position of the college's prodigy. Although many years had passed and there was no news of these two, Wu Tianxiao still recognized them immediately. Chen Yu, Yi Luofeng? When Fu Yangzi saw Chen Yu and Yi Luofeng, he was instantly overjoyed and laughed. Firstly, these two were formidable prodigies. Secondly, for this betting match, both clans had agreed not to invite external help. However, Chen Yu and Yi Luofeng had long become the Fu clan's guests and could represent the Fu clan in the matches. If Chen Yu and Yi Luofeng were willing to help, the Fu clan still had a chance of winning this betting match. Honorable Chen, I haven't heard from you for many years. What brings you to the Fu family? The family head, Fu Yuan, immediately welcomed him with a smile. Back then, in the Fu family, the family head had more contact with Chen Yu, and they were more familiar with each other. At the same time, Fu Yuan glanced at the members of the Wu clan with a complacent expression, as if to say that since Chen Yu and Yi Luofeng had arrived, the outcome of the battle was still uncertain. The higher-ups of the Wu family began to feel uneasy. They secretly cursed Chen Yu and Yi Luofeng for coming at the wrong time. Extreme geniuses like Chen Yu and Yi Luofeng were too powerful. If they joined the gambling battle, that would be bad. I passed by this place and learned that Patriarch and Uncle Lin are here, so I came to take a look. Chen Yu smiled calmly. Well, if it isn't Chen Yu. Back when you took first place in the Institute's competition, you passed by Yunlai Manor. I was just about to invite you to the Wu clan as a guest when you left. Wu Tianxiao said with a smile. Then it's my bad luck. Chen Yu replied politely. After all, he didn't have any grudges with the Wu clan. He wouldn't treat the Fu clan's opponents as his enemies just because he was a guest of the Fu clan. Oh no, we can't let Wu Tianxiao talk to Chen Yu anymore. Otherwise, that old man might come up with some tricks to stop Chen Yu from helping the Fu clan. Seeing this, Patriarch Fu Yuan cursed inwardly. Guest Chen, I wonder if you're interested in joining the gambling battle between the Fu clan and the Wu clan. The last battle has just ended, and the Fu clan is choosing their members now. Fu Yuan went straight to the point. The rest of the Fu clan also looked at Chen Yu with anticipation. Chen Yu was very famous and had won first place in the Institute's competition. They were afraid that Chen Yu's standards were too high and he wouldn't want to participate in such a gambling battle. Guest Chen has just arrived, so feel free to fight. Regardless of the outcome, the Fu clan will be willing to give you a gift. Fu Yuan continued and threw out some benefits. On the other side, the Wu clan members were cursing at Fu Yuan for having a glib tongue. If Chen Yu were to participate, how could he possibly lose? Brother Chen, please help the Fu clan. If you make a move, no one below the Origin realm will be your match. The short-haired young man who brought Chen Yu over said the same. Along the way, he realized that Chen Yu was easy to talk to. Hence, he was even more daring and made a direct request. I won't be participating in this battle. Chen Yu thought for a moment and replied. He rejected. Everyone from the Fu family was stunned for a moment before feeling a little disappointed. Many of them looked at Chen Yu with disgust in the depths of their eyes. Fu Guo, Fu Hong, Fu Yanzi, and the others who had participated in the hunt with Chen Yu were all disappointed. From their point of view, Chen Yu was now the elite prodigy of the Yunjiao kingdom. His standards were different and he was even more arrogant. He didn't want to help the Fu clan, which was why he rejected. It must be that brainless Wu Tianxiao who secretly sent a message to Chen Yu, promising him some benefits. If not, why would Chen Yu reject? Clan head Fu Yangzi glared at Wu Tianxiao, his eyes burning with anger. In his heart, he cursed all 18 generations of Wu Tianxiao's ancestors. On the other side, the Wu clan members were stunned for a moment before they started laughing. They didn't expect Chen Yu to reject. Chen Yu, you left in a hurry the last time. Why don't you come to the Wu clan for a chat after the wagered battle? Wu Tianxiao immediately sent out an invitation. Even if it didn't work out, he had expressed his goodwill. But after hearing Wu Tianxiao's words, the Fu clan members were even more certain that the Wu clan had made a secret agreement with Chen Yu. It's okay, I still have something to attend to. Chen Yu rejected Wu Tianxiao's invitation. The Wu clan was just a third-rate clan and had nothing to do with Chen Yu. He didn't have much time to waste on such meaningless interactions. It doesn't matter. I can come again next time when I'm free. Wu Tianxiao found an excuse for himself, but in his heart, he was cursing Chen Yu for being too arrogant. Fu Qing, you go. Fu Yangzi said. Yes. A middle-aged man walked onto the stage. On the other side, the Wu clan also sent out an elder at the peak of the Qi transformation realm. The two of them immediately started fighting. However, Fu Qing had just broken through to the peak of the innate realm not long ago, so his combat strength wasn't as good as the elder from the Wu clan. The battle was one-sided. The Fu clan, who originally didn't have any hope, couldn't help but feel even more sad when they saw Fu Qing retreating. Sigh. Next to Chen Yu, the short-haired young man took a few steps away from Chen Yu. At first, when Chen Yu agreed to come and take a look, he thought that Chen Yu would definitely help the Fu clan. In the end, Chen Yu rejected, which made him very disappointed. Chen Yu was naturally aware of the short-haired young man's actions. However, he was feeling very helpless in his heart. This wagered match was obviously a battle between Qi Transformation Realm and Xiantian Realm experts. He was only at the Origin Realm, how could he participate in a battle between Qi Transformation Realm experts? The wagered match would definitely have its own rules and wouldn't allow an Origin Realm expert to fight against a Qi Transformation Realm expert. Chen Yu rejected to participate in this match, but he could participate in the next Origin Realm battle. Of course, the Fu clan could only blame themselves for underestimating Chen Yu. In their impression, 7 years ago, Chen Yu was only at the peak of the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. Only 7 years had passed and they knew that Chen Yu only had a low-grade astral physique. They would never have expected that Chen Yu had already broken through to the Origin realm. In addition, there had been no news of Chen Yu for the past few years. From their point of view, Chen Yu's progress must have been slow and was gradually surpassed. He felt embarrassed and hence, he intentionally kept a low profile. Especially in recent years, with the end of the new college tournament, Chen Yu's name was gradually replaced by a new generation of prodigies. Peng, Fu Qing was knocked off the stage by an elder of the Wu clan. The Fu clan lost another match. The score was 3-5. Next up were 2 matches between Origin Realm experts. But the Fu clan heard that a supreme elder of the Wu clan had recently broken through to the peak of the initial stage of the Origin Realm. But the Fu clan didn't have an expert at the peak of the initial stage of the Origin Realm. As such, the Fu clan was bound to lose. Brother Jing, it's all up to you now. Wu Tianxiao looked at the bald old man behind him and said respectfully. The Wu clan had already won 3 matches in a row. Hence, for this match, he invited the strongest expert in the clan to fight for 4 consecutive victories and deal a heavy blow to the Fu clan. N. The bald elder replied calmly. He walked onto the stage and stared at the members of the Fu clan with a relaxed expression. Sigh, let me go first. Fu Yangzi sighed and prepared to go up the stage. But, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and extended his arm to stop Fu Yangzi. Guest Chen, what's the matter? Fu Yangzi looked at Chen Yu with furrowed brows and a displeased expression. Chen Yu wasn't willing to help the Fu clan and even tried to stop him. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that the Wu clan had received great benefits that caused Qinyu to betray the Fu clan and was purposely trying to embarrass him? Senior Fu Yangzi, didn't the patriarch invite me to participate in this wagered match? Leave this match to me. Qinyu said calmly. In fact, he wasn't interested in this match. He was purely here to help the Fu clan. And? Fu Yangzi was instantly stunned. The rest of the members of the Fu clan were stunned for a moment before revealing a surprised smile. Qinyu, you broke through to the origin realm? Patriarch Fu Yuan asked in disbelief. Qinyu wasn't even 30 years old and had a low-grade astral body. A low-grade astral body was able to cultivate to the origin realm before the age of 30. This was too unbelievable. That's right. Qinyu replied and walked onto the stage. On the opposite side, the members of the Wu clan were equally shocked and furious. The members of the Wu clan thought that they were overjoyed when Qinyu rejected to help the Fu clan. But now, they blushed and felt like they were fooled. It turned out that it wasn't that Qinyu wasn't willing to help the Fu clan, but because his cultivation level was too high, he wasn't able to participate in the previous match. It's over. Even if Qinyu just broke through to the origin realm, his strength must be far beyond a regular peak initial stage origin realm expert. Brother Jing might lose. Wu Tianxiao knew in his heart that this wasn't good. Back in the college tournament, Qinyu was only at the peak middle stage Xiantian realm and was able to defeat an origin realm expert. Now that Qinyu was already at the origin realm, his strength couldn't be measured with common sense. Can we begin? Qinyu stood on the stage for a moment and asked. Yes. Begin. Patriarch Fu Yuan smiled and said. On the stage, Qinyu looked at the bald veteran of the Wu clan. His hands were behind his back and his expression was calm. He didn't have any intention to make a move and seemed to be giving way to the Wu clan's origin realm expert. But the bald veteran felt that Qinyu's actions were belittling and looking down on him. His face darkened and his heart was filled with anger. To be able to break through to the origin realm at such a young age, truly a young hero. But don't underestimate the older generation. The bald old man let out a low snort and flew up into the air. The moment the bald elder soared into the sky, the peak of the initial stage of the origin realm was unleashed. He has indeed broken through. Fu Yangzi sighed softly. Only the origin realm cultivators didn't have any change in expression under the pressure of the bald elder. Those below the origin realm could feel the air congealing. The blood vessels and qi within their bodies seemed to be greatly suppressed, slowing down their circulation. I wonder how strong Qinyu is after breaking through to the origin realm. Fu Yangzi looked at Qinyu with anticipation. He believed that Qinyu wouldn't lose, but he wanted to see how strong Qinyu was after breaking through to the origin realm. After all, during the grand competition, Qinyu, a qi transformation realm Xiantian, suppressed all the origin realm cultivators and took the first place. It was truly shocking. Brother Chen, all the best. Fu Yanzi, Fu Hong, and the others cheered loudly. They had misunderstood Qinyu earlier and were very embarrassed, hence, they were putting in more effort. The bald elder took out a red jade treasure sword from his storage bag. Under the sunlight, it reflected a resplendent red light. This was a spiritual weapon, and it wasn't an ordinary one. In the 3 southern kingdoms, the number of normal initial stage origin realm cultivators that could take out a spiritual weapon could be counted on one hand. Scarlet slash. The bald elder raised his sword and slashed down. Streaks of scarlet sword light stacked on top of each other, forming a scarlet crescent moon that flew out. The bald elder treated Qinyu as a strong opponent, hence, he used a killing move. This Crimson Origin Slash was one of the most powerful sword techniques in the cultivation method that he had cultivated. On the other side, Qinyu calmly took out the giant ruler sword and slashed. Half-spiritual weapon. The bald elder recognized the grade of the giant sword in Qinyu's hand and was instantly disdainful. But in the next moment, the bald elder was stunned. The attack from Qinyu's half-spiritual weapon was extremely powerful. In terms of prowess, it even overpowered his own attack. Boom, the 2 sword Dao attacks clashed violently, causing an explosion. Whoosh, Qinyu soared into the air, continuing to swing the giant ruler sword, slashing out a violent black sword aura. On the other side, the bald old man quickly responded. Bang! Bang, explosions rang out continuously in the air. Qin Yu's attacks were overbearing and powerful, incomparably quick like thunder. The bald old man was forced into a passive position. This brat's attack with a lesser spirit weapon is actually slightly better than mine. The bald old man was shocked. As expected of the number one person in the academy, he was indeed extraordinary. If Qin Yu was given a spiritual tool, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. As expected of a genius. Fu Yangzi sighed. With just a low-grade astral body, he broke through to the origin realm before the age of 30. Using a half-spirit artifact, he was able to suppress a peak initial stage origin realm martial artist who possessed a spirit artifact. Brother Chen is amazing. This time our Fu family can turn the tables. Many disciples of the Fu clan cheered excitedly. Only the Scarlet Flame King looked bored and speechless. This brat, is he playing house? With Qin Yu's strength, if he used all his strength, he should be able to finish off his opponent within 3 moves. Even if he didn't use all his strength, if he was a little more serious, he would be able to finish off his opponent within 8 moves. But now, more than 10 moves had passed. It's about time. Qin Yu mumbled. In the battle with the bald old man, Qin Yu only used his lesser spirit weapon and true essence, nothing else. There were 2 reasons why he did so. Firstly, Qin Yu gave the bald old man some face. After all, there was no enmity between the 2 parties. If the bald old man was so easily finished off by Qin Yu, it would be too humiliating. Secondly, Qin Yu wanted to see how much of a difference he would be compared to the martial artists of the same cultivation level in the Yunjiao nation without using his trump cards. The cultivators of the Yunjiao nation were slightly stronger than those of the northern plains, and the quality of Qin Yu's true essence far exceeded the martial artists of the same cultivation level in the Yunjiao nation. It was comparable to the intermediate stage of the origin realm. Similar? When the bald old man heard this, he was confused. Suddenly, the power of Qin Yu's attack multiplied. The aura of the sword was domineering and had a shocking demonic intent, causing people to tremble. Peak of the early stage of the origin realm. The bald old man's expression changed, and his heart was in turmoil. Qin Yu's foundation was stable, and his true essence was more reserved at the start. The bald old man did not expect Qin Yu's cultivation level to be higher than the early stage of the origin realm, and thus did not pay much attention. The rest of the people did not think much of it either. They only felt that Qin Yu's true essence was abnormally strong. At this moment, when Qin Yu used all his strength, everyone could feel it. Pung, the bald old man hurriedly stabbed out with his sword, and a loud explosion could be heard. He retreated more than 10 steps, and was only half a step away from the stage. I've lost. The bald old man mumbled and stopped attacking. He now understood the meaning of Qin Yu's words. It was about time to end the battle. It turned out that Qin Yu was holding back at the start, and then he used all his strength and displayed his true strength, defeating him in 1 move. And he felt that Qin Yu's attack earlier wasn't his ultimate move. At this moment, the bald old man was grateful to Qin Yu. If Qin Yu used all his strength from the start, he would have lost even more miserably. He is actually at the peak of the early stage of the origin realm. Fu Yangzi's heart was trembling. A junior from a few years ago had now surpassed him. Fu Yangzi sighed in his heart. Was his opponent too talented, or was he too mediocre? Too strong. He won in less than 20 moves. Brother Chen is indeed worthy of being the previous tournament's champion. The group of Fu clansmen cheered. The bald old man left the stage. The Wu clansmen didn't say anything. They could see that Qin Yu was giving the Wu clan some face and didn't use his full strength at the start. In addition, they were afraid of Qin Yu's potential. Even if they had any complaints, they didn't dare to say a word. There is still one last match. I wonder if Lady Yi would like to try. Fu Yangzi looked at Yi Luofeng with a flattering look. Although the Fu clan only had 1 peak initial stage origin realm expert, Fu Yangzi might not lose the next match. But, he didn't want to take the risk. Alright, let me do it. Yi Luofeng had a calm expression as she walked up the stage. The Wu clansmen all laughed bitterly. Yi Luofeng was already at the late stage of the Xiantian realm in the previous tournament. Although she didn't get a placing, her talent wasn't any weaker than some of the elite prodigies. Right now, she was definitely at the origin realm. The Wu clan was definitely going to lose this match. Everyone from the Wu clan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. It was a good bet, but why did two people suddenly appear out of nowhere? Even though they were sad, the battle still had to continue. Although they were definitely going to lose, it would be too cowardly to not fight. I am Wu Tianxiao. Please enlighten me, Lady Yi. Wu Tianxiao walked up the stage and said politely. Sky Sword Academy, Yi Luofeng. Yi Luofeng took out a pale green 1-meter-long sword. Her chi presence suddenly changed as her sword intent soared into the sky. This sword was the Sky Moon Sword. As for the Heaven Fault Remnant Sword, it was too precious. In order to avoid being targeted, Yi Luofeng normally wouldn't take it out. Good sword. Wu Tianxiao couldn't help but exclaim as he took out a white long saber. The two of them instantly made their moves. Yi Luofeng's Sky Moon Sword slashed out. A deep green sword light descended from the sky. Wu Tianxiao's heart shuddered as he quickly slashed out a white saber chi. Ding bang, the saber chi and sword light clashed. A moment later, they were both shattered as the sword light rushed out. Wu Tianxiao quickly flew to the left and dodged this sword. However, Yi Luofeng's second sharp sword light descended again. This time, it was even more powerful. Peng, Wu Tianxiao passively defended as his chi barrier was shattered by Yi Luofeng's sword. He quickly retreated and left the boundary of the stage. Too powerful. Wu Tianxiao's heart shuddered. Yi Luofeng wasn't like Qinyu who wouldn't do unnecessary things. She was extremely serious when facing her opponent. Therefore, Wu Tianxiao was defeated in 2 moves. This. Yi Luofeng is also at the peak of the initial stage of the origin realm. Her strength seems to be even stronger than Qinyu. Such a powerful sword cultivator. She is probably on par with the prodigy of the Sky Sword Academy, fire swordsman Zhou Yuning. Both the Fu and Wu clans were flabbergasted. Especially when such a beautiful lady like Yi Luofeng displayed such formidable strength, it was even more stunning. As for the fire swordsman Zhou Yuning, he was the leader of this year's academy tournament. Zhou Yuning? Qinyu had some impression of him. In the previous academy tournament, this person was ranked 3rd in the Sky Sword Academy. In the final tournament, he was ranked 11th, just a little bit away from the top 10. During that time, the 4 Origin Realm prodigies were dazzling and Zhou Yuning wasn't considered anything. Who would have thought that he would be able to make a name for himself now? Lady Yi is indeed a prodigy of the Sky Sword Academy. Nobody Wu admires you. Wu Tianxiao cupped his fist. He might have lost, but he was convinced of his loss. I wonder why Lady Yi didn't participate in this year's academy tournament? The strength that Lady Yi displayed earlier isn't any weaker than Zhou Yuning. Wu Tianxiao asked. At the same time, he was curious why Qinyu didn't participate in the academy tournament when he was still old enough to participate. Something came up. I was delayed. Yi Luofeng replied plainly. That is such a pity. Wu Tianxiao had a face of regret. Just like that, the gambling match between the 2 clans ended. Qinyu and Yi Luofeng won 2 rounds. The Fu clan and the Wu clan were tied. Even though it was a tie, it was still better than losing. Furthermore, the appearance of Qinyu and Yi Luofeng had completely shocked the Wu clan. The Wu clan wouldn't dare to be arrogant in front of the Fu clan in the future. It's not a pity. Wu Tianxiao, don't you know that after every academy tournament, the prodigies from the previous 2 academies will hold a tea party? When the time comes, the prodigies from the previous 2 academies will taste tea, spar, and discuss martial arts together. Fu Yangzi said with a smile. Wu Tianxiao's expression stiffened. He didn't speak. Clearly, there was such a thing. It seems like there is such a thing. Qinyu recalled that after the previous academy tournament, he had also received an invitation to a tea party. But at that time, he had received too many invitations. In addition, Qinyu was in closed-door cultivation to improve his cultivation and return to Chu as soon as possible. Thus, he didn't pay much attention to it. Guest Chen, as the champion of the previous academy tournament, you are one of the organizers of this prodigy tea party. Don't tell me you don't know about it? Fu Yangzi asked curiously when he saw Qinyu's pondering expression. I'm not sure, Qinyu laughed dryly. In the previous tea party, Qinyu didn't need to do anything. He was the invited party, so he neglected it. But this time, he was the organizer. Unfortunately, Qinyu had been in Northern Plains and didn't know about it. It seemed that he had to hurry back to Devilfree Academy to inquire about the situation. When Qinyu and Yi Luofeng represented the Fu clan to participate in the battle. In an ancient temple thousands of miles away from the Fu clan, there was a fat monk who was meditating. He looked like a Maitreya. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and took out a token that was flashing with black light from his storage bag. There's news? The monk probed it with his spiritual sense and a voice rang in his mind. Qinyu has appeared. The fat monk's eyes changed instantly. His eyes were emitting a deep and dark evil light. He gave off a dangerous vibe. Come out and get ready to work. The fat monk yelled, causing the entire ancient temple to shake. Oh? That kid has finally appeared. He really made us wait for a long time. 2 more monks walked out from the ancient temple, one old and one young. Especially the old one, his body was covered with sinister and evil patterns. One look and anyone could tell that he was not a good person. I can finally complete my mission and leave this broken place. The young monk complained. Gather the men and get ready to move. The old monk's expression was cold as he ordered, also, pass this news to Elder Ren. These people's target was Qinyu, and their superior was the Elder Ren that the old monk mentioned. If Qinyu was here, he would immediately guess that this Elder Ren was Renhan's father. In the past, Elder Ren had personally tried to kill Qinyu, but was stopped by his master, Elan Tian. But Elder Ren didn't give up. He kept a close eye on Qinyu's whereabouts. He found out that the place where Qinyu disappeared was near the Fu clan and Wu clan's territory. Therefore, he sent out 3 Origin Realm experts and a few elites to investigate Qinyu's whereabouts. But the Fu clan and Wu clan's territory was too big. The Black Hell Union didn't dare to search openly. Therefore, their progress was slow and they didn't find anything. Until half a year ago, when the young monk was investigating, an elder of the Fu clan found something. The young monk immediately killed the elder of the Fu clan. In order not to arouse the Fu family's suspicions, they framed the Wu family and deliberately caused a conflict between the 2 families. According to their investigation, Qinyu had some connections with the Fu family and was even a guest of the Fu family. If Qinyu came back, he might go to the Fu family. If he found out that the Fu family was in trouble, there was a high chance that he would lend a hand. Therefore, the few of them had secretly increased the conflict between the Fu family and the Wu family, and had planted spies in the Fu family. Once there was news of Qinyu, they would be the first to know. Elder Ren, Qinyu has appeared. We will definitely capture him and bring him to you. The fat monk took out a message talisman and injected his true essence into it. He narrowed his eyes and whispered. Let's go. Qinyu won't be staying at the Fu family for too long. We can't miss this opportunity, and we can't fail. The old monk with tattoos all over his body said in a low voice. He first passed this information to Elder Ren. The rest of them wouldn't dare to be careless and would definitely give it their all. With Master Heartless and Master Unjust around, once that kid appears, he will be a fish in the net. How can he escape? The young monk had a smile on his face. The Black Prison Union was an alliance formed by the remnants of the sex forces. They were mainly from the evil Dao. Lawless Temple was one of the major forces within the Black Prison Union. These 3 monks were all from the Lawless Temple. Among them, Heartless and Unjust were the names of the old monk and the fat monk respectively. Both of them were experts at the intermediate stage and initial stage of the Origin Realm respectively. With the addition of the young monk himself, dealing with a single Qinyu would be a piece of cake. More news. The fat monk took out his token. After receiving the news, he frowned slightly. In the gambling match between the Fu clan and the Wu clan, Qinyu easily defeated the Wu clan's initial stage Origin Realm expert. Yi Luofeng and Qinyu are traveling together. Furthermore, there is a powerful ancient spiritual pet by their side. The fat monk himself was at the peak of the initial stage Origin Realm. Although as an expert from the Lawless Temple, his strength was definitely far beyond the Wu clan's Origin Realm expert. But he probably wasn't a match for Qinyu. What's more, Qinyu had companions and spiritual pets. Fortunately, Heartless was here too. He was at the intermediate stage of the origin realm. His strength was tyrannical and his methods were ruthless. Since that is the case, then we will use the 3 lives immutability array. The old monk, Heartless, revealed a gloomy and murderous gaze. The gambling match had ended. The Fu clan and the Wu clan were tied. But everyone was talking about the Prodigy Tea Party. After hearing Qinyu's reply, the Fu clan and the Wu clan looked at Qinyu in unison. They were extremely surprised and even felt that it was unbelievable. Qinyu, as the previous Academy Tournament's champion and one of the organizers of this year's Prodigy Tea Party, actually didn't know about the Prodigy Tea Party. If Fu Yangzi didn't know that the Prodigy Tea Party was already in preparation, he would even suspect that the information was fake. After all, Qinyu was one of the organizers. His words were undoubtedly more trustworthy. I wonder if Senior Fu Yangzi knows when the tea party will be held? Qinyu inquired. Everyone was speechless. It seemed like Qinyu really didn't know. Half a year later. Fu Yangzi replied. The Prodigy Tea Party's popularity wasn't any lower than the Academy Tournament. However, the Prodigy Tea Party was only for the top 50 rankers of the previous 3 Academy Tournaments to participate. As for the Academy Tournament, all the academies in the country were eligible to participate, making it even more lively and grand. Half a year later, Qinyu was slightly relieved. There was still half a year. There was no need to rush. At the same time, Qinyu sighed in his heart, it has been so long. I have missed this year's Academy Tournament. With his strength, if he participated in this year's Academy Tournament, it shouldn't be a problem for him to win first place. At that time, he would be able to receive generous rewards. Which academy won first place in this year's Academy Tournament? At the mention of first place, Qinyu thought of this question. If there were no surprises, it should be the Yunyang Academy. After all, in the previous Academy Tournament, the 8th Prince of the Yunyang Academy and the prodigy with the lightning spiritual body, Wu Heng, were extremely outstanding. The Demon-Free Academy. Fu Yangzi's answer surprised Qinyu. He indeed didn't expect that the Demon-Free Academy would win this year's Academy Tournament again. Could it be that the Demon-Free Academy had an extremely powerful prodigy while he was away? The student who won first place in the Demon-Free Academy happens to be in the same year as you. He is evil talent Sidulinyu. Fu Yangzi said again. Speaking of the Academy Tournament, it was true that each Academy Tournament was stronger than the previous one. This year's Academy Tournament was several times more intense than the previous one. It's him? A graceful and evil youth suddenly appeared in Qinyu's mind. Back then, in the Demon-Free Academy's freshman tournament, Sidulinyu was the only opponent that Qinyu was wary of. In the previous Academy Tournament, Sidulinyu was ranked 20th with his late-stage Khanate realm cultivation. If it wasn't for Qinyu, Sidulinyu would have been known as the #1 late-stage Khanate realm cultivator. Qinyu always had a strange feeling about Sidulinyu, as if there was a heavy fog shrouding him. Although Qinyu was surprised to learn that Sidulinyu had won first place, he quickly forgot about it. Sidulinyu's talent was higher than Meng Qixiong's, and he had a powerful background. Moreover, Sidulinyu's age was similar to Qinyu's. If Sidulinyu reached Meng Qixiong's age, his achievements would definitely far surpass Meng Qixiong. The Demon-Free Academy is going to rise again. You won first place in the Academy Tournament twice in a row. This time's Prodigy Tea Party will be a great honor. Wu Tianxiao complimented. It's all thanks to Guest Chen and Guest Ji that we won this battle. You two must come to the Fu clan and let us treat you well. Master Fu Yuan walked up and invited them. He was afraid that if the Fu clan did not invite Qinyu and Yi Luofeng, they would be invited by the Wu clan. Alright. Qinyu and Yi Luofeng went to the Fu clan. That day, the Fu clan held a banquet, and Qinyu and Yi Luofeng were the stars of the banquet. After the banquet, Master Fu Yuan took out 2 storage bags and said with a smile, "This is a welcome gift for you too." Qinyu took a look and saw that there were vital stones in the bag, so he accepted it. It could be seen that the Fu clan had put in some effort. If they had given other things, Qinyu and Yi Luofeng might not have been interested. But vital stones were different. Almost all cultivators liked them. The next morning, Qin Yu and Yi Luofeng left the Fu clan and headed for the royal city of Yunlai Prefecture. There was a teleportation portal in the royal city that could teleport them to the Tianhe region where the demon-free academy was located. Someone's there? Not long after they left the Fu clan, Qin Yu suddenly sensed that someone was nearby. He scanned the area with his spiritual perception. Qin Yu, die. A fat monk suddenly jumped out of the forest not far away. The moment he appeared, he struck out with his palm. Boom, a strange Buddhist character appeared on his palm. As he struck out with his palm, it expanded several times in size and flashed with a dim gray light. Who are you? Qin Yu's eyes flashed coldly. He was ambushed as soon as he returned to Yunjiao Nation. Qin Yu naturally wanted to know who was trying to get rid of him. Qin Yu activated the arcane demonic body, and his body shone with a dark light. The dark, shiny patterns covered his entire body. Boom, Qin Yu activated his ethereal force and punched out, hitting the huge Buddhist character. Crack, the Buddhist character was blocked by Qin Yu's fist and could not advance any further. After a breath's time, cracks appeared in the center of the character, and it shattered, turning into an evil gust of wind. So powerful. The fat monk turned and ran when he saw this. Stay here. Qin Yu immediately chased after him. As the saying went, it was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against a stab in the dark. He had to at least figure out the monk's background, or else Qin Yu would not be at ease. The Crimson Flame King and Yi Luofeng immediately followed. This kid is so fast. If this goes on, he will catch up to us. The fat monk could feel that Qin Yu was getting closer and closer. Luckily, I'm prepared. He patted his pet bag, and a green hummingbird appeared next to him. The green hummingbird was the most commonly seen flying mount. It could carry one person, but it was extremely fast. Whoosh, the green hummingbird picked up the fat monk's speed and increased the distance between them. Perhaps it was because the fat monk was too fat, but the green hummingbird's speed decreased after flying for a short distance. Just as Qin Yu was about to make his move, he suddenly sensed something strange. At that moment, a group of people suddenly jumped out from the ground below. At the same time, a strong energy wave arose. The soil split and floated up, revealing a large array buried underneath. The people who suddenly appeared stood at different positions in the array. Buzz, a layer of dim light spread from the array, covering a radius of a few miles. Gray light waves rippled out from the underground array and enveloped a radius of a few miles. That is, an array. The Scarlet Flame King and Yi Luofeng rushed over unhurriedly and saw a layer of gray array boundary not far away. Its surface was constantly flickering with Buddhist words. Seeing the array, the two of them knew that things were more complicated than they imagined. That fat monk was just bait. His objective was to lure Qin Yu here. Within the array, including the fat monk, there were a total of 12 people. 9 of them were at the late stage or peak stage of the Xiantian realm. They were scattered around the array and were one with it. They sat cross-legged on the ground and were constantly chanting. Translucent gray words constantly rose from their bodies and covered the entire array. The other 3 were all at the origin realm. They were casually standing within the array. The fat monk was one of them. You really think I can't escape? I just purposely lured you here. The fat monk laughed evilly. To ensure that they could kill Qin Yu, they had to lure Qin Yu into the 3 lives immutability array. But they weren't able to determine Qin Yu's route. A large-scale array like the 3 lives immutability array was very troublesome to move. Therefore, from the start, the few monks had discussed a plan to let the fat monk be the bait. Qin Yu sensed that his strength seemed to be suppressed in this array. Other than that, he didn't discover anything else. Qin Yu, surrender on the spot. The unkind old monk's voice was cold. Surrender? When Qin Yu heard this term, he felt it was funny. These 3 might be monks, but they weren't benevolent or merciful at all. Especially this old monk. He had a ferocious expression and his body was covered with evil patterns. Qin Yu couldn't help but recall that he had read about the branches of Buddhist Tao in an ancient book. There was the evil Buddha Tao. Right now, these 3 monks were definitely cultivating the evil Buddha Tao. I have no grievances with any of you. If you want to kill me, why don't you give me a reason? Qinyu didn't panic and asked with a smile. You killed someone you shouldn't have. The old monk said coldly. Qinyu's eyebrows twitched. He had just returned to the Yunjiao nation. That meant that he had killed someone before he left, which was why he was being sought for revenge. However, these people were really patient. They had waited for him here for so many years. Great Master Buren, don't waste your breath on him. Just do it. The young monk shouted. Within the three life destruction formation, the power of the Buddhist Tao would be amplified while all other powers would be suppressed. At this time, Yi Luofeng and the Scarlet Flame King also rushed into the array formation. You really don't know what's good for you. You know that it's a formation, but you still took the initiative to barge in. The fat monk said coldly. In fact, he was cursing in his heart. It would have been great if this man and beast had cowered and hid outside. Then their mission would have been completed smoothly. Fatty, you want to deal with me with this broken formation? I can come and go as I please. The Red Flame King was a proud person, so when the fat monk insulted him, the Red Flame King couldn't endure it and immediately scolded back. The fat on the fat monk's body jiggled, and his dark eyes shone with an evil light. He was born fat, but he hated it when people called him fat. The young monk snickered to himself. If Great Master Unrighteous heard someone call him fat, he would go crazy and his power would increase exponentially. Qinyu's spiritual pet really couldn't do anything right, but was good at spoiling things. He was going to suffer later. Do it. The old monk let out a low grunt and flew up into the air. His skinny body instantly expanded and became very muscular. His surface was coated with a layer of dark golden light, as if he had copper skin and a body of gold. Boom, the old monk slapped out with his palm, and a dark yellow palm of light came crashing down. It was so condensed that it looked like it was going to suppress Qinyu. Qinyu immediately activated the secret pattern demonic body, and his body emitted a dark light. He circulated his true essence and threw out a punch. Bang, the dark golden palm of light and the black fist light collided, and a dull sound was heard. In the end, Qinyu's black fist light was the first to break. After all, within the array, Qinyu's demonic Tao power was weakened, while the old monk's Buddha Tao power was amplified. To be able to block my palm in the three lives impassable formation, you are indeed worthy of being the former number one of the college. The old monk said indifferently. This attack was just to test Qinyu. Boom, the old monk's aura instantly increased, and the patterns on the surface of his body flickered with a dark evil light. He struck out another palm, and the dark evil light palm was twice the size of the first palm. It had a ferocious aura as it pressed towards Qinyu. Qinyu revealed a grave expression. The old monk was at the middle stage of the origin realm, which was much stronger than the Northern Plains middle stage origin realm experts. Furthermore, in this array, his strength was amplified, which was not to be underestimated. Devil Destruction Claw. The demonic claw markings on Qinyu's right arm began to move. As Qinyu's quintessential essence surged, he brandished his arm, displaying a domineering and malevolent demonic claw. Boom, the black devil claw clashed with the dark light palm. The power of the demonic Tao and the Buddha Tao intertwined. This time, the dark light palm was the first to shatter. Qinyu had the upper hand, and the Devil Destruction Claw's aftershock struck towards the old monk. Pung, the Devil Destruction Claw landed on the old monk's chest, but it was like crashing into an iron wall, as it suddenly shattered. Qinyu was slightly surprised. It seemed like this old monk also cultivated the body Tao and was an expert in close combat. The old monk mumbled. The information stated this point as well. If he didn't know that Qinyu cultivated this defensive divine technique, the old monk would definitely engage in close combat with Qinyu. Secondly, it was mysterious and profound, and the three lives impassable formation's suppression was rather low. Evil Light Palm. The patterns on the old monk's body slowly moved, covering his entire body, including his head. At this moment, he used a secret technique to amplify his body, and at the same time, he executed a powerful combat skill. Boom. Boom. Boom, streaks of dark light palm slapped out with astonishing aura that suppressed everything. Qinyu took out the and began to crazily brandish it. Either slashing or sweeping, waves of black waves rushed out. At the same time, he activated the second magic pattern, forming a magic scale barrier on the surface of his body. Compared to Qinyu, Yi Luofeng and the Red Flame King were in a much better situation. Yi Luofeng was at the peak of the initial stage of the Origin Realm, while her opponent was the young monk who was only at the initial stage of the Origin Realm. Even if his strength was amplified by the array, he was still being suppressed by Yi Luofeng. Damn it, this woman is actually so strong. She is comparable to the Sky Sword Academy's fire swordsman, Zhou Yuning. The young monk's expression turned gloomy as he felt the situation was a little tricky. If he didn't have the 3 lives impassable formation, he might not even be a match for this woman. On the other side, the Red Flame King was even more incredible. He only activated his elite ancient beast bloodline and was able to force the fat monk to retreat. The fat monk's face was covered in dust, and his fat body was flushed red like a roasted pig. Damn fatty, let this king help you lose weight. The Red Flame King pounced over. His body was covered in raging flames, like a moving golden sun. His control over the power of the flames was very subtle, hence, the suppression from the array was very low. Damn it, why is the spiritual pet so strong? The fat monk didn't have any temper, instead, he was complaining in his heart. He originally thought that this ancient beast was the easiest to deal with, but he didn't expect it to be the hardest. He even suspected that the 3 lives impassable formation might not be effective against ancient beasts. Now, the fat monk could only place his hopes on the unkind old monk. As long as the unkind old monk defeated Qinyu, he would be able to help him. However, when the fat monk looked at the unkind old monk's battle, he was even more shocked. In the 3 lives impassable formation, Qinyu is actually evenly matched with the unkind old monk. Boom! Bang! The more the unkind old monk fought, the more surprised he got. Qinyu's strength seemed to be limitless and was getting stronger bit by bit. Evil Art Seal. The unkind old monk yelled out and pushed both of his hands upwards. A massive amount of qi condensed into a giant seal. The seal was gray in color and was filled with Buddhist and Taoist words. It was surrounded by evil black patterns. Suppress. The unkind old monk suddenly put down both of his palms and the gray seal fell. After executing this attack, the unkind old monk's qi presence was slightly weaker. Devil Destruction Claw. Qinyu struck out with his right hand again and activated the power of the blood-glazed flame, turning it into a pitch-black devil claw that was burning with blood flames. Boom, the seal fell, as though it was suppressing everything. Suddenly, a cracking sound came from the center of the seal. Subsequently, a dark red blood light rushed out from the top of the seal. Crack, in the next moment, the entire seal was covered in countless cracks before it exploded. Inside, Qinyu's devil scale barrier might have been shattered, but he was unharmed. The information was wrong. We have all underestimated this kid. His true strength is at least comparable to the peak of the intermediate stage of the Origin Returning Realm. The unkind old monk revealed a shocked expression and didn't know what to do for a moment. He looked at the other two's battle and was instantly even more disappointed. With such a huge commotion here, it would definitely attract other experts. Be it the Lawless Temple or the Black Hell Union, they were both factions of the sect. If they were discovered, it would be even worse. Of course, if they were to retreat, Qinyu and the others would definitely not let them go. It would still be troublesome. The unkind old monk didn't expect this mission to be so difficult. If that's the case, I can only fight with my life on the line. The unkind old monk revealed a determined expression. It wasn't safe to retreat and the mission would be a failure. If he could capture Qinyu, then it would be a victory. Evil Light Buddhist Restriction. The unkind old monk put his palms together and released a powerful qi force. The entire 3 lives unstoppable formation trembled slightly. Below, the 9 cultivators that were sitting cross-legged in the formation felt a powerful suction force coming from above. Their bodies uncontrollably floated up. Master Unkind, what are you doing? No, the 9 of them seemed to have felt something and revealed expressions of fear as they struggled. Many of them even had their wigs fall off. To make it easier for the investigation, they had all disguised themselves. They are all monks. Yi Luofeng felt that it was a little novel and muttered. He's going to use that move. The fat monk took a deep breath. Ah, the 9 cultivators cried out in pain as their bodies quickly withered. All of their energy condensed into a black flowing light and gathered in front of the unkind old monk's chest. At the same time, the 3 lives' unstoppable formation shrunk to the size of a house and fused with the black light in front of the unkind old monk's chest. Boom! The unkind old monk slapped out with his palm and the gray ball that was the size of a house flew towards Xianxia. Xianxia quickly dodged, but that thing seemed to have a mind of its own. It turned and caught up to Xianxia and swallowed him. It's done. The young monk looked excited and happy. In the air, Xianxia was enveloped by a house-sized sphere. The surface and the interior were filled with translucent words that flickered endlessly. This move sacrifices the Buddhist cultivators and condenses the formation's power to the limit. I'm afraid you can't even unleash 40% of your strength right now. The unkind monk panted and his aura was much weaker. A victorious smile appeared on his ruthless face. If one side's strength was weakened by 40%, the other side could easily crush the other. A bunch of monks are so cruel. Xianxia snorted. In order to unleash this move, old monk Unkind didn't even blink and ended the lives of those 9 cultivators. There are hypocrites in the world, but why aren't there bad monks? The old monk laughed evilly, not thinking much of it. Haha, that's great. The fat monk heaved a sigh of relief. Once the unkind monk dealt with Xianxia, it would be easy for the 3 of them to deal with Yi Luofeng and the ancient beast. Yi Luofeng was also a genius of the Heavenly Sword Academy. Her strength and talent were probably on par with the fire swordsman, Zhou Yuning. Killing Yi Luofeng would also be a great contribution. Secondly, this ancient beast, that damned ancient beast. The fat monk was infuriated at the thought of the Scarlet Flame Sovereign. He clenched his teeth and said, I'll kill it with my own hands. He was actually suppressed by an ancient beast in the 3-life unstoppable formation. He had lost all his face. Furthermore, this damned ancient beast had been calling him a fatty and a dead pig. The fat monk had already formed an irreconcilable grudge with it. Damn fatty, I was suppressed by the formation earlier. Now that it's gone, I should be happy. Why are you so agitated? The Scarlet Flame Sovereign glanced at the fat monk and shouted coldly. The fat monk trembled as he tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. This ancient beast actually gave him another nickname. However, the fat monk suddenly realized that the Scarlet Flame Sovereign and Yi Luofeng didn't seem to be in a hurry even though Xianxia was trapped. Taking a closer look, even the trapped Xianxia didn't seem to be in a hurry. You think you can defeat me like this? Xianxia suddenly said. Oh? Do you still have a way to escape? Old monk Unkind was shocked and asked seriously. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his figure exploded and both of his palms blasted out. Since the other party still had a way to deal with him, he wouldn't give him the chance to do so. The unkind old monk pretended to ask, but he did not care about this at all. He suddenly launched an attack. Boom! In the air, 2 dark and solid metal palms were engraved with Buddhist and Taoist characters, as if they possessed a miraculous power. They slapped towards Xianxia. In a situation where he was greatly suppressed in all aspects, if Xianxia was hit by this palm, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. You 2 go all out as well. Don't let a single one of them escape. Xianxia said calmly, then took out the 9-bone demon spirit sword. Who? Xianxia activated the demon sword and casually swung it around. In an instant, the forbidden technique that enveloped Xianxia showed a trace of abnormality. A layer of black mist appeared in many parts of the technique. Obviously, it had been infected by the 9-bone demon spirit sword. At this moment, the fat monk's huge palms descended. Xianxia held the 9-bone demon spirit sword horizontally in front of him and madly infused it with true essence, activating its second characteristic. Immediately, the 9 bones on the demon sword extended to both sides. The demon sword became wider and wider. It no longer looked like a sword, but more like a black bone shield. Boom! The dark gray metal palms collided with the demon sword. The 2 forces attacked crazily, and there were continuous explosions. In the end, the pair of metal palms slowly dissipated. The demon sword returned to its original state, and the secret technique that trapped Xianxia was even more seriously infected. The suppression effect was getting weaker and weaker. Boom, Qinyu swung the demon sword fiercely, and the dark ball of light that trapped him instantly dissipated. The old monk was not far away from Qinyu. His body was stiff and he was dumbfounded. From the moment he attacked until now, only a short period of time had passed. Qinyu not only blocked his attack, but also broke his secret technique. This sword. The old monk stared at the demon sword in Qinyu's hand, feeling a monstrous demonic will. Buddha and demonic mutually restrained each other. When the power of the demonic Tao was extremely strong, it could easily destroy the power of the Buddhist Tao. It was hard to imagine what level the demon sword in Qinyu's hand was at. In addition, the old monk had just seen that the demon sword in Qinyu's hand had changed shape. Was this a characteristic of the demon sword? At this moment, there was suddenly a powerful bloodline pressure from the other side. The surrounding temperature suddenly rose, and the air became extremely hot. Roar! The Red Flame King's roar shook all directions. At this moment, he displayed the bloodline power of a holy beast. His body expanded, and flames burned all over his body, looking extremely mighty. And in front of him, the fat monk's face was full of disbelief, and he was trembling. It's actually the bloodline of a holy beast. The fat monk felt that standing in front of the Red Flame King, he was facing a terrifying pressure. Boom! The Red Flame King lifted his foot and stomped. The fat monk circulated his true essence to block, but it was useless. He was sent flying by the Red Flame King's kick. Whoosh! Boom! The Red Flame King was extremely quick. He once again approached the fat monk and stomped his foot. Boom! 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 The fat monk was like a ball being played by the Red Flame King. Finally, the Red Flame King opened his mouth and spat out a huge fireball, hitting the fat monk. Under the Red Flame King's control, the fireball tightly wrapped around the fat monk, burning him continuously. In a short while, the fat monk was burned to a pile of charred bones. Look, you're still very skinny without meat. This king said that I'll help you lose weight, so I'll help you lose weight. The Red Flame King joked after dealing with his opponent. As for Yi Luofeng, she put away the heavenly moon sword and took out the broken heavenly fault sword. The condensed cyan netherworld sword intent soared into the sky. She looked like an incomparably sharp sword, making people not dare to approach. This is impossible, your strength is stronger than Zhou Yuning's. The young monk's body stiffened, and he retreated. Yi Luofeng's cultivation was originally higher than the young monk. Previously, when there was the influence of the formation, the young monk did not gain any advantage and could only defend passively. Now that there was no formation, Yi Luofeng took out the broken heavenly fault sword. There was no suspense in the outcome. Swish! The sword slashed down, and only the huge cyan netherworld sword cloud was left in front of the young monk. No. I'm unfilial, a genius of the Nebula Temple. I can't die. The young monk roared, and he stretched out his hand and struck a dozen acupoints on his body. In the next moment, the young monk's body became like metal, and a layer of dark cyan patterns appeared, emitting a faint light. His aura increased greatly. He took out a round shield and raised it high. He poured his quintessential energy into it, and a layer of yellow light screen enveloped him. Bang! Yi Luofeng's peak sword slashed down, and it landed on the round shield. The yellow light screen shattered with a crack sound, and the sword light continued to slash, leaving a clear sword mark on the round shield. The surface of the shield was small, and the other parts of the young monk's body were swept by the sword light. A bloody mark extended from his chest to his thigh, dripping with blood. At this moment, Qinyu, the Red Flame King, and Yi Luofeng erupted, scaring the three people of the Nebula Temple to death. The fat monk died, and the young monk was gravely injured. As for the old monk, he was greatly injured because he had used a powerful secret skill. Unfilial, run! The old monk growled, turned around, and flew away. You want to leave? You didn't ask for my permission. Qinyu's face became fierce, and his heart suddenly exploded. Suddenly, his strength and speed doubled. Boom! Qinyu rushed out like a cannonball, instantly approaching the old monk, and fiercely thrusted the demon sword. Bang! The old monk propped up the rainproof shield, but Qinyu's sword still pierced through it. The demon sword moved forward and pierced the old monk's chest. Qinyu did not slow down. He held the demon sword and kept rushing forward. Finally, the demon sword pierced through the old monk's chest. Puff! The old monk spat out a mouthful of dark red blood on the spot, and his face was pale. The 9-bone demon spirit sword pierced through the chest, and the old monk could not break free. He was bound to die. Master Buren, the young monk screamed. Master Buren was dead, and he had no hope of surviving. Yi Luofeng's jade-like hand moved slightly, and the sword intent condensed, frightening the young monk. Keep him alive, Qin Yu suddenly said. At this moment, old monk Buren was already dead. Qin Yu pulled out the demon sword and flew over. Tell me, who sent you here? Qin Yu's eyes were cold, and in his dark and deep pupils, the demon intent surged out. When looking at Qin Yu's eyes, the young monk's eyes widened, as if he had seen something extremely terrible, and he trembled. However, he was also a great genius of Buren Temple, and his will was firm. In a short while, he broke free from the deterrence of Qin Yu's demon intent. Haha, if you want to kill me, do as you please. But if I die, you will die too. The young monk sneered, but he was not afraid. As a remnant force of the sect, he had to be prepared to face death at all times. And he believed that even if he said everything, Qin Yu would not let him go. He also believed that Elder Ren and the higher-ups of Buren Temple would not let Qin Yu go. Qin Yu had a slight headache. He didn't expect this fellow to be so stubborn. Moreover, from the looks of it, he was indeed prepared to die and would not reveal any information. Brat, you are too inexperienced. Let this king do this. The Scarlet Flame King chuckled and walked over. Qin Yu didn't say anything and took a few steps away. What are you doing? No matter how you force me, I will not say anything. The young monk had a bad feeling and quickly said. The Scarlet Flame King laughed evilly and didn't say anything, causing the young monk's hair to stand on end. All of a sudden, the Scarlet Flame King's eyes burned with scarlet flames and released a formless spiritual attack. The young monk's soul was in intense pain, and he lost his vision. His vision was pitch black. The Scarlet Flame King flew over and landed a hoof on the young monk's head. It released an unfathomable soul force, causing the young monk to howl and scream. His entire body was convulsing as if he was suffering from inhumane torture. At a certain moment, the Scarlet Flame King withdrew his hoof, and the young monk stopped struggling as his body fell. He is called unfilial. He is with 2 other monks and comes from a faction called Lawless Temple. This faction is ruled by the Black Prison Union. As for the one who sent the 3 of them to kill you, it is an old man called Renbing. Scarlet Flame King revealed a lot of information. The falling young monk didn't die. He had just woken up from his coma and happened to hear Scarlet Flame King's words. His expression changed. How did you know? This Origin Realm ancient beast didn't just reveal his name, it even revealed the faction behind him and the mastermind behind it. Unfilial monk knew that there were some spiritual secret techniques that could confuse the enemy and interrogate them to obtain the desired information. But he was sure that he didn't reveal anything. Seems like it is true. Qin Yu saw the young monk's reaction and knew that Scarlet Flame King wasn't lying. Coincidentally, he also knew about this Black Prison Union. Back in the first round of the college tournament, when Qin Yu killed Renhan, he had a Black Prison Union identity token in his storage bag. As for Renbing, Qin Yu could easily guess that the person the Crimson Flame King mentioned was definitely related to Renhan. There was a high chance that the person was Renhan's father. Kill. Qin Yu whispered. Since he already had the information, there was no need to leave him alive. Swish, Yi Luofeng quickly slashed her sword towards the young monk's neck, cutting off his head. Since he already knew who was trying to kill him, it was easier for Qin Yu to defend himself. For example, the Black Prison Union was a powerful sect alliance. Their strength might even surpass Demon Free Academy. But Qin Yu was very safe in Demon Free Academy. They wouldn't dare to find trouble with him. After tidying up the spoils of war, Qin Yu and his group set off again. What secret technique did you just use? Qin Yu looked at Scarlet Flame King and asked. Don't even think about it. With your Soul Dao attainment, it is useless even if I tell you. Scarlet Flame King used every chance he got to deal a heavy blow to Qin Yu. Then tell me, it might be useful. Qin Yu said shamelessly. You don't trust this king's judgment. Since you don't trust this king, why should I tell you? The Crimson Flame King snorted coldly and ignored Qinyu. Stingy. Qinyu cursed and didn't say anything else. Half a day later, Qinyu and the others arrived at Yunlai Manor. They did not wander around for too long. They came to an important place that was specifically in charge of teleportation. This place was connected to the capital cities of the 36 prefectures of the Yunjiao nation. Go back to the Heavenly Sword Academy. We'll part ways here. We'll meet again at the Heaven's Chosen Tea Party. Qinyu looked at Yi Luofeng and said indifferently. To be honest, it was a pleasant thing to have a delightful woman accompany him all the time. Therefore, Qinyu was a little reluctant to part with him this time. See you then. Yi Luofeng was still cold and quiet as usual. Soon after, Qinyu arrived at the teleportation point of the Empyrean River Prefecture. 1,000 low-grade primal stones. A law enforcer charged Qinyu a fee. Isn't that Qinyu? Nearby, someone in the crowd waiting to be teleported exclaimed. Qinyu. A few years ago, this name had spread throughout the Yunjiao nation. Although Qinyu had disappeared for so many years, cultivators had good memories. Those who had a slight impression of him could recognize him immediately. It's really Qinyu? This is the first time I've heard of him after so many years. Qinyu, the champion of the last tournament. He is also the organizer of this Heaven's Chosen Tea Party. It's a pity that we can't attend the tea party and witness the battle between the prodigies of the last 3 tournaments. I heard that during the last tournament, Qinyu was only at the peak of the mid-stage Xiantian realm. I wonder if he has broken through to the origin realm yet. The Academy tournament is getting better each time. The prodigies of this tournament are unprecedentedly strong. Qinyu's improvement is too slow. I'm afraid he will embarrass himself in front of the new Heavens Chosen. The crowd was either shocked, envious, or suspicious. At this moment, the people were almost there. The teleportation array was activated. Buzz, a dazzling silver crystal radiance shone on the teleportation plaza, accompanied by a strong spatial ripple. Very quickly, Qinyu and the dozen or so figures turned hazy and dimmed, disappearing from sight. Sky River Prefecture, Devilfree Academy. As soon as Qinyu left the teleportation array, he was recognized. He even met students from Devilfree Academy, but he didn't know them. There was even a middle-aged Origin Realm who challenged Qinyu. Qinyu ignored him and quickly returned to Devilfree Academy. Senior Chen. Senior Chen is back. Inside Devilfree Academy, Qinyu's appearance attracted even more cheers. Who is Senior Chen? Some new students asked. It had been 4 years since Qinyu left Devilfree Academy. Every year, there would be a large group of new students entering the academy. You don't know Senior Chen? In the last tournament, Senior Chen defeated 4 Origin Realm prodigies and won first place. He won glory for Devilfree Academy and made a name for himself in the Yunjiao nation. A senior who was in the same year as Qinyu said, spittle flying everywhere. Is he as good as Senior Situ? A new female student asked. She didn't know about the last tournament, but after watching this tournament, she was deeply captivated by Situ Linyu. In this year's college tournament, there are 8 Origin Realm martial artists. Senior Situ, with his undefeatable prowess, swept away the other 7 and ascended to the throne. Another new student said. The last tournament can't be compared to this one. As the saying goes, the younger generation surpasses the older generation. The older generation is no longer able to hold on and has been surpassed by the new prodigies. The crowd started to discuss intensely. It had only been a year and a half since the last tournament, but the popularity hadn't decreased. And Qinyu, the first place of the last tournament, had coincidentally returned. The students couldn't help but compare the 2 tournaments. Half a year later, there would be a prodigy tea party. All the prodigies from the last 3 tournaments would be gathered. It was a pity that this was a gathering. Normal students couldn't participate or watch it. This year's academy tournament is so powerful? Qinyu listened to the discussion and was very curious. However, back when Qinyu was in the college, Situ Linyu, Duan Hao and the other prodigies had always been superior to Qinyu. Thinking about it carefully, this tournament might be unprecedentedly grand. Qinyu didn't return to Blood Fiend Peak. Instead, he went to visit his master, Elan Tian. Just reaching the peak, Qinyu saw Elan Tian standing on a rock far away. He seemed to be looking at the scenery far away, giving off a lonely and evil feeling. On a rock by the side, the Dark Lynx was sleeping. "You are back?" Elan Tian took the initiative to speak and looked over. This disciple came back a little late and missed this tournament. "I have disappointed Master." Qinyu bowed slightly. Originally, Elan Tian wanted Qinyu to participate in this tournament and get first place again. But Qinyu had been delayed in the northern plains for too long and missed it. "You are now at the peak of the initial stage of the Origin Realm. How can you disappoint me?" Elan Tian revealed a faint smile. He wanted Qinyu to participate in the tournament. Firstly, it was for the college's glory. Secondly, it was for Qinyu himself. Participating in the tournament would allow him to compete with many prodigies and improve together. The higher his ranking, the more generous the rewards. All of these could make a piece of unpolished jade even more exquisite. Although Qinyu missed the tournament, he should have experienced other major events. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to have his current cultivation level. In addition, even without Qinyu, there was still Situlinyu. In this tournament, Situlinyu was invincible and swept away all the experts from other colleges. He won first place and increased the reputation of the Demon-Free College. "Master, this disciple wants to ask about the tea party of the prodigies." Qinyu asked. The tea party of the prodigies will be held in Yunyang's sacred residence half a year later. As you were not around, Yun Haijin will replace you and host it together with the first place of the tournament, Yun Yingguo. Elan Tian said. "Oh, that's good." Qinyu heaved a sigh of relief. This way, he wouldn't have to do anything. Hosting the tea party of the prodigies sounded very troublesome. "You should go and take a look at the tea party. It will be good for you," Elan Tian reminded him. Qinyu nodded. At that moment, two figures climbed up the mountain not far away. One of them was dressed in yellow. He looked very ordinary and had a warm smile on his face. It was Qinyu's second senior brother, Yuan Chen. Next to Yuan Chen was a girl in blue. She had fair skin and a pair of beautiful blue eyes that were like gemstones. "Greetings, Master." The two of them bowed at the same time. Qinyu's eyes lit up as he looked at the girl in blue. "Greetings, third senior brother." The girl in blue looked up at Qinyu and smiled shyly. There were two small dimples on her cheeks, which made her look very cute. "Greetings, junior sister." Qinyu smiled. He had already guessed that this girl should be his master's disciple. This girl was 17 or 18 years old and was already at the late stage of the Xiantian realm. She was indeed a genius. "Junior brother, this is master's new disciple. Her name is Yubuyu. She has just entered the academy for 2 years. She even participated in this year's competition and achieved very good results." Yuanchen introduced Yubuyu to the girl in blue. "Second senior brother is overpraising me." The girl in blue blushed and seemed a little embarrassed. Yuanchen smiled and didn't speak anymore. Every time he praised Yubuyu, the other party would behave like this. He was already used to it. A disciple accepted by master will never be bad. Qinyu smiled and praised both Yubuyu and his master, Elan Tian. "Junior brother, after so many years, your cultivation level didn't fall behind. Instead, it increased at a shocking rate. I am worried that you will surpass me." Yuanchen looked at Qinyu and smiled. In fact, he was very surprised. Qinyu's spiritual physique wasn't that great. In fact, it could even be said to be poor. But after leaving for a few years, Qinyu had already broken through to the Origin Realm and even reached the peak of the initial stage. When Yuanchen participated in the competition, he was at the Origin Realm. Now, he had just broken through to the intermediate stage of the Origin Realm. But when he reached the intermediate stage, his cultivation level would get slower and slower. "Of course not. I still don't know how long it will take for me to break through to the intermediate stage of the Origin Realm." Qinyu sighed. "Long time no see. Junior brother's cultivation level has improved so quickly." I wonder if your strength is the same? Yuan Chen's eyes revealed a hint of battle intent. A high cultivation level didn't mean that one's strength was strong. For example, some drug refiners or array masters were the weakest amongst those of the same level. Moreover, junior sister Buyu has always wanted to see the previous academy tournament's champion. Why don't you show us a thing or two? Yuan Chen said again. At the side, Yu Buyu, who had his eyes wide open in anticipation, suddenly felt shy and timid. All right. It has been a long time since I sparred with senior brother. Chen Yu nodded. From afar, Ilan Tian also turned around and prepared to watch the battle. Under his guidance, Yuan Chen cultivated steadily and was well balanced in all aspects. He specialized in defense and didn't have any obvious weaknesses. But Chen Yu had left for 4.5 years. His cultivation level had changed greatly and it was still unknown how strong he was. Compared to Yuan Chen, he was more optimistic about Chen Yu. Meow, the eventide lynx rubbed its eyes and looked over. Junior brother, I won't stand on ceremony. Yuan Chen didn't underestimate Chen Yu. After all, he and Chen Yu both participated in the previous tournament. He got 4th place while Chen Yu got 1st place. Swish, Yuan Chen attacked first. He came to the right side of Chen Yu and extended his palm. Cold light condensed and turned into an ice palm. Following Yuan Chen's palm strike, an icy mist formed in the surroundings. The powerful palm force attacked Chen Yu. Chen Yu activated the secret pattern demonic body. His body instantly turned black and was covered with dense patterns. Demonic light shone in all directions, causing the surroundings to darken. Pung, Yuan Chen's palm landed on Chen Yu's chest, causing half of Chen Yu's body to turn into ice. Crack, Chen Yu's body moved slightly. The ice on his body shattered, but he wasn't injured at all. This is indeed the Sky Demon's secret pattern record. This level of defense is something even I can't match. Yuan Chen laughed. Ilan Tian nodded. Chen Yu's Sky Demon's secret pattern record was quite good. On the other side, Yu Buyu's eyes widened. She had long heard that 3rd Xianxia cultivated one of the top 10 ancient mystic arts, the Sky Demon's secret pattern record. Therefore, she wanted to see for herself. Right now, 3rd Xianxia, who was at the peak of the initial stage of the origin realm, was able to take a palm strike from 2nd Xianxia without any injuries. The title of the #1 defensive technique in the past and present wasn't just for show. The only thing was, who would win this battle? It might be 3rd Xianxia. After all, 3rd Xianxia had once gotten 1st place in the tournament and cultivated a stronger technique. But 3rd Xianxia had the guidance of a master. His cultivation level was higher than 2nd Xianxia's and might even be better. Mystic Ice Palm. Cold energy erupted from Yuan Chen's palm, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. A massive ice palm that was even larger than Chen Yu's entire body quickly condensed in the air, and it charged toward Chen Yu. Chen Yu could tell that senior brother Yuan Chen's palm strike was extraordinary. He activated his magic pattern battle technique, and a layer of magic scale battle armor appeared on his body. Pung, after the palm hit Chen Yu's body, it was unable to shake Chen Yu. It exploded, turning into countless ice crystals that covered Chen Yu. Junior brother, even if your defense is strong, if I can make you unable to move, I will still win this battle. Yuan Chen didn't hide his intention to fight. After all, the two of them were mainly exchanging pointers, and they weren't trying to achieve victory at all costs. At the very least, neither Chen Yu nor Yuan Chen used weapons. Condense. Yuan Chen clasped his palms together, and ice-cold quintessential yuan fluctuated, resonating with the ice crystals around Chen Yu. Instantly, the power of ice around Chen Yu increased, and a layer of ice formed instantly, covering Chen Yu. Then, a second layer, a third, and a fourth layer of ice formed. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yu was sealed in a huge ice cube, motionless. 2nd Xianxia is so powerful. Yu Buyu's eyes widened, and he looked on in amazement. Yuan Chen was more proficient in defense and binding, and attacking was secondary. Weng, Yuan Chen's palms were tightly clasped, and he hadn't released them yet. He could feel that within the ice, Chen Yu was releasing a huge amount of energy, trying to break free. Chen Yu had to admit that senior brother Yuan Chen was also a genius, and his methods were very strong. With just strength, He wouldn't be able to break free unless his heart exploded or he used other methods. Weng, a magic pattern surged on Qinyu's right arm, covering his entire arm, and quintessential Yuan burst out. Outside his pitch-black arm, a black quintessential Yuan devil claw was vaguely formed. This was the devil destruction claw. Crack, the ice around Qinyu's arm cracked open, and the devil destruction claw grew even bigger. Pung, Qinyu poured in quintessential Yuan once again, and the devil destruction claw expanded. He waved it fiercely, and the devil destruction claw shot out, shattering the ice cube. That pitch-black devil claw was simple and tyrannical, and it rushed towards Yuan Chen. Cold ice barrier. Yuan Chen's palms released a layer of cold flowing light, and he waved it, forming a thick layer of ice barrier. Pung, the devil destruction claw descended, blasting a hole in the ice barrier, and continued to attack. Yuan Chen waved his palms, increasing the defense of the devil destruction claw. Junior brother's defense, strength, and attacking methods are all very strong, but senior brother is also proficient in defense. If you can't injure me, then I won't lose. At most, it will be a draw. Within the ice barrier, Yuan Chen laughed. This claw of Qinyu's had weakened the ice cube, and so Yuan Chen was able to safely block it. Boom, Qinyu's figure rushed out, setting off a pitch-black gust of wind. He came in front of the ice barrier, mobilized his strength, circulated his quintessential Yuan, and smashed his fist down. Pung! 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 Immediately after, the second, third, and fourth punches landed continuously. Compared to the instantaneous explosion of the devil destruction claw, the continuous bombardment of Qinyu's fists caused more damage. Yuan Chen constantly repaired the positions that Qinyu attacked, but his speed seemed to be unable to keep up. Alright, that's enough. Master Xianxia said. Qinyu and Yuan Chen immediately stopped. Yu Buyu pouted, as though he wasn't satisfied yet, or maybe he wanted to know if second senior brother or third senior brother would be stronger if this battle continued. Junior brother's strength hasn't weakened at all. I almost couldn't hold on just now, but fortunately, Master called for a stop. Yuan Chen still had a faint smile on his face. It's just a spar, the outcome hasn't been decided. Qinyu also smiled. There was no victory or defeat between him and senior brother Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen took the initiative to challenge probably because he and his master wanted to see Qinyu's strength. Since they were more or less certain, they could stop. Junior brother has a true fire spirit flame like the blood glass flame, which can restrain my black ice quintessential Yuan. If we really fight, I'll be in trouble. Yuan Chen spoke the truth. He was more fearful of the blood glass flame. In addition, with Qinyu's cultivation of the Sky Demon's secret pattern, it was impossible for him to hurt him. Therefore, there was no way he could defeat Qinyu. Blood glass flame? Yu Buyu stared at Qinyu with a pair of big eyes, revealing a look of surprise. Junior sister is a genius with a fire spirit body, so she cultivates the fire Dao, so she is more surprised by such a magical and powerful true fire spirit flame. Yuan Chen explained. A genius with a fire spirit body. Qinyu didn't expect this junior sister to be so talented. No wonder she was so young, and her cultivation had reached the late connate stage. Buzz, Qinyu stretched out his hand, and a blood flame bloomed in his palm, constantly expanding. The flame kept turning, and finally turned into a bright glass flower of blood flame. This is the blood glass flame? It's so beautiful. Yu Buyu approached Qinyu, a pair of big blue eyes staring at the blood lotus, full of surprise and admiration. In the face of such a powerful blood Dao flame, even an expert like Xianxia was a little tempted, but the devil Dao he cultivated was not compatible with the blood glass flame, and as a master, no one would dare to join the academy in the future if he stole something from his disciple. After looking at it for a while, Qinyu put away the blood glass flame. If master has no other instructions, I'll take my leave first. Qinyu said. We'll also take our leave. Yuan Chen said on behalf of Yu Buyu. The reason why he brought his junior sister here was that he expected Qinyu to visit master as soon as he returned to the academy. Well, all of you can leave. Prepare well for the tea party of geniuses in half a year. Xianxia exhorted again. Then, the three left the mountain peak. Junior sister made it into the top 50 in this year's competition? On the way, Qinyu asked. Because Master had just told them to prepare, so Qinyu had such a guess. Yes. Yu Buyu revealed a smile. The competition in this year's competition is more intense. Buyu is very good, entering the top 50, ranked 48th, Yuan Chen said with a smile. Being praised by Yuan Chen, Yu Buyu was a little embarrassed. Yu Buyu was very lucky. When she entered the academy, she was accepted as a disciple by Master, participated in the academy competition, entered the top 50, and had the opportunity to participate in the Tea Party of Geniuses. If there were no accidents, she would definitely shine in the next academy competition. After a while, the three brothers and sisters parted. Qinyu immediately returned to his courtyard. As a disciple of the vice headmaster, the location of his courtyard was excellent, and the cultivation effect was far better than that of other students. Comfortable. Qinyu could not help but sigh. Compared to the Chu state, the cultivation environment here was really too good. Next, Qinyu began to cultivate. On the other hand, in the south of Yunzhou Nation, in a valley that was covered in fog and cold air, there was a huge and gloomy ancient temple. In one of the main halls, a middle-aged man with a tough face and a pair of sinister eyes sat on the top. Has there been any news from the lawless temple yet? The middle-aged man's voice was cold and low. Elder Ren, it has been 3 days since they last sent a message, and there is still no reply. I'm afraid they have failed. Below, a monk bent over and said softly. He also could not imagine that with the strength of the heartless and unjust elders, how could they have failed? In addition, even if they had failed, they should have sent a message to lay the groundwork so that Elder Ren could be mentally prepared, lest he was taught a lesson when he returned. Once they fail, Qinyu will definitely be on guard. What a bunch of incompetent fools. When Qinyu returns to the demon-free academy, it will be even more difficult to kill him. Ren Bing's face was gloomy. Back then, he had been stopped by Elan Tian. However, how could he not take revenge for his son's death? Moreover, Ren Han had successfully infiltrated the demon-free academy and gained the trust of the upper echelons. Therefore, many of the upper echelons of the Black Hell Alliance hated Qinyu. Back then, Qinyu's bounty had risen to the top 3. Moreover, could Elan Tian always stay by Qinyu's side? Whoosh whoosh, Ren Bing suddenly stood up, his long hair and robe fluttering. Let me take his life. Ren Bing's voice was filled with murderous intent as he turned into a black shadow and flew out. In the next moment, a devilish woman with crimson hair and a crimson robe walked in from the entrance. What's wrong with Elder Ren? The crimson hair woman asked. Qinyu has appeared. The people who went to assassinate Qinyu failed, so Elder Ren decided to take action personally. Monk said respectfully. The person in front of him belonged to the mysterious Blood Moon organization. Is everything true? The crimson hair woman's eyes sparkled. Monk nodded his head. Qinyu has appeared. I have to inform the Sanctus of this news. The crimson hair woman turned and left quickly. In the secret room, Qinyu was cultivating in seclusion. He felt comfortable and his cultivation was very smooth. When he was in the Chu kingdom, every time Qinyu went into seclusion, he would need to spend a huge amount of primeval stones to set up an energy-gathering array. But in the special cultivation grounds of the Deviless College, he didn't need to do this. Half a month later, Qinyu ended his seclusion. Within 4 years, I have hopes of breaking through to the intermediate stage of the Origin Realm. Qinyu deduced based on his cultivation progress. Master has reminded me time and time again to prepare for the tea party. There must be a reason for it. The 9-bone devil spirit sword is too valuable and shouldn't be taken out. The greatsword's grade is too low and isn't suitable for me anymore. Qinyu was in deep thought. In terms of grade, his 9-bone demon spirit sword might be a little higher than the complete heavenly fault sword. But the greatsword was only a half-spiritual weapon. It wouldn't be able to increase Qinyu's strength much. The Prodigy Tea Party gathered the top 50 prodigies of the 3 previous tournaments. Just take the previous tournament as an example. When Qinyu defeated Yi Chungfeng and Yun Haijin, he took a huge risk. If he had been careless, he might have lost. These two had shocking backgrounds. Yi Chungfeng was from the Yi clan, one of the 4 major clans, while Yun Haijin was from the Royal Yun clan. They didn't need to worry about resources and the cultivation environment was great. With their talents, their growth and strength would be terrifying. In the previous tournament, Qin Yu defeated the two of them. Now that he was up against Yi Qingfeng and Yun Haizhen, it was hard to say who would win. In the latest tournament, there were also many prodigies. 8 Origin Realm prodigies were born. First place Sita Lingyu even took first place with an invincible aura. It had been a year and a half since the tournament. They must have digested the rewards and had a huge increase in strength. Besides these 2 tournaments, there were also the old members from the previous tournament. Although the tournament was getting stronger each time, under the same age, the old members couldn't be compared to the new members. But there was no fairness in this world. Those old members had more than 10 years of experience and had been tempered to a terrifying extent. The organizers of this prodigy tea party were supposed to be Qin Yu and Yun Yingguo, the champion of the academy tournament 2 years ago. However, since he couldn't get in touch with Qin Yu, Yun Haizhen took his place. Yun Yingguo and Yun Haizhen were both members of the royal family, which seemed to indicate how powerful the royal family of Yunjiao Nation was. Since the organizers were all members of the royal family, the venue of the tea party was the Yunyang Sacred Matter. As early as a few months ago, the venue for the tea party of outstanding talents had already been in preparation. As the champion of the last competition, I can't embarrass myself too much. I have to forge a suitable weapon. Qin Yu made a decision and left the courtyard. Not long after, Qin Yu arrived at the No Demon Academy's artifact forging center. From afar, Qin Yu sensed a scorching aura coming from a valley in the distance. Qin Yu didn't hide his cultivation aura. When he approached, the guards immediately bowed and opened the barrier to let Qin Yu in. Inside the valley, rows of palaces and pavilions were built on the walls. In the middle of the valley, there was a huge palace that looked like a furnace. Occasionally, it would spit out clouds of fire mist. When Qin Yu entered, he attracted the attention of the craftsmen. Qin Yu? Qin Yu is here. The craftsmen were a little surprised and called out to him. However, as craftsmen, they had a distinguished status, unlike some students who immediately came up to flatter him. In the corner, a bald blacksmith couldn't help but tremble when he saw Qin Yu. Master Lu. After taking a glance at the bald master, Qin Yu noticed that the bald master was the only one he recognized. Qin Yu, what do you need this time? Master Lu asked with a bitter smile. A few years ago, Qin Yu came here to forge a supreme-grade spiritual weapon. Master Lu wanted to slack off, so he didn't do his job well, which made Qin Yu unhappy and the two of them argued. Coincidentally, the number 1 craftsman, Master Shen, came out. Master Lu wanted to falsely accuse Qin Yu and purposely belittle the giant ruler sword. Unexpectedly, the giant ruler sword was the work of Master Shen when he was young. Master Lu offended Master Shen and his status here plummeted. This time, when he saw Qin Yu, the anger in his heart was ignited again, but he had to suppress it. Firstly, Qin Yu had an extraordinary status in the institute. Secondly, he must have broken through to the origin realm. As long as he didn't die, his future would be limitless. If Master Lu held a grudge and couldn't beat Qin Yu, he might as well forget everything. I'm looking for Master Shen. Qin Yu explained his purpose. Based on Qin Yu's understanding, Master Shen was the blacksmith with the best memory in the entire Yunjiao nation. He was one of the best in the entire country. Qin Yu naturally hoped to hire the best craftsmen to help him forge weapons. Master Shen, alright, I'll help you ask. Master Lu hesitated, but he still agreed and walked deeper into the palace. Ever since he offended Master Shen, every time he met Master Shen wouldn't give him any face. This made Lu Yuan a little afraid of Master Shen. Dong dong, Master Lu walked to the door of the secret room and knocked lightly. Seeing no response, he knocked a few more times. Suddenly, the door of the secret room opened. Master Shen looked outside and frowned when he saw Lu Yuan. What's the matter? Qin Yu wants to see you. Master Lu bowed slightly and said. Oh? That kid is back? Master Shen's brows relaxed. After thinking for a while, he said, let him in. All right. Master Lu left and heaved a sigh of relief. After a while, Qin Yu walked in. Master Shen, help me forge a spiritual weapon. How about it? Qin Yu said straightforwardly. From the last time they met, Qinyu felt that Master Shen was a temperamental person. There wasn't much of a difference between being respectful or disrespectful to him. "Kid, you really aren't tactful at all. Don't you know that even some mentors and deans in the college have to be polite when they ask me to forge a spiritual weapon for them?" Master Shen said with a smile, feeling a little helpless. "We are strangers the first time, we get to know each other the second time." Qinyu immediately tried to get close. He walked towards Master Shen and took out the greatsword. "My cultivation is already at the peak of the initial stage of the origin realm. This sword isn't of much use to me," Qinyu said bluntly. In the Yunjiao kingdom, some of the elite prodigies or the initial stage of the origin realm with a powerful background would use spiritual weapons. To Qinyu, this incomplete spiritual artifact was indeed a little outdated. "Also, I still need to attend the prodigy tea party half a year later. If I don't have a suitable weapon, I'm afraid I will embarrass the students," Qinyu said again. "You kid, if you embarrass the college, are you going to blame me for not forging a spiritual weapon for you?" Master Shen said impatiently. "I didn't say that," Qinyu immediately denied. "Take out all the materials you have." Master Shen didn't say much and went back to the topic. As the previous champion, if Qinyu didn't perform well at the prodigy tea party, it would indeed be embarrassing. Moreover, Qinyu had a bright future. If he helped Qinyu forge a spiritual weapon, Qinyu would owe him a favor. Qinyu immediately took out some materials from the mist-spitting pearl. Most of them were obtained from the hidden domain of the college tournament. There were also a dozen dragon teeth which were materials from the scarlet-eyed flood dragon. "These materials are alright, but I'm afraid that the spirit artifact you refine won't be compatible with your cultivation method. Also, you like heavy swords. These materials aren't enough to forge a spiritual weapon heavy sword." Master Shen took a glance and said. Qinyu didn't know much about smithing. After hearing Master Shen's analysis, he indeed felt that his preparations weren't thorough enough. "With the materials you have taken out, this old man can probably forge a low-grade superior quality heavy sword for you, and it might not even be suitable. If you can gather a few more precious materials, I can help you customize a low-grade pinnacle spiritual weapon," Master Shen said again. A low-grade pinnacle spiritual weapon was equivalent to the Sky Moon sword. It was already pretty good. Furthermore, if it was forged by Master Shen, it wouldn't be too bad. To be able to forge a low-grade pinnacle spiritual weapon, Qinyu naturally didn't want a superior quality one. "Alright, I wonder what other materials are needed?" Qinyu asked. He had already chosen to forge a low-grade pinnacle spiritual weapon. The progress of the origin realm was slow and a single weapon could be used for a long time. Therefore, Qinyu hoped to forge a better and more suitable spiritual weapon. "I will give you a list of materials. If you can gather 3 of them in sufficient quantity, that will be enough. Of course, the more the better." Master Shen took out a piece of paper and wrote on it before passing it to Qinyu. "Alright." Qinyu took the paper and left the forging area. Spiritual weapons were expensive and the materials weren't cheap either. Heavy swords required a large amount of materials, especially since Qinyu was planning to forge a better spiritual weapon. After leaving, he arrived at the demon-free main hall. The trading area here was filled with dazzling items, but there weren't many that were for the origin realm. After walking around, Qinyu only found one usable material and it was in very little quantity. A mosquito might be small, but it was still meat. Qinyu bought it. "It seems like it is impossible to gather the materials in the demon-free college. I have to make a trip outside." Qinyu sighed. But when Qinyu returned to the demon-free college, he caused quite a commotion. When he first returned, he even killed 3 monks from the lawless monastery. He was probably being watched by the remaining forces of the sect. Therefore, Qinyu purchased a special black robe. After putting it on, spiritual awareness couldn't penetrate it. After leaving the demon-free college, Qinyu put on the black robe, revealing only his face below the nose. Soon, he arrived at the Tianhe royal city. The Tianhe prefecture had 3 major powers. They were the demon-free college, Situ clan, and Duan clan. Therefore, the Tianhe prefecture's economy was very prosperous. There were all kinds of shops, miscellaneous shops, precious material shops, restaurants, etc. Qinyu arrived at the material shop, the Origin Realm area. Origin Realm materials were very rare, and those that met Qinyu's requirements were even rarer. In the Yunjiao kingdom, most of the resources were controlled by the major forces. Because of this, they were able to attract batch after batch of cultivators to join them. After strolling around for a long time, Qinyu picked out a type of ore called blacklight stone, and the quantity of the ore met his requirements. Now, he only needed to collect 2 materials of sufficient quantity to forge a top-tier low-grade spirit artifact. The female servant saw that the material Qinyu chose was extremely valuable and expensive. She guessed that Qinyu must be a rich man. Hence, she said, if you can't find a suitable material, you can go to the Blood Red restaurant to take a look. Restaurant? Qinyu was slightly stunned. He was buying his own materials. Why would he go to a restaurant? However, this female servant worked in the material shop. She knew Qinyu's requirements and would not lie. Before leaving, Qinyu gave her a generous tip, causing the maid to beam with joy at Qinyu. Customer, if you need anything in the future, remember to come here again. After leaving the shop, Qinyu strolled around for a while longer. Blood color in? Perhaps it was because of the female servant's information, Qinyu was more attentive and coincidentally saw this inn. This inn was dark red in color. Walking into the inn, Qinyu noticed that this place was different from other ordinary inns. The inn had a total of 3 floors. Everyone might be drinking, but it was very quiet, as though they were having a secret discussion. What was even stranger was that almost everyone didn't conceal their cultivation chi presence. Hence, Qinyu could easily determine that the first floor was filled with Qi Transformation Realm and Hotian Realm cultivators. The second floor was filled with Qi Transformation Realm cultivators, and the third floor was filled with Origin Realm cultivators. There were actually over 20 of them. The ancient country was vast, and it was easier to break through to the Origin Realm than the northern plains. In this prefecture, there were the 3 major figures, second- and third-rate clans, and rogue cultivators. The number of Origin Realm cultivators here was on a different level compared to the northern plains. A small inn like this is able to gather so many Origin Realm experts. This place is indeed extraordinary. Qinyu's interest was piqued. Boom, Qinyu also released a faintly discernible demon Daoqi presence. It might not be strong, but it was definitely at the Origin Realm. Many of the people on the first floor shuddered and looked at Qinyu with more respect. At the same time, many on the third floor looked over. But the black robe that Qinyu was wearing could block out spiritual senses. Without a late-stage Origin Realm cultivation, one wouldn't be able to see Qinyu's true appearance. Qinyu walked up to the third floor, found a random seat and ordered a jug of wine. Alright, customer, your wine. A moment later, the waiter came over and left after putting down a jug and a bowl. Qinyu poured the wine and drank while observing the surroundings. Although he felt that this place was strange, he didn't know the reason. The inn was very quiet and Qinyu didn't want to ask anyone. Hence, he started to observe the Origin Realm cultivators here. According to his senses, there were a total of 10 initial stage Origin Realm cultivators, 5 peak stage Origin Realm cultivators, 4 middle stage Origin Realm cultivators, and 3 that he couldn't see through. As Qinyu was observing, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Little brother, I wonder if you are interested in the treasures in the secluded moon forest? Qinyu couldn't help but raise his head. The person who sent the voice transmission was the middle-aged man sitting at the table opposite him. The serene moon forest was one of the most dangerous forbidden grounds in the Sky River Prefecture, and in this forbidden ground, there was an astonishing treasure. Qinyu had also heard of it before. It was rumored to be the lair of a group of notorious bandits 1,000 years ago. Qinyu did not answer his question. Through the middle-aged man's voice transmission, Qinyu was almost sure what this blood-red restaurant was for. The Yunjiao nation was vast and rich in resources. There were ancient forbidden lands, dangerous lands formed naturally, or places created by Void Sea Realm cultivators, and so on. These dangerous places also represented opportunities. Perhaps someone had inadvertently discovered some clues, but their individual strength was insufficient, so they wanted to find someone to cooperate with. The Blood Red restaurant provided an environment for these people to form teams. Most wandering cultivators made a living by adventuring, and they often wandered around the area in search of companions. Humph. Opposite him, the middle-aged man had an unhappy expression. With a cold snort, an icy cold mental energy rushed towards Xianxia. He took the initiative to invite Xianxia, but Xianxia didn't even reply, which made him lose face. Actually, Xianxia was thinking of a problem, which was why he ignored it. Wang, Xianxia immediately raised his head, and a pair of deep black eyes stared out, releasing a domineering and imposing demonic Dao mental energy. Immediately, the middle-aged man's mental energy was blasted apart, and his mind was invaded by demonic Dao energy, causing him to groan and his body to tremble. This scene attracted the attention of other experts, who couldn't help but take a few more glances at Xianxia. That middle-aged man had some fame in the Sky River Prefecture. 10 years ago, he broke through to the Origin Realm, and was only a step away from the peak of the initial stage of the Origin Realm. Not interested. After counterattacking, Xianxia replied. The reason why Xianxia rejected this person's invitation was because bandits were greedy for money. Even if they found a treasure, it would probably be in the form of yuan stones. Secondly, Xianxia didn't get along well with this person, and it wasn't suitable for them to cooperate. Besides, Xianxia was interested in the Blood Red restaurant. Some of the information here was unique, and not many people knew about it. You have shown great strength just now. I wonder if you are willing to explore a relic with us. At this moment, a golden-haired middle-aged man, who was sitting at another table, transmitted a message to Xianxia. What relic? Xianxia asked. The relic of the sect. The golden-haired middle-aged man pondered for a moment and replied. Obviously, before Xianxia agreed, he didn't want to reveal too much information. The sect? Xianxia was slightly shocked. 10,000 years ago, the Yunzhao kingdom was already under the rule of the royal family. The sect was on the decline and was almost wiped out. Therefore, this relic of the sect must have been around for a long time. Secondly, the sect relic had all sorts of treasures, including the minerals that Xianxia needed. Xianxia stood up and sat down. This table originally had 5 people. Including Xianxia, there were 6 of them. The golden-haired middle-aged man was the initiator of the mission. He seemed to be in the middle stage of the Origin Realm. On his left was a short man in the early stage of the Origin Realm. Beside him was a man wearing a bamboo hat, who emitted the aura of a peak early stage Origin Realm. Apart from that, there was a pair of twin sisters, one peak early stage Origin Realm and the other early stage Origin Realm. Are you willing to go? The golden-haired middle-aged man asked. Can you reveal more information? Xianxia asked calmly. I found this relic, and there shouldn't be anyone else who knows about it. I have personally explored it, so the information is definitely true. If you don't swear a heart soul blood oath, I will not reveal any more information. The golden-haired middle-aged man laughed. Although he said so, his words still revealed some information. Firstly, not many people knew about the relic. Secondly, he had personally explored it. This point could be confirmed by this person's oath later. Alright, I agree. Xianxia gave his reply. Firstly, he was indeed interested in the so-called relic. Humans have curiosity and the desire to explore. Who knows, he might be able to find the minerals that he needed. Secondly, the strongest among the 5 was only in the middle stage of the Origin Realm. These people didn't seem to be a group and seemed to be a temporary team. There was nothing to worry about. Alright, 6 of us should be enough. The golden-haired middle-aged man transmitted a message and led the group to a room. Firstly, to confirm the golden-haired middle-aged man's words, the rest of them had to swear a heart-soul-blood oath. Subsequently, the rest of them also made a heart-soul-blood oath. After knowing the information, they couldn't leave the team and explore by themselves. I found this relic, which is suspected to be the relic of the Yin-sifting sect from 10,000 years ago. It is too dangerous inside, and I was alone at that time. The golden-haired middle-aged man finally revealed the information about the relic. Yin-sifting sect. The rest of them were in deep thought. 10,000 years ago was too long ago, but the Yin-sifting sect wasn't an ordinary sect. It had a certain reputation in the evil Dao sect. Therefore, everyone had heard of it. Yin-sifting sect? We sisters are very interested. I hope we can gain something from this trip. The pair of twins spoke at the same time. One of them had a charming voice while the other had a deep voice. It sounded very strange. "When do we move?" the man wearing the bamboo hat asked. Although he had purposely lowered his voice, everyone could tell that he was young. "Hee, we are almost all here. Of course, we will set off now." The golden-haired middle-aged man laughed. The short man seemed to be in the same group as the golden-haired middle-aged man. He didn't say anything from the start. "Set off now?" The twins didn't expect the golden-haired middle-aged man to be in such a hurry. "All right, your Wanbaoguang has some reputation. I will believe you. Set off now," the man wearing the bamboo hat said straightforwardly. "You are Wanbaoguang?" The twins spoke at the same time. This was their third time teaming up at the Blood Moon restaurant, so they were more cautious. But they had heard of the name Wanbaoguang once. Wanbaoguang was a rogue cultivator in the 3 prefectures near the Sky River Prefecture. He had been exploring, searching for relics and inheritances. He was at the height of his fame when he led a team and broke through a Void Sea Realm inheritance. Only one member of the team died, while the rest of the team gained something. Wanbaoguang also broke through to the middle stage of the Origin Realm after that. "Alright, let's do it now." Chinyu didn't mind. After that, the group left the Blood Moon restaurant. Some of them looked envious, but Wanbaoguang's team had 6 members, so they didn't dare to make a move. Soon, the 6 of them arrived at the teleportation point and chose the teleportation array to the Donglin Prefecture. 3,000 low-grade primal stones. The enforcer collected the primal stones. Soon, the number of people reached 16. The teleportation array was activated and everyone gradually disappeared. Donglin Prefecture was a prefecture on the east coast of the Yunjiao Nation. Because of the distance, the teleportation fee was higher. The 6 of them paid over 20,000 low-grade primal stones. After arriving at the Donglin Prefecture, Wanbaoguang led the way while the group followed behind. No one noticed that among the people who were teleported along with them, there was an ordinary-looking man. He came to a remote corner, took out a communication talisman and sent a message. After the group flew for a long time, the twin sisters questioned, "Where are we going?" "We are about to leave the Donglin Prefecture." "Outside the Donglin Prefecture, the East Sea," Wanbaoguang answered. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but have a trace of seriousness. The Donglin Prefecture was located at the border of the Yunjiao Nation. The Yunjiao Nation didn't have much jurisdiction, so it was more chaotic here. It was even more so outside the Donglin Prefecture, and there were many demonic clans in the sea. Soon, the group arrived at a place on the East Sea. After making sure there was no one around, Wanbaoguang said, "The relics are 2,000 miles below. But before we enter the relics, I have to make it clear that I am the one who discovered the relics. When the time comes, I will have first pick of the treasures." At the entrance of the relics, Wanbaoguang made this request. At this moment, everyone was impatient, so they agreed to Wanbaoguang's request. A middle-aged man walked out from the back of the Blood Red restaurant. He had an overbearing aura and a ferocious smile on his face. If Chinyu was here, he would definitely recognize him as Renhan's father, Elder Renbing of the Black Prison Alliance. "Chinyu, there's a way out, but you chose to barge into hell." Renbing let out a low laugh, put on a black robe, and left. In fact, the sect had been infiltrating the Yunjiao Nation for the past 10 years. In the Imperial City, there were many shops that were secretly run by the sect, and the Blood Red restaurant was one of them. After Renbing arrived at the Sky River Prefecture, he naturally couldn't stand guard outside the Demon Free Academy, so he stayed in the Blood Red restaurant. He ordered all the Black Prison Alliance members in the Sky River Prefecture to report any clues about Chinyu. Today, he unintentionally observed the people in the restaurant, and the short fight between Chinyu and the middle-aged man caught his attention. He used his powerful spiritual consciousness to check through Chinyu's black robe, and found out Chinyu's identity. This was like wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, and finding it by chance. He didn't attack Chinyu at that time. With his identity, if he appeared in the Imperial City, he would probably be surrounded by many experts and even the Marquis' residences. It would also expose the Blood Red restaurant. However, Chinyu left with a team. Ren Bing guessed that Qin Yu went on an adventure with a team, so he sent a member to follow Qin Yu's team. They went to the Donglin prefecture, which is at the border of the Yunjiao nation. It's the most chaotic place, and there are many remnants of the sect, Ren Bing calculated in his mind as he flew. The Donglin prefecture was definitely the best place to kill someone in the wild. There are 6 of them, and they must have gone to search for treasures. Who knows, not only will I be able to kill this guy, I might even get a surprise. Ren Bing sped up, and arrived at the teleportation point, teleporting to the Donglin prefecture. In a short while, he met up with the scout. "Sir, they are too fast, I can't keep up, and I'm afraid they'll be suspicious," the scout reported. "Alright, you can go back." Ren Bing left the place after giving the order. Within the Donglin prefecture, there were some members who belonged to the Black Prison Alliance. There were a total of 6 people in Qin Yu's team, and they were easy to identify. There was no need to worry about not being able to find that kid's tracks. On the other side, Qin Yu and the others had already reached the bottom of the sea. The deeper they went, the greater the water pressure. Everyone had no choice but to put up a true essence barrier. Hoo-hoo, suddenly, more than 20 strange black fish appeared not far away. They had horns on their heads and blade-like teeth. They were extremely fast in the water, and like black lightning, they attacked everyone. There were also demonic beasts in the deep sea, and they had an advantage in the water, so they were stronger. Reckless. The twin sisters snorted, and the younger sister suddenly took out a translucent blue jade sword. She continued to brandish her sword, and the sword seemed to have merged with the water, making it difficult to distinguish it. Streaks of sharp sword chi rushed out of the water. Puff, the water current of the sword chi streaked across. Suddenly, a smooth and sharp wound appeared on the bodies of several long black fishes, and blood gushed out. "Hey, stop." Wan Baoguang sighed and immediately shouted, "Don't kill here. It will attract other demonic beasts, and even the demonic humans in the East Sea." The younger twin sister frowned, lowered her head, and didn't speak anymore. "Then do you have any ideas?" The older sister smiled charmingly, looking very intimate. "This brother, in the Blood Moon Inn, I saw that your spiritual power was very strong. I wonder if you know any spiritual secret arts. If you do, then you will be able to kill demonic beasts without any bloodshed." Wan Baoguang looked at Qin Yu. Among the 6 people here, he knew the short man, and the twin sister's background was more or less investigated. Only Qin Yu and the conical hat man were slightly more mysterious. Wan Baoguang couldn't help but probe Qin Yu. The difficulty of this expedition was high. He originally intended to invite a middle-stage origin realm expert, or even a peak initial stage origin realm expert. But there weren't many people in the inn, and even fewer people were willing to join. But Qin Yu's display of spiritual power had attracted Wan Baoguang's attention, which was why he sent the invitation. "My spiritual power is strong because I accidentally consumed some kind of spiritual treasure. I am a body cultivator and have no research on spiritual power," Qin Yu explained. Although the 6 of them were exploring, they didn't know each other and had their own precautions. No one was willing to expose themselves. Currently, the chi that Qin Yu revealed was only at the initial stage origin realm. "Body cultivator?" Wan Baoguang revealed a disappointed expression. There was a reason why body cultivators were declining. They had to pay a huge price and endure immense pain to temper their body. Furthermore, they had obvious weaknesses and were easily targeted by spiritual secret arts and kiting tactics. Most importantly, body cultivators had very little use in the Yin-sifting sect ruins expedition. A body cultivator actually sneaked in. "Wan Baoguang, your eyesight is not good this time." The short man spoke for the first time and teased Wan Baoguang. As for the twin sisters, when they looked at Qin Yu, there was a hint of disdain in their eyes. Compared to body cultivators, people who specialized in spiritual attacks were more fearsome. The man in the bamboo hat, on the other hand, seemed to have nothing to do with him. "Let me deal with these underwater demonic beasts." Wan Baoguang stood out. He circulated his chi and opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Only a layer of invisible waves rushed towards the distance and swept past the body of the black fish. In an instant, the remaining demonic fish froze and floated upwards. Obviously, it was dead. Sound wave attack that also carries spiritual damage. Qinyu blinked his eyes. This Wanbaoguang was indeed a rogue cultivator. He had experienced hundreds of battles and had many tricks up his sleeves. He shouldn't be underestimated. The group dived quickly and encountered 2 waves of demonic beasts along the way, but they were all dealt with by Wanbaoguang's sound wave spiritual secret arts. Soon, the group arrived at the bottom of the sea and saw a coral reef. Under Wanbaoguang's lead, the group shuttled through the coral reef. After a while, they came to the side of a dark purple reef. This place emitted a cold and gloomy aura that made people uncomfortable. Open. Wanbaoguang took out an array flag and waved it. Water flickered in front of them and a layer of array patterns appeared and slowly disappeared. In an instant, the reef in front of them disappeared and turned into a cave that led downward. The concealment array is still here. After I leave, no one should be able to enter this place. Wanbaoguang smiled and took the lead. After moving forward for a while, the group saw the ruins of a dilapidated building and many rotten bones. The entire space was filled with a gloomy aura, which made them feel very uneasy. Such an ancient architectural style and the symbol of the Xianxia sect. This should be the ruins of the Xianxia sect, the man in the bamboo hat said in a low voice. A sect is so large. This should only be a part of it. I don't know if the rest is elsewhere or has been destroyed. Wanbaoguang was more interested in the ruins and even wanted to use it as a clue to find other related ruins. At the beginning, there was no danger, but Wanbaoguang had explored this place before and retreated because it was too dangerous. Everyone was very cautious. Not long after, the group saw an endless staircase in front of them. It was originally very dark, but there were many pillars on both sides of the staircase. At the top of the pillars, there was a skull that emitted a pale gray light, illuminating the staircase. They could see many black and gloomy figures wandering on the staircase. They seemed to have lost their consciousness and wandered aimlessly, emitting a shocking gloomy aura. Everyone, there is only one path in front of us. I was stopped at the bottom of this staircase. Wanbaoguang said, there are too many ghosts wandering on this staircase. There are even some at the origin realm. We have to work together in order to break through. These ghosts might have been raised by the Xianxia sect, or they might have been turned into ghosts after the people here died. The man in the bamboo hat analyzed. Hey, these ghosts are good at spiritual soul attacks. You have to be careful. If you are afraid, you can retreat now. The twin sisters looked at Qinyu and said in unison. The disdain in their eyes was very obvious. After all, there were 2 of them, and they were good at joint attacks. Their combat strength was outstanding and they didn't fear Qinyu at all. After the twins spoke, the others didn't say anything. Even Wanbaoguang, the team leader, glanced at Qinyu. Obviously, they all felt that as a body cultivator, Qinyu wouldn't be of much use in the Xianxia sect ruins. He might even be a burden. And if they encountered a treasure, they would have to share it with Qinyu. It was not worth it. The treasure is here. How can I retreat? Qinyu said with a greedy look. The twin sisters snorted and ignored the greedy Qinyu. They paid more attention to the man in the bamboo hat and Wanbaoguang. Let's attack together. Wanbaoguang shouted and led the way. Then, the others rushed up the staircase. When the group ascended the stairs, the wandering ghosts immediately stared at them. Some of their eyes were pale white, while others had no eyes. Boom, Wanbaoguang's palms turned golden and he punched out. The golden light was dazzling and killed a late-stage Xiantian realm ghost. The golden palm continued to penetrate and killed 2 more ghosts. These ghosts were in between a physical body and an incorporeal body. Their physical attacks were still effective, but it was greatly reduced. Although Wanbaoguang specialized in spiritual attacks, he didn't know what kind of danger he would face next. His spiritual energy was hard to recover, so he held back. The short middle-aged man followed beside Wanbaoguang. He was only at the early stage returning origin realm, but his strength wasn't weak. Swish. 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 As for the twin sisters, one executed a water Dao sword art, while the other executed a fire Dao sword art. They cooperated well and killed all the ghosts that got close to them. Qinyu blended in with these people, punching and slapping away a malicious ghost that tried to get close to him. This kid's true essence is quite strong. Wan Baoguang took a glance at Qinyu. Ordinary body cultivators could only deal limited damage to ghosts and wraiths by relying on pure physical strength. Qinyu's attack contained true essence. Although it was very restrained, it was still very powerful. The last one was the man in the bamboo hat. He held a green ancient sword in his hand, and his sword technique was elegant like the wind and rain. It was extremely accurate, and he seemed to be very relaxed. It was obvious that he was an expert swordsman, and he was probably hiding his strength. The bamboo hat man's display of strength made everyone pay more attention to him. The older sister of the twins was also at the peak of the initial stage of the origin realm. She was a sword user, but her strength wasn't as good as the bamboo hat man. The origin realm malicious ghosts are here. Wan Baoguang reminded. 3 malicious ghosts that were larger than normal ghosts were shrouded in a chilling fog. They brought along a group of spirits and pounced over. Origin realm malicious ghosts were even more powerful in such a place. One of them pounced towards Wan Baoguang, who was the most eye-catching. The second one went for the twin sisters. The third one went for Qinyu. Kiki, this kid is probably finished. As the twin sisters looked at Qinyu, their lips curled up into sneers. These types of spirits were the nemesis of physical cultivators. They were immune to physical attacks and mysterious spiritual attacks. How could a physical cultivator who only knew how to strengthen his body be a match for these ghosts? This guy has his eyes on me. Qinyu looked at the malicious ghost. It was dressed in a gray robe and had 2 claws extended out. Its head was missing and its face was covered in blood. What's more, this origin realm malicious ghost had a few elite chi transformation realm ghosts beside it. Without exposing his true strength, Qinyu would have a hard time dealing with them. Hence, he decided to focus on defense. They were a team. The others couldn't leave Qinyu alone. After they dealt with the enemies, they had to help Qinyu. With this plan in mind, Qinyu decided to slowly deal with this group of malicious ghosts without attacking them. Boom! Boom! Qinyu brandished his giant sword and forced back some of the ghosts while weakening their attacks. Even if some spiritual attacks hit Qinyu, with his intermediate stage origin realm spiritual power, he was completely fine. I forgot. This kid said that he consumed a soul spirit type treasure and his soul spirit is stronger. Normal soul spirit attacks wouldn't be able to hurt him. The charming older sister of the twins remembered after noticing Qinyu's battle. The origin realm malicious ghosts are about to show their prowess. The younger sister's cold voice echoed. Hell! The origin realm evil spirit let out a roar and spat out a cloud of black ghost mist. The black mist swirled and turned into a ghost face. It opened its mouth and rushed towards Qinyu. When this powerful mental attack approached, the jade pendant on Qinyu's body released a layer of pure white halo that permeated his mind consciousness, giving Qinyu a warm and comfortable feeling. When the malicious ghost's attack arrived, it penetrated the pure white halo and its power was reduced by 30 to 40%. As for the remaining mental attacks, they rushed into Qinyu's consciousness. Qinyu steadied his mind and defended with all his might to block this attack. This person actually has a mental defense treasure on him. The twins were a little jealous and envious. Not only had Qinyu swallowed a soul-type treasure, but he also had such a defensive treasure. He must have had a great encounter. Boom! The origin realm malicious ghost's mental attack didn't hurt Qinyu. He waved his claws and tore out a layer of black light. Qinyu waved his giant ruler sword to reduce the power of the attack. The remaining attacks landed on Qinyu's body and were all blocked. The jade pendant on his body could only be activated once in a limited period of time. More and more ghosts were summoned by the origin realm malicious ghost, making it difficult to deal with them. On the other side, the bamboo hat man was very relaxed. He waved his green ancient sword and killed one malicious ghost after another. Your sword skills are amazing. I am impressed. Qinyu smirked and flew towards him. And? The bamboo hat man glanced at Qinyu and saw that Qinyu had attracted a group of malicious ghosts. I am also a sword user, but my sword skills are not as good as yours. I am here to learn a thing or two. Qinyu laughed. The twins saw that Qinyu lured the malicious ghosts to the bamboo hat man and couldn't help but curse at Qinyu for being shameless. Kiki. The bamboo hat man laughed indifferently. It was hard to tell if he was happy or angry. He didn't care too much and just killed the malicious ghosts around him. Although a portion of them were attracted by Qinyu. Those Origin Realm malicious ghosts didn't have high intellect and attacked randomly. With the bamboo hat man sharing the burden, Qinyu was much more relaxed. At the same time, he was surprised that the bamboo hat man didn't say anything and didn't blame Qinyu. Everyone, don't hide anymore. Let's explore the ruins and leave as soon as possible to prevent any unforeseen events. Wan Baoguang, who was at the front, whispered. Immediately, he opened his mouth and released a strange sound wave that enveloped a malicious spirit in front of him. It caused its body to freeze, tremble, and howl a few times. Taking this opportunity, Wan Baoguang and the short man launched their attacks. The power was much stronger than before. On the other side, the twin sisters released a powerful water and fire sword intent and integrated it into their sword moves. Sword intent could attack the spiritual level. With the two of them working together, their combat strength was even stronger. The Origin Realm malicious ghost kept on retreating and screaming. As for the bamboo hat man, just like the twin sisters, he released his sword intent to amplify his attacks and affect the spiritual level. Qinyu mixed in with these people and occasionally attacked with his fists and palms. At a certain moment, Qinyu broke the stairs under his feet with a punch, revealing some black jade stones. Frosty Stone. 1. Baoguang took a glance and said, "No wonder these malicious ghosts are all lingering on these stairs. So this is the reason." Frosty Stone wasn't considered a precious item for Origin Realm martial artists. But if the bottom of the stairs was filled with this type of jade stones, then the total value would be extremely high. But everyone's storage space was limited and they couldn't carry all these items away. Die. The twin sisters' attacks were swift and violent. Their fire and water swords were dazzling. That Origin Realm malicious ghost was severely injured. The two of them took the opportunity to unleash their killer move. Their treasure swords condensed a huge water and fire sword and attacked. Boom, the malicious ghost was blasted away by the twin sisters' sword light. Amidst the water and fire, it slowly dissipated. Next, it was Wan Baoguang and the short man who dealt with the Origin Realm malicious ghost. Wan Baoguang himself was extremely strong. Furthermore, he had the help of his companion who could also use spiritual attacks. The last one to kill the malicious ghost was the bamboo hat man. He didn't use much of his strength but relied on his superb sword skills to suppress the Origin Realm malicious ghost and finally killed it. After killing the 3 Origin Realm malicious ghosts, the rest was slightly easier. Everyone killed their way to the bottom of the stairs and encountered another Origin Realm malicious ghost. They worked together to eliminate it. After passing through this level of stairs, it was another dilapidated ruin that was relatively well preserved. Here, there were many preserved corpses. Some of the corpses had abnormally large skeletons and didn't look like humans. There are actually so many demonic race corpses here. Wan Baoguang was surprised. Other than the corpses, there were also quite a number of malicious ghosts. Although the numbers couldn't be compared to the ones on the top of the stairs, there were more Origin Realm malicious ghosts. Wan Baoguang, until now, we have only seen some Frosty stones. We haven't seen any other treasures. The twin sisters saw this group of even stronger malicious ghosts and questioned at the same time. This is a relic, not an inheritance. Before we finish exploring it, who can be sure that there are treasures here or that there is nothing here? Wan Baoguang spread out his hands and put on an innocent look. Let's explore for a while more. If there is still nothing, we will retreat. The short man with Wan Baoguang said. They could be sure that this ruin belonged to the Sifting sect, but if the Sifting sect's people had looted this place before they left, they might not find anything. But according to the records, there were plenty of treasures in the ruins. Everyone could only pray that their luck was good. Thus, everyone started to fight with the malicious ghosts again. This time, perhaps because everyone was a little anxious, they displayed a stronger combat strength than before. In a short while, all the malicious ghosts that blocked their way were killed. After passing through this place, a dark golden hall appeared in front of them. Everyone's eyes lit up. The places they had passed through before were all dilapidated. But this dark golden hall, although it looked a little tattered, it was still intact. If that was the case, it could be that this building was more sturdy, or reinforced with arrays. Then, there must be something important inside. Years of treasure hunting experience told Wan Baoguang that it might be time to reap the rewards. Everyone inspected the hall and didn't find anything wrong with it. They only found some weak and broken restrictions on the door. Wait a moment. As a veteran, Wan Baoguang had some understanding of arrays and restrictions. This place had been around for a long time, so the restrictions on it were very weak. They were broken in a short while. Open! Wan Baoguang struck out his palm at the center of the hall door. The powerful force caused the hall door to open. Boom! A crystal-clear white light gushed out from the door along with a wave of dense heaven and earth energy. Originally, this ruin was filled with baleful qi, making it very gloomy and uncomfortable. Now that the enormous amount of heaven and earth energy rushed through, everyone felt refreshed. Everyone's eyes widened. The small mountain of primal stones in the center of the hall attracted everyone's attention. So many primal stones. The short man revealed a look of surprise. At least 1 million, he was only at the initial stage of the origin returning realm and a rogue cultivator. Even when he had the most primal stones, he didn't have more than 100,000. Inside the hall, the small mountain of primal stones was roughly estimated to be at least 1 million. This wasn't the end. Beside the primal stones, there were plenty of other precious ores and gems. They were colorful and dazzling. Everyone's heart couldn't help but speed up and didn't have the mood to identify them. There might be some ores that I need. Seems like I didn't come here for nothing. Chinyu smiled. Furthermore, going into seclusion wasn't a solution. Occasionally, he would need to fight and explore the ruins to broaden his knowledge. There seems to be mid-grade primal stones here. This trip wasn't wasted. The bamboo hat man smiled too. 1 mid-grade primal stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade primal stones. Seems like there are more primal stones here than what we see on the surface. The younger twin sister, who was the colder one, smiled. Let's go. The twin sisters took the lead and walked in. Wan Baoguang's expression changed slightly. He seemed like he was going to stop the twin sisters, but in the end, he didn't do anything. He followed behind the twin sisters and walked into the hall. When the twin sisters stepped into the hall, they seemed to have sensed something. They suddenly lifted their heads and their expressions changed into fear. Thud, the hall was very quiet just now. Perhaps it was because of the twin sisters' intrusion. There was a series of small and concentrated noises coming from the top. Suddenly, hundreds of silver-black bugs flew down. They opened their sharp mouths and pounced towards the twin sisters. What is that? The people that were about to enter the hall stopped and looked at the silver-black insects that were descending from the top of the hall. These are corpse insects, everyone be careful, these corpse insects are not normal. Wan Baoguang was a treasure hunter and instantly recognized these insects. He could accurately tell that these corpse insects were very strong. Scram! The twin sisters shouted as they quickly waved their water and fire swords, creating a water and fire whirlpool around them, blocking the corpse insects' attacks. But from the top of the hall, more corpse insects flew over. They were so dense that they could not be counted. Poochie, the corpse insects could not feel pain and their biting ability was shocking. Many of the corpse insects passed through the twin sisters' sword defense and attacked them. Looking at the top of the hall, even more corpse insects were coming. The two sisters could only feel a chill as their hair stood on end. Quickly retreat. Wan Baoguang immediately said as he sent out 2 golden palm prints, sending hundreds of corpse insects flying. Retreat? The short man with Wan Baoguang was slightly confused. Although these corpse insects were very strong, with so many people here working together, their chances of winning were very high. Retreat? Could it be that they did not want the 1 million source stones and the many ores inside? Moreover, Wan Baoguang taking the initiative to help the two sisters made him feel strange. He had known Wan Baoguang for a while and knew that he was not a person who did not do bad business. Originally, everyone was prepared to charge in, but when the leader said to retreat, they hesitated. Once they hesitated, it was not suitable to fight. Everyone retreated, and the twin sisters also retreated. They looked at Wan Baoguang gratefully. Wan Baoguang took out 8 dark yellow flags from his storage bag and placed them in front of the door, activating the array flags. Suddenly, a light screen that looked like the veins of a rock stretched out and sealed the door. Pong, the corpse insects hit the barrier and wildly bit, filled with killing intent towards Wanbaoguang's group. Wanbaoguang, what plan do you have? The short man asked. Everyone could not help looking over. Wanbaoguang was an experienced person, perhaps he had a good plan. At the same time, everyone became more cautious and careful. Nothing. Wanbaoguang's reply surprised everyone present. The short middle-aged man was dissatisfied. However, Wanbaoguang's next words caused everyone to fall silent again. Just now, I sensed that the formation at the entrance was broken. What? Did anyone else come here? The faces of the twin sisters were gloomy. It was impossible for the people present to reveal it. After all, they had sworn a soul blood oath. Perhaps the stench of blood in the sea attracted the attention of other experts, or perhaps the explorers here discovered this secret. In any case, we're out of luck. Wanbaoguang's face darkened, and everyone else fell into silence. The younger twin's face was the worst because those people might have been attracted by her mistake. Now, they finally understood why Wanbaoguang asked them to retreat. That was because there were other people here. If they fought with the corpse insects here, even if they won in the end, it would only benefit the others. Then what should we do? The man in the bamboo hat asked. He, who had always been calm, also showed a hint of impatience. Don't tell me you want us to give up this palace? Moreover, we don't know how strong the newcomer is. Perhaps he's alone and came here by accident. Since it was related to their interests, everyone began to discuss. Everyone, I have a method, but it requires one person to make a small sacrifice. Wanbaoguang suddenly spoke. The timing was perfect. This fellow really has a lot of clever ideas. The short man said in his heart. Currently, no one could think of a method. Adding in the fact that time was tight, they didn't know when the enemy would come, so they all looked at Wanbaoguang. Everyone doesn't want others to benefit from this, so why don't we be the fishermen? Wanbaoguang asked, making everyone fall into deep thought. The man in the bamboo hat and Xianxia looked at the corpse insects in the palace and seemed to understand Wanbaoguang's plan. We can let the corpse insects fight with the enemy while we wait in the dark. Wanbaoguang said. The others aren't fools. The twin sisters said. Without the array at the entrance, others would have guessed that there were already people in the ruins. But they don't know how many people we have. Wanbaoguang revealed a smile. His plan was very simple. He would send out a person and pretend to be being chased by the corpse insects, leading them to the intruders. If the enemy was weak, then everyone would appear and kill them. If the enemy was strong, then they would first let the corpse insects wear down the enemy's strength and then surprise them with a sneak attack. When Wanbaoguang said this, everyone thought it was a good idea. But the problem was, who would lead the corpse insects to the other group of people? Being chased by the corpse insects was a dangerous matter. If the enemy was strong, then there was only death. I suggest that this body cultivator take this responsibility. Your defense and survivability are stronger and you didn't put in much effort at the start. Other than that, I suggest that after this is done, Your Excellency can take 20% of the things in the palace. The short man said under Wanbaoguang's suggestion. This plan was suggested by Wanbaoguang. If Wanbaoguang said this, it would make everyone feel uneasy. Moreover, the short man's suggestion was very attractive, taking 20% of the profits. Your Excellency's plan is really good. If the enemy is too strong and I die, you guys still have a chance to live. Xianxia smiled and rejected. Everyone present didn't know what to do. After all, this mission was very dangerous. I have a special talisman here. Once it is activated, it can give a cultivator the speed of a late-stage origin realm cultivator within 10 breaths. If you agree, this talisman is yours. Wanbaoguang took out a light green talisman. On it were complicated and obscure patterns. It was obvious that it wasn't an ordinary item. Everyone's eyes lit up. They didn't expect Wanbaoguang to have such a treasure. But if the enemy was an elite late-stage origin realm cultivator, with such a treasure, he wouldn't be able to escape. In fact, Wanbaoguang could feel that his array was instantly destroyed. This meant that the enemy's strength wasn't ordinary, otherwise he wouldn't have taken out this talisman. The rest of the people could vaguely guess something. Alright, but I want 30% of the profits. Xianxia began to bargain. He was confident in his own strength. Even if the enemy was strong, he could just retreat. If he couldn't escape, then it meant that the enemy was extremely powerful and everyone here wouldn't be able to live. Aren't you being too greedy? The twin sisters frowned. If one person took 30%, then the remaining 70% would be split among the 5 of them? Hurry up and decide, otherwise I am not willing to take this risk. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. Buzz, right at this moment, the array in front of the door started to become unstable, as if it could be broken by the corpse insects at any time. I agree. I agree too. Wanbaoguang and the short man spoke first, followed by the bamboo hat man. Finally, the twins could only agree. What happens next will depend on your luck. If the enemy is weak, then you will have earned a lot. Wanbaoguang smiled and passed the talisman to Xianxia. Kiki. Xianxia laughed lightly and didn't say much. Next, the rest hid at the side while Wanbaoguang controlled the array flags and removed the array. Instantly. Clang. Clang, a wave of silver-black corpse insects rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia felt his scalp go numb when he saw it. Boom, activating Devil Fiend Violent Shadow, Xianxia created a black gust of wind as he ran away. In his field of vision, there was only Xianxia as the corpse insects chased after him. Be careful, the Qi here is very dense. An alien with black scales all over his body and a smooth, hairless head that looked a bit like a fish said in a soft voice. He was attracted by the smell of blood and found this ruin after searching. Kiki, little waiter, you are too timid. Elder Kuan is here, what are you afraid of? Another man who looked similar to little waiter said. His cultivation level was the same as little waiter, initial stage of the origin realm. The elder Kuan he mentioned had a tall stature and was covered in black armor. He looked very mighty, but his eyes were small and had a green glow, giving off a sinister and ruthless feeling. The 3 of them looked around and could see the traces of a battle. There is indeed someone who came in first. Let them lead the way. Elder Kuan smiled faintly, looking very calm and confident. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from afar. What happened? Little waiter immediately revealed a vigilant expression. Elder Kuan's eyes stared into the distance, squinting into a line. In the next moment, a human figure and a swarm of silver-black insects appeared in front of the 3 of them. 3 of them. Xianxu's eyes narrowed. Among the 3 of them, the one in hard armor made Xianxia feel a trace of danger. He should be at the late stage of the origin realm. Everyone, save my life. There is a treasure in front, let's split it evenly. Xianxia approached the 3 of them, but didn't get too close as he shouted. Humph, humans, die. Elder Kuan's expression was cold as he snorted and suddenly made a move. A terrifying aura spread out, causing the other 2 to take a few steps back. He took out a trident and swung it. A dark water light condensed into a water ball and shot out. Xianxia screamed and dodged far away. He pushed his speed to the limit and didn't use the talisman. When the black water ball arrived, Xianxia immediately activated the secret pattern devil body and the magic scale battle armor. Boom, the water ball exploded and Xianxu's body was blasted into the ruins and was covered by the ruins. In Elder Kuan's opinion, as a late-stage origin realm expert, this move was enough to kill his opponent. Elder Kuan, good move. The peak initial stage origin realm demonic human said flatteringly. Get rid of these insects. Elder Kuan immediately shouted and charged towards the corpse insects. The other 2 demonic humans also rushed out excitedly because they just heard from Xianxia that there was a treasure in front. In the ruins, Xianxia lay motionlessly, relying on his touch and hearing to judge the situation outside. Wanbaoguang and the others who were hiding in the dark suddenly felt a strong qi wave. Such a strong qi wave, it is definitely a late-stage origin realm cultivator. The short man who was with Wanbaoguang was shocked. He was only at the initial stage of the origin realm. If he was facing a late-stage origin realm cultivator, it would be a piece of cake for him. And it is a demonic human. Wanbaoguang said. That unfamiliar voice said the word human with a strong killing intent. Plus this was the Eastern Sea where demonic humans were common. Late-stage origin realm, the twin sisters were rejoicing in their hearts. They almost couldn't hold back their 20% share and were prepared to recommend themselves to snatch Xianyu's mission. They didn't expect the demonic human to be a late-stage origin realm cultivator. With the hatred between humans and demonic humans, as long as they saw them, they would definitely not let them go. Even if they had the talisman that could increase their speed to that of a late-stage origin realm cultivator, they might not be able to escape. One strike and there was no movement. That kid must have been killed by the late-stage origin realm cultivator. The older twin sister guessed. Did he not even use the talisman? The younger sister was suspicious. If he used the talisman, plus Xianyu was a body cultivator, he shouldn't have been killed in one strike. Kiki, he must have felt that the talisman was precious and wanted to use it in the future. But, he no longer has the chance. The short man laughed. The impression that Xianyu gave him was that he was a greedy person. It was normal for him to do such a thing. What should we do? The twins asked. The enemy was a late-stage origin realm cultivator and was not to be trifled with. Those ink corpse worms are not ordinary either. Let's observe for a while first. Wanbaoguang was calm, he probably had a way to protect himself. He had observed the treasure hall earlier. The roof was actually cracked, which was why the ink corpse worms were attracted into the treasure hall. The heaven and earth energy in the treasure hall was dense, and through that crack, the ink corpse worms could absorb the deathing chi outside. In such an environment, these ink corpse worms grew faster and had stronger combat strength. This was also why the twin sisters were shocked when they entered the treasure hall. There were a lot of ink corpse worms and their chi was very strong. As an experienced treasure hunter, Wanbaoguang could easily calm them down. The others didn't move and temporarily stayed here. Most of them were rogue cultivators and needed resources. They weren't willing to give up the 1 million primeval stones. After a while. A total of 3. The other 2 have a rather faint chi presence and should be at the initial stage of the origin realm. Wanbaoguang speculated. Their eyes flickered as they began to analyze the difference in strength between the two sides. Under normal circumstances, when 3 middle-stage origin realm martial artists worked together, they would be able to go against a late-stage origin realm martial artist. In addition, that late-stage origin realm martial artist was still fighting with the ink corpse worms. With this in mind, if 3 origin realm martial artists attacked at the same time, they might have a chance of winning. But now, they were left with 5 people. With the twins working together, they were equivalent to a middle-stage origin realm martial artist. With the addition of Wanbaoguang, they were only 2 middle-stage origin realm martial artists. Right at this moment, pong. Pong, a sharp and loud hissing sound came from the sea of insects. It's the Worm King. He's going to show his might. If we make use of the Worm King's counterattack, we'll have a higher chance of turning the situation around. Wanbaoguang transmitted his voice to everyone. His voice was urgent, causing everyone's hearts to beat wildly. But we don't seem to have much of a chance of winning. The twins and the short man had their concerns. They only had 2 middle-stage origin realm experts. Are you still planning to hide your strength? Wanbaoguang looked at the bamboo hat man. The other 3 looked over. The bamboo hat man's performance along the way was very unique and unpredictable. Just treat me as a middle-stage origin realm martial artist. The bamboo hat man transmitted his voice. On the other side, the 3 demonic humans were fighting with the ink corpse worms. The ground was filled with the corpses of the ink corpse worms. Boom, Elder Kuan waved his trident and 3 streaks of black water flew out, hitting the several hundred ink corpse insects. The other 2 initial stage origin realm martial artists were in a more difficult situation. They kept on retreating, allowing Elder Kuan to take on more of the worms' attacks. Among the ink corpse worms, there was a ink corpse worm that was 3 times bigger than the rest. Its eyes shone with a gray glow and it was releasing a shocking amount of baleful chi. Under the command of the Worm King, the ink corpse worms cooperated better. They formed a formation and launched an attack on Elder Kuan. In this battle, Elder Kuan killed the most ink corpse worms and became the primary enemy of the Worm King. Boom, countless ink corpse worms gathered together like a silver-black ribbon. It curled towards Elder Kuan and attacked from all directions. Scram! Elder Kuan waved his trident horizontally. A wave of black water rippled out and spread in all directions. Instantly, countless corpse worms were sent flying and killed. But a portion of them still attacked Elder Kuan. Behind him, the Worm King suddenly attacked. It opened its mouth filled with sharp teeth and spat out a gloomy gray mist. Boom! Elder Kuan waved his trident and sent the corpse worms flying. At the same time, the tip of the trident collided with the gloomy gray mist. Pong! The gloomy gray mist was instantly blasted apart. A baleful chi of death rushed towards Elder Kuan. Elder Kuan felt that this move had a hidden trick. With a wave of his arm, his chi exploded outwards. But there was still a lot of chi that seeped into his body, making him feel uncomfortable. Courting death. Elder Kuan revealed a ruthless expression. He waved his trident and attacked the Worm King. Right at this moment, a wave of chi rippled from the other side. Kill! Wanbaoguang growled and led the others to charge out at an extremely fast speed. He opened his mouth and shouted. There was no sound, but a layer of distorted sound wave blasted out. The sword intent from the twin sisters grew stronger. The water and fire swords stabbed out together. The two sword lights seemed to fuse together, emitting an even stronger chi presence. There was also the bamboo hat man. His chi presence was completely different from before. He waved his green ancient sword and slashed out continuously. At this moment, everyone could feel that the bamboo hat man was emitting a middle stage origin realm chi presence. He hit his cultivation level. Everyone understood this point in their hearts. Although they felt that the bamboo hat man had hidden his cultivation level too deeply, they needed his strength now. Hence, they didn't care about it. There is actually a human lying in ambush here. Elder Kuan was extremely shocked. Just now, when Qinyu escaped alone, he really thought that Qinyu was the only one here. Right now, Elder Kuan was surrounded by enemies. He had no other choice but to give it his all. Boom! Boom! The explosion was earth-shattering, causing the entire ruins to tremble slightly. Not far away, in the ruins, Qinyu was still quietly lying down. It has finally begun. Qinyu thought in his heart. Although it was more comfortable for him to lie down, being buried was a different matter. He still hoped that the two sides would start fighting as soon as possible and end the battle as soon as possible. When Qinyu knew the strength of the enemy, he was sure that Wanbaoguang and the others would definitely take the risk. In addition, he had always felt that the bamboo hat man was very strong. He might be the strongest amongst the few of them. Hence, Wanbaoguang and the others had the strength to fight him. In fact, Qinyu was willing to face the enemy together with them. But that Wanbaoguang tricked Qinyu and made Qinyu do such a dangerous thing to test the exact strength of the enemy. This made Qinyu rather unhappy. Since that was the case, he would just watch the show from the side. He couldn't be bothered with these people. No matter the result, the winner would definitely be heavily injured. By then, even if the opponent was a late-stage origin realm expert, Qinyu would still be able to fight. You despicable and shameless humans! How dare you sneak an attack on me? Elder Kuan bellowed. He was being attacked from two sides and couldn't attend to his front and back. Furthermore, the enemies weren't weak and had injured him. Kill! Wanbaoguang's body was radiating with golden light. Every palm strike was much stronger than before. The twin sisters executed some unknown secret technique to burst forth with even greater strength. The bamboo hat man was even more impressive. His sword was like the wind. Countless green sword lights surrounded Elder Kuan, dazzling the eyes. The trio's goal was to defeat or even injure Elder Kuan. Hence, they used all their skills and basically didn't hold anything back. Due to the sneak attack at the start, the trio injured Elder Kuan and gained the upper hand. With the cooperation of the Insect King, it was almost equivalent to 4 middle-stage origin realm experts surrounding the injured Elder Kuan. Mixed element kill. Elder Kuan's entire body was surging with black chi. Pouring it into his trident, he executed a powerful killer move. Only to see streaks of black chi flowing around him. The destructive power was astonishing. Close to 100 corpse insects were instantly turned into dust. Wanbaoguang and the other two were temporarily forced back by the late-stage origin realm experts. This retreat gave Elder Kuan some time to catch his breath. Sword Soul Strike. The bamboo hat man's eyes flashed with green sword shadows. Swish swish, a cyan illusory sword shadow with a sharp sword intent rushed out at high speed. This was a spiritual sword intent attack. The twin sisters could execute it too, but their spiritual energy was weaker and their sword intent wasn't strong. Hence, it wasn't very effective. Damn it, Elder Kuan could not help but curse as his body staggered. That spiritual sword intent attack was swift and fierce, causing him to be unable to defend against it. Boom boom, everyone pounced forward again. This was their last chance. They didn't even care about the price and used all their skills. Finally, Elder Kuan was severely injured. His combat strength dropped and he had no choice but to retreat. Damn it, just you wait, Elder Kuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He roared and chose to retreat. As a late-stage Origin Realm expert, to be severely injured by a few middle-stage Origin Realm experts was a disgrace to him. But this couldn't be helped. The sudden sneak attack had injured him. In addition to the craziness of the Insect King and the dominance of the Bamboo Hat Man, he was alone. His companions were two early-stage Origin Realm experts. They were restrained by the Corpse insects and couldn't help much. Kiki, this is the fisherman reaping the benefits. The twin sisters laughed lightly. They felt that Wan Baoguang's plan wasn't bad. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't dare to clash with a late-stage Origin Realm expert. When Elder Kuan and the other two retreated, one of the early-stage Origin Realm experts thought of something and came to Qinyu's location. Storage bag, his eyes landed on Qinyu's storage bag. To be able to obtain this storage bag, this trip wasn't considered a loss. But suddenly, Qinyu, who was lying on the ground, rushed out and stabbed the giant ruler sword at the Origin Realm expert. You didn't die? The Origin Realm expert's eyes widened. He was stunned by Qinyu's corpse resurrection. PFFF, the giant sword struck his abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Qinyu's momentum didn't decrease. The giant sword pushed the expert up and slammed into the reef, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. Die. Qinyu threw a thunderous punch at the alien's head. Pung. Pung, he exerted all his strength and punched twice, creating a hole in the expert's face. Blood gushed out. Under the surprise attack, the early-stage Origin Realm expert was instantly killed by Qinyu. At the same time, Qinyu took the expert's storage bag. You didn't die? Elder Kuan's heart suffered a blow. This kid was pretending to be dead? Wan Baoguang and his group were stunned. They risked their lives to fight a late-stage Origin Realm expert. In the end, Qinyu jumped out. Who was the fisherman? Under everyone's shocked and disdainful eyes, Qinyu coughed, I am not dead, I just fainted. Wan Baoguang and the rest naturally didn't believe him. Only now did they realize that Qinyu wasn't as simple as he looked on the surface. He was still hiding some of his strength. Damn, these people are together, I've been tricked. Elder Kuan also understood in an instant. Go. Elder Kuan growled and retreated with Little Fool. Wan Baoguang and the rest didn't chase. After all, the opponent was a late-stage returning Origin Realm. If they really fought, they wouldn't have a good ending. But the Corpse insects chased after them. Wan Baoguang and the rest might have entered first and only killed a few hundred insects, but Elder Kuan had killed tens of thousands of insects and was viewed as a mortal enemy by the Insect King. Damn, these insects dare to bite us. Elder Kuan couldn't help but curse when he saw the Corpse insects following him. If the Corpse insects went to deal with Wan Baoguang and the rest, it would delay them for a while. Elder Kuan could still call for reinforcements and come back for revenge. Go. Wan Baoguang and the rest quickly retreated back to the treasure hall. The late-stage returning Origin Realm was defeated and the Corpse insects were gone. They could directly split the treasures. There were 3 small hills in the treasure hall. The middle one was primeval stones, the left one was precious ores and gems, and the right one was precious materials. But, these precious materials had been stored for too long and had all rotted, only the ores and primeval stones were left. Soon, Wan Baoguang had broken all the restrictions. Dense heaven and earth energy and colorful lights filled the entire treasure hall, causing everyone's heart to beat fast. Quickly count, how much is there? The short man's eyes shined. He had never seen so many primeval stones in his life. With so many resources, us sisters won't have to run around for the next 10 years. The twins were very satisfied. Everyone, let's split it according to what we agreed on, Xianxia said calmly. Instantly, the treasure hall quietened down. Obviously no one wanted to keep their promise. Especially when they found out that Xianxia pretended to be dead and ran out after the battle, they were very unhappy. You pretended to be dead and let us fight in front, and you still want 30%? The twins asked. The more Xianxia got, the less they would get. If there was a reason, of course they would fight for their own interests. You only asked me to lead the Corps insects to the enemy, but you didn't specify whether or not I should participate in the battle, right? Xianxia flashed a faint smile and retorted. Wan Baoguang's expression was solemn. The ruins had not been fully explored. Under normal circumstances, he would stand up and keep his promise. Only then would the team be able to continue. However, Elder Kuan had escaped, and it wouldn't be long before he returned with reinforcements. The time they had to explore the ruins was limited, and it was possible that they wouldn't be able to find anything. If that was the case, it would be foolish of him to keep his promise and give 30% of the profits to Xianxia. However, as a veteran treasure hunter, his credibility was also very important. Otherwise, he would not be able to form a team in the future, so he kept quiet for now. Between teams, the rewards will definitely be distributed according to how much effort you put in. Just now, you pretended to be dead and didn't do anything. 30% is impossible. At most, you can get 20%. The twin sisters refused to back down. The short man also stood on the same side as the twin sisters. As for the bamboo hat man, he stood at the side as if this matter didn't concern him. Kiki, I will take my 30%. It doesn't matter if you guys agree or not. Xianxia laughed lightly. He couldn't be bothered to continue arguing and walked towards the pile of primeval stones. This scene caused the rest of the people to be moved. Under such circumstances, Xianxia actually dared to take the primeval stones. Wasn't he afraid of causing the dissatisfaction of everyone here? What's more, Xianxia's words were very overbearing and arrogant. Even if they didn't agree, he would take 30%. As the leader, Wan Baoguang couldn't make a move on Xianxia. The short man was only at the initial stage of the origin realm and was still afraid of Xianxia. We haven't even finished our discussion and you want to take all the treasures. I'm afraid that's not good. The younger twin sister had a cold expression. A blue water light sword pierced towards Xianxia's arm. The older sister and younger sister were inseparable. She was also worried that the younger sister would be at a disadvantage in the hands of Xianxia. Thus, she also made a move and pierced out a dazzling flame. Courting death. Xianxia yelled out. His body glowed with devil light and his devil patterns burst forth. He reached out his pitch-black hand claw and waved it fiercely. At this moment, Xianxia's secret rune devil physique and devil patterns were fully unleashed. Boom, a powerful pitch-black devil claw struck out and clashed with the two sisters' sword move, shattering it. What? The twins were shocked. The burst of chi from Xianxia was obviously at the peak of the initial stage of the origin realm. What's more, that chi was even stronger than the elder sister's chi. The plated hat man's expression changed slightly. He took a few more glances at Xianxia and said, "This person's chi isn't ordinary. Your strength isn't ordinary. No wonder that late-stage origin realm demonic human couldn't do anything to you." At this moment, Wan Baoguang stood out and said, "We had an agreement beforehand. You will take 30%. Nobody hopes that everyone will keep their promise. Also, I hope that if we encounter any danger, you won't hide and help out." Wan Baoguang's words had a hint of blame, but he was also praising Xianxia's strength. This made Xianxia and the twin sisters feel that it was still alright. It was considered as a mediator. But in reality, all of this was obtained by Xianxia with his strength. Because he was weak, he was cheated. Because he was strong, he could take what he deserved. If it was the plated hat man who took 30%, the twin sisters wouldn't dare to say anything. No problem. Xianxia agreed immediately. In just a short moment, he took 30% of the primeval stones. There was a total of 1.2 million primeval stones here. Qinyu alone took 360,000 primeval stones. The remaining 840,000 primeval stones were split equally among the other 5. Next was the distribution of the ores. The ores were distributed according to their value, which was why it took a little more time. Devil Boulder, 7-star Oregon. Qinyu scanned through the pile of ores with his spiritual sense and found 2 that he needed. This ruin exploration was really the right choice. With the Devil Boulder, 7-star ore, and the Black Light Rock, I have already collected 3 of them. I can forge a low-grade pinnacle spiritual weapon. Qinyu thought to himself. I want these. Qinyu randomly picked a few and kept the Devil Boulder and 7-star ore in his bag. In just a short moment, everything in the treasure hall was divided by the 6 of them. Next, the twin sisters asked hesitantly. After receiving so many benefits, they weren't willing to leave. After all, this ruin had just been explored. There might be even more precious treasures in other places. But that late-stage returning Origin Realm demonic human had escaped and would definitely return. When that time comes, they would probably be in trouble. The rest of them frowned and went into deep thoughts. The Yin corpse worms have chased after them. They won't be able to return so quickly. Let's explore for another 10 minutes. Whether we find anything or not, we will leave immediately. How about it? Wan Baoguang asked with a questioning tone. All right. The short man was the first to agree. In this aspect, he trusted Wan Baoguang's judgment more. All right, 10 minutes. The twin sisters thought for a moment before agreeing. It was Wan Baoguang's plan to obtain the primeval stones and ores this time. They trusted Wan Baoguang's plan more. Since that is the case, then let's hurry. Qinyu originally wanted to leave. After all, he had already obtained the ores he needed. But since the rest of them chose to explore for another 10 minutes, he decided to stay. He believed that in terms of survival ability, no one here could match up to him. Let's go. The group left the treasure hall and continued to explore. On the other side, there were a few figures wandering above the East Sea. They were all Qi transformation innate realm experts. And at the bottom of the sea, there were 5 returning Origin Realm experts who seemed to be searching for something. There is a cave entrance here. An elder immediately transmitted a message to the others. So, Renbing received the message and immediately rushed over. These people were all members of the Black Prison Union. After some investigation, they confirmed that Qinyu and his group had entered the sea. They didn't know where they went, but they had locked onto an area. Renbing knew that Qinyu and his group were here to explore. Therefore, the possibility of them entering the underwater ruins was very high. Now that they searched, they found some clues. In just a moment, 5 returning Origin Realm experts gathered at the cave entrance. Elder Ren, are we going to barge in directly, or are we going to wait here? A black-robed elder asked. He was the sect leader of a major sect in Donglin Prefecture. He was at the peak of the intermediate stage of the returning Origin Realm and was the person with the most authority apart from Elder Ren. If they barged in, they might alert the enemy. But if they waited here, what if there was another exit? Right at this moment, there was a strange fluctuation in the cave entrance. Could it be? Qinyu has finished his exploration and is coming out? Renbing held his breath. His hands were trembling slightly. He was a little excited. He could finally kill Qinyu. Xiao, you stay here. I will go back to the Sea Demon Palace to call for reinforcements. I will make them pay a heavy price. Elder Kuan instructed. Near the East Sea, there was a huge demonic human faction called the Sea Demon Palace. These 3 demonic humans were all from the Sea Demon Palace. Stay here? Xiao was a little afraid. After all, he was only at the initial stage of the returning Origin Realm. If he encountered those humans, he would definitely die. I am not asking you to kill the enemies. You just hide nearby. Elder Kuan snorted. Just as they were about to exit the cave entrance, Elder Kuan suddenly felt something was wrong. Right at this moment, several figures appeared at the entrance of the cave. Their auras were astonishing, and without saying a word, they attacked together. Boom! Bang! The entire cave entrance exploded. Xiao Er died under the joint attack of Elder Ren and his group. Elder Kuan's injuries were even more severe. Damn it, there is an ambush outside. Elder Kuan was extremely frustrated. In the ruins, he was ambushed by the humans. Just as he exited the ruins, he was ambushed by the humans. It's not Qinyu. Elder Ren was slightly disappointed. The rest of them had a weird expression. They seemed to have made a mistake. But since the other party was a demonic human, they had no qualms. Elder Kuan's face was filled with anger. The chi in his body was boiling as he prepared to go all out to find a way out. Sir, please wait. If you answer a few of our questions, we will let you go. Ren Bing spoke. Elder Kuan blinked his eyes. If it was any other time, he would definitely not believe the words of a human. But right now, he was heavily injured and the enemies were extremely strong. He had no confidence in breaking out of the encirclement. Hence, he had a sliver of hope. What did you guys encounter when you entered the ruins? Ren Bing spoke calmly. Inside the ruins, it was a mess. We encountered a group of corpse insects and were ambushed by the humans. Elder Kuan's face was cold. As he spoke until here, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Oh? How many people were there? What did they look like? Ren Bing's eyes lit up. A total of 6 people. A golden-haired middle-aged man, a man wearing a bamboo hat, a pair of sisters, a short man and a black-clothed man. Elder Kuan spoke truthfully. Hearing till here, Ren Bing's eyes lit up even more. He couldn't help but reveal a sinister and excited smile. He could already confirm that the 6 people mentioned by this demonic human were Qinyu's team. Kill. All of a sudden, he let out a low snort and shot out a deep, dark magic ball. The other 4 Origin Realm experts made their move at the same time, surrounding Elder Kuan. In the ruins, Wan Baoguang and the group left the treasure hall and continued to explore. Along the way, they didn't encounter any evil spirits, but with the 6 of them, they easily dealt with them. During the battle with the late-stage returning Origin Realm, they had already revealed their true strength. There was no need to hide anymore. The only person who was shrouded in a layer of mystery was Qinyu. When Qinyu broke the twins' attack, everyone felt that Qinyu wasn't simple, but they didn't know Qinyu's true strength and trump cards. Soon, a majestic, cold and imposing pagoda appeared in front of them. This pagoda was even more well-preserved than the dark gold treasure hall. It didn't even look damaged, just covered in a thick layer of dust. On the door, there were 3 words engraved, Evil Pagoda. Evil Pagoda? If I remember correctly, the sifting sect had 2 peak late-stage returning Origin Realm experts. One of them was known as the Evil Ancestor. Wan Baoguang closed his eyes and muttered. Most people wouldn't know about these things. Only an old treasure hunter like Wan Baoguang would remember some historical information. Could this be the place where the Evil Ancestor used to cultivate? The short man guessed. This possibility was very high and everyone agreed. There must be many treasures here. After all, the Evil Ancestor was one of the strongest experts in the sifting sect. He must have collected many treasures. The twins were excited when they heard Wan Baoguang's words. I'm not sure if this is the Evil Ancestor's home. But this Evil Pagoda is filled with dancing chi. Even if this is the home of the Evil Ancestor, there might be dangers or traps. Chen Yuping said calmly. His mysterious heart felt that the chi here was very heavy, and there was an ominous feeling. You are right. Once there are dangers or traps, it will take some time. Wan Baoguang's smile disappeared as he pondered. Right now, they had found another treasure ground. But what lay ahead was unknown. It might be filled with danger and it would take a long time. By then, when Elder Kuan led the others here, they would be trapped and could only wait for death. But, they had obtained quite a lot of benefits earlier and were sure that there must be other treasures here. Now that he realized that this pagoda was filled with such thoughts, he found it hard to give it up. There's still some time before half a cup of tea's time is up. Why don't we go in and take a look? If there's any difficulty, we can stop exploring. The twin sisters said. Let's take a look first. The short middle-aged man also wanted to go in and take a look. Alright then. Wan Baoguang also made a decision. Xianxia and the man in the bamboo hat didn't think much of it. There was no restriction on the pagoda's door, so one could enter after pushing it open. The moment the group walked in, they felt a dancing qi all around them. The interior of the pagoda was pitch black and gloomy. Everyone here was at the origin realm. Even in the dark, they could see everything clearly within a short distance. Nothing? The twins muttered. The first floor of the Eveline Tower was completely empty. Following that, the group arrived at the second floor. The atmosphere was even more sinister, and their bodies couldn't help but shiver. There was still nothing on the second floor. They didn't encounter any obstructions along the way and soon arrived at the 8th level. What the hell is this place? It can't be that there's nothing here, right? The short middle-aged man couldn't help but curse. Everyone was mentally prepared as they charged into the Eveline Tower. In the end, they didn't see any treasures, not even a single enemy. It was extremely boring. This is the last floor. If there's still nothing, let's retreat. Wan Baoguang was rather calm. Comparatively speaking, this exploration didn't yield much. After all, there might be other treasures hidden in this ruin. They didn't have the time to explore and could only leave. The door to the 9th floor was closed. There were ancient runes engraved on it, crisscrossing each other, and there were 18 grooves on it. We need an array to open this door? Wan Baoguang was confused. If that's the case, there must be treasures inside. The twin sisters were a little excited. After all, the first 8 floors had no obstructions. Only the 9th floor required an array to open. Let's try. Wan Baoguang took out 18 mid-grade primal stones and embedded them. An array left behind by an Origin Realm cultivator definitely couldn't be activated with low-grade primal stones. Wan Baoguang took out 18 mid-grade primal stones himself. If they found any treasures, he would have a reason to take it. As the mid-grade primal stones were inserted, the runes on the stone door slowly lit up. Boom, the stone door opened, and a wave of chilling yin qi rushed out. Everyone couldn't help but shiver as they felt their flesh being corroded by the yin qi. The 9th floor was different from the first 8 floors. It had some simple decorations. But this wasn't the main point. Everyone's eyes were focused on a skeleton in the center. The skeleton was deathly still, but it was surrounded by yin qi. Could this person be the Eveline ancestor? Everyone carried their suspicions and walked in. Since the Eveline ancestor died here, they might be able to find something good here. He has been dead for so long, but his corpse is still emitting such a powerful aura. Could the Eveline ancestor be on the verge of breaking through to the Void Sea realm? The twin sisters approached the skeleton and felt that it was hard to resist the yin qi. But all of a sudden, the skeleton shattered with a cracking sound, turned into ashes, and vanished without a trace. But a lump of black fog appeared on the ground, emitting a yin qi that made one's heart palpitate. The twin sisters' hair stood on end as their faces turned pale. They felt an unprecedented danger. What happened? Everyone couldn't help but ask and looked over. Right at this moment, the door of the 9th floor closed by itself with a hong sound. At the same time, the surroundings of the 9th floor suddenly flickered with a complicated array pattern, and a powerful force surged in the surroundings. Outside the Eveline pagoda, the yin qi gathered and continuously flowed into the 9th floor. Suddenly, a hoarse laughter echoed in the space of this floor. He, you want to take the yin sifting sex treasures? In your dreams. Die here. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They thought that the Eveline ancestor was still alive. But that was impossible. Everyone here was at the Origin Realm and had vast knowledge. They could guess that this was a special recording method. It was probably set up in an array, and the moment the array was activated, the sound would be heard. Not good, we've been tricked. This is a trap set up by the Eveline ancestor. He's probably preparing it for the yin sifting sex enemies. As an old man, Wan Baoguang had guessed something from the previous sentence. Maybe the Eveline ancestor was unwilling to accept the fact that the yin sifting sect was annihilated. So, he set up this method in his own place to kill the enemies who wanted to take the treasures. The grayish-black mist in front of the twins suddenly moved. It crashed into the twins and drilled into their bodies. Inside the pagoda, the screams of the twins could be heard. Everyone felt their hair stand on end when they saw this. Evil Qi invasion. This should be the Yin essence Qi left behind by the evil Yin ancestor. It contains his anger and unwillingness. I'm afraid the twins will no longer be themselves. Wan Baoguang's eyes turned serious. Just as he expected, the twins' screams gradually stopped. They suddenly raised their heads. Their faces were pale and their eyes were gray. Their bodies were emitting evil Qi. Die, all of you must die. The two of them shouted at the same time. Their voices overlapped, making it even more terrifying. Qi, the red-clothed sister, rushed towards the bamboo hat man and stabbed out a black flaming sword pillar. Peng, the bamboo hat man swept out a green wind sword light. When the two clashed, his own sword light was easily penetrated by the black sword pillar. The bamboo hat man knew something was wrong. He waved his artifact sword and used sword Qi to defend himself. Her strength has increased. The bamboo hat man was at the middle stage of the origin realm, but he was repelled by the red-clothed sister who was at the peak of the initial stage of the origin realm. The blue-clothed sister attacked the short man. Qi, similarly, she stabbed out with her sword. A black water light sword shadow flew out. The short man was only at the initial stage of the origin realm. He could feel the strength of this attack and knew that he wouldn't be able to block it. He immediately took out a bronze token and activated it. An ancient bronze light shield extended out from the bronze token. Peng, the sword shadow swept across and clashed with the ancient bronze light shield. After a moment of stalemate, the ancient bronze light shield was actually sliced into two. The blue-clothed sister slashed again. The short man had no more moves left and was sliced into two by the sword shadow. He was dead. Under the influence of the evil Qi, their strength has increased. Wan Baoguang immediately said. What's more, the evil Qi in the 9th floor was getting denser due to the array. The strength of the two of them would continue to increase. Peng, Qinyu slashed at the door. However, the door didn't budge an inch. His strength was absorbed by the array. I can't get out. Qinyu said. What's more, the array was engraved within the walls and was integrated with the building. Even Qinyu's mysterious ancient token couldn't do anything. Wan Baoguang's expression turned ugly. The ruins had been around for too long. The primeval stones in the array had long been depleted. The formation inside was actually activated by the 18 mid-grade primordial stones he had just used. He couldn't be blamed. It was all a trick of the evildoer. Quickly help me kill her. Otherwise, the strength of these two sisters will only get stronger under the effects of the array. Wan Baoguang shouted at Qinyu. Swish, Qinyu returned and brandished the giant ruler sword. He slashed out a tyrannical black sword wave. The blue-clothed sister was originally weaker and easier to deal with. Outside the ruins, the battle between the 6 origin realm experts was grand. It caused the waves to rumble and shook the surroundings. Ren Bing reached out her arm and extended a black glowing claw. She grabbed the lifeless Elder Kuan. With the 5 of them working together, they easily killed the heavily injured Elder Kuan. Let's go in. Ren Bing didn't want to wait any longer. He was worried that the battle here had already alerted the people inside the ruins. We don't have to care about the others. But Qinyu must die. Ren Bing reminded. Swish, the 5 of them blasted through the ruins and entered the cave. Inside the evil chasm tower, Qinyu and Wan Baoguang combined their attacks and sent the blue-clothed sister flying. Her delicate body crashed into the array and she vomited a mouthful of blood. For a moment, her eyes regained some luster. Her face revealed a struggling expression, but it quickly returned to normal and became cold and pale. The surrounding array continued to revolve, gathering a huge amount of darking qi from the ruins. It could suppress the enemy and at the same time increase the twins' strength. On the other side, the bamboo hat man and the red-clothed sister were engaged in an intense battle. The green sword shadow and the black flaming sword qi pillar shuttled back and forth between the two of them, creating a series of sounds. The bamboo hat man's face darkened. The red-clothed sister's strength was getting stronger and had already surpassed the intermediate stage of the origin realm. The bamboo hat man was currently using his normal strength and still couldn't defeat her. Furthermore, the red-clothed sister was like a corpse. She didn't know pain and continued to attack ferociously. The boundless darking chi rushed towards the bamboo hat man. If it wasn't for the strong will of a sword cultivator, the bamboo hat man's mind would have been shaken. I can't let this continue. Otherwise, who knows how much stronger this girl will become. The bamboo hat man made up his mind. Sudden wind killer sword. The bamboo hat man pointed his sword upwards as the green sword wind continued to revolve and condense. The sword intent was astonishing. The red-clothed sister might have been invaded by the darking chi, but she still retained some consciousness. She could feel the strength of this attack and immediately used her sword chi to defend herself. Boom, the bamboo hat man waved his sword fiercely. An enormous green sword light flew out like the wind and landed around the red-clothed sister like lightning. Chi, the red-clothed sister's sword chi defense was sliced apart. Her red robes had close to 100 small cuts and were in tatters. Her white skin was also showing traces of blood. She took over 10 steps back. She didn't feel any pain and didn't scream. Instead, she stared at the bamboo hat man. Sudden wind killer sword. Could he be the swift wind swordsman Xianxia? Wan Baoguang's eyes flickered as he glanced at the bamboo hat man. He had already guessed it before. Now that the bamboo hat man used this move, he was even more certain of his identity. Swift wind swordsman Xianxia, the strongest swordsman of Sky Sword Academy in the previous academy tournament. His sword was incomparably fast, and he also had a consummate skill called the Gale Sword Slash. Not only was it fast, but it was also powerful, making it impossible to defend against. Wan Baoguang had a feeling that the killer move from the bamboo hat man would even move a peak middle stage origin realm martial artist. If it wasn't for the fact that the red-clothed elder sister's strength had increased tremendously, that she didn't fear death, and that she didn't know pain, the man in the bamboo hat's sword would have been enough to defeat her. While Wan Baoguang was distracted, the sister in blue who was forced to retreat and could only passively defend suddenly said, wait, could it be that the influence of the eviline chi is about to disappear? Wan Baoguang stopped, and Xianxia stopped attacking. No one knew how long this relic had existed. The evil essence chi left by the great ancestor of Eveline was definitely not as strong as it was at the beginning. After being invaded, there was still a chance for him to wake up. They didn't want to be enemies with the twins. After all, they needed to leave the Eveline Tower as soon as possible. The blue-clothed sister had a conflicted look on her face as she let out a low groan. After a long time, she raised her head once more, and her gaze was no longer dim and silent like before. Sir, you've finally woken up. Wan Baoguang smiled. Sister. The blue-clothed sister didn't reply to Wan Baoguang. Instead, she looked at the red-clothed sister and shouted. This voice contained a powerful spiritual attack. It rushed into the red-clothed sister's mind, causing her to squint her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, the killing intent on her face had diminished. Wan Baoguang, Xianxia, and the bamboo hat man let out a breath of relief when they saw that the two sisters had regained consciousness. Right now, they couldn't stay here for too long. They had to think of a way to get out. They didn't want to waste time on a meaningless fight. However, the next move of the twins made the three of them have a bad premonition. So, two figures flew to the position of the skeleton and slammed their palms down. Pung, the bricks below suddenly trembled. A 4 feet wide brick actually rose up. Subsequently, cracks appeared on the surface of the stone and it suddenly burst open. After the top of the stone cracked open, a few items were revealed. A slender gray bone sword, a black horsetail whisk, a manual, and 3 pieces of strange-shaped rare stones. This must be the private collection of the Eveline ancestor. Wan Baoguang's heart was pounding. However, they were still quite a distance away and their speed wasn't as fast as the twins. The red-clothed sister grabbed the slender gray bone sword while the blue-clothed sister held the horsetail whisk in her hand. Immediately after, they reached out for other items. On the other side, Wan Baoguang, the bamboo hat man, and Xianxia burst forth with all their strength. These items must be the private collection of the Eveline ancestor. The private collection of a peak late-stage returning origin realm expert definitely wouldn't be too bad. Boom, Xianxia brandished his giant sword and burst forth with all his strength, slashing out a surging black sword wave. The bamboo hat man's speed was extremely fast. A green sword wind appeared as he flew towards the twins. Wan Baoguang clenched his fist and punched out a powerful golden pillar of light. One of the twins brandished the horsetail whisk while the other brandished the bone sword. They displayed even stronger combat strength than before as they fought against Wan Baoguang and the other two. However, Wan Baoguang, Qin Yu, and the bamboo hat man used all their strength and were able to force the twins to retreat. The bamboo hat man's speed was the fastest as he took away the manual. Qin Yu grabbed two rocks. One of them was silver-gray in color and looked like a piece of jade. The other rock was pitch black and had an uneven surface. When one rubbed it with their palms, it actually produced sparks. The third rock was obtained by Wan Baoguang. These items are all ours. Hand them over. The blue-clothed sister had a ferocious expression as she shouted. If you don't hand them over, then die. The red-clothed sister brandished her bone sword. Her body was surrounded by a layer of grayish evil chi and her aura was even stronger than before. Didn't we agree to split the treasures together? You actually want to keep everything for yourselves? Qin Yu's expression sank. Ha ha ha, this place was discovered by us sisters. Naturally, it belongs to us. What does it have to do with you? The red-clothed sister laughed loudly. Her originally charming self was now evil and wild, like a beautiful demoness. There's no need to waste your breath on them. Although the two of them have woken up, their minds have been distorted and they have completely fallen into the evil path. The reason why they know what is hidden here is probably because the evil chi contains the remnant memories of the evil Yin ancestor. Wan Baoguang said coldly. He was not wrong. The two sisters were extremely clear at the moment. However, they exuded an evil and cold feeling from head to toe. One look and one could tell that they were not good people. Sister, kill them and take back what belongs to us. The blue-clothed sister said. Humph, of course. With these two middle-grade spirit artifacts, our strength will increase greatly. Killing them will be a piece of cake. The red-clothed sister sneered and stabbed out with her sword. Grayish-black flames surged out. The red-clothed sister waved her horsetail whisk and a ring-shaped gray light swept out. The two middle-grade spirit artifacts had the remnant evil chi of the evil Yin ancestor on them. They did not need to refine it to use it. In addition, the two sisters were adept at cooperating. Their combined strength was terrifying. They obtained the two middle-grade spirit artifacts of the evil Yin ancestor. Wan Baoguang said unhappily. It could be said that the two sisters gained a blessing in disguise. After being invaded by the evil chi, they found the treasures left behind by the evil Yin ancestor and obtained the two most valuable middle-grade spirit artifacts. A regular Origin Realm cultivator would use a low-grade spirit artifact. Even a middle-stage Origin Realm cultivator would at most use a low-grade pinnacle spirit artifact. The three of them had no choice but to join forces to fight against the twin sisters. Boom. Boom, the battle was getting more intense. Initially, the three of them were still able to fight against the two sisters. But as time passed, the two sisters became more familiar with the spirit artifacts. Their strength was also enhanced by the array. Wan Baoguang and the other two were at a disadvantage. When the two of them joined forces, their strength is already comparable to a late-stage Origin Realm expert. Wan Baoguang felt the strain. If this carried on, the three of them would definitely be defeated. Do I have to expose my strength? Qin Yu thought to himself. The situation was not looking good. They were trapped by the array and had encountered a strong foe. Elder Kuan might even be leading his men over. Just as Qin Yu was pondering. Boom, the door of the 9th floor let out a loud bang. In the next moment, the stone door trembled again. Cracks appeared on the door and it suddenly exploded. Not good. Could it be the demonic humans? Wan Baoguang's heart skipped a beat as he felt a huge sense of danger. He knew the defensive strength of the array, but the intruders were able to break it. His eyes turned and landed on the twins. He then roared, "You two sisters! How dare you steal the evil Yin ancestor's treasure and even want to silence us?" The plated hat man and Qin Yu heard and thought that Wan Baoguang had a good plan. Diverting the enemy's firepower to the twins so that they could find an opportunity to retreat. Boom, the smoke and dust at the gate dispersed, and 5 figures walked in. The evil Yin ancestor's treasure. Renbing's heart skipped a beat. After entering the ruins, he could tell that this was the Yin-sifting sect. And the evil Yin ancestor was one of the strongest experts in the Yin-sifting sect. As an expert of a sect, he must have plundered a lot of valuable treasures. Even Renbing was tempted. The other four who came with Renbing were even more excited. Their eyes widened as they carefully scanned the pagoda. Then, their gazes landed on the two girls. Damn, why is it this old man? When Qingyu saw the 5 people, his gaze fell on the middle-aged man with a gloomy and dignified expression at the forefront. This person was Renhan's father, Renbing. Retreat. Without hesitation, Qingyu retreated first. If the intruders were from the demonic humans, he could divert their firepower to the twins. However, he did not expect that it was Renbing who had tracked them down. This was somewhat unrealistic. Chen Yu. Renbing revealed a sinister smile. Black light surged in his palm and condensed into a black ball of demonic light. Then, he slapped it at Chen Yu. Demonic scale protection. Chen Yu activated the secret pattern demonic body and the third demonic pattern. He used the demonic pattern battle technique. Boom, the black ball of demonic light struck like quick thunder and left a dent in the demonic scale protection. In the next moment, the ball exploded and shattered Chen Yu's demonic scale protection. Chen Yu held the giant sword in front of him to block the explosion. Coupled with the defense of his secret pattern demonic body, he did not suffer much. At the same time, he took advantage of the chaos and rushed out of the gate. When Renbing realized Chen Yu had escaped, he didn't give chase immediately. If he did that, it would be equivalent to giving up on the evil Yin ancestor's treasure. He hated Chen Yu to the core, which made him feel conflicted. The other 4 Origin Realm experts with Renbing didn't rush to make a move either. The 2 sisters had mid-grade spiritual weapons and were extremely strong. What's more, the Bamboo Hat Man and Wan Baoguang were beside them. Not a demonic human? And that late-stage Origin Realm expert knows the black-robed man who teamed up with us? Wan Baoguang's thoughts flashed quickly. Things were different from what he imagined. The demonic human experts didn't come, but another group of experts arrived. What's more, the late-stage Origin Realm expert among this group of experts knew Chen Yu and immediately attacked with a killer move. What made him even more surprised was that Chen Yu withstood the attack of the late-stage Origin Realm expert and escaped unscathed. Seems like that black-robed man has been hiding his strength. This was the first time Wan Baoguang felt that the youngsters nowadays were so shrewd. Looking at the serious expression of Renbing and the other 4 Origin Realm experts, Wan Baoguang's heart couldn't help but shiver. They want the treasure, but they are worried that we will team up with the 2 sisters. Wan Baoguang instantly guessed the enemy's intention. In fact, he had thought of this before, but it wasn't practical. Even if they teamed up, it would seem like the enemy was stronger. What's more, Wan Baoguang didn't even want to team up with the evil twin sisters. Everyone, I won't be participating in this matter. Please open the door and let me leave. Wan Baoguang said humbly. Me too. The Bamboo Hat Man said. Let's go. The 4 Origin Realm experts took a glance at Renbing and didn't find anything strange with him. The leader of the 4, the black-robed elder, said. In fact, they hoped so too. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with the 2 sisters. But Renbing had more considerations. If he chased after Chen Yu, he would miss out on the treasures here. If he stayed, wouldn't he have to spare Chen Yu's life? Now that Wan Baoguang and the Bamboo Hat Man took the initiative to leave, it was exactly what he wanted. Once the 2 of them left, the black-robed elder and the other 3 would be enough to deal with the remaining 2 sisters. He could then go after Chen Yu. So. Whoosh, Wan Baoguang and the man in the bamboo hat scurried away. If they could leave, they wouldn't join forces with the twins to deal with this group of experts. No, the real treasure has been taken by them. The 2 sisters immediately shouted. Do you take us for fools? The black-robed elder snorted in disdain. When they entered, they had all heard that the 2 sisters had obtained a treasure and wanted to kill them to silence them. Furthermore, the 2 sisters had the upper hand in the battle. Furthermore, the middle-grade spirit weapons in the hands of the 2 sisters were the best proof. From their point of view, the 2 sisters were saying this to disturb them and seek a way out, but how could they fall for it? I'll leave this place to you. Ren Bing immediately said. Rest assured, Elder Ren. The black-robed elder revealed a gentle smile. Once Ren Bing left, they would be able to keep some of the spoils of war after killing the two sisters. After all, Ren Bing was not present, so he did not know what they had looted. Whoosh, then, Ren Bing turned into a black light and left the Eveline Tower. In a short while, he caught up with Wan Baoguang and the man in the bamboo hat. The two of them were shocked, thinking that this late-stage origin-returning demon cultivator was here to kill them. But Ren Bing didn't even care about the two of them and walked past them. Seeing Ren Bing leave, Wan Baoguang and the man in the bamboo hat looked at each other. This late-stage origin-returning realm must have followed them all the way here. What kind of grudge do they have? To make a late-stage origin-returning realm expert go through so much trouble and give up the treasure just to kill Qinyu, what did the other party do to offend this late-stage origin-returning realm expert? This is not something we should worry about. This expedition is over. Jiang Chen, see you again. Wan Baoguang looked at the man in the bamboo hat and smiled. See you again. Jiang Chen wasn't surprised that Wan Baoguang had guessed his identity. Seeing Jiang Chen leave, Wan Baoguang couldn't help but exclaim, this person will definitely be famous in the Yunjiao nation. Jiang Chen was a student of the Sky Sword Academy in the Grand Tournament 2 years ago. He didn't have a strong family background and got 3rd place in the tournament. He then joined one of the 4 major clans, the Yi clan. However, he was only a guest, hence, the Yi clan didn't give him much resources. Jiang Chen relied on his own abilities to go out for training and treasure hunting. When he was in the pagoda, Jiang Chen's performance was already close to the peak of the middle stage origin returning realm. He would definitely shine in the Prodigy Tea Party half a year later. But who was that black-robed man? He was so well hidden, although Qinyu could temporarily burst with the speed of a late-stage origin-returning realm expert, he couldn't maintain it for long. It wasn't long before he sensed a powerful pressure surging towards him from behind. It was Ren Bing. Qinyu, you rascal. Ilan Tian saved your life that day. Where can you run to today? Ren Bing laughed out loud. His voice was trembling. He was too excited. This time, no one would help Qinyu. He was definitely going to die. But Qinyu had a pair of black wings on his back that seemed to be able to increase his speed. It was hard to catch up in a short period of time. Boom, Ren Bing waved his arm. Black chi revolved around his arm, sweeping up a layer of black violent wind. Go. He waved his arm fiercely. An enormous black wind blade was launched towards Qinyu. To deal with an enemy that was escaping, one had to use a large area of effect killing move. Cloud swallowing demonic fist. A suction force formed on Qinyu's fist. Demonic intent and heaven and earth energy gathered from all directions, forming a giant shadow of a demonic fist. On it were lines of sinister black patterns. Boom, a giant black fist rushed into the sky, getting bigger and bigger as it collided with the black wind blade. The two of them intertwined for a moment before the black fist blocked the wind blade. At the same time, Qinyu made use of the counterforce of the fist to burst out with an even faster speed. This kid's ability is already so strong. Ren Bing was slightly shocked in his heart. His killing intent towards Qinyu intensified. He might have executed that move casually, but it wasn't something a regular peak initial stage origin realm could block. But Qinyu did it. Ren Bing wasn't in a hurry as he once again closed the distance between him and Qinyu. This time, where are you going to escape to? Ren Bing yelled and prepared to make a move. Qinyu took out a talisman. This was given to him by Wan Baoguang in the ruins. As he poured his qi into it, the talisman slowly dissipated and turned into a huge wind Dao force, attaching itself onto Qinyu's body. Qinyu just needed to use it slightly and this force would push him forward. Instantly, Qinyu burst out with the speed of a late-stage origin realm. With the enhancement from the black wings, his speed was even faster. Boom, Qinyu created a layer of violent wind to increase the distance between him and Ren Bing. As he got further and further away, he almost disappeared from Ren Bing's vision. This kid actually has a talisman that can increase his speed. Ren Bing's expression was gloomy. He had been chasing a peak initial stage origin realm for half a day without any results. This made him very unhappy. Devil Light Shift. Black demonic chi rose from Renbing's body and emitted a faint black light. Boom, his body suddenly exploded with an astonishing prowess. His entire body's speed increased as he rushed forward. Qinyu's talisman only had 10 breaths of time. But Renbing's speed shift far exceeded this time. He was once again caught by Renbing. Qinyu's face was gloomy and his heart was filled with anger. He might have teamed up with the Scarlet Flame King and severely injured a late-stage Origin Realm expert. But there was a difference between a fake late-stage Origin Realm expert like Taiyuanshan and a true late-stage Origin Realm expert like Renbing. What's more, in order to deal with Taiyuanshan, he used all his methods but didn't manage to kill him. If Qinyu stopped to battle with Renbing and used all his methods, he might be able to force Renbing to retreat, but it would be hard to kill him. By then, all of Qinyu's trump cards would be exposed. Renbing could casually spread the news and Qinyu would be targeted by many Origin Realm experts. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Hence, without the confidence to kill Renbing, Qinyu didn't want to expose some of his trump cards like the 9-bone Devil Spirit Sword. Hence, he escaped. Devil Dance. Renbing suddenly extended his claws and clawed fiercely. Black Qi suddenly rumbled in front of him, forming devil pillars that wantonly danced. Qinyu was better at moving in a straight line. If he were to turn, it would be easier for him to be caught. Caught off guard, Qinyu was hit by a devil pillar and the blood in his body shook. Pung, his figure flew backwards. Qinyu immediately activated the third devil pattern and activated the devil scale battle armor. Pung, behind him, another devil pillar came crashing. Devil Destruction Claw. Qinyu activated the first demonic pattern, and with a sweep of his demonic claw, a terrifying destructive power shattered the dancing demonic pillar. But at this moment, Renbing had already arrived. A terrifying pressure of the devil Dao came crashing down, causing the sky to darken. Although Qinyu was below, he lifted his head and looked at Renbing. The devil intent exploded from his body and rushed into the clouds, fighting against Renbing. Don't go too far. Qinyu shouted coldly and his aura was even more imposing. If Renbing really wanted to force him, Qinyu had no other choice but to take out the 9-bone Devil Spirit Sword, summon the Scarlet Flame King and fight with all his might. In this battle, he might expose his trump cards and be pushed to the heart of the struggle. But if Renbing couldn't kill him, his reputation would take a huge hit. Renbing was slightly shocked. Even at this stage, Qinyu didn't have the slightest bit of fear. Furthermore, this spirit wasn't faked. Where did he get the courage from? The next moment, killing intent appeared on Renbing's face again. He actually hesitated because of Qinyu's aura and his words. It was really embarrassing. Not only will I bully you, but I will also kill you. Renbing's eyes were filled with ferocity and a terrifying surge of true yuan rose. Qinyu's eyes were calm and he was prepared. But at this moment, boom, a blood cloud appeared behind him and expanded at an extremely fast speed, emitting a huge pressure of the bloodway. With that pressure, Qinyu felt that the incoming person might be stronger than Renbing. Could it be another expert from the Black Prison Alliance? Qinyu's heart shook. If that was the case, it would be meaningless for him to go all out. Renbing lowered his eyebrows. He was familiar with that aura. Renbing could already guess who it was. But why would she come here? Renbing's trip this time did not alarm many people. And he wanted to kill Qinyu, why would she rush over? Instantly, the sky was dyed with a layer of blood red. Qinyu turned around and saw a beautiful woman floating in the middle of the rolling blood-colored mist. There was a blood lotus mark on her forehead, and she was wearing a gorgeous blood-colored lotus dress. Her cold eyes were looking down at Qinyu's mountain, and a strange emotion flashed in her eyes. You are, Qinyu was stunned. He actually knew this bloodway expert who suddenly appeared. It was Tong Yuling who had parted ways with him in the blood burial garden. Blood Lotus Holy Lady, why are you here? Renbing restrained his aura and asked with some fear. Qinyu didn't expect that when he and Tong Yuling met again, it would be under such circumstances. In the past, Tong Yuling was Qinyu's senior sister in the Yunhui Gate. The two of them had a good relationship and had completed many sect missions together. It was all because of the trip to the blood burial garden that their relationship had fallen apart, and they had embarked on different paths. Now, although the two of them had met, their relationship could not be the same as before. Moreover, it seemed that Renbing knew the Blood Lotus Saint. This made things even more complicated. Elder Ren, didn't I say that we can't kill Qinyu? The Blood Lotus holy girl's gaze shifted to Renbing. Her expression became even colder, and the bloody smell of blood rushed toward her. Renbing could not help but shiver. The Blood Lotus Saintess had indeed said that, but he did not take it to heart. He did not believe that the Blood Lotus Saintess would do anything to him because of an outsider. But now, it seemed that the Blood Lotus Saintess was really angry. Why, just because of a talent? Saintess, this person killed my son. This old man is eager to take revenge, so, Renbing gritted her teeth, but her aura had completely softened. There was a deep hatred between him and Qinyu. Yet, he still had to explain it to others. From this, it could be seen how much he feared the Blood Lotus Saintess. Previously, Qinyu had been worried that the Blood Lotus Saintess was in cahoots with Renbing. If Tong Yuling was no longer the same Tong Yuling, he would definitely die. However, Tong Yuling seemed to care about their previous relationship and did not kill Qinyu. Instead, she came to stop Renbing. Senior sister Tong, Qinyu couldn't help but speak, but he didn't know what to say. He was extremely grateful to Tong Yuling for rushing over to save him. On the other side, when Renbing heard this, her heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Qinyu knew the Blood Lotus Saintess. Moreover, Qinyu addressed her as senior sister? This relationship was not ordinary, Renbing secretly rejoiced. If she had really killed Qinyu, would the Blood Lotus Saintess, as her senior sister, kill her? Damn it! How did Qinyu get involved with the Blood Lotus Saintess? Renbing was furious. In this way, it was impossible for him to take revenge. He hated himself for not being strong enough. The person who killed his son was standing right in front of him, but he couldn't do anything. But Tong Yuling's next sentence made Qinyu and Renbing a little puzzled. Qinyu, I'll give you a chance to choose. Join the Blood Moon organization and I'll spare your life. The Blood Lotus Saintess looked at Qinyu again. Although her gaze was not as cold as before, it still made Qinyu feel very unfamiliar. It was as if they were strangers meeting for the first time. Moreover, what the Blood Lotus Saintess had said was obvious. If Qinyu didn't join the Blood Moon organization, he would only face death. This destroyed Qinyu's previous thoughts. Tong Yuling was not only here to save Qinyu, but she could also become his enemy. On the other side, Renbing was a little confused. Weren't the two of them junior brother and senior sister? Why was the Blood Lotus Holy Lady treating Qinyu so coldly? Senior sister Tong, it's been so many years. This is the first time we meet, but you're forcing me to do something I don't want to do. Qinyu sighed sorrowfully. However, he ignored the Blood Lotus Saintess's reaction after hearing this. A strange emotion flashed in the Blood Lotus Saintess's eyes. She seemed to have thought of something. But immediately, her eyes became even colder, filled with anger and resentment. These emotions quickly disappeared. Ha ha ha, forcing me to do something I don't want to do again? The Blood Lotus Saintess's beautiful face revealed an indulgent and strange smile. Looking at Tong Yuling's appearance, Qinyu felt a stabbing pain in his heart. Tong Yuling wasn't like this in the past. She was delicate, pure, and lively. Because Qinyu had rejected her confession, Tong Yuling's temperament had changed greatly. She was influenced by the other half of her personality and became the indulgent, evil, and cold Blood Lotus Saintess. I'm not forcing you to do anything. No matter what choice you make, it's your own choice. The Blood Lotus Saintess smiled faintly. They don't seem to have a good relationship. If Qinyu doesn't want to join us, I can still take revenge for my son. Renbing was secretly delighted. Qinyu was struggling in his heart. When he was in the Qi Kingdom, the person from the Blood Moon organization who had ambushed him had said that the Blood Lotus Saintess had joined the Blood Moon organization. Therefore, he wasn't surprised by Tong Yuling's question. Originally, Qinyu was also a little tempted by Blood Maple's request. He planned to investigate the organization before making a decision. But when he visited Elan Tian last time, Yuan Chen and his junior sister were there. Qinyu felt it was a little inconvenient, so he put it off and planned to ask in the future. He didn't expect that today, he would have to make a decision. If I reject senior sister Tong again, I'm afraid she will be completely replaced by the Blood Lotus Saintess. If I join the Blood Moon organization, I might be able to make her return to her original Tong Yuling. Chen Yu thought. Tong Yuling had become like this because he had rejected her last time. If he rejected her again, Chen Yu wouldn't be able to bear it. In addition, the remaining forces of the sect seemed to be very afraid of the Blood Moon organization. For example, Elder Ren didn't dare to attack him because of the Blood Lotus Saintess. If Chen Yu joined the Blood Moon organization, would he be safe in the future? Wouldn't he be assassinated by the forces of the sect? If that was the case, there would be another benefit. I'll join. Chen Yu replied. Ren Bing looked disappointed, but this was also expected. If he didn't join, he would die. Anyone would join the Blood Moon organization. The Blood Lotus Saintess looked at Chen Yu and was slightly stunned. Did he choose to join the Blood Moon organization to come back to me? The Blood Lotus Saintess suddenly had this thought, but she immediately denied it. No, he's just looking for a way out. Ren Bing and Chen Yu felt it was strange that the Blood Lotus Saintess was in a daze. Her expression kept changing, and she didn't speak for a long time. Elder Ren, he will be a member of the Blood Moon organization in the future. The Blood Lotus Saintess' eyes regained their color. She knew that she had been absent-minded, so she released an even more majestic aura. Yes. Ren Bing nodded. He knew that the Blood Lotus Saintess was telling him that he couldn't touch Chen Yu in the future. Senior Sister Tong, now that I've joined the Blood Moon organization, can you tell me anything about it? Chen Yu asked. He was very curious about the mysterious Blood Moon organization. No. The Blood Lotus Saintess said coldly. Why? Chen Yu felt strange and depressed. He had joined the Blood Moon organization, but Tong Yuling didn't even tell him. He suddenly felt that he should have accepted Xue Feng's invitation. Not only could he get better treatment, but he would also not be assassinated by the forces of the sect when he returned to Yunzhou Nation. I wonder if I can still contact Xue Feng and ask him to fulfill the promise he made. Chen Yu thought. Tong Yuling didn't even tell him this, and he didn't expect her to treat him well. Some of the peripheral members of the Blood Moon organization don't know the core secrets of the organization. You just joined the Blood Moon organization, and you want to know everything? The Blood Lotus Saintess said calmly. In fact, she was purposely making things difficult for Chen Yu. She still wanted to know the reason why Chen Yu joined the Blood Moon organization. Was it for herself or for something else, but she would never ask this directly. Elder Ren was getting more and more confused as he listened. He felt that the two of them had a lot of connections. They seemed to be close, but they also seemed to be enemies. At this moment, 4 figures flew over from afar. They were the returning Essence Realm experts who were with Ren Bing. Elder Ren. The group of people shouted. They looked at the Blood Lotus Saintess at the same time, but they didn't know her. After all, Donglin Prefecture was the prefecture at the edge of Yunzhou Nation. It had little contact with the Black Prison Union, let alone the Blood Lotus Saintess of the Blood Moon organization. Congratulations to Elder Ren for capturing Chen Yu. I wonder how Elder Ren is going to torture this kid to vent your anger. My Black Eagle Castle has a set of torturing methods. I guarantee that this kid will not be able to live or die. The black-robed elder flattered. From his point of view, Ren Bing had a feud with Chen Yu for killing his son. Since she didn't kill Chen Yu now, she must be thinking of ways to torture Chen Yu. Therefore, he used this as a way to please Ren Bing. Ren Bing's eyes twitched when she heard this. The current Chen Yu was no longer a captive. Moreover, the relationship between the Blood Lotus Saintess and Chen Yu was unclear. Even Ren Bing wouldn't dare to say such things in front of the Blood Lotus Saintess. Ren Bing couldn't help but lament in her heart. This person didn't judge the situation properly. Huh? The black-robed elder thought that Ren Bing would be very happy after he finished speaking. However, he realized that something was wrong. Ren Bing was silent and had a strange expression. The Blood Lotus Saintess was even more dignified and cold. She gave him a strong sense of oppression that made his heart tremble. Elder Ren, who is this senior? The black-robed elder bowed to the Blood Lotus Saintess and asked. She is the Blood Lotus Saintess of the Blood Moon organization. In addition, Chen Yu has joined the Blood Moon organization. Renbing told him everything in case the black-robed elder said something else that would offend the Blood Lotus Saintess. What? I didn't expect you to be the Blood Lotus Saintess. I was blind and failed to recognize you. Please forgive me. The black-robed elder was shocked and immediately said something nice. He had heard of the Blood Lotus Saintess 100 years ago. Moreover, he also knew the relationship between the Blood Moon Organization and the Black Prison Alliance. He also knew that Renbing was determined to kill Qinyu. Now that Qinyu was safe and sound, it must be because of the Blood Lotus Saintess' protection. Renbing didn't dare to touch Qinyu. Thinking about what he had said just now, he felt that it was really stupid. How's the situation on your side? Renbing changed the topic. The twins' strength increased in the relic. In addition, they had medium spiritual weapons and were very powerful. We tried our best but only managed to kill one of them. The other one escaped. The black-robed old man let out a sigh, looking ashamed. Renbing's face became even more gloomy. They didn't manage to kill Qinyu and let one of the sisters escape. How's the harvest? Renbing asked again. The other items in the woman's storage bag are relatively ordinary. Only the medium spiritual weapon should be the great ancestor of Evil Yin's private collection, the black-robed elder said honestly. Even he felt that it was strange. Could it be that what the two sisters said was true and that the other treasures had been obtained by the man in the bamboo hat, Wan Baoguang, and Qinyu? However, now that Qinyu had joined the Blood Moon Organization, even if Qinyu had obtained some benefits, the black-robed elder could not ask for it. Then, the Blood Lotus Saintess bid farewell to the others. She was not interested in their conversation at all. Let's go. The Blood Lotus Saintess said to Qinyu. She flew up at a moderate speed, as if she was taking care of Qinyu. Sister Tong, where are we going? Qinyu asked. He was not in any danger now, but Qinyu realized that the Blood Lotus Saintess and Renbing did not just know each other. The Blood Moon Organization and the Black Prison Alliance might also be related. However, he had already agreed to join the Blood Moon Organization. He would know everything when the time came. Don't call me Sister Tong. The Blood Lotus Saintess's face was cold and resolute. She had already decided to carry on her other half's wish and live as the Blood Lotus Saintess. Everything about Tong Yuling had nothing to do with her anymore. She had thought that she could do it, but Qinyu's appearance had disturbed her state of mind, causing her emotions to fluctuate greatly recently. Since she was troubled, she might as well face it directly and untie the knot in her heart. Qinyu did not say anything. He did not agree or reject her. After a while, the Blood Lotus Saintess calmed down and said, "You agreed to join the organization, but you still have to go back and get a membership." Qinyu nodded. On the way, they did not speak, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Sister Tong, why did you join the Blood Moon Organization? I don't think it's for cultivation resources. Qinyu asked. The Blood Lotus Saintess had regained control of the Blood Burial Garden, so she did not lack cultivation resources. Go home. The Blood Lotus Saintess thought for a while and said. Go home? Qinyu thought about it. She did not mean Tong Yuling's home, but the Blood Lotus Saintess's home. But as far as Qinyu knew, the Blood Lotus Saintess was not a member of the Blood Moon Organization. So what did she mean? The Blood Lotus Saintess only said 2 words. Obviously, she did not want to talk about it. In that case, Qinyu did not continue to ask. Soon, they arrived at the teleportation site of the Donglin Prefecture. The teleportation portal that the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden had chosen was the Lanling Prefecture in the south. Qinyu followed the Blood Lotus Saintess as they flew. When they arrived at a desolate mountain range, the Blood Lotus Saintess took out a Blood Moon token and let it float in the air. She formed a hand seal and released a powerful force into the token, causing it to release waves of obscure spatial fluctuations. Hua, at some point, the Blood Lotus Saintess tore with her claws. With the token as the center, a small passage appeared in the void. Go in. After saying that, the Blood Lotus Saintess flew in. Qinyu followed closely behind her. His vision suddenly darkened, and Qinyu entered a dark red space. A bright red blood moon hung in the sky. The mountains, rivers, pavilions were unique in style and were all covered in a layer of blood. Qinyu knew that this might be the core of the Blood Moon Organization. After flying for a while, a majestic and magnificent blood-colored palace appeared in front of him. Just by looking at it, he could feel the power of heaven and earth, which made people feel fear. He followed the Blood Lotus Saintess and came to a spacious and quiet hall. When they arrived, there were already 4 members in the hall. Blood Lotus Saintess, I wonder who you have recruited. With the Blood Lotus Saintess's foresight, the person she has chosen must be an outstanding person. The 3 people who were sitting stood up and revealed different degrees of smiles. Then, they looked at Xianxia. Xianxia was slightly shocked. These people gave him a strong feeling. They were all in the late stage of the returning essence realm, but they were all so polite to the Blood Lotus Saintess. Coupled with the attitude of Qianbing, Xianxia thought that the Blood Lotus Saintess must have been an exceptional expert in the Kenyan realm when she was alive. Isn't this Xianxia? One of the slender men recognized him. The others also looked at him carefully. With Xianxia's reputation, it was normal for him to be recognized. From the looks of it, the Blood Moon organization thought highly of him. After all, he had defeated 4 returning Essence Realm experts in the previous tournament and obtained the first place. Outsiders said that the first place of the previous tournament, Xianxia, might have defeated 4 returning Essence Realm experts, but he is a physique Dao cultivator and has cultivated the 10 great mystical arts of the past and present. His spiritual body is also weak. As time goes by, he will definitely be left behind by the 4. Now, it seems that those people are short-sighted and have eyes but fail to see. The slender man praised Xianxia. His face was like a warm jade and his voice was gentle, which made people feel that he was very amiable. At this moment, a dark-skinned middle-aged man walked into the hall. He was in a layer of dark whirlpool, and a huge chilling aura was surging. Blood Lotus Saintess, isn't it just a new member? Is there a need to gather us in such a grand manner? The dark-skinned middle-aged man's voice was cold. This person is so strong, Xianxia was secretly on his guard. This dark-skinned middle-aged man gave him a very dangerous feeling, especially his deep and serene eyes, which made people feel fearful and didn't dare to look at him directly. I am respecting everyone and allowing everyone to make a decision together. The Blood Lotus Saintess revealed an evil smile. In a short while, 8 experts wearing blood moon robes gathered in the hall. Every one of them had a very strong aura, which surprised Xianxia. How strong was this blood moon organization? What was their scheme? In addition, Xianxia didn't see Xue Feng. But immediately after, the dark-skinned middle-aged man threw out a stone plate with a blood moon pattern. The stone plate had many patterns, which suddenly started to move. It flickered with a strange red light and illuminated a blood mist. Within the blood mist, figures appeared. There were about 10 of them, but he couldn't sense the strength of their aura. This time, Xianxia saw Xue Feng's figure. This is a projection technique? Xianxia couldn't help but click his tongue. In the projection, Xue Feng was also slightly surprised to see Xianxia. He nodded at the same time. When Xianxia suddenly disappeared, he couldn't find him no matter what. He regretted killing Xianxia earlier. He didn't expect that Xianxia had gone to Yunjiao Nation and eventually chose to join the Blood Moon organization. At the same time, Xue Feng remembered that this meeting was called by the Blood Lotus Saintess. He knew the most about the Blood Tomb Saintess. The body that the Blood Lotus Saintess remnant soul had taken over was a disciple of the Yunhui Gate and Xianxia's senior sister. The reason why Xianxia had joined was probably because of Tong Yuling. There are enough people here. Just say what you want. The dark-skinned middle-aged man said calmly. I called you here because I want to recruit someone into the organization. His name is Xianxia, the champion of the last competition in Yunjiao Nation. The Blood Lotus Saintess explained. We know all about that. I just want Xianxia to join the organization. That's not a problem. If you have any other questions, please just say them. A few voices were heard in the hall and in the projection. Xianxia was quite famous. Most of the people present knew about him. They also agreed to let Xianxia join the Blood Moon organization. But the Blood Lotus Saintess must have something else to discuss. That's all. The Blood Lotus Saintess looked calm. There was a moment of silence in the hall. Blood Lotus Saintess, you went through so much trouble just to recruit one person. Do you think everyone here has nothing better to do? The dark-skinned middle-aged man said coldly. I want him to be a hall master. The Blood Lotus Saintess had only just finished her speech after keeping everyone in suspense. Nonsense. The dark-skinned middle-aged man was even more displeased. I don't think that's a good idea. Over the years, there have only been a few people in the Blood Moon sect who could directly become a hall master. The others spoke more politely, but they didn't agree. A few people didn't say anything. Although the Blood Lotus Saintess had an extraordinary background and a strong deterrent force, she couldn't stand against so many experts of the Blood Moon organization. We can consider the Blood Lotus Saintess's proposal, said Xianxia of the Blood Maple gang. The Blood Lotus Saintess must have her reasons for recommending him. Why don't you test him? If he passes, let him be a hall master, said the slender man, who seemed to admire the Blood Lotus Saintess. We don't have time to prepare for the hall master test for him at this time. The dark-skinned middle-aged man's face was cold and serious. Then he said, but we have a big operation recently. We can use it as a test. If Xianxia succeeds in his task, let him be a hall master. This task? The Blood Lotus Saintess hesitated, but she couldn't find a suitable reason. That's a good idea. If he succeeds, it will prove that he is smart, loyal, and powerful. This time, most of the members agreed. They wouldn't offend anyone by doing this. If that's the case, fine. The Blood Lotus Saintess agreed. What task? Asked Xianxia immediately. It was related to him. You'll know when the time comes, said the Blood Lotus Saintess. Xianxia was speechless, but he was used to it. Anyway, the Blood Moon organization liked to pretend to be mysterious. Your Excellency Xuefeng, I wonder if the conditions you promised before still stand? Asked Xianxia after thinking for a while. Many people were surprised that Xianxia knew Blood Maple. Of course it counts. But if you complete the task and become a hall master, you'll enjoy even better rights. Blood Maple smiled faintly. Xianxia had a strange look on his face. It turned out that the Blood Lotus Saintess was trying to get him the hall master position because she wanted to get better resources for him. It seemed that he still had hope of waking up the original Tong Yuling. In fact, the Blood Lotus Saintess had considered other things. If Xianxia was an ordinary member, he would have to go out and carry out various tasks. If he was a hall master, he could choose freely. He could even guard some places without doing anything. But since Xianxia was in the Yunjiao nation, he could stay by her side. It's decided. You're all dismissed. The dark-skinned middle-aged man said. Then, the projection on the stone plate disappeared. The people present also left slowly. Hand over your Blood Moon token. The Blood Lotus Saintess's face was still cold. Blood Moon token? Xianxia thought for a while. The coquettish woman he met in the Qi Kingdom had given him a token shaped like a blood moon. But it was different from the Blood Moon token that the Blood Lotus Saintess had taken out. If you have this token, you'll definitely fail this task, said the Blood Lotus Saintess. The Blood Lotus Saintess added. Xianxia took out the token and handed it to her. When you complete the task and become a hall master, you'll have the right to know all the core secrets of the Blood Moon organization. Now, I'll send you out of here. Then, the two of them left the hall. The Blood Lotus Saintess opened the passage and sent Xianxia out. The next moment, the Blood Lotus Saintess closed her eyes. She seemed to be having a headache. She seemed to be struggling. At that moment, there seemed to be two different thoughts in her mind. They kept colliding with each other, causing her pain. One of them was to draw a line between her and Xianxia. He even blamed her for helping Xianxia. On the other hand, he wanted to help Xianxia and keep him by his side. After Xianxia returned to Lanling Prefecture, he went to Tianhe Prefecture through the teleportation device. Since those people did not say anything about the task, there was no point for Xianxia to overthink it. Now, he was looking forward to handing over the ores he had obtained to Master Shen so that he could refine a suitable spiritual weapon for him. Demon Free Academy. After Xianxia returned, he immediately went to the smithing grounds. Seems like the materials have been found? Master Shen saw Xianxia's expression and already guessed the result. In fact, the materials on the list that he gave to Xianxia were all very precious and hard to find. He originally thought that Xianxia would need a long time to find them. He didn't expect Xianxia to be so fast. Master Shen, please take a look. Jinyu waved his hand and took out the 3 materials from the mist-spitting pearl. The first was the black light stone that he bought in the imperial city of the Sky River Prefecture. The second and third were the devil boulder and 7-star ores that he found in the ruins. Not bad. The amount is sufficient. This way, I have an 80 to 90% chance of forging a low-grade pinnacle totem for you. Master Shen nodded. In smithing, 80 to 90% chance of success was already very high. Moreover, smiths wouldn't usually say that they had a 100% chance of success. Because accidents were unavoidable, they had to leave themselves a way out. Master, take a look at these 2 ores. Jinyu recalled the 2 stones that he obtained from the Eveline Pagoda. With Jinyu's experience, he couldn't identify the 2 stones. But since they were hidden by the Eveline ancestor, they must be extraordinary. Therefore, Jinyu decided to take them out for Master Shen to take a look. If he could integrate them into his own totem, it would be even better. Finishing his sentence, Jinyu took out a silver-gray jade and a bumpy black stone. Master Shen didn't think much of it at first. But after seeing these 2 stones, his eyes couldn't help but widen and shine. This is the silver crystal jade and fiery devil stone. Where did you get them? The usually calm and serene Master Shen was slightly excited. Are these 2 items very precious? Jinyu asked. Of course. These 2 ores are legendary rare ores. They are materials for forging middle-grade totem. Master Shen rolled his eyes at Jinyu. He didn't hide anything and told the truth. Middle-grade spiritual artifacts were usually in the hands of late-stage Origin Realm experts. If people were to find out that an initial-stage Origin Realm martial artist had the materials to forge a middle-grade spiritual weapon, it would definitely attract many late-stage Origin Realm martial artists to fight over it. It seems like the Eveline ancestor was collecting the ores to refine another powerful middle-rank spiritual weapon. Unfortunately, he died before he could refine it. Jinyu sighed. However, at the same time, he was looking forward to seeing if these 2 ores would be able to be integrated into the spirit weapon he was forging. Hehe, I have to say, you're really lucky, kid. The silver crystal jade is an excellent material for forging heavy weapons. It can contain most materials and fuse them into one, making the weapon even more durable. And that fire demon stone has a certain probability of giving a spirit weapon a powerful characteristic. Master Shen chuckled. Jinyu was overjoyed. He even regretted not grabbing the 3rd stone. I haven't forged a middle-grade spiritual weapon for a while now. Master Shen also looked like he was eager to try. As an artifact forging master, he would definitely be more willing to forge high-quality spirit artifacts. First, it was to practice his skills. Second, it was to make a name for himself. If an artifact forging master wanted to be famous, he had to forge powerful weapons of high quality. However, people wouldn't give such precious materials to an unknown artifact forging master. Therefore, it was very rare to find an experienced artifact forging master. Then I'll have to trouble Master Shen. Jinyu said politely. Master Shen didn't reply. He started to design the refining plan. 3 days later, Master Shen came up with 3 refining plans, and Jinyu chose one of them. Next, he started to forge. During this period, Jinyu used the demonic patterns and true essence to assist in the forging, which shortened the time. At the same time, it would be easier for Jinyu to refine the spiritual weapons he forged in the future. A month later. Buzz, in the crafting room, there was a deep and violent sound of a sword. Many of the craftsmen outside were shocked, wondering what kind of world-shocking work Master Shen was going to make again. It's done. Master Gu took out a broad heavy sword that was 3.5 feet long. The heavy sword was pitch black, and there were fine inscriptions on it. Occasionally, it would glow with a strange dark silver light, which made it look mysterious. The 2 sides of the sword were uneven, and there were even many black spikes, which made it look extremely ferocious. Buzz, the sword trembled slightly in Master Gu's hand, releasing waves of violent demonic Tao energy, as if it was going to break free from Master Shen's control. However, when Jinyu held it, the sword quieted down. A moment later, it lay quietly in Jinyu's hand. A spiritual sword chooses its master. As a demonic cultivator, you've used your true essence to assist in the forging this month. Therefore, this spiritual weapon is more compatible with you. Master Shen smiled. Spiritual weapons focused on spirituality, and the spiritual weapon he forged this time had an unusual spirituality. Master Shen, what grade is this sword at? Chen Yu asked. Middle grade spiritual weapon. What a pity. It's so close to becoming a middle grade fine spiritual weapon. If you get any rare materials in the future, you can ask me to help you refine them. Master Shen sighed. Although the silver crystal jade and the fiery magical stone were materials for forging middle-grade spiritual weapons, they weren't the main materials. Otherwise, the quality of this spiritual weapon would be fine spiritual weapon. What's its characteristic? Qin Yu asked anxiously. This Master Shen didn't tell him everything in one go, but waited for him to ask. The characteristics of a spiritual weapon determined its strength and value to a certain extent. For example, if a defensive spiritual weapon had the characteristics of sharpness and armor-piercing, it would be a complete joke. The energy in the fiery magical stone has been completely integrated into this sword, so its characteristic is explosion. Master Shen smiled in satisfaction. As a heavy weapon, and with Qin Yu's expertise in close combat, this characteristic was considered top-notch. Thank you, Master. Qin Yu was very satisfied. At the same time, he took out 100,000 primordial stones and gave it to Master Shen. Compared to a satisfactory middle-grade spiritual weapon, 100,000 lower primordial stones were nothing. Moreover, forging spiritual weapons was extremely taxing on one's mind, so Qin Yu should have given some compensation. Master Shen didn't reject it. 100,000 primordial stones was quite a lot for him. I'll take my leave. After Qin Yu bid farewell to Master Shen. Wait, you haven't named this sword yet. Master Shen called out to Qin Yu. In the future, if he said that this sword was forged by him, but he didn't even know its name, who would believe him? This sword. I'll call it the Demon Dragon Sword. Qin Yu thought for a while and came up with a very domineering name. This sword had the attribute of the demonic path, and its appearance was ferocious. 68 teeth of the red-eyed flood dragon had been integrated into it, so Qin Yu came up with this name. Demon Dragon Sword, not bad. Master Shen nodded. He felt that Qin Yu's naming ability was not bad. Then, Qin Yu left this place and came to the Earth Demon Pavilion. With a new spiritual weapon, Qin Yu was ready to choose a powerful sword technique. The Demon Shocking Sword technique that he had cultivated before was not bad as a sword technique of the evil path, but for Qin Yu who cultivated the demonic path, it was of little value. After choosing for a while, Qin Yu took a fancy to a sword technique called Demon Wind Sword Technique. This sword required a total of 300,000 demonic points. Qin Yu used up all the demonic points he had and paid 80,000 primordial stones to get this sword technique. The Demon Wind Sword Technique was famous for its ferocity. Its attacks were wide and violent, and it focused on sword momentum. When facing the weak, the sword momentum could scare away the opponent. When this sword technique was cultivated to the advanced level, it could display a demonic wind sword domain, which could cause a destructive blow to the enemy within the domain. It's very suitable for the Demon Dragon Sword. Qin Yu was quite satisfied with this sword technique. Then, he came to the Cultivation Tower and rented a secret training room. After spending 2 days, Qin Yu successfully refined the Demon Dragon Sword. Next, he began to cultivate the sword technique. The Demon Wind Sword Technique focused on sword momentum. Once it was formed, the sword momentum could continue to rise without stopping. Qin Yu was not a genius in the sword way, and he had not comprehended sword momentum for a long time. Therefore, he decided to give up the normal train of thought and directly began to practice the sword, comprehending sword momentum through sword moves. Boom, Qin Yu poured the demonic true essence into the Demon Dragon Sword, and fiercely stabbed out. On the Demon Dragon Sword, the demonic chi tumbled and rushed out. After a distance, it suddenly exploded, forming a dark cloud of demonic chi. This was the explosive attribute. The attack had an explosive effect, and the attack was more destructive. It just so happened that the Demon Wind Sword technique was also famous for its powerful attack, so the two were quite compatible. Mad Chi Demon Cut. flying heaven sword cut. During the process of cultivation, Xianxia constantly comprehended sword momentum. 3 days later. Compared to the beginning, Xianxia's attacks were extremely fierce and smooth. They were done in one go, and the surrounding momentum was astonishing, forming a formless deterrent force. Xianxia's body seemed to have some kind of instinct. All external moves could be quickly and perfectly coordinated. Gradually, Xianxia's practice became more and more carefree. The demon dragon sword danced in the air, and there was a series of whistling sounds and loud explosions. After a long time, Xianxia finally stopped, feeling very carefree. In the following days, Xianxia practiced sword techniques while cultivating his cultivation technique. A month later, Xianxia comprehended sword momentum, and his sword technique was at the basic level. 4 months later. News of the Tea Party of Geniuses had spread throughout the Yunjiao nation. Many members had already set off in advance for Mount Liuhe of the Yunyang Sacred Prefecture. Xianxia was not in a hurry to go to the academy. He continued to practice sword techniques and cultivation techniques to improve his strength. A few days later, Xianxia walked out of the cultivation tower and saw a fair and beautiful girl. It was his junior sister, Yu Buyu. Senior brother, it's time to gather. We'll head to Mount Liuhe together for the Tea Party of Geniuses. Yu Buyu had not had much contact with Xianxia, so they were not very familiar with each other. Alright, let's go. Xianxia walked over and left with Yu Buyu. There were already 20 to 30 people gathered in the central square. These people all had extraordinary temperaments, and most of them had arrogant looks on their faces. They had all entered the top 50 in the academy tournament, and were considered geniuses of the Yunjiao nation. Naturally, they had their own pride. Among them, Xianxia spotted a few familiar figures, including Kong Zhong, Jin Shuifeng, Yuan Chen, Shang Han, and others. As for those from the previous and current cohorts, Xianxia did not recognize any of them. Xianxia is here. Many people secretly conversed with each other. Meanwhile, those who recognized Xianxia walked over with smiles on their faces. Brother Chen, where have you been all these years? Jin Shuifeng, who was not good with words, asked. I've been busy with some things. Xianxia answered vaguely. At that moment, the crowd parted to form a small path, and a man in a black robe walked out. He had a square face and small eyes, and he looked at Xianxia indifferently. You must be Xianxia? I am Chao Xingyue, the leader of the non-demon academy in the previous academy tournament. The square-faced man took the initiative to introduce himself. Greetings, Brother Chao. Xianxia nodded slightly. I heard that you just returned to the college a few days ago. You were supposed to be one of the organizers of the tea party, but you missed this opportunity and allowed Yun Haizhen and Yun Yinggu to host the tea party. Chao Xingyue sighed and felt it was a pity. If the Devil-Free College and the royal family were to host this tea party, the reputation of the Devil-Free College would increase. But this isn't a big deal. You just returned and might not know anything about the tea party. If you have any questions, just ask me. I will lead everyone to Mount Liuhe later. You don't have to worry. Chao Xingyue spoke again, causing Xianxia, who was about to apologize, to not say anything. This Chao Xingyue first pointed out Xianxia's mistake and then requested to be the leader. The key was this person's attitude. He treated Chao Xingyue as a senior, which made Chao Xingyue unhappy. Also, hosting the tea party was Xianxia's own business. At most, he would apologize to the college. What did it have to do with Chao Xingyue? Participating in the tea party was mainly for fame. Xianxia and Citolinu had consecutively gotten first place in the college competition. If Chao Xingyue was to be the leader, wouldn't it show that his status in the college far surpassed Xianxia and Citolinu? The surrounding people couldn't help but look over. I wonder if Xianxia will back off in front of Senior Chao. Senior Chao participated in the college competition over 10 years ago. Back then, he was already at the peak of the Xiantian realm. Now that he is at the middle stage of the Origin realm, his qualifications far surpass Xianxia and Citolinu. There has been no news of Xianxia for the past few years. After returning to the college, he has been in seclusion. His cultivation progress is probably too slow and he might choose to back off. Xianxia didn't bother about Chao Xingyue and didn't reply. In the eyes of others, Xianxia was backing off. They couldn't help but be disappointed with the previous competition's first place. Chao Xingyue squinted his eyes and was rather happy in his heart. He felt that Qinyu was still being too kind. Situlinyu is here. Situlinyu? The surrounding crowd suddenly shouted, and many women even let out shrill screams. Only to see a man wearing a green robe and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His face was clear and bright, his eyes were sparkling and there was a faint smile on his face. This man was Situ Linyu. Qinyu and Situ Linyu were from the same batch, so the two of them could be considered friends. However, in Qinyu's eyes, Situ Linyu had changed a lot from before. He looked more flamboyant, and he exuded calmness and confidence. There were a few people besides Situ Linyu, but they were all overshadowed by him. They landed on the square. Qinyu? I thought you weren't coming to the tea party. Situ Linyu sized up Qinyu carefully. In this year's college tournament, he was undefeatable, sweeping away all the other Origin Realm martial artists and ascending to first place. However, Qinyu, who was in the same batch as Situ Linyu in the previous student competition, had completely defeated him. Hence, Situ Linyu's eyes landed on Qinyu, and he seemed to be very interested. I naturally have to participate in such a grand event. I didn't expect Brother Situ to improve so much in just a few years and become first place in this year's college tournament. Qinyu couldn't help but compliment. I wonder how strong the previous first place is now. Let's wait and see at the tea party. Situ Linyu was very interested in Qinyu's current strength. At the side, Chao Xingyue's face was a little black. Situ Linyu and Qinyu were completely ignoring him? Situ Linyu, it's good that you are here. Hurry up and inform the others. Don't be late. Chao Xingyue walked over with his back straight and his chin raised high, looking like a leader. Who are you? Situ Linyu glanced at Chao Xingyue. You. I am your senior, the leader of the non-magic college in the previous college tournament. Chao Xingyue glared and said with a gloomy face. So you are the fourth place in the previous college tournament. Situ Linyu had a faint smile on his face. Qinyu remained silent, but that didn't mean that Situ Linyu would do the same. His personality was different from before. He was unruly, arrogant, and proud. He wouldn't lower his head in front of others. As expected of Situ Linyu, a genius of the new generation. He is so arrogant. Some people praised him, while others felt that Situ Linyu was too arrogant. You have no manners. Is this the attitude you should have when talking to your senior? Chao Xingyue snorted coldly. In the previous college tournament, Chao Xingyue was the strongest, but he was only ranked 4th. He was at the bottom of the 4 academies and was far inferior compared to the current 2. Other than the old people from the previous college tournament, many people looked at him with disdain. Everyone was attending the tea party and had the same status. However, Chao Xingyue always treated himself as a senior and treated the others as juniors. Qinyu, take your batch of students and follow me later, Qinyu said. Then, Chao Xingyue said to Qinyu. He was trying to get Qinyu on his side and isolate Situ Linyu. There's no need for that. Don't you know the way? Qinyu smiled faintly. His words made everyone very happy. After all, they were all geniuses and had their own pride. No one was willing to lower their head and follow behind others. Chao Xingyue didn't expect that Qinyu, who had been silent just now, would actually oppose him. This made him angry and embarrassed, but there was nothing he could do. Let's see if you can still be proud of yourself later. Chao Xingyue thought. Qinyu was the champion of the previous college tournament, but his aptitude was poor and he was a physique cultivator. Situ Linyu was the champion of this year's college tournament, but he was still too young. After a while, almost everyone had arrived. There were less than 50 people. Logically speaking, there should be more than 50 people in the top 50 in the past 3 college tournaments. However, in the past 10 years, some people died in ruins, assassinations, geniuses died young, and some couldn't participate because they had other things to do. Let's go. Qinyu shouted. Everyone flew up in groups of 3 to 5, but they all had the same goal. Junior brother, Yi Chengfeng, Yun Haijin, and Duan Xingyue will definitely challenge you. You have to be careful, Yuan Chen said. Qinyu had defeated them in the college tournament, but after so many years, no one knew who was stronger. These three people would definitely spar with Qinyu to wash away the defeat from that day. It's okay, Master Shen helped me refine a good spirit artifact. Even if I fight against them, it shouldn't be a problem. Qinyu said with a smile. Also, the seniors from the last college tournament will definitely spar with the strong newcomers. We can't underestimate them. Yuanchen said again. Qinyu was ranked first and was not favored, so he would naturally be challenged at the tea party. Next, Yuanchen talked about the people to pay attention to. In the last college tournament, the first place was Yun Yingguo, the second was Fu Songguang from the Heavenly Star Academy, the third was Jiang Chen from the Sky Sword Academy, and the fourth was Chao Xingyue. Of course, this was the ranking from more than 10 years ago. Who knows, those who ranked lower might have had an opportunity to soar. Yunyang Sacred Prefecture, Mount Liuhe. This mountain was the private territory of the royal family. Because the organizers were all members of the royal family, the tea party could be held on Mount Liuhe. Mount Liuhe was extremely high, but the top was flat and hexagonal. The scenery was beautiful. At the top of Mount Liuhe, many young talents were chatting and laughing in a pavilion. Most of them were people from Yunyang Imperial Capital College. After all, the tea party was held in Yunyang Sacred Prefecture, so many of them had arrived a month ago. Besides Yunyang Imperial Capital College, some people from other colleges had also arrived early, waiting for the tea party to begin. At this moment, there was a flash of starlight not far away, illuminating the entire cloud layer with a riot of colors. Soon, a group of people appeared. From their clothes, it could be seen that they were from the Heavenly Star Academy. Inside the pavilion, almost everyone looked up. Haha, I'm really sorry that everyone is here to welcome us. The leader of the Heavenly Star Academy, a sloppy man with a beard, laughed loudly. Humph, Fu Songguang, it seems like you're itching for a beating again. Inside the pavilion, a dignified man in a yellow and red robe said coldly. Everyone could see that Fu Songguang was the leader of the Heavenly Star Academy, yet someone dared to scold him. Hey, Yun Yingguo, I can't stand seeing you like this. You're always lecturing others. Don't think that just because you're called Yingguo, you're really heroic. At least your appearance is far from it. The sloppy man frowned and said unhappily. He's Fu Songguang? The golden-robed youth, Yun Haizhen, looked over. This person was considered a genius of his generation, and he cultivated one of the 10 great ancient martial arts, the 3 light stars technique. However, when he first switched to this technique, he was not proficient enough and lost to Yun Yingguo. Yun Yingguo's face darkened, and he did not speak. Fu Songguang was like this. When he first lost to him, he liked to provoke him every time they met. Yun Yingguo felt that arguing with someone like Fu Songguang was too shameful. Of course, the most important thing was that he could not win. Senior Songguang, speak less. Beside him, Duan Xingyue smiled helplessly and advised. Just as the people from the Heavenly Star Academy sat down, a huge demonic aura suddenly surged from the other side, as if a terrifying demon had arrived. The No Demon Academy is here. Yun Yingguo said calmly. Originally, this tea party was supposed to be hosted by him and Qinyu from the No Demon Academy. However, Qinyu was absent. So Yun Haizhen took his place. Yun Yingguo was not a prince, but the son of the royal family. Moreover, there was no familial love in the royal family, so his relationship with Yun Haizhen was not good. However, he knew that Yun Haizhen was very talented, so he was very curious about the young man who defeated Yun Haizhen. In addition, in this year's tournament, it was the No Demon Academy that came out on top. Yunyang Academy had already decided that this time, they would grind down the spirit of the No Demon Academy. Kiki, the No Demon Academy is indeed the No Demon Academy. Undisciplined and scattered. When Yun Yingguo saw the people from the No Demon Academy, he couldn't help but laugh. I heard that the No Demon Academy has a kid that cultivates the Sky Demon secret inscription record. Where is this person? Fu Songguang's eyes scanned the people from the No Demon Academy. This is indeed a gathering of geniuses. Qinyu took a glance and couldn't help but sigh. The Yunzhao nation was huge and had dense energy. Experts and geniuses were as common as the clouds. There were a few middle-stage origin realm experts present, and each of them had an extraordinary chi presence. It was not something a small place like the Northern Plains could compare with. The geniuses gathered here were probably enough to conquer the experts of the northern plains. After the people from the No Demon Academy took their seats, in less than an hour, a sword intent that pierced through the clouds resonated. Swish! Swish, swish! A group of white-robed figures flew over. All of them were handsome men and beautiful women with extraordinary auras. The girls from the Sky Sword Academy are still the prettiest. Fu Songguang looked over, and after looking around, his eyes landed on Yi Luofeng. His expression turned sluggish for a moment. Qinyu looked over as well, and Yi Luofeng was among them, looking back at him. Subsequently, Qinyu saw Yi Chingfeng and the ordinary-looking man beside Yi Chingfeng. He felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. At this point, most of the students from the 4 academies had arrived. At most, there were a few lone cultivators on their way. Most of the geniuses present knew each other, and some even had a good relationship with each other. Although the tea party had not started, the entire Six Harmonies Mountain was very lively. Everyone was drinking tea and chatting. Most of them were talking about martial skills, cultivation techniques, and inheritances. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. In comparison, the seniors from the previous year were more talkative, and they would occasionally answer the questions of the new geniuses. Yunying Guo, Jiang Chen, and the others were more popular among the new geniuses. They would ask some questions, and the seniors would answer them generously. Fu Songguang was more lazy, and he had no time to teach the new geniuses. Most of the time, he was looking at beauties. As for Cao Xingyue, perhaps because he was not famous enough, or because his reputation was too bad, there were not many new geniuses who asked him for advice. Most of them were girls in love, and they surrounded Citolinyu, which made Cao Xingyue gnash his teeth in anger. Of course, the liveliness here wasn't just for pure exchanges and pointers. Most people were observing the opponents in their hearts. For example, Cao Xingyue was observing Fu Songguang, Yunying Guo, and Jiang Chen. Why do I feel that these guys are unfathomable? Maybe I can challenge Jiang Chen. Cao Xingyue sweated as his gaze landed on Jiang Chen. He had originally thought that he would be able to wash away the humiliation of being ranked 4th in the previous year's tea party, but he found that those people were all extremely strong. At most, only Jiang Chen, who had no background, could be challenged and had a chance of winning. Qinyu was also sizing up the strong opponents from the previous year, including Duan Xingyue, Yi Chingfeng, and Yun Haizhen. These people were either from the 10 great ancient clans or the 4 great families. All of them had extraordinary backgrounds, and the speed of their growth was immeasurable. At the same time, these people were also paying attention to Qinyu. This time, I will definitely take the first place that belongs to me from your hands. Yun Haizhen clenched his fists, and he was slightly excited. He believed that with his improvement, he would definitely be able to defeat Qinyu. On the other side, Yi Qingfeng's gaze also became sharper. I'm looking forward to seeing how many swords you can take this time. Apart from that, Qinyu is the champion of the previous term. The seniors from the previous term would also treat Qinyu as a stepping stone. As long as they defeated Qinyu, they would be able to become famous. Qinyu had long since sensed the gazes of many elders sizing him up, the champion of the previous tournament. As for the new batch, although there were many geniuses, they did not receive much attention. After all, it had only been 2 years since the academy tournament ended. Time was too short, and there was a limit to the growth of one's strength. All along, the new academy tournament had been used as a foil to the previous 2 academy tournaments. Xixiang, there are so many Origin Realm experts. Yu Buyu had been following behind Yuan Shen and Qinyu. This was the first time she had seen so many geniuses, so she couldn't help but be in awe. It won't be long before you reach the Origin Realm. Yuan Shen smiled. Qinyu now had a better understanding of Yu Buyu. Not only did she possess the fire spiritual body, she was also a member of the Yu clan, one of the 10 great ancient clans. With such talent, the declining Yu clan treated her like a treasure and nurtured her with all their might. Until evening, the tea party started on time. Those who had yet to arrive had already lost the right to participate. Once the time was up, there was a tense atmosphere. Many of the geniuses were already brimming with battle intent and couldn't wait to show off their skills. First, it was time for some of the seniors from the previous term to fight. They had been through more than 10 years of training and had rich battle experience. Their fights were rather exciting. After 4 to 5 matches, the crowd couldn't help but feel bored. They wanted to see the top 5 of the Academy tournament fight. Duan Hao, fight with me. Let me see how much you have improved over the past 2 years. Right at this moment, a young man in white clothes with a face as gentle as jade walked out. Duan Hao? The prodigy from the Duan clan? I heard that he was ranked 4th in this term's Academy tournament. The youth who challenged him is not an ordinary person either. He is the young prodigy of the Fu clan, Fu Bailing. He is ranked 7th in this term's Academy tournament. Everyone instantly became interested. Besides that, they wanted to see exactly how strong the geniuses of this term's Academy tournament were. After all, the outside world said that each term of the Academy tournament was stronger than the last. Qinyu was rather interested in this spar as well. Duan Hao was from the same term as him, and there was some conflict between them that was resolved later on. Fu Bailing had encountered Qinyu in the Crimson Earth secret realm, and there was some discord between them. As you wish. Duan Hao glanced fiercely at Fu Bailing before walking out. Azure Light Finger. An azure radiance condensed on the tip of Fu Bailing's finger, and it flashed as it shot towards Duan Hao. Break! Duan Hao's face surged with a baleful aura, and a shapeless baleful aura suffused an area of over 10 meters, and a ferocious beast could be faintly seen within it. Bang! He smashed out with his fist, and black baleful aura condensed on his fist to transform into a ferocious tiger head that shattered Fu Bailing's finger. At the same time, Duan Hao executed the devilish berserk shadow and pounced towards Fu Bailing like a ferocious beast. Fu Bailing's movement technique was even more extraordinary, far surpassing Duan Hao, who cultivated the devilish berserk shadow. His figure was erratic, and streaks of azure sharp finger light crisscrossed. However, Duan Hao was incomparably ferocious. Both his fists were enveloped by the baleful aura of the tiger head, and both his legs had a dragon-shaped shadow. Both of them were at the peak of the initial stage of the origin realm, and this battle was extremely exciting. This Duan Hao is not bad. He has cultivated to a higher level of the baleful aura condensation. Chao Xingyue nodded. He was also from the Blood Fiend courtyard. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. It had only been 2 years, and the two of them actually had such strength. They were indeed much stronger than the previous 2 terms. Not only Chao Xingyue thought so, but the others also had the same thought. Seems like that Sito Linyu has some capabilities to be able to ascend to the top. Chao Xingyue had a higher opinion of Sito Linyu's strength. After 50 moves, Duan Hao activated his severe wind bloodline and increased his speed. With a ferocious and violent stance, he forced Fu Bailing to retreat. Fu Bailing's movement technique is agile and his attacks are sharp. However, his aura is far from Duan Hao's. In this battle, the initiative is in the hands of the short horn. Unless Fu Bailing's speed or defense has a huge increase, it will be hard for him to defeat Duan Hao. Yun Yinggu watched the battle and said with a faint smile. Thank you, Brother Yun, for your guidance. Fu Bailing was also pondering. Now that Yun Yinggu pointed it out, he was enlightened. After Duan Hao, who was ranked 4th, entered the stage, some of the people who were preparing to make a name for themselves also started to challenge those who were ranked higher. As for those who were ranked higher, they didn't recklessly challenge them. Their target was higher, and most of them were ranked top 3. But after so many years, they didn't really understand each other's techniques. Hence, they chose to observe first before challenging. Chao Xingyue, fight me. A green-haired man leaped out. Chao Xingyue, an elder who was ranked 4th in the previous term's competition. He is extremely powerful. The challenger is Lu Clan's Lu Guangliang. In the previous term's competition, he was ranked 7th. This battle is going to be interesting. The crowd started to discuss. In the eyes of the crowd, the elders from the previous term were all experts at the pinnacle of the tea party. Hence, this battle was very eye-catching. Lu Guangliang, you still don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Chao Xingyue stood out and was slightly displeased. As one of the top 5 in the previous term, he was the first to be challenged. Didn't this mean that in the eyes of the crowd, he was the weakest? Kiki, we will know after we try. Lu Guangliang didn't mind and laughed. He took out a dark green long spear and burst out with qi. On the other side, Xianxia had a gloomy expression. A black baleful chi surged from his body and turned into a malevolent giant bear. In the void, a congealed and curved spear shadow flew over. It was like a venomous snake that suddenly launched an attack. Xianxia took out a black giant axe and cleaved out a shockingly huge axe light that rushed towards the spear shadow. Both of them were at the middle stage of the origin realm. This clash of attacks was massive. Again, Lu Guangliang's long spear danced rapidly. In the void, it was as though there were thousands of venomous snakes rushing out and attacking Xianxia from all directions. In terms of attack speed, Lu Guangliang, who used a spear, was definitely faster than Xianxia. Gradually, Xianxia was starting to lose his strength. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Guangliang's strength had already reached such a level that it could even make the rank 4 Xianxia feel pressured. Giant axe ascension. Xianxia roared. The baleful chi giant bear behind him seemed to be enraged as well. Boom, he cleaved out with his axe. A giant black axe shadow descended from above, destroying everything in front of it and rushing towards Lu Guangliang. Break. Lu Guangliang was a member of the Lu clan, one of the 10 ancient clans. He activated his bloodline and dark green stripes appeared on his skin. His chi was instantly boosted as he thrust it out with his spear. Xianxia knew the characteristics of the Lu clan's bloodline. This attack of his wouldn't be able to injure his opponent. He immediately activated his Chao clan's gravity bloodline and got closer to Lu Guangliang. The radius of 30 feet around Xianxia was enveloped by a dark and distorted gravity ring. The closer he got, the stronger the gravity. After a round of pursuit, Lu Guangliang was the first to be defeated. Damn it. I actually fought for more than 100 moves. Xianxia cursed in his heart. He might have won, but it wasn't that glorious. At the same time, he thought that it must be because of Lu Guangliang's improvement and not because of him. After this battle, there were a few more rounds of sparring. On the Yunyang College's side, a skinny gray-robed man stared at Qin Yu and Yuan Chen with ruthless eyes. Yuan Chen is now at the middle stage of the origin realm. My chances of winning aren't high. I wonder how is this Qin Yu's strength? The gray-robed man spoke softly. This person was Yin Qingxuang. In the previous tournament, because of Qin Yu and Yuan Chen, he wasn't able to enter the top 10 in the first segment and missed the opportunity. In this tea party, his targets were Qin Yu and Yuan Chen. There were rumors that stated that Qin Yu's innate spirit physique had poor aptitude. The further he progressed, the slower his cultivation level would grow. Hence, his potential was limited. But Yin Qingxuang had once lost to Qin Yu and didn't wish to lose again. Hence, he was more cautious. Elder brother, let me test out that Qin Yu. Beside Yin Qingxuang, a similarly skinny man spoke. Alright. In this tournament, you are ranked 10th. Now that you have broken through to the origin realm, your ocular technique talent isn't any weaker than mine. Help me test out this Qin Yu's strength. Yin Qingxuang nodded. Qin Yu, I am this year's ranked 10th, Yin Yu. I wish to seek guidance from the previous year's number 1. The skinny man leaped out of the crowd and looked at Qin Yu. As a new genius, he was ranked 10th in the tournament. Challenging the previous number 1 Qin Yu wasn't expected by many. But he said that he wanted to seek guidance from Qin Yu. Even if he lost, it wouldn't matter. If he performed well, it would be an honorable defeat. The expressions of many people in the surroundings changed slightly as they looked over. It was because they were interested in Qin Yu, and they could tell that Yin Yu had come to probe Qin Yu's ability. Qin Yu was famous, but no one thought highly of him. Whoever defeated him first would be able to become famous. Alright, then I will give you some pointers. Qin Yu smiled as he stepped forward, putting on the appearance of a senior. Alright, then I'll give you some pointers. Qin Yu smiled as he walked out like a senior. Kiki, alright. Yin Yu gave a fake smile. He said that he would give Qin Yu pointers, but that was to elevate Qin Yu's status and leave a way out for himself. The Yin clan was an ancient clan with an I bloodline. Qin Yu was just a body cultivator. What pointers could he give? Was he going to give him pointers on body tempering? Yin Yu thought to himself in disdain and didn't put it to heart. Qin Yu, let me see what you've got. Yin Yu is ranked 10th in this tournament and can be said to be one of the top 8 under the origin. Realm. Now that he has broken through to the Origin Realm, his strength might even surpass the 8th or 7th rankers in this tournament. Yin Qingzhuang muttered to himself as his gloomy eyes stared at the stage. Yin suddenly activated his eye bloodline. His pitch-black eyes were covered with a layer of grayish-red glow and a few flames could be vaguely seen. Yin flame I flame. Yin's eyes locked onto Qinyu. The flames in his eyes surged and instantly condensed into a ball of flames. Furthermore, he was still accumulating energy. After all, Qinyu was the previous tournament's champion. Yin wouldn't be careless and would only give it his all. Not moving? Yin looked at Qinyu. Qinyu stood in the same spot without moving, as if he was going to let Yin make a move first. You actually looked down on me, Yin's eyes sharpened as he activated his ocular technique. Pung, a ball of dark red flame suddenly flickered on Qinyu's body before exploding. This ocular technique affected the soul spirit and the material plane. The flames on Qinyu's body flickered for a while before dissipating. With Yin's strength, how could his ocular technique cause any damage to Qinyu's physique? As for the spiritual force, Qinyu's spiritual force was already equivalent to the middle stage of the Origin Realm. It wasn't something that Yin could shake. From the start to the end, Qinyu didn't move. He stood in the same spot without even frowning. In the surroundings, the calm expressions on the faces of the crowd became oppressive. At this moment, Qinyu moved. He activated the mysterious pattern demonic body, and his entire body was incomparably black. Inscriptions flickered, and it was as if he had turned into a peerless demon. Step by step, he walked toward Yin. Every step he took caused Yin's heart to tremble. Yin flame soul searing. Yin's face was pale. Her body trembled slightly as she used her eye technique again. His eyes flickered with a dark red flame, which burst forth with an illusory red flame, descending upon Qinyu. The Yin flame soul searing was a continuous damage. At first, the enemy might be able to withstand it, but as time went on, it would be as if the soul was being burned by raging flames, and the pain would be unbearable. However, Qinyu's expression remained unchanged as he slowly walked towards Yin. Damn it, why is it useless? As a body cultivator, how can his soul be so strong? Yin was sweating profusely, and her heart was burning with anxiety. Just as Qinyu was about to reach Yin, he felt the immense pressure from Qinyu, as well as the mental pressure, causing his entire body to stiffen and tremble. Whoosh, Qinyu sent a slap over. Yin immediately used his Jin Yuan to protect himself. Crack, the moment the Jin Yuan barrier touched Qinyu's palm, it shattered. Yin was sent flying by Qinyu's slap, rolling 5 or 6 times on the ground. When he crawled back up, there was a big red palm print on his face. There's nothing to teach. You're just too skinny. Just a casual slap and you'll be sent flying. Qinyu smiled faintly. He knew that Yin was here to test him. Moreover, he couldn't teach others anything, so he warned Yin to pay attention to his body and not be too weak. It seems like this Qinyu isn't as weak as I thought. Perhaps the Demon-Free Academy has spent a lot of resources to cultivate this kid. The crowd discussed in low voices, looking at Qinyu even more highly. Is it this kid? The one who cultivates the demonic secret pattern record? He seems to have mastered it quite well. Fu Songguang stared at Qinyu. Yin returned to his original position with a face of shame. He originally thought that if he could injure Qinyu, his reputation would soar. At the very least, he would be able to withstand a few moves. He didn't expect to be sent flying by a single slap from Qinyu. Big brother, you have to take revenge for me. Yin said with grievance. Yin Qingzhuang remained silent. In the battle earlier, Qinyu didn't even reveal any of his moves. He didn't have any confidence, how would he dare to casually fight? Since I can't deal with Qinyu, then I will deal with Yuan Chen. Yin Qingzhuang changed his target. Previously, it wasn't just Qinyu who caused him to miss the top 10 in the first segment, Yuan Chen was also a major factor. Furthermore, he had a feud with Yuan Chen. However, Yin Qingzhuang was only at the peak of the initial stage of the Origin Realm. He didn't have much confidence in defeating Yuan Chen. Furthermore, this was just the beginning and he didn't want to reveal his full strength. Brother Liu, you owe me a favor. I want you to repay me now. Yin Qingzhuang tilted his head and transmitted a message to Lu Guanliang. Lu Guanliang was a veteran from the previous tournament. He had fought with Chao Xingyue for over 100 moves before losing. What is it? Lu Guanliang couldn't reject and could only ask. The tea party continued. A Yi clansman ascended the stage. Brother Zhou, I lost to you during the tournament. Let's have another match today. This Yi clansman was only slightly weaker than the fire swordsman, Zhou Yuning. In the tournament, the fire swordsman, Zhou Yuning, was ranked 3rd while he was ranked 6th. He wasn't satisfied with this ranking and had trained hard for 2 years. In today's battle, he was determined to defeat Zhou Yuning and replace him. Alright. Zhou Yuning stood up and accepted the challenge. Ding. Swish, the two of them instantly attacked. The scarlet fire sword clashed with the icy cold sword. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged over a dozen moves. The Yi clansman was in a hurry to attack. Zhou Yuning started to dodge and waited for the Yi clansman's aura to weaken before he suddenly launched a ferocious attack. Scorching sun, exterminating heaven. The artifact sword in his hand danced continuously, creating a huge sea of sword light flames that pressed forward. The Yi clansman quickly used his sword to defend but was defeated by Zhou Yuning, who suddenly slashed on the other side. This year's freshman prodigies are all not bad. The elder sighed again. These two were this year's prodigies and had already reached the peak of the initial stage of the origin realm. It must be the rewards from the tournament that allowed their cultivation to improve in the past 2 years. Please, LV Guanliang. Yin Qingzhuang reminded. However, Zhou Yuning didn't leave the stage after winning. Lady Yi, you didn't participate in this year's tournament. I am unable to witness your brilliance. Why don't we spar here? Zhou Yuning looked at Yi Luofeng. Yi Luofeng returned to the Sky Sword Academy half a year ago and displayed her astounding strength. Many people claimed that Yi Luofeng and Zhou Yuning were evenly matched. Zhou Yuning was also curious about Yi Luofeng's strength and suggested a spar. Alright. Yi Luofeng leaped up and floated down. When such a beauty had a serious expression and was holding her sword, she looked even more stunning and mesmerized many men. Fortunately, Zhou Yuning was a sword cultivator and had a firm will. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the heart to make a move. Watch my sword, Green Fire Prairie. Zhou Yuning swiftly brandished his sword and created a continuous stream of sword shadows that slashed forward. Spiritual Light Ancient Sword. Yi Luofeng waved her Sky Moon sword and slashed out a dark blue sword light that pierced through the continuous stream of sword shadows. Rumble, Zhou Yuning's sword shadow dispersed, but it turned into a fiery light that pounced towards Yi Luofeng. Yi Luofeng's sword also stabbed at Zhou Yuning. Good sword technique. Zhou Yuning's battle intent was overflowing. He flew up and approached Yi Luofeng, displaying an even sharper and wilder sword technique. However, Yi Luofeng's sword gave people an ancient and silent feeling. It was plain but contained changes. It broke Zhou Yuning's sword in a miraculous way. The spirit heart heavenly sword art that Yi Luofeng cultivated was somewhat related to the heavenly fault sword. After obtaining this sword, Yi Luofeng even obtained the second half of the ancient sword art. Her sword technique grew stronger day by day. This girl's sword technique is not ordinary. There shouldn't be such a powerful sword technique in the Sky Sword Academy. Yun Yingguo looked at Yi Luofeng's sword technique and couldn't help but comment. I didn't expect the Sky Sword Academy to have such a prodigy. If she participates in the Academy Grand Tournament, I wonder how intense it will be. By then, the 9 Origin Realm experts will be contending for supremacy. The crowd was in a heated discussion as everyone focused their attention on the martial arts stage. Spiritual Sword. Yi Luofeng grasped a certain point and executed a miraculous sword technique. When this sword thrust out, its trajectory was unpredictable like an illusion. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yuning couldn't react in time. Ding bang, Zhou Yuning could only use his sword to block. A portion of the sword prowess pushed Yi Luofeng off the martial arts stage. Lady Ye's talent is astonishing. Nobody Zhou admits defeat. Zhou Yuning sighed and cupped his fist. My god, Zhou Yuning actually lost. This girl is so strong and yet she didn't participate in the Academy Grand Tournament. What a pity. Everyone was either shocked or lamenting. After Yi Luofeng walked off the stage, LV Guanliang immediately flew out. Everyone was curious who LV Guanliang was going to challenge this time. Yuan Chen, I heard that you were ranked 4th in the previous grand tournament. Why don't we spar? LV Guanliang shouted. So he wants to spar with Yuan Chen. But the two of them don't seem to have any interactions. Yuan Chen is also very strong. I wonder what the result of their battle will be, please enlighten me. Yuan Chen stepped onto the martial arts stage and said politely. LV Guanliang's eyes narrowed. He took out his spear and stabbed out. Bang! Yuan Chen struck out a cold jade palm to meet LV Guanliang's spear. However, LV Guanliang had never won with a strong attack. He didn't care at all and waved his spear repeatedly. His spear technique could be used to overcome hardness with softness. Sometimes, it was like a long whip, sweeping out a curved spear shadow. Swish! Swish, swish! Spear shadow stabbed out from all directions, surrounding Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen waved both of his palms. Ice filled the sky, but they were all pierced by the spear shadows. Ice barrier. Yuan Chen waved both of his palms and formed a layer of ice, protecting himself within. What's the use of blindly defending? LV Guanliang activated the Lu clan's bloodline. His true qi was instantly strengthened, and the power of each spear shadow increased. Hee, Yuan Chen will definitely lose. Next, find someone from the Yin clan to challenge him and Chen Yu's junior sister. Yin Qingzhuang's cold face revealed a sinister smile. Senior brother is brilliant. Hee, that Yu Buyu is ranked 48th in this grand tournament. He's at the bottom of the tea party. Anyone can defeat him. Yin Yu was very excited. His two brothers had suffered a setback in the hands of Chen Yu, but they could deal with Chen Yu's senior brother and junior sister. This could also be considered a way to vent their anger. On Liuhe Mountain, the tea party was in full swing. No one noticed that there were two figures floating in the clouds in the distance. Both of them were dressed in the same style of blue robes. One of them was an old man with a frightening aura. He smiled and said, Grand Elder, how are they? Next to him was a middle-aged man who looked younger. He had a fair complexion and dark eyes. He looked into the distance and gave off the feeling of an ocean that blended in with nature. He was an awe-inspiring sight. They're passable. The young Grand Elder was very calm. The battle between Yuan Chen and LV Guanliang, the two geniuses of the Yunjiao nation, did not faze him at all. The old man's eyes twitched, but he still nodded with a smile. Yuan Chen was only ranked 4th in the last competition. There will be even more outstanding geniuses coming up later. The old man continued. At that moment, Yuan Chen was defeated by LV Guanliang. Thank you. LV Guanliang left quickly after saying that. After all, challenging Yuan Chen was meaningless to him. He was only returning a favor to Yin Qingzhuang. Whoosh, a graceful lady leaped onto the stage. Yu Buyu, let's have a spar. The graceful lady smiled. Me? Yu Buyu was stunned beside Yuan Chen and Chen Yu. She had come to the tea party purely to watch and broaden her horizons. She had no intention of fighting at all. Moreover, she was ranked 48th in the competition. No one would want to spar with her. Yet, she had encountered such a situation. The lady who challenged her was also a new genius in the competition. She was ranked 40. Miss Yin is ranked 40 in the competition. Buyu is no match for you. Yu Buyu told the truth. She did not have much confidence in defeating her opponent. The graceful lady had joined the Yin family later and changed her surname to Yin so that she could receive better training. It's alright. It's just a spar. If you're not strong enough, I'll give you some pointers. I hope the disciple of the Demon Free Academy's vice principal won't be so timid. The graceful lady said slowly. This time, she had brought up Yu Buyu's master. If she did not fight, it would be a disgrace to her master's reputation. Alright, I'll be glad to meet you. Yu Buyu walked onto the stage and said seriously. Hee. The elegant woman's laughter was moving, but it made people feel a chill. In reality, she was extremely jealous of Yu Buyu. He was from an ancient clan, had amazing aptitude, and was even accepted as a disciple by the vice dean. Xiao, she drew out a silver sword and swept it with a cold light. Yu Buyu went all out, activating the Yu clan's bloodline, dark blue flame patterns appearing on his body. A cold flame ignited on her body, emitting a chilling aura. This doesn't seem to be the Yu family's blue flame bloodline. Many people in the surroundings spoke up. Although the Yu family was at the bottom of the 10 major ancient clans, they were still one of the 10 major ancient clans and a powerful force in Yunzhou Nation. Because junior sister Buyu has a fire spirit body, her bloodline is different. Yuanchen explained to Qinyu. The Yu family's bloodline wasn't strong, but the bloodline power that Yu Buyu was displaying right now was different from the blue flame bloodline. In fact, it was even stronger. Boom, Yu Buyu struck out with his palm to meet the elegant woman's sword light. Boom. Xiao, on the martial stage, sword chi crisscrossed and blue flames exploded. To the geniuses present, the battle between the two wasn't exciting at all. In fact, it was a little boring. Junior sister Buyu's combat ability is too weak. She lacks training. Qinyu couldn't help but ask after watching the video for a while. Soon, the battle ended. The elegant woman had won. Humph, even if she's from the 10 major ancient clans and has a metamorphosis body, she still lost to me. The elegant woman snorted. As she walked off the martial stage, she followed Yin Qingzhuang's instructions and said, "The disciple of the Demon Free Academy's vice dean is just SOSO." She had defeated Yu Buyu, so it wasn't a problem for her to say that. At the same time, she implied that Yuan Chen had also belittled Qinyu, and that Qinyu could only accept it. In the clouds. The old man shook his head. Grand Elder, this is just a feud between two disciples of the Qi transformation realm. They are talented, but they still need a long time to grow. No, the lady in blue is not bad. The young Grand Elder's eyes lit up. The old man's expression froze. He was slightly surprised, thinking that the Grand Elder might have made a mistake. Although that girl has a fire spiritual body, her personality is too weak. She's not made for cultivation. What does Grand Elder mean by she's good? The old man asked. You don't understand. The Great Elder uttered these 3 words lightly, causing the old man to suffer a heavy blow. This girl doesn't have a simple fire spiritual body, but a metamorphosis fire spiritual body. Her cultivation talent is very strong. She basically doesn't need to work hard to improve her cultivation. The Grand Elder explained, and the old man understood the reason. He couldn't help but be surprised that the Yu clan had produced such a genius. Senior brother, I lost. Yu Buyu walked back unhappily. It's okay. But she even insulted Master. Then slap her. Qinyu said calmly, but Yuan Chen and Yu Buyu could clearly feel his anger. Junior brother, don't be too rash. Yuan Chen comforted. He and Qinyu could see that someone was targeting them. As for the mastermind, it should be Yunyang School. Coupled with the identity of the elegant girl and what she said just now, they could basically confirm that it was Yin Qingzhuang from the Yin clan. Whoosh, Qinyu leaped into the air and stepped onto the stage. Qinyu is on the stage. He was the champion of the last tournament. I wonder who he's going to challenge. It's very likely that it's Yun Haizhen. Of course, it's also possible that he'll challenge the champion of the last tournament, Yun Yingguo. But I think he's overestimating himself. I reckon that the person he's most likely to challenge is the champion of the new tournament, Situ Linyu. The surrounding people were discussing fervently. The one who just went down, come up. Qinyu growled as he stared at the woman surnamed Yin. It can't be, why would Qinyu challenge her? She's ranked 40th in this tournament, and Qinyu was the champion of the last tournament. Some people were very surprised. But most of them could guess that Qinyu was here to take revenge for his junior sister. Senior, you were the champion of the last tournament, and you're extremely powerful. I'm ranked 40th in this tournament, and I'm far from being your opponent. The elegant girl revealed an aggrieved smile, and at the same time addressed Qinyu as senior. It's alright, it's just a spar. I have high hopes for you, and I'm determined to give you some pointers. Why don't you hurry up and come up? Qinyu suddenly shouted at the end of his sentence, causing the elegant girl's heart to skip a beat. This was what she had said to Yu Buyu just now, and now, Qinyu was returning it to him on behalf of his junior sister. The elegant girl was frightened by Qinyu's aura, and she actually walked up the stage while trembling. "Senior, please have mercy," the elegant girl said pitifully. Boom, with the whistling of the wind, Qinyue instantly appeared in front of the elegant girl, and a layer of darkness shrouded her. Qinyue waved his hand and slapped the elegant girl's pretty face. The elegant girl wanted to resist, but she realized that under Qinyu's pressure, it was extremely difficult for her to circulate her true qi. Moreover, Qinyu's palm was incomparably fast, and it arrived in the blink of an eye. Pa! The elegant girl instantly lost consciousness, and her head buzzed. When she regained consciousness, she realized that she was lying on the ground, and her entire body was in pain. Her pretty face felt as though it had been burned by fire, and it was burning hot. Yin Clan's disciple is only SOSO. Qinyue stood on the stage and snorted coldly. Qinyue, Yin Qingzhuang was so angry that he gritted his teeth. However, this wasn't the end. Qinyue spoke again. "I have a good impression of the Yin clan, and I'm determined to give pointers to all the participants of the tea party from this clan. Yin Yuan, spar with me. If you're too weak, I'll give you some pointers." Before the crowd could react, Qinyue issued a challenge to the 43rd ranked Yin clan in the previous tournament. Yin Yuan was furious and afraid, but he had no choice but to go up the stage. Otherwise, he would have the reputation of being a coward, and he would lose face for the Yin clan. Furthermore, Yin Yuan had just broken through to the Origin realm a month ago, and he was preparing to make a name for himself in the tea party. "I have just broken through to the Origin realm. Even if I can't win, I can still withstand a few moves. If Qinyue is ruthless, I will admit defeat." Yin Yuan made a decision in his heart and leaped out. But just as he entered the range of the stage, boom, Qinyue burst out like a black shadow and arrived in front of Yin Yuan. Yin Yuan's heart was thumping wildly, and he was quite frightened by Qinyue. That powerful pressure made Yin Yuan feel as though there was a mountain pressing down on his head. Seeing Qinyue's black iron giant hand coming over, Yin Yuan took out a large saber and blocked in front of him. Pung! Qinyue's palm slammed onto the large saber, and a powerful force followed the large saber and slapped onto Yin Yuan's face. Damn it, Yin Yuan was shocked in his heart. Qinyue's strength was too strong, and his body was incomparably tough. He actually slapped the saber with his bare hands. Just as Yin Yuan was about to retreat, Qinyue's other hand slapped over. Yin Yuan's pupil shrank, and he immediately activated his true energy barrier. Crack! Under Qinyue's palm, the barrier was as fragile as a piece of paper and was instantly shattered. Pa! A slap landed ruthlessly on Yin Yuan's face, sending him flying out of the stage. How could this be? Yin Yuan's right cheek had a saber mark, and the left cheek had a palm mark as he roared unwillingly. "Next!" Qinyue called out calmly. Seeing that no one made a sound, Qinyue began to call out names. "Senior has cultivated a supreme cultivation technique, and your strength is tyrannical. This junior admires you from the bottom of my heart. I concede defeat and am ashamed of my inferiority." A Yin clansman who was called out by Qinyue immediately said a bunch of praises and admitted defeat. "Qinyue, you're going too far." A person with a fiery temper from the Yin clan went up the stage after being called out by Qinyue. He specialized in speed, and he felt that it would be hard for Qinyue to slap him. However, Qinyue's speed increased under the accumulation of energy. He woke up with a slap and sent him flying with a second slap. "Yin Qingzhuang, what are you doing down there? Come up quickly." After a round of challenges, Qinyue looked at Yin Qingzhuang and spoke in a commanding tone. This Qinyue wants to challenge everyone from the Yin clan. How bold. It's a pity that in the past 3 years, the Yin clan's most talented person was Yin Qingzhuang. He lost at Qinyue's hands during the grand competition, and I wonder if he'll be able to obtain victory now. Otherwise, the Yin clan would really lose all face. Below the stage, Yin Qingzhuang's face was full of embarrassment. The members of the Yin family beside him all had palm prints on their faces. "Qinyue, how dare you humiliate my Yin family?" Yin Qingzhuang's face was dark and his voice was low and hoarse. Qinyue's move was too ruthless, slapping the Yin family in the face. And from the beginning to the end, Qinyue didn't show many tricks, which made Yin Qingzhuang uncertain. But now that Qinyue had called him out, there was no reason not to go. Otherwise, Qinyue would trample on the Yin family's face. How is this humiliating? I see that the disciples of the Yin family are too weak, so I gave them pointers out of goodwill, hoping that they will learn hard in the future and become powerful. Chen Yu grinned. Haha. That's true. You were the champion of the last competition, so they naturally can't compare to you. Yin Qingzhuang wanted to say something harsh, but he was afraid that it would be embarrassing if he lost, so he might as well praise Chen Yu. If Chen Yu won, he wouldn't look too bad. If he won, he would become famous. You too. Chen Yu snorted, took out the black wing, increased his speed, and charged out. Yin Qingzhuang was the genius of the Yin family, and Chen Yu didn't know how strong he was, so he tried to avoid his opponent's eye technique. Under such a high-speed movement, Yin Qingzhuang couldn't lock onto him, nor could he use his eye technique. So fast, Yin Qingzhuang also used his movement technique to deal with Chen Yu. Chen Yu didn't want to be locked on by his eye technique, and Yin Qingzhuang didn't want Chen Yu to get close to him. Boom, Chen Yu took out the giant ruler sword and fiercely slashed. Apart from high-speed movement, it was also used to attack the enemy, not giving them a chance to use their eye technique. Luckily, I've made up for my shortcoming in speed, otherwise, I would really be defeated by him. Yin Qingzhuang secretly rejoiced. The spectators were all focused on the stage. Yin Qingzhuang was the Yin clan's ocular prodigy and was at the peak of the initial stage of the origin realm. Even if he wasn't a match for Chen Yu, he would still be able to force Chen Yu to use his trump card. However, after a short while, the situation on the stage was still the same. One was running while the other was chasing, and it seemed to be slightly boring. Yin Qingzhuang is at the peak of the initial stage of the origin realm. Why is he so afraid of Chen Yu and is trying to escape? He's overestimating Chen Yu. Hurry up and fight. Shouts rang out incessantly all around. Hearing that, Yin Qingzhuang also felt embarrassed. He turned around and looked at Chen Yu. Is this the extent of this kid's strength? Since that's the case, it's time to lose. Yin Qingzhuang suddenly blasted out a palm strike. He turned around and stared at Chen Yu. His eyes were covered with a layer of dark red light. Flames flickered in his eyes and quickly condensed into a dark red flame. But at the moment when Yin Qingzhuang turned around, Chen Yu also found an opportunity. Activating his Jin Yuan, he threw out the huge ruler sword. Boom, Yin Qingzhuang's palm strike was shattered by the huge ruler sword. The huge ruler sword continued to advance towards Yin Qingzhuang. Lose. Yin Qingzhuang shifted his body to dodge Chen Yu's huge ruler sword. At the same time, he activated his eye technique. But at this moment, the huge ruler sword emitted a layer of dark and distorted force field. It was the special characteristic of the huge ruler sword, gravity. Yin Qingzhuang, who wasn't prepared, immediately sunk. No, Yin Qingzhuang couldn't help but scream. Because his body sunk, his eye technique didn't hit the target. PFFF, suddenly, a ball of dark red flames burst out from beside Chen Yu's thigh. Immediately after, the flames disappeared. Boom, Chen Yu's speed exploded. He created a gust of wind as he approached Yin Qingzhuang. Damn it, this kid is so cunning. Yin Qingzhuang immediately took out a dark brown shield and placed it in front of him. The inscriptions on the shield flickered, forming a brown protective shield. Pong, Chen Yu's fist fell. The demonic tattoos on his left arm surged and spread to his palm. This punch had a bit of the cloud-swallowing demonic fist. A surge of demonic tattoos spread out. Crack, the brown shield shattered. Yin Qingzhuang was frightened. He was very clear about the defensive power of his shield. Yin Qingzhuang immediately tried to escape, only to discover that Chen Yu's other hand had actually grabbed onto his shield. With a fierce swing, Yin Qingzhuang's entire body was nearly lifted into the air, successfully blocking Yin Qingzhuang's escape. Pong, Chen Yu rushed up and hit Yin Qingzhuang's skinny body. There were sounds of bones breaking. Oh no, Yin Qingzhuang spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was anxious, as if he was worried about something. Just as he had expected. Pa, Chen Yu's slap was abnormally loud and clear, leaving behind a palm print. Yin Qingzhuang's body trembled. He had never been so humiliated. Pa, the other half of his face sounded again. Yin Qingzhuang was stunned. Pa. Pa, another 2 slaps seemed to form a melody. Chen Yu accidentally used too much force and slapped Yin Qingzhuang out of the stage. What a pity. I've slapped so many faces, but your face is still the most comfortable. So I couldn't resist slapping a few more times. Looking at Yin Qingzhuang, who was sent flying, Qinyu sighed. You. Yin Qingzhuang's blood rushed to his heart and he instantly fainted. Brother Yin, many people from the Yin family went up to help him. Sigh, compared to Yin Qingzhuang, I'm still fine. I only suffered one slap. Yin Yuan suddenly felt that he was very lucky. Lord, this person is called Qinyu. He was first in the last competition. His opponent this time is the most outstanding genius of the Yin family of the top 10 ancient clans. The old man said. This child's battle prowess is not bad, but his talent is too poor. The young grand elder evaluated, however, he is still so young. He still has a lot of room for growth. On the other hand, Yin Qingzhuang's eye technique talent is not bad. If he can pull himself together after this ordeal, his achievements in the future should surpass Qinyu. He might even have a chance to wash away the humiliation. Grand Elder is right. The old man flattered. Liuhe Mountain, Qinyu even slapped Yin Qingzhuang's face. People couldn't help but look at Qinyu in a new light. After all, he was first in the last competition. Even if his talent was poor, his strength wouldn't be that bad. On the Sky Sword Academy's side. This Qinyu's strength isn't that strong. A short-haired man smiled. No, he hasn't used his full strength. Yi Qingfeng said calmly. That sword, Jiangchen stared at the sword in Qinyu's hand. He remembered a black-robed man who explored the ruins half a year ago. His sword was exactly the same as the one in Qinyu's hand. Hee, let me meet him. The short-haired man was eager. Wait, Jiangchen immediately said. Brother Jiang, what's wrong? The short-haired man was puzzled. In the previous competition, his strength was ranked third in Sky Sword Academy. He was considered extremely strong. Right at this moment, Qinyu, who had just finished his battle, spoke again, LV Guangliang. What, he still wants to challenge LV Guangliang? The short-haired man was surprised. LV Guangliang was ranked 7th in the previous competition, while he was ranked 10th. He then said with disdain, he really overestimates himself. Even Yuan Shen lost to LV Guangliang and he still dares to challenge LV Guangliang. On the other side, the Yunyang College prodigy who was preparing to challenge Qinyu sat back down. Yunyang College's objective this time was to deal a heavy blow to No Devil College. The Yin clan's disciples were almost all from Yunyang College. Not only did the Yin clan lose face, Yunyang College also lost face. Therefore, they were preparing to send an expert to defeat Qinyu. But they didn't expect Qinyu to challenge LV Guangliang, who was at the intermediate stage of Origin Realm, but this was also good. After Qinyu was defeated, Yunyang College would then make a move on Qinyu, causing him to suffer a double blow. This kid sure is confident. He actually challenged LV Guangliang of the older generation. Yun Yinggu was slightly interested. Even I would have a hard time dealing with LV Guangliang. Chao Xingyue snorted. I didn't expect you to really challenge me. LV Guangliang was slightly surprised. He flew out calmly and sized up Qinyu seriously, but, with the strength you displayed earlier, it is impossible to defeat me. Don't worry. I will show some of my abilities when I battle with you. Qinyu let out a faint laugh. Once the statement was out, everyone at the scene voiced out, such arrogance. I think it wasn't easy for him to defeat Yin Qingzhuang. Yin Qingzhuang, who had just woken up, heard this statement and fainted from anger again. Good. LV Guangliang shouted, took out his long spear and fiercely thrusted. The shadow of the spear was endless. It was as if thousands of venomous snakes rushed out from the void and attacked Qinyu from all directions. Mad Qi Demon Chop, Qinyu waved the giant ruler sword and displayed the sword technique of the Demon Wind sword technique. In an instant, a gust of sword qi swept forward in a crescent shape. My green ink cloud spear is a top low-grade spiritual weapon. You want to block my attack with a half-spiritual weapon? LV Guangliang's eyes were sharp and merciless, attacking crazily. Bang! Bang! In the void, the shadow of the demonic wind and the spear collided, making continuous explosions. Qinyu's sword technique is not familiar, but LV Guangliang's spear technique has reached the advanced level, and he is using the green ink cloud spear. Coupled with his rich battle experience, I'm afraid that Qinyu will lose this battle. Yun Yinggu observed for a moment and said. Junior brother, where's your new spiritual weapon? Yuan Chen whispered. He remembered that when he set off, Qinyu said that Master Shen had refined a spiritual weapon for him. At the same time, he also knew that the reason why Qinyu challenged LV Guanliang was to help Yuan Chen regain face. No wonder he is a genius of the older generation. He is indeed not simple. Seeing that it was difficult for him to gain the upper hand, Qinyu put away the giant ruler sword and took out the demon-fled dragon sword. With this sword in hand, a terrible sword momentum burst out, stirring up the wind and clouds, shocking people. Boom! Bang, bang! The demon-fled dragon sword danced wildly, and the power of the sword technique greatly increased. The violent sword slash forced back the shadow of the spear. Qinyu instantly gained the upper hand and forced LV Guanliang into a dangerous situation. This sudden change made the eyes of the spectators brighten, and they were shocked. Especially Yun Yinggu, who was stunned for a moment and had the urge to take back his words. Qinyu had always used the demon-fled dragon sword to practice his sword technique, so he was not familiar with the giant ruler sword just now. And the demon-fled dragon sword was a middle-grade spiritual weapon. Its explosive attribute greatly increased its attack power. At this moment, Yun Yinggu only hoped that LV Guanliang still had some trump card that could defeat Qinyu. Bang! 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 There were continuous explosions in the sky, and they were closing in on LV Guanliang. In terms of attack power, his continuous, insidious, and quick thunder spear technique was no longer as good as Qinyu's. It is a middle-grade spiritual weapon with explosive attribute. LV Guanliang's eyes widened and he took a deep breath, somewhat envious of Qinyu. Where did this kid get his medium-grade spirit weapon? Chao Xingyue could not help but exclaim in his heart, feeling a little envious. At this moment, in a head-on battle, Qinyu had suppressed LV Guanliang. Chao Xingyue had fought with LV Guanliang before, so he naturally knew that LV Guanliang was very strong. It took him more than 100 moves to defeat him. Didn't this mean that Qinyu's strength was on par with his? Who, wielding the demon-fled dragon sword and displaying the demon wind sword technique, Qinyu kept pressing toward LV Guanliang. The sword in his hand did not stop, and the sword momentum continued to rise. A gust of black sword wind surrounded Qinyu and flew upwards, intimidating everyone. This can't go on. Sensing Qinyu's powerful sword aura, LV Guanliang's face turned solemn. If he didn't interrupt this kind of momentum that was constantly accumulating, he would lose without a doubt. If he could interrupt it, Qinyu would return to his original position, and LV Guanliang would have a chance to win. Dragon Snake Strike. LV Guanliang suddenly withdrew his spear and retreated. His hands gently danced as he poured his true essence into the spear. The silhouette of a dark green snake appeared under his spear. Gradually, the snake transformed into a dragon, emitting a powerful dragon's might. Roar! The dragon snake spear shadow let out a low roar and flew out. This strike was agile and domineering. It could be said to be LV Guanliang's killing blow. In the face of such a powerful attack, Qinyu did not flinch. He waved the magic-fled dragon sword even faster, accumulating sword momentum. When the dragon snake spear shadow descended, Qinyu's figure suddenly soared up. Soaring heaven sword chop, he also used the second sword technique of the demonic wind sword art. As soon as the sword appeared, it was as if a huge demonic sword chi descended from the sky with a shocking aura. The flying heaven sword slash instantly consumed half of Qinyu's accumulated sword momentum, increasing the sword technique's power. Pung! Qinyu's sword descended, chopping off the tail of the dragon snake spear shadow. In terms of power, his sword was inferior to LV Guanliang's spear. However, the spirit weapon Qinyu used was a mid-grade spirit weapon with an explosive property. Pung! The explosion property was displayed, producing a wave of demonic energy that rippled outwards. When the spear shadow was affected, Qinyu slashed out again and easily destroyed it. The last sword. Qinyu's eyes narrowed. He leaped up again and slashed with his sword. The sword momentum on his body weakened again. Boom! A huge black demonic sword chi descended from the sky and slashed towards LV Guanliang. LV Guanliang specialized in fast and agile attacks, defense was his weakness. The sword fell and chopped down on LV Guanliang's spear, causing it to bend inward in an astonishing arc. Pung. Suddenly, the black sword light exploded, forming an explosion that spread in all directions. LV Guangliang was blasted dozens of steps away. His clothes were torn, and he looked somewhat embarrassed. Your spirit weapon is powerful, I admit defeat. LV Guangliang shook his head and walked down the stage after admitting defeat. He knew that Qin Yu had challenged him because he had defeated Yuan Chen. What's more, LV Guangliang said that he admitted defeat because Qin Yu had a powerful spirit weapon. If not, he might not be weaker than Qin Yu. In fact, after LV Guangliang said this, many people believed this reason. Because the spirit weapon in Qin Yu's hand was indeed powerful. Heavy weapons were known for their powerful attacks. Moreover, it was a mid-grade weapon that had an explosive property. Brother Jiang, this person is really strong. It seems like you expected this. The short-haired man beside Jiang Chen had a smile on his face. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen stopping him, he would have walked out to challenge Qin Yu. But now, LV Guangliang, who was ranked higher than him, had lost. He was definitely not a match for Qin Yu. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. The reason why he stopped the short-haired man was because he recognized that Qin Yu was the black-robed man that teamed up with them. One had to know that Qin Yu was being chased by a late-stage returning Origin Realm martial artist, but he was still alive. To be able to escape from a late-stage returning Origin Realm martial artist, his strength was definitely not weak. Hence, he stopped the short-haired man. Why don't Brother Jiang step out and defeat this person? The short-haired man thought of something and suddenly suggested. No. I am not a match for him. Jiang Chen shook his head slightly. As soon as he said this, the short-haired man and the rest of the Sky Sword Academy members were all dumbfounded. Jiang Chen was ranked third in the previous tournament. How could he not be a match for Qin Yu? It must be because Jiang Chen was too humble. Even though Qin Yu won by relying on his mid-grade spirit weapon, he still won. He had already won a few rounds in a row. There seemed to be an indomitable and fearless aura around him. It made people fearful and not dare to step out easily. How is he already so strong? Yin Qingzhuang couldn't help but clench his fists and tremble slightly. Other than him, there were many others who were extremely excited. One of them was a proud girl in yellow, Lu Qiuling from the Lu clan. She lost the tournament after her spiritual pets were all killed by Qin Yu in the first round of the tournament. After so many years, she gradually prepared her spiritual pets, but Qin Yu had already left her far behind. There was another person, Luo Haotian. Before the tournament, he treated Qin Yu like an ant. But during the tournament, he was kicked out of the tournament stage by Qin Yu. After the tournament, he trained hard and broke through to the Origin Realm. He was not far from the peak of the initial stage. But Qin Yu had actually reached the peak of the initial stage and defeated Lu Guanliang 2 years ago. Brother Yinggu, the reputation of Yunyang School is going to be ruined by these people. A man said in a low voice. Unfortunately, Lu Guanliang was also from Yunyang School and had just lost to Qin Yu. Yeah, Brother Yinggu, we must teach this kid a lesson. Another girl agreed. No hurry. This person is now very strong. Plus, he has fought so many rounds in a row and has consumed a lot of his energy. Even if I defeat him, I will definitely be called a bully. Yun Yinggu said very calmly. Firstly, he felt that he didn't need to personally deal with Qin Yu. Secondly, even if he were to fight, he would definitely give Qin Yu some leeway. This way, if he won, he would receive more praise. To prevent Qin Yu from continuing to challenge Yunyang School, Yun Yinggu said, you have fought so many rounds in a row. Let's give others a chance to spar. As one of the organizers, Yun Yinggu's words carried weight. But Qin Yu had already planned to end it here. He only wanted to defeat those who had humiliated Yuan Shen, Yu Buyu, and his master's reputation. He had no intention of continuing to challenge others. The sparring continued. Due to the appearance of Qin Yu, the champion of the competition, the Tea Party had entered a white-hot phase. Most of the participants that participated were extremely powerful, but there were also some dark horses that had made a name for themselves in the Tea Party. Duan Hao. Yunyang School's new genius, Wu Heng, who also possessed the Thunder spiritual body, challenged Duan Hao. Duan Hao was ranked 4th in this year's tournament, while he was ranked 5th. Duanhao's expression turned serious as he stepped onto the tournament stage. He had a deep understanding of Wu Heng's strength. He had to go all out to have a chance of winning. After 150 moves, Duanhao won. But he didn't stop. He challenged the 8th prince, who was ranked second in this year's tournament. The 8th prince of the royal family was also very talented. If it weren't for the genius Citilinhu, he would have won first place on behalf of Yunyang School. "You are no match for me," the 8th prince said calmly. "Take this." Duanhao didn't waste any time and immediately attacked. He knew that the 8th prince was very strong, but it was precisely because the 8th prince was stronger than him that he was looking forward to this battle. However, in less than 30 moves, Duanhao was defeated. The faces of the people of Yunyang School became a little better. Then, Luo Haoyan, Yin Qingzhuang, LV Qiuling and the others attacked one after another. Duan Xingyue also sparred with Yuan Chen. "It's my turn." Chao Xingyue thought to himself on Demon Free Academy's side. In this tea party, he had been challenged by LV Guanliang once. Although he had won, it wasn't very amazing. Whoosh, Chao Xingyue stepped onto the stage and looked around. Suddenly, his gaze landed on Citilinhu from the No Demon Academy. "Citilinhu, although I am much older than you, as the champion of this year's tournament, you should be very strong. Let's spar." Chao Xingyue smiled. Before he left, Citilinhu had embarrassed him. In that case, he would teach him a lesson at the tea party. Furthermore, his words emphasized Citilinhu's ranking. He wanted to elevate Citilinhu's ranking so that if he won, he would appear even more outstanding. "Hehe, alright, I will play with you." Citilinhu leaped into the air and landed lightly on the stage. Citilinhu. "Genius Xia, Citilinhu is going to fight." Among the new geniuses, many girls screamed, but most of them had a look of fear on their faces. "Play?" Chao Xingyue laughed dryly. He was already enraged. Boom, he took out a giant black axe and swung it fiercely. A crescent-shaped black light wave swept across the stage. Whoosh, Citilinhu did not fight head-on with his opponent. He leaped into the air and his figure split into 3. The silver folding fan in his hand swept out a layer of fan shadows. Child's play. Chao Xingyue swung his axe and destroyed all the fan shadows in the sky. But suddenly, a big-headed evil spirit appeared in the sky. Wah, 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 the big-headed evil spirit burst into tears. Its huge, hideous mouth released layers of powerful psychic sound waves, attacking Chao Xingyue. Chao Xingyue frowned. He immediately focused his mind and a giant bear appeared around him to block the mental sound waves. What a powerful mental sound wave, Chao Xingyue was shocked. The bear aura around him was actually shaking slightly. Evil Spirit Claw. Citilinhu waved his jade fan and released a dark and hazy ghost fog. Boom, suddenly, a ghastly white ghost claw stretched out from the ghost fog. It was extremely fast as it charged towards Chao Xingyue. Then, a second, a third. Almost 100 ghost claws stretched out from the fog. This kid. How is he so strong? Chao Xingyue felt very troubled. Citilinhu was much stronger than he had imagined. He had seen the strength of the second-ranked 8th prince and guessed Citilinhu's strength. But what he didn't know was that in this year's competition, Citilinhu had crushed the second-ranked 8th prince. Bang! The other 2 Citilinhus in the sky suddenly exploded with a layer of fog and turned into 2 malicious spirits. It turned out that these weren't shadow clones but malicious spirits. That was why Chao Xingyue couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake. One of the 2 malicious spirits was at the peak of the initial stage of the origin realm and the other was at the initial stage of the origin realm. Both of them roared and charged towards Chao Xingyue. Damn it. Why is it like this? If Chao Xingyue felt troubled just now, he was now feeling fear. As soon as Citilinhu made his move, all the experts present were shocked. How can this kid be so strong? This is the strength of the champion of this year's competition. He's too strong. He actually suppressed Chao Xingyue. Everyone exclaimed. Although the new geniuses of this year were mentally prepared, they still felt that the gap between them and Citilinhu was too big. Bang! Bang! under the siege of Citilinhu, the big-head evil spirit, and the two malicious ghosts, Xianxia hurriedly waved his giant axe and slashed out a black aura to meet the enemies. However, it was difficult for him to fight against so many people. Boom, Xianxia activated the Qiao family's gravity bloodline and a dark and distorted force field appeared around him, covering a radius of 300 to 400 feet. Under the influence of the gravity field, if Citilinhu, the big-head evil spirit, and the two malicious ghosts got too close, they would be suppressed and their strength would be affected. It was precisely because of the gravity field that Xianxia was strong in both offense and defense. He was so strong that he was ranked 4th in the last competition. Xianxia activated the power of his bloodline so quickly. This is too exaggerated. A senior disciple couldn't believe it. But at this moment, the big-head evil spirit's sound wave attack suddenly changed. It became low and rapid, and a layer of dense sound waves could be seen with the naked eye. When the big-head evil spirit's sound wave came into contact with the force field, it distorted and weakened. Even the outermost layer of the force field collapsed and disappeared. Ghost fog. Citilinhu's body rolled out a dark gray fog and instantly enveloped the arena. Roar. Whoosh, in the fog, evil spirits and ghosts gradually appeared, and soon there were hundreds of them. In this ghost fog, the big-head evil spirit and the two malicious ghosts moved like ghosts and were extremely quick. Boom, all the evil spirits and ghosts, including the big-head evil spirit, the malicious ghosts, and Citilinhu, moved quickly and turned this ghost fog into a fog tornado. No. How can this kid be so strong? Xianxia was shocked. At this moment, he felt as if he had fallen into an abyss of evil spirits. Fierce winds held around him, trapping him within. He felt that no matter what he did at this moment, it was useless. I've lost my will to fight. Go. Citilinhu bellowed. It turned out that this ghost fog travel also had the ability to interfere with one's mind. Citilinhu, who was moving erratically within the ghost fog, also released his illusion Dao power to affect Xianxia's mind. In addition, Xianxia's will was not strong, and there were still flaws. At this moment, he had already lost his will to fight. Boom, after a loud rumble, the ghost mist dispersed. Supreme Elder Xianxia was half-kneeling on the ground. His clothes were torn and his face was pale. He was defeated, the scene was silent. Although some of them had expected Xianxia to lose, they hadn't expected him to lose so quickly. This kid needs to be suppressed as well, Yuningwu's face darkened. Just now, Qinyu had defeated several people in a row. Now that Citilinhu had defeated Xianxia, the Devilless Wind Academy's limelight had become even greater. However, as the champion of the tournament 2 years ago, how could he have the nerve to challenge someone who was 10 or 20 years younger than him? Even if he won, he probably wouldn't get any applause. In the sky, the aged elder laughed. Grand Elder, this kid is the Devilless Wind Academy's champion for this year's tournament. His talent is astonishing and he is known as Scholar Xia. This kid is indeed extraordinary. He must have had some great encounters. The young Grand Elder nodded. The aged elder was slightly happy in his heart. This was the first time the Grand Elder agreed with him. Next, it will be the pinnacle duels of the tea party. All the experts will be making their moves. The aged elder continued and looked into the distance. After a few matches, the 8th prince of the royal family appeared. Yi Qingfeng, I want to spar with you. The 8th prince said with a serious expression. He was this year's champion and the strongest after Citilinhu. Yi Qingfeng was the previous champion and was now at the middle stage of the Origin Realm. Courageous. A peak initial stage Origin Realm actually dares to challenge me. Yi Qingfeng's eyes brightened as his sword intent shot out. His main targets were Qinyu and Yun Haizhen. However, Qinyu's display of strength was unfathomable and Yun Haizhen had yet to fight. Therefore, he didn't make a move. Now that someone challenged him, he would first warm up and sharpen his sword before charging towards his target. Yi Qingfeng's figure flew out and landed on the stage. The crystal artifact sword in his hand emitted a sparkling sword radiance, making him look extraordinary. The 8th prince was also a sword user. Once he made his move, he stabbed out multiple times and formed a flaming sword net. Yi Qingfeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he waved his arm. Everyone could only see a blinding crystal light. In the next moment, they saw a giant crystal sword slashing down from the sky with an imposing aura. Boom, as the sword slashed down, the flaming net was broken and the flames exploded. The eighth prince quickly dodged. A loud explosion could be heard as a clear sword mark was left on the stage. The eighth prince's dozens of sword attacks couldn't even compare to one sword from Yi Qingfeng. The two of them are walking different paths. From another perspective, Yi Qingfeng's attacks are simple and predictable. But the eighth prince's sword is unpredictable and continuous. The crowd was in a heated discussion. After all, these two were famous sword Dao geniuses. Powerful indeed. The eighth prince thought to himself, but he didn't want to admit defeat. Boom, the aura from his body suddenly increased as a layer of golden flame appeared in a radius of 100 feet. At the same time, the eighth prince's skin was plated with a layer of gold and a trace of flame patterns appeared. Ardent sun, true fire. At the same time, the eighth prince raised his palm and a dazzling golden flame appeared. This was the true fire that the Yun clan was good at. Facing a strong opponent like Yi Qingfeng, the eighth prince used all his moves. Boom, the eighth prince slashed out 3 more times, crisscrossing them and attacking Yi Qingfeng. These 3 swords were enhanced by the power of his bloodline, and the blazing sun true fire had been integrated into them, so their power was extraordinary. Slash. Yi Qingfeng didn't waver as he calmly slashed out the second slash. Pung, a loud sound was heard as sword chi filled the air. In this strike, the two were actually equally matched. Whoosh, Yi Qingfeng moved, like a sharp treasured sword, galloping on the martial stage. Around his body, sword will and wind fused, as if there was an invisible wall of sword chi surrounding him, forming an invisible defensive force. The eighth prince's cultivation was lower than Yi Qingfeng's and his speed wasn't as fast, so it was hard for him to interrupt Yi Qingfeng. At a certain moment, Yi Qingfeng's figure stopped as sword light bloomed. The crystal light was dazzling and the sword intent was so condensed that it pierced in all directions. I lost. The eighth prince had just used his strongest strength, but it was impossible for him to stop Yi Qingfeng's third slash. Therefore, he did his best and used all his power on defense. Boom, as the sword slashed down, the eighth prince's figure was sent flying. He lost, but to be able to take 3 slashes from Yi Qingfeng, the eighth prince is a genius. That's right. From what I remember, Qingyu is the only one whose cultivation is lower than Yi Qingfeng's. Even though the eighth prince lost, it's still a glorious defeat. The crowd discussed. Yi Qingfeng, I will fight with you. The 6th ranker from the previous tournament stepped onto the stage. Both of them were in the middle stage of the origin realm, but this person was still defeated by Yi Qingfeng's third slash. Too strong. I'm afraid no one can beat him in a single slash. Yun Haizhen's eyes dimmed as he sized up Yi Qingfeng. This person can't be underestimated. Brother Yi, let's have a match. Jiangchen stepped onto the stage. The two of them were both from the Sky Sword Academy and were both 3rd rankers. Their cultivation levels were the same and they even came from the same clan. 3rd ranker from the previous tournament versus 3rd ranker from the previous tournament. This match was the center of attention. Alright. Yi Qingfeng nodded. Jiangchen was one of the opponents he wanted to spar with. Jiangchen suddenly moved. No one saw him move, but all they saw was a sword wind that flew out at an extremely fast speed. Yi Qingfeng hastily dodged, narrowly avoiding Jiangchen's sword. The swift-wind swordsman indeed lives up to his name. He murmured in his heart as he became more cautious. Whoosh! Whoosh, the two of them moved at the same time. Jiangchen followed closely behind Yi Qingfeng and thrust his sword out like the wind. Yi Qingfeng pushed his speed to the limit but still couldn't get rid of Jiangchen. Luckily, he finished condensing his first sword and slashed out. Pung, after slashing out, Yi Qingfeng immediately ran away. He already knew that his first sword couldn't defeat Jiangchen. Swift wind sword rain. Jiangchen chased after him again and performed a powerful sword technique. Countless black sword shadows chased after Yi Qingfeng like a storm. Yi Qingfeng's eyes focused as small white swords flew out of his body and formed a sword-shaped light shield to block Jiangchen's attack. This Jiangchen sword technique is so familiar. Qingyu looked at Jiangchen on the stage and suddenly remembered the man in the bamboo hat in the Yin sifting sect ruins not long ago. His sword technique was very similar. In the beginning, the man in the bamboo had hid his strength. Later on, when he fought against the demonized sister Hongyi, he displayed his full strength and defeated her. Boom! On the stage, the battle between the two top sword cultivators was extremely exciting. Both of them have reached the pinnacle of sword techniques. This is too exciting. Who will be the winner? The fourth sword, Yi Qingfeng performed the fourth sword. Swift wind sword slash. Xianxia and the bamboo hat man pointed their swords upwards. The green sword wind kept spinning and condensing. The sword intent was astonishing. The bamboo hat man fiercely waved his sword and a huge green sword light suddenly flew out like the wind. Boom, bang, the two swords collided and formed a majestic sword chi storm that swept in all directions. After the explosion, the two of them still stood proudly on the stage. Suddenly, a stream of blood flowed out from the corner of Jiangchen's mouth. The student has surpassed the master. I admit defeat. In fact, the reason why Jiangchen proposed to spar with Yi Qingfeng was because he wanted to spar with Yi Qingfeng. The Heavenly Star Academy had Fu Songguang, the Yunyang Academy had Yun Haizhen and Yun Yingguo, and the Demon Free Academy had Qin Yu and Situ Linyu. The Heavenly Sword Academy's fame was slightly weaker than Yi Qingfeng's. Therefore, he used himself to help Yi Qingfeng. There was another point. The Yi clan had suggested that Jiangchen purposely lost to Yi Qingfeng at the tea party. Jiangchen did not agree. He would not purposely lose. Moreover, he did not need to do so. Even the Yi clan had underestimated Yi Qingfeng's strength. In short, he still lost to Yi Qingfeng. He could go to the Yi clan and obtain some benefits. Jiangchen lost. Yi Qingfeng is so strong. The old have been replaced by the new. Chen Yu. After the spar ended, Yi Qingfeng's gaze suddenly focused on Chen Yu, his eyes incomparably sharp. After 3 consecutive battles, Yi Qingfeng did not rest. His battle intent was even stronger as he issued a challenge to Chen Yu. Chen Yu was the champion of the last competition and had yet to lose. Therefore, compared to Yun Haizhen, Yi Qingfeng wanted to defeat Chen Yu more. Jiangchen, who had yet to walk off the stage, was stunned. Yi Qingfeng had defeated him and was in the limelight. His goal of becoming famous had been achieved, but he did not stop and continued to issue challenges. Most importantly, Yi Qingfeng's opponent was Chen Yu. This made Jiangchen nervous as he did not know if Yi Qingfeng had a chance of winning. Otherwise, the fame that Yi Qingfeng had just accumulated would instead benefit Chen Yu. Yi Qingfeng has actually issued another challenge to Chen Yu. He is truly a sharp, treasured sword that pushes forward with indomitable will. Although Chen Yu defeated Lu Guangliang, who was ranked 7th, Yi Qingfeng defeated Jiang Chen, who was ranked 3rd. The gap between them is obvious. Chen Yu should not accept the challenge. Not necessarily. Yi Qingfeng is too arrogant. After 3 consecutive battles, he issued a challenge to Chen Yu. I think Chen Yu will accept and use this chance to defeat Yi Qingfeng again to become famous. The crowd was in a heated discussion. Alright, I will spar with you. Chen Yu agreed without hesitation. See, I said that Chen Yu will definitely accept the challenge. But even if Yi Qingfeng has exhausted a lot of energy, the chances of Chen Yu winning are still very low. The man who thought that his words were accurate exclaimed in surprise and continued to comment. But Chen Yu's next words slapped him in the face. I accept your challenge. But let's talk about it after you recover to your peak condition. Chen Yu did not step onto the stage. Hearing this, the crowd was even more shocked. Many of them secretly scolded Chen Yu for being stupid. He actually gave up such a good opportunity to fight Yi Qingfeng fairly. Although I have fought a few battles, I did not expend too much true yuan. On the stage, Yi Qingfeng smiled faintly. His swordsmanship was more extreme, and he usually ended the battle with just a few strikes. However, Chen Yu still refused to step onto the stage. Yi Qingfeng had no choice but to step down from the stage. He swallowed a pill and sat down with his legs crossed. In fact, he had also suffered some injuries during the battle with Jiang Chen. At this time, everyone was looking forward to the upcoming battle between Yi Qingfeng and Chen Yu. The rest of the people going up the stage to exchange pointers seemed to be paving the way for the two of them. That's fine as well. Since this kid is so arrogant, it's fine if he loses to Yi Qingfeng. Yun Yinggu calmly said. He knew that no matter who won between Yi Qingfeng and Qin Yu, Yun Haizhen would be the next challenger. At that time, all the prestige would return to the Yunyang school. Although he did not want Haizhen Yun to be too famous, there was no other suitable candidate at the moment. After 2 rounds of sparring, Yi Qingfeng suddenly stood up. His sharp sword intent pierced through the clouds, startling everyone. Whoosh, Yi Qingfeng took out his sword and flew above the stage. On the other side, Qin Yu flew to the stage at the same time. He looked at Yi Qingfeng and nodded. He activated his secret pattern demonic body and attacked Yi Qingfeng. He had fought with Yi Qingfeng in the previous competition, so he had some understanding of him. Whoosh, seeing Qin Yu approaching, Yi Qingfeng retreated. When he retreated to the edge of the stage, he slashed down with his sword, and a crystal white sword light shot out. Demonic scale battle armor. Qin Yu activated his 3rd demonic pattern, and a demonic armor appeared on his jet black body. He raised his arms and blocked Yi Qingfeng's sword with both hands. Boom, the sword light dissipated, and Qin Yu was unscathed. Only the armor on his palms was slightly damaged. This scene caused Yi Qingfeng's pupils to shrink, and the surrounding people's expressions to change slightly. Yi Qingfeng was too strong before, so as soon as Qin Yu arrived, he used this method to block his opponent's attack, to shock the enemy and make him waver. After blocking the attack, Qin Yu's speed exploded. He took out the demon dragon sword and slashed out a demonic sword wave. Whoosh, Yi Qingfeng leaped up and fled to other places. Qin Yu's demonic wind sword art was fast and fierce. Coupled with the explosive attribute of the demon dragon sword, the attack range was large. Yi Qingfeng's steps were swift and confident. Although there was a wall of sword chi around him, it was shattered by Qin Yu's explosive attack. The 2nd sword. After Yi Qingfeng's sword fell, he retreated again. He knew that he needed at least the 4th sword to defeat Qin Yu. However, to his surprise, Qin Yu took the initiative to receive his 2nd sword. Demonic chi wild cut, Qin Yu brandished his sword, sending out a gale of sword chi that bombarded Yi Qingfeng's 2nd sword strike. His attack was naturally not as good as Yi Qingfeng's 2nd sword, but Qin Yu still had the magic scale armor and the mysterious pattern demonic body. After blocking it, Qin Yu continued to chase Yi Qingfeng, and the demon dragon sword in his hand did not stop. The demonic wind sword art that junior brother cultivates is similar to Yi Qingfeng's primordial regression sword art. Below the stage, Yuan Chen suddenly said. Primordial regression sword art, turn complex into simple, sword techniques into one, and each sword is stronger than the previous one. Demonic wind sword art, condense sword momentum, and the sword momentum keeps overlapping. Of course, in terms of grade and difficulty, the primordial regression sword art was better. On the stage, Yi Qingfeng also saw this. He did not expect that Qin Yu intended to fight him head-on this time. He was not worried about this. The 3rd sword. Yi Qingfeng struck again. Although Qin Yu's sword technique was somewhat similar to his, it was easier to interrupt. For example, could Qin Yu block his 3rd sword head-on? If he could not block it, the sword technique would be interrupted. At that time, Qin Yu would return to the starting point, and he would face him at his peak. Qin Yu is too risky. Some of the spectators could not help but shake their heads. Boom, the two collided head-on again, and the sound of an explosion rang out. But when the dust dispersed, Qin Yu was still waving his sword and attacking Yi Qingfeng. However, the magic scale armor on his body was already broken, and only a few scales were left. Is this the defensive power of the demonic secret pattern record? It is indeed very amazing. On the Heavenly Star Academy's side, Fu Sanguang stared at Qin Yu with great interest. It seems that it will not be so easy to interrupt. Yi Qingfeng frowned, and a layer of small crystal sword surged out of his body, turning into a shield, blocking the left side. Boom, Qin Yu's sword chi swept over and exploded, but it was blocked by the crystal shield. Next is the key to victory. The sword intent on Yi Qingfeng's body became more intense, revealing an incomparably sharp and irresistible momentum. Whoosh! Whoosh, his speed became faster, and every leap was like an arrow shot out. Then, Yi Qingfeng's 4th sword came. From here on, it would be close to victory. Magic scale protection. Qinyu activated the second magic pattern, and a layer of black magic scales surged out, forming a shield, wrapping himself in it. As for himself, he was still waving his sword, and the violent black sword light rushed towards the huge pillar of sword qi. Boom! 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 The black sword qi continued to explode, and the crystal white sword light slashed down, landing on the magic scale shield. One attacking, one defending. The two forces resisted and weakened each other. Boom! At some point, the crystal white sword light was shattered by Qinyu, and the magic scale shield also dissipated. Compared to last time, Qinyu was injured after withstanding the fourth sword, and it was also the fourth sword that decided the victory. Boom! On Qinyu's body, the sword force and the demonic might merged, and a terrifying pressure covered the surroundings. Every time he blocked Yi Qingfeng's sword, it seemed to become sharper. This incomparable momentum had already affected Yi Qingfeng's mentality. In Yi Qingfeng's eyes, it was not only his sword that was becoming stronger, but so was Qinyu. He blocked it. These two are too strong. The people below the stage were deeply attracted by this battle. At this moment, Yi Qingfeng's fifth sword came. Qinyu activated the blood glass flame and threw out a blood-colored flower. Boom! The blood-colored glass flower released a blood-colored glow, meeting Yi Qingfeng's fifth sword. Then, Qinyu attacked with his sword. After the two had been weakened, Qinyu once again relied on his powerful defense to block Yi Qingfeng's fifth sword. Next is the sixth sword. Heavens, I haven't seen Yi Qingfeng's sixth sword. The flame that Qinyu used just now was the blood glass flame. On the stage, Yi Qingfeng watched as Qinyu blocked his sword again and felt Qinyu's power grow stronger. His emotions were no longer as calm as before. In reality, Qinyu could use the Scarlet Serpent bloodline to defeat Yi Qingfeng at the start. But Qinyu did not want to reveal this. These people all knew him, and could clearly tell that his bloodline was completely different from before. Moreover, Yi Qingfeng was a very good opponent, and could be used to train the Demon Wind Sword art. Sixth sword, Flying Heaven Sword slash, Yi Qingfeng and Qinyu attacked at the same time. The white sword light was like a pillar that supported the heavens, rushing towards Qinyu. And Qinyu's sword slash was like a ferocious demon that swooped down from the sky, colliding with the white sword pillar. Pung! The black and white light exploded, mixed with countless sword qi, shooting into the sky, almost covering the entire stage, drowning the figures of Qinyu and Yi Qingfeng. The white side quickly gained the upper hand, gradually expelling the darkness. Lose. Qinyu activated the first demonic rune on his right arm, his heart thumping as he entered an explosive state, displaying the Demon Destruction Claw. At the same time, he activated the Blood Glass Flame, increasing the power of this technique. Boom! A dark red flame whizzed out, piercing through the white sword light, attacking Yi Qingfeng on the other side. Yi Qingfeng was just about to escape. Under the control of Qinyu and the flame spirit, the blood glass flame burned and danced, causing the Demon Destruction Claw to explode. Boom! The black and red flames exploded, dispersing the white sword light. At the same time, Yi Qingfeng's figure retreated, falling off the stage. Yi Qingfeng, defeated, the entire arena was silent. Against Yi Qingfeng, very few people could face him head-on. There were even fewer people who could turn the tables and defeat Yi Qingfeng when he used the sixth sword. Normally, when people fought against Yi Qingfeng, they would attack fiercely when he was not using his sword. That was the key to victory. But Qinyu defeated Yi Qingfeng when he was at his most ferocious. He was even more ferocious than Yi Qingfeng. How is this possible? Cao Xingyue found it hard to accept. He had been defeated by Situlinyu, and Qinyu had defeated Yi Qingfeng head-on. With this comparison, it was clear who was the leader of the three magic-less academies. This person. Yun Ningwu's brows furrowed, feeling troubled by Qinyu's strength. And Yun Haizhen's eyes were wide open. He already did not know who won the battle between him and Qinyu. Ha ha ha, this battle is indeed exciting. I'll also come up to play. The Heavenly Star Academy's Fu Songguang suddenly stepped onto the stage. Fu Songguang, ranked second in the tournament 2 years ago, was a prodigy of the Heavenly Star Academy, and his cultivation technique was called the Three Light Star Technique, one of the 10 ancient mystical techniques, in the tournament 2 years ago. This person was only slightly weaker than Yun Ningwu, but who could say who was stronger between the two? Fu Songwang's appearance caused the audience, who had yet to recover from the shock, to hold their breath again. In the clouds far away, the elder and the young grand elder were also surprised by the result of this contest. This kid is really impressive. The elder couldn't help but compliment. Not bad indeed. He even has the blood glass flame, a Xianxia spiritual flame. He should be a person with great luck. What a pity, the young grand elder revealed a look of pity. Relatively speaking, those with a high spiritual body cultivation speed and required less resources to break through bottlenecks. The lower the talent, the more opportunities were needed to break through the same bottleneck. However, from the elder's perspective, the grand elder seemed to be referring to the blood glass flame. The elder was very tempted by this flame. It was a pity that he wasn't a blood Dao cultivator. Otherwise, he might have secretly killed and taken the flame. Grand Elder, Fu Songwang is on stage. This kid is a prodigy of the Heavenly Star Academy. He cultivates one of the 10 ancient mystical arts, the 3 light stars technique. Seeing Fu Songwang on stage, the elder quickly said. To be able to cultivate one of the 10 ancient mystical arts, one either had amazing talent or had great opportunities. But the stronger the technique, the stronger the ability, the smoother the process of cultivation. Within the same realm, the success rate of cultivation breakthrough was higher. Fu Songwang. Yun Yingwu's eyes flickered. He had to calm his emotions and prepare himself. On stage, Fu Songwang laughed and glanced at the Yunyang College side. Yun Yingwu sensed it and immediately transmitted a message to another person from the Yunyang College. Immediately, a lady walked out. She was wearing a white dress, revealing her fair arms and legs. She had a perfect oval face and looked elegant and refined. Brother Fu, I have always wanted to learn from you. The lady in white said very politely. Fu Songwang was slightly startled. He originally wanted to challenge Yun Yingwu, but this lady suddenly jumped out. Hee, since it is a beauty like Princess Yunjing, why would I reject? Fu Songwang stared at the lady in white, Yunjing. He looked like he was admiring her beauty, but his eyes looked a little wretched. Yunjing, ranked 5th in the previous tournament, ranked behind Chao Xingyue. She was also very strong. Although she was only at the peak of the initial stage of the returning origin realm, her true strength was hard to estimate. She must not be underestimated. Please. Yunjing stepped onto the martial arts arena, her smile vanishing. In reality, she had only fought this time to force out some of Fu Songwang's techniques so that Yun Yingwu could deal with him more easily. Although she was also reluctant to help others with this matter, this was related to the reputation of Yunyang School, so she had no choice but to agree. Princess Yunjing, please make your move. Fu Songwang stood at his original spot, looking polite and courteous. He had the demeanor of a gentleman, but his appearance didn't make people think of him as a gentleman. Yunjing shouted in a low voice and activated the power of her bloodline. A layer of vague flame pattern appeared on her jade-like skin and a faint golden flame rose from her body. The bloodline power in her body was relatively thin and couldn't compare to Prince Yun Haizhen's. Yunjing took out a peculiar thin sword that was about the size of a finger and stabbed it with a streak of golden flame. Her eyesight was extremely exquisite and her speed was extremely fast. Those with poor eyesight would have a hard time noticing it. Thud, Fu Songwang leaped lightly and dodged the sword. Princess Yunjing's sword is still alright. If you had attacked a little faster, you might have been able to injure me. Yunjing's eyes widened slightly. She was a little annoyed. This Fu Songwang was really lecturing her. Xiao, Yunjing stabbed her sword 3 times in a row. Fu Songwang quickly twisted his body and dodged all the attacks by a hair's breadth. Again. Yunjing leaped and closed the distance between her and Fu Songwang. The closer the distance, the more it tested one's reflexes. This way, it would be even harder for Fu Songwang to dodge. Furthermore, Yunjing changed her attack style. She waved her thin sword in front of her and an arc of golden flame sword light shot out. Not bad, not bad. You are indeed Princess Yunjing. You were ranked 5th in the last competition. Your combat ability is outstanding. Even I almost fell into your trap. The sword light was extremely close to Fu Songwang. He couldn't help but compliment her. The next moment, Fu Songwang's genuine vitality surged in his body. A cluster of blue starlight appeared on his forehead and the back of his hands. It shone with a faint luster. Swoosh, the moment the sword light sliced through, Fu Songwang leaped up and dodged it easily. Thud, Fu Songwang pushed off with the tip of his foot and left a blue afterimage behind as he rapidly approached Yunjing. So fast, Yunjing's pretty face was slightly shocked. She stabbed her thin sword at Fu Songwang repeatedly. Thud. Thud. Thud, in the void, 4 figures of Fu Songwang suddenly appeared. 3 of them were destroyed by Yunjing's sword chi. The remaining 1 rushed over quickly and swept past Yunjing. Smells good. Fu Songwang's words of enjoyment echoed in Yunjing's ears. He had already arrived behind her. Rogue. Shameless. Yunjing's pretty face was tense. She was very angry and was about to turn around and stab. But suddenly, a palm pressed on her back. After a slight pinch, he pushed her back forcefully. Bang, Yunjing's body fell forward. Then, Fu Songwang went up to add another palm strike and threw Yunjing out of the arena. Princess Yunjing was defeated. She was very unwilling to accept her defeat. Her pretty eyes were filled with shame and resentment as she stared at Fu Songwang. He won just like that? It was so easy. Fu Songwang's strength is really unfathomable. Yunjing, ranked 5th, is no match for Fu Songwang. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim. This battle had ended too easily. This person's speed is so fast. However, his strength doesn't seem to be strong. Qinyu couldn't help but praise. At the same time, he was a little puzzled. Fu Songwang had used 2 palm strikes to defeat Yunjing. The strength of the 3 light stars chart isn't just this. Yuanchen sighed to himself. Yuning Gu, no one from your Yunyang school is good enough. It's better for you to come up and play with me. After defeating Yunjing, Fu Songwang immediately said. He just knew that Yuning Gu had sent Yunjing to test his skills. Hence, after the battle ended, he immediately challenged her to a fight, lest the shameless Yuning Gu sent someone else. Yunjing didn't get anything out of him. Below the arena, Yuning Gu was a little displeased. In the competition 2 years ago, Fu Songwang had just started cultivating the 3 light stars chart. Hence, he didn't know the details. At this moment, Fu Songwang called out his name. As the champion of the competition 2 years ago, how could he not fight? All right. Seeing that you are so confident, let me see how powerful the 3 light stars chart is. Yuning Gu stood up. On the martial arts stage, the 2 of them faced each other from a distance. A terrifying chi presence spread out, causing the atmosphere to freeze. Fu Songwang and Yuning Gu. The champion and runner-up of the competition 2 years ago. One was a royal prodigy, the other was a prodigy of the Fu clan. Both of them were at the middle stage of the origin realm. This battle was the one that everyone was looking forward to the most. The battle suddenly erupted. Chi. 2 short swords suddenly appeared in Yuning Wu's hands. With a swing of both his arms, 2 blazing sword lights flew out in a crisscross pattern, ferocious and fast. This sudden attack had the same speed as Yunjing's attack, but it was even more ferocious and lethal. Wang, the stars on the back of Fu Songwang's hand and forehead flickered. With a leap, he left behind a trail of blue light, dodging both of Yuning Wu's attacks. Boom! Boom! Fu Songwang's left hand formed a fist and his right hand formed a palm. So fast. Yuning Wu was surprised. He brandished both his swords and slashed. Boom! 2 blazing sword lights slashed across and shattered Fu Songwang's fist and palm attack. However, Fu Songwang came to the other side and attacked again. On the martial arts stage, explosions could be heard. Fu Songwang had the advantage in speed and constantly attacked. Yuning Gu stood in his original position and didn't move a single step. His 2 swords were both offensive and defensive as he dealt with the attacks calmly. But Fu Songwang had the initiative. As he got closer, Yuning Gu found it harder to deal with him. Chance. Fu Songwang found an opportunity and surged the chi in his body. In the center of the blue stars on the back of his hand and forehead, a speck of red light suddenly appeared. It constantly expanded and gradually replaced the blue color. Cloud-cleaving palm. Skywind Fist, Fu Sanguang launched another ferocious attack. That palm light was huge and sharp, the fist wind was powerful and fast. Compared to the intensity of Fu Sanguang's previous attacks, it was as though he was on drugs. His attacks were incomparably powerful, shocking many of the spectators. Swish! Swish! Yun Yingguo quickly slashed twice, but his speed was slightly slower and the angle of attack was wrong. Boom! That cloud-cleaving palm fiercely slashed over and actually sliced one of Yun Yingguo's sword lights into two. Then, it was accompanied by another huge fist wind that pressed down, causing Yun Yingguo to feel a huge pressure. Seeing this, Yun Yingguo immediately activated the power of his bloodline. A layer of flame patterns appeared on the surface of his body, and a wave of fervent flame power surged out, turning a radius of 300 to 400 feet into a fiery domain. Boom, the fist and palm descended and a huge explosion sounded. A huge wave of destruction spread out. Zeng! Zeng! Yun Yingguo retreated continuously and flew out, looking a little pathetic. But he had activated his bloodline and his defense had increased, so he didn't suffer much. Boom! Fu Sanguang slashed again. His attack was swift and fierce, and the palm wind was like a blade that sliced over. Yun Yingguo stretched out his hand and condensed flames, releasing a huge golden fireball. His other hand slashed at Fu Sanguang. Pong! Fu Sanguang quickly punched out and deflected the sword. Is this the triple light star technique? Yun Yingguo stared at Fu Sanguang and muttered softly. From the previous battle, he had already understood the uniqueness of this technique. When blue stars appeared on Fu Sanguang's body, his speed was incomparably fast, but his attacks would be weakened. That was why he had thrown Yunjing out of the battling platform with his two palms. But when red stars appeared on his body, his power recovered and received a huge boost. Similarly, his speed would become slower. It is indeed very special. Below the platform, Qinyu's eyes lit up. Such a special technique, if used well, could often be used as the weak to defeat the strong and turn the situation around. Hehe, so what if you understand it? Fu Sanguang curled his lips in disdain. Yun Yingguo didn't say any nonsense. His two swords suddenly surged with a dazzling golden flame. The flame danced slightly, making one's heart palpitate. At this moment, Yun Yingguo used the blazing sun true fire and fused it with his vital yuan. He displayed it with ease and directly used it on his weapons. At this moment, Fu Sanguang and Yun Yingguo both displayed some of their trump cards. Suddenly, Yun Yingguo and Fu Sanguang moved at the same time. Dual sword strangulation. Yun Yingguo slashed out two blazing sword lights, which split into countless sword chi that interweaved into a fiery sword chi whirlpool that blasted forward. The ball of light on Fu Sanguang's body turned blue. His figure split into 4, then 8 as he weaved through Yun Yingguo's attacks. When he got close to Yun Yingguo, the blue light on his body turned red. Cloud-splitting palm, Skywind Fist, Fu Sanguang attacked with both his fists and palms. A huge palm wind and fist light pressed forward with ferocious power. Humph, even if you are in the red star state, you still can't hurt me. Yun Yingguo grunted as his body was covered in flames. Both his swords were flickering with golden flames. The Ardent Sun bloodline mainly increased one's attack power, while the Ardent Sun True Fire was a true fire with strong attack power. Even if Fu Sanguang was in the red star state, the damage from both attacks was about the same. Boom! Yun Yingguo clenched his fists together and slashed forward. A pair of blazing golden sword lights slashed forward. Pong! The two Origin Realm experts' ultimate attacks interweaved and formed a shockwave in all directions. Too strong. No wonder they are Yun Yingguo and Fu Sanguang. Their strength is probably stronger than a regular peak middle stage Origin Realm expert. The spectators were secretly shocked. Golden Dragon Strangulation. Yun Yingguo's aura grew stronger. His entire body was like a red golden sun. The golden flames on both his swords grew even stronger as he slashed forward. Roar! A golden red flaming dragon roared and spun as it flew out, bringing with it a huge flame whirlpool. The flaming golden dragon soared into the sky and swooped down ferociously towards Fu Sanguang with a powerful dragon's might. The power of this attack completely shocked everyone present. Even Fu Sanguang felt a sense of danger. Yuningwu's attack had a huge range. Even if he was in the blue star state, he didn't have absolute confidence in dodging it. If that is the case, purple star. Fu Sanguang shouted in a low voice, and a dazzling red and blue starlight burst out from his body. The two intertwined and finally formed a mysterious and resplendent purple light. Purple stars appeared on his forehead and the back of his hands. There were also other parts of his body that shone through his clothes. Purple destruction starlight. Fu Sanguang pushed his palms forward. Dazzling purple starlight erupted from within, forming a ball of light that blasted out. Purple destruction starlight was a powerful astral combat technique that could only be used in the purple state. Pung, the golden dragon and the purple dragon collided, and the golden and purple lights intertwined chaotically. Whoosh, Fu Sanguang's silhouette flashed, and he charged into the storm of the explosion, attacking Yuningwu. In this state, he was the strongest and had no weaknesses, but at the same time, the consumption was extremely great, and he couldn't last long. Next was the crucial moment that would decide the outcome of the battle. Ding ding pung, the two of them exchanged dozens of blows in this destructive storm that had yet to dissipate. Yuningwu retreated a few steps, his face full of shock. Purple star state, speed and strength multiplied, no weaknesses. Bang! 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 Fu Sanguang had the upper hand in terms of speed, and his attacks were clean and fierce, forcing Yuningwu to defend passively. This is the true power of the triple light star technique. Jinyu couldn't help but sigh. His Sky Demon secret pattern technique was also one of the top 10 ancient martial arts, and it mainly focused on defense. Of course, it wasn't weak in other areas either. Now, Fu Sanguang, who was in the purple star state, could be said to have no weaknesses. The two of them fought fiercely, and it was hard to see clearly. During this time, the two of them used some of their trump cards. Lose. Fu Sanguang's body flashed, and he appeared behind Yuningwu. He stretched out his palm, and a purple star burst out from his palm. Pung, Yuningwu's Jinyuan barrier shattered, and he used both swords to block. However, he couldn't even block for half a breath before he was blown away, and he left the stage. Yuningwu lost, the battle ended, and the surroundings were silent. Ha ha ha, Yuningwu, you lost. The purple light on Fu Sanguang's body disappeared, and his aura was much weaker, but he was very excited and proud, and he laughed loudly. 1. Fu Sanguang won. Fu Sanguang is too powerful. He lost in the competition 2 years ago, but now he defeated Yuningwu. The discussions continued, and the tea party also reached its peak because of this battle. Below the stage, Yuningwu lowered his head, and he didn't say anything as he walked back to his original position. Yuningwu, how do you feel about losing to me? Fu Sanguang didn't let it go, and he said arrogantly, purposely making things difficult for Yuningwu. Yuningwu's expression was gloomy, and he clenched his fists tightly. The humiliation and anger in his heart burned, and he said, next time, I will definitely defeat you. Actually, his strength wasn't much different from Fu Sanguang's. In a battle between experts, a small detail could determine victory or defeat. This time, Yuningwu understood Fu Sanguang's cultivation technique very clearly. As long as he made the appropriate strategy, he would be able to defeat Fu Sanguang next time. In the distant sky, the old man also revealed a shocked expression. I didn't expect Fu Sanguang to defeat Yuningwu this time. The top 10 ancient martial arts are naturally extraordinary. However, Yuningwu is also very strong. Although he lost this time, it doesn't mean that he won't be Fu Sanguang's opponent in the future. The Great Elder said calmly. After he finished speaking, the Great Elder took a step forward. Great Elder, what are you doing? The old man asked. The tea party should be ending soon. The Great Elder uttered these words. Fu Sanguang's victory on Mount Six Harmony surprised many people. So far, the Heavenly Star Academy and the Non-Demon Academy were in the limelight. On the contrary, the previously stronger Heavenly Sword Academy and Yunyang Academy didn't perform well. Why isn't Fu Sanguang coming down? Could it be that he still wants to fight? A person was puzzled and asked in surprise. Everyone could see that after Fu Sanguang entered the Purple Star state, although he was very strong, he also consumed a lot of energy. That was why he went all out to end the battle as soon as possible. At this moment, Fu Songguang wasn't in his peak condition, and most likely couldn't enter the Purple Star state again. Yet, he still wanted to challenge? Miss Yi, I would like to exchange pointers with you. Fu Songguang suddenly opened his mouth, revealing a smile as he looked at Yi Luofeng. This scene caused everyone to be slightly stunned. It turned out that Fu Songguang didn't want to challenge, but wanted to befriend a beauty. Fu Songguang had just defeated Yun Yingguo and became the #1 person in the tea party. He was the center of attention and dazzling. At this moment, Fu Songguang's charm was definitely at its highest. It was indeed very smart of him to express his goodwill to another woman. Senior Fu is very strong. Luofeng is far from being your opponent. Yi Luofeng raised her eyebrows slightly, but she immediately returned to normal and rejected him calmly. On the stage, Fu Songguang frowned slightly. She actually rejected him. It doesn't matter. I, Fu Songguang, never take advantage of women. I will suppress my cultivation to the same level as you, Fu Songguang said again, his tone somewhat unyielding. Hearing Fu Songguang say that he never took advantage of women, many people below the stage revealed looks of disdain. Princess Yunjing even had a look of disdain. The atmosphere froze. Everyone couldn't help but look at Yi Luofeng. Offending a powerful genius like Fu Songguang wasn't a wise choice. Yi Luofeng was somewhat unhappy. She already hated this person, but he was too strong and had a powerful background. Yi Luofeng didn't know what to do. At this moment, the crowd suddenly sensed something. They looked up and saw two figures flying over from afar. One was an old man, and the other was a middle-aged man with an indifferent expression. Whoosh, the two landed on the sparring stage. Who are they? Isn't the tea party only open to the top 50? Moreover, Mount 6 Harmonies is the territory of the royal family. Without permission, no one can get close. Could these two be members of the royal family? Fu Songguang couldn't help but look at the two, feeling somewhat unhappy. At this moment, he was flirting with a beautiful woman. What was the meaning of these two running onto the stage? Even if these two were members of the royal family, they couldn't forcefully interfere with the tea party. Gentlemen, the tea party is still ongoing. This is the sparring stage. Fu Songguang said. The old man's expression changed as he glanced over. This glance made Fu Songguang's heart tremble. He could feel the powerful strength of the other party. However, the Fu clan was one of the 4 great clans of Yunjiao Nation. This time, the other party had taken the initiative to interrupt the tea party. Fu Songguang wasn't afraid at all. The tea party is over. The young first elder said. The end, everyone was bewildered. What was going on? End? Do you think it will end just because you say so? Fu Songguang was even more displeased. At this moment, he was in the limelight, yet these two people ran to the martial stage and even told him that the tea party was over. Noisy! The great elder bellowed, emitting a terrifying aura. Boom, the world seemed to tremble along with this person's shout. A heavenly might descended, causing all the geniuses on the 6 Directions mountain to tremble as they instinctively felt fear. As for Fu Songguang, who was the closest to the great elder, his hair stood on end as his body trembled uncontrollably. Not only did the other party use this aura to intimidate him, but he was also intimidated by it. At that moment, Fu Songguang had sensed a bone-piercing killing intent from the other party's eyes. Mount 6 Harmonies fell silent. There was no objection. Uncle, what happened? At this moment, Yun Yingguo suddenly spoke. After thinking for a while, he recalled the identity of the old man. He seemed to be a member of the royal family, but Yun Yingguo did not have any impression of him. He only knew that there was such a person. I am here to represent the Kunyan sacred ground to select members of the sacred ground. The old man glanced at Yun Yingguo and said calmly. He had only seen Yun Yingguo a few times, so he was a little disappointed that Yun Yingguo had been defeated. Kunyan sacred ground. Many people's minds trembled, and they were extremely excited. However, a small portion of people didn't know anything. Kunyan sacred ground? Where is it? You don't even know about the sacred ground? It's the most transcendent place in the Kunyan realm. I heard it from the seniors in the clan. The forces in the Kunyan realm are mainly led by the 3 ancient countries, as well as other forces of various sizes and the sea. However, in the center of the three ancient countries, there is a forbidden area called the Sacred Heart Sea. In the center of the sea, there is a sacred place called the Kunyan Sacred Ground. In fact, the Kunyan Sacred Ground is the ruler of the Kunyan realm. The three ancient countries all listen to it. What? The three ancient countries have to listen to the sacred ground? There were all kinds of voices, and Chinyu also heard a lot of information. The Kunyan Sacred Ground is the ruler of the Kunyan realm. Even the royal family has to submit to it. Chinyu's heart skipped a beat. This is too scary. I didn't even know about it before. Oh yes, that person said that he is here to represent the Kunyan Sacred Ground to select members of the Sacred Ground. Most of the people present were excited. This sacred ground was the most powerful and mysterious force in the entire Kunyan realm. It was the greatest opportunity in life to be able to enter it. The Kunyan Sacred Ground was the most mysterious existence in the entire Kunyan world. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people would not be able to come into contact with it. Only a few people present knew of the existence of the sacred lands. It was the first time the others had heard of it. Even so, when everyone knew the true colors of the Kunyan sacred grounds, they were either excited or anxious. No one could remain calm. Our big opportunity has come. If you are chosen, you will be qualified to enter the Holy Land. I heard that apart from the members of the sacred ground, no one is allowed to step into the sacred ground. It's a forbidden place in the entire Kunyan realm. This was especially true for those without a strong background. Once they entered the sacred ground, the Kunyan sacred ground would become their backer. In short, there was no one here who did not want to go to the Holy Land. Fu Songguang revealed a look of reverence. Even an ancient country had to listen to the sacred grounds. The Fu clan behind him was not worth mentioning in front of the sacred grounds. Just now, he actually dared to contradict the people from the Holy Lands. He felt that he was courting death. This is the great elder of the Holy Land. This time, he will choose 20 people to enter the Holy Land. The old man looked at the person beside him. Only 20 slots? Everyone's heart tightened. There were about 150 geniuses present, but only 20 of them would be able to enter the sacred land. Many of the weaker ones were already disheartened. Holy Land Grand Elder. Fu Songguang's pupils constricted, revealing a trace of fear. The Holy Lands were aloof from worldly affairs. To be able to become an ordinary member was a great honor, and this middle-aged man was actually the great elder of the Holy Lands. Fu Songguang had no doubt that if he had offended this great elder just now, he would have been killed. At the same time, a single glance from the other party was enough to make him feel the aura of death. Just what kind of cultivation did this person have? I've seen everything that happened at the tea party just now. I've already decided on these 20 slots. The first elder said calmly. At this moment, everyone was staring at him with admiration and worship, not daring to miss out on a single word. They're actually here to select members of the Holy Land? Why didn't the elders tell me about this before? Yun Haizhen thought anxiously. Since the beginning of the tea party, he had yet to make a move. If he had known that the Holy Land would be here to select members, he would have definitely gone up earlier to perform well. In fact, at this moment, Yun Hai really wanted to suggest that the tea party continue, but as a prince, he didn't dare to disobey the great elder of the Holy Land. The first spot, Yu Buyu. The great elder said. Instantly, almost everyone present was stunned. Who is Yu Buyu? I have some impression of him. He was on the battling platform just now, but he lost very quickly. Why is she the first one? Yu Buyu is only ranked 48th in this year's grand tournament. He only sparred once and lost. Many people present had doubts in their hearts and were even somewhat dissatisfied. Among these people, Yu Buyu's existence was only at the bottom, not eye-catching at all. However, no one dared to question the great elder, and they could only keep their words in their hearts. At the same time, some people who were not very strong also had some hope in their hearts. If Yu Buyu could be chosen, maybe they could too. Me? Yu Buyu's eyes widened in surprise. It seems like this grand elder has taken a fancy to junior sister Buyu's talent. Yuan Chen smiled. From this, it could be seen that the other party paid more attention to cultivation aptitude when it came to choosing people. He wondered if he had any hope of being chosen. The second spot, Yun Yingwu. The great elder said again. Yun Yingwu revealed a faint smile and immediately bowed. Many thanks for great elder's appreciation. I will definitely be loyal to the Holy Land. The third spot, Situ Linyu. The fourth spot, Yi Chungfeng. The fifth spot, Duan Xinyue. As the names were announced one by one, some were happy while others were sad. The 10th spot, Chen Yu. I've also been chosen. Chen Yu smiled faintly. From the first 10 spots, it could be seen that the great elder indeed valued talent, but it did not mean that he did not pay attention to other aspects. Chen Yu was only a low-tier talent, but he was still chosen. Of course, if Chen Yu had not sparred with Yi Chungfeng and defeated him, the great elder might not have chosen him. On the stage, Fu Sanguang was extremely nervous. Logically speaking, he had cultivated the 3 light stars technique and had defeated Yun Yingwu. He was outstanding in all aspects. In the end, Yun Yingwu was the second spot, and up until now, the great elder had not announced his name. Could it be that because I talked back to the great elder, he has removed my spot? Thinking of this, Fu Sanguang could not help but feel regret. If he missed the opportunity to enter the holy place, it would be the biggest regret of his life. The holy place recruited members at an uncertain time and had always been secretive. He would probably never have such an opportunity in the future. The 11th spot, Yi Luofeng. The 12th spot, Yuan Chen. The 13th spot, Luo Haoyan. The 14th spot, Duan Hao. The 19th spot, Tang Yamo. Great. Tang Yamo sighed in relief. At this tea party, his performance was average, but he was still chosen. On the stage, Fu Sanguang was sweating profusely. He was not chosen. Could it be that the great elder really removed him? Under normal circumstances, no force would reject a genius. However, he saw the murderous intent in the great elder's eyes. The great elder even dared to kill him. Removing a spot was nothing. The 20th spot, Fu Sanguang. The great elder announced slowly. Instantly, Fu Sanguang's body softened and he heaved a long sigh. Thank you for choosing me, great elder. I will not disappoint you. Fu Sanguang revealed a look of respect. He now understood that the great elder announced his name at the end. It was a warning to him. At the same time, the others who were not chosen looked disappointed. Some were unwilling and furious, but no one dared to question or object. The name of the Holy Land was enough to shock everyone. Fu Sanguang was suppressed by the great elder. What right did they have to object? I will give you 2 months to prepare. 2 months later, gather at the top of Liuhe Mountain. Those who are not there will have their spots nullified. After the announcement, the great elder spoke again. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Everyone present found it hard to determine the direction in which the great elder had left. This is what it means to fly in the sky and hide underground. He must be at the empty sea state. Yun Yingwu exclaimed in his heart. Disperse. The old man waved his hand. After the announcement, except for the 20 people who were chosen, the rest were not in the mood to attend the tea party. Greetings, Imperial Uncle. A few members of the royal family immediately walked over. Among these people, only Yun Yingwu remembered this old man. Now he finally understood that the old man was from the Holy Land and stayed there all year round. Imperial Uncle, why didn't the higher-ups send any news about the Holy Land's recruitment? Yun Haizhen asked. Haha, the Holy Land is detached from the world and the rules are even stricter. If the news was leaked in advance, it would only cause trouble. The old man couldn't help but smile. The Kunyan Holy Land was the ruler of the entire Kunyan realm. They were detached from everything and didn't give anyone face. If Fu Sanguang had been more impulsive just now, he might have died. In fact, the imperial family knew about the news, but they didn't leak it. After all, there were only 20 spots, which was too few. Once it was leaked, no one knew what would happen. If the Holy Land was displeased, even the imperial family couldn't afford to bear the consequences. I'll go back and have a look. Come with me to Liuhe Mountain in 2 months. The old man said. On the other side. Great, all three of us have been chosen. We can enter the Holy Land to cultivate together. Yu Buyu said with a smile. Among the 20 spots, Yu Buyu was the first. Qin Yu and Yuan Chen were also chosen. Let's go and tell the master the good news. Yuan Chen was also very happy. On Liuhe Mountain, the people slowly dispersed. The news of the Holy Land selection was also made public, shocking the entire Yunjiao nation. The 20 spots were also made public. Among them, the No Demon Academy had 7 chosen: Yu Buyu, Qin Yu, Yuan Chen, Situ Linyu, Duan Hao, Luo Haoyan, and Chao Xingyue. The Yunyang Academy also had 6 chosen: Yun Yingguo, Yun Haizhen, the 8th Prince, Wu Heng, Tang Mo, and Yin Qingzhuang. The Heavenly Sword Academy had 4: Yi Chengfeng, Jiang Chen, Yi Luofeng, and Zhou Yuning. The Heavenly Star Academy had 3: Fu Songguang, Duan Xingyue, and Fu Bailing. As soon as the spots were made public, all 20 became the focus of attention, followed by the forces and academies they belonged to. The No Demon Academy has 7 chosen, more than the Yunyang Academy. It seems that the No Demon Academy is really going to rise. A large number of people felt that it was very unfair. Why did they only choose from the geniuses in the competition and ignore the others, the No Demon Academy? You're all very good. All of you have been chosen. Master Elan Tian revealed a smile. Master, you already knew that the people of the Sacred Land would choose the members of the Sacred Land at this tea party? Chen Yu asked. Previously, Elan Tian had urged them to prepare for the tea party. Logically speaking, the tea party was just for show and there were no other benefits. With Master's personality, he would not repeatedly emphasize this to them. That's right, your eldest senior brother is in the Sacred Land. Elan Tian admitted. Eldest senior brother, among the 3 present, only Yuan Chen had a slight impression of him. It was the first time the others had heard of this eldest senior brother. At the same time, the 3 of them once again felt the power of the Sacred Land. It was such a good opportunity, but Master did not tell them in advance. Instead, he kept hinting at them. 2 months later, you will enter the Sacred Land. The cultivation environment there is better than the No Demon Academy. Go and prepare. Elan Tian waved his hand. After the 3 of them left, he could not help but reveal a faint smile. His 4 disciples had all entered the Sacred Land. Didn't this show that he had good foresight? In the past 2 months, Qin Yu had nothing to do, so he cultivated the Demon Wind Sword art in the Cultivation Tower. On a certain day, an outer court disciple delivered a sealed envelope to him. Someone asked me to give this to you, saying that you can open it after entering the Sacred Land. Qin Yu stared at the blood moon pattern on the envelope. Without asking any questions, he accepted the envelope. It seems that the mission that the Blood Moon organization gave me is related to the Sacred Land. Qin Yu thought to himself. This proved that the Blood Moon organization also knew about the recruitment of members in advance. Soon, 2 months had passed. On this day, Qin Yu, Yuan Chen, Yu Buyu, Luo Haoyan, Chao Xingyue, Situ Linyu, and Duan Hao set off together for Mount Liuhe. 2 months later, Qin Yu and the other 6 from the No Demon Academy arrived at Mount Liuhe. There was an elder and 6 from the Yunyang Academy at the top of the mountain. The old man glanced at the 7 people from the No Demon Academy and sighed in his heart. This time, the No Demon Academy actually had one more person than the Yunyang Academy. This caused the No Demon Academy's reputation to soar, and now, it was on par with the Yunyang Academy, the head of the 4 great academies. In a short while, the Sky Sword Academy and the Heavenly Star Academy all arrived. 20 people, not a single one missing. Where's the Grand Elder? Someone asked doubtfully. The Grand Elder is very busy. Follow me. The Elder's voice was very slow. He patted his storage bag and took out a small blue boat. The blue boat was made of steel and had a simple yet exquisite design. There was a flag on it with a mysterious pattern. Let's go. The old man shouted in a low voice, and everyone boarded the small blue boat at the same time. Whoosh, the blue boat sped away, the wind and waves tumbling on both sides, its speed incomparably fast. The speed of this flying tool is actually close to the late stage of the returning origin realm. The prodigies couldn't help but be shocked. Furthermore, the blue boat was surrounded by a protective barrier. Everyone inside was not affected at all. The blue boat first arrived at the teleportation array of the Yunyang Sacred Prefecture and was sent to the most northern prefecture. Sacred Heart Sea was a forbidden area in the Kunyan realm. No one was allowed to enter. The blue clouds covered the Sacred Heart Sea and the seawater was clear like a mirror, reflecting the scenery in the sky. Suddenly, a small blue boat appeared in the sea and sailed away at an extremely fast speed. It was the Elder and the prodigies who departed from the Yunjiao kingdom. Half a day later, a mountain covered in golden blue radiance appeared in front of everyone. When they got closer, they realized that the mountain was shockingly huge. They couldn't see the end of it. This is the Kunyan sacred ground? The heaven and earth energy is so dense. The prodigies were excited. The speed of the small boat slowed down. It parted the clouds and slowly sailed into it. When it passed through the golden blue radiance, everyone instantly felt that the heaven and earth energy was even denser. In the distance, magnificent palaces and pavilions were located on this huge island. The higher they looked, the taller and more majestic the buildings were. The boat came to the side of a lake that was blood red and emitted the smell of blood. As soon as they walked down the stairs, they saw a group of young men and a middle-aged woman dressed in palace attire. Elder Yun, are these people from your Yunjiao nation? A graceful smile appeared on the woman's face. On the way, the elderly man had told them that the Holy Land had not only chosen 20 people from the Yunjiao nation, but also from the other 2 nations. The 20 men and women behind the woman were the geniuses of the Crimson Sky Nation. The geniuses from the 2 countries sized each other up. Their gazes were either solemn, disdainful, or calm. The 3 ancient countries in the Kunyan realm had many conflicts and rarely interacted with each other, so they didn't know each other. However, they didn't want to lose to another country. There are actually cultivators below the origin realm. Within the Crimson Sky Nation, a bald man sneered. As soon as these words came out, the rest of the people couldn't help but look at Yubuyu with disdain. Was there no one left in Yunjiao Nation? Even cultivators below the origin realm had come over. Many of the geniuses of Yunjiao Nation felt embarrassed after hearing that. The woman in palace attire stared at Yubuyu and sized her up. The Grand Elder had the final say in the Holy Land selection. This meant that the Grand Elder had his eyes on this girl. Almost everyone here was at the origin realm. Only Yubuyu had the lowest cultivation level. She hid behind Yuan Chen and Qinyu with a timid look on her face. Hee, the geniuses of the Crimson Sky Nation are just SOSO. Qinyu said coldly. What did you say? One of the geniuses from the Crimson Sky Nation shouted. The rest of the geniuses looked at Qinyu with anger and displeasure. I said that you are all stupid and ignorant. She is not even 20 years old and already has such a high cultivation level. Among you, who reached the late stage of the Xiantian realm before the age of 20? Qinyu said coldly. It was rare for geniuses to get along with each other. Conflicts were inevitable. In addition, Qinyu could also see that the elderly man and the woman in palace attire didn't have a good relationship, so there was nothing to worry about. Ha ha ha, a bunch of ignorant kids. Fu Sanguang laughed loudly and joined the fray. He thought of himself as the leader of the Cloud Jiao Nation. Facing the insults from the Crimson Sky Nation's geniuses, he naturally had to refute. Moreover, he liked to help others. Of course, he only helped beauties. The 20 geniuses from the Crimson Sky Nation looked at each other and pondered for a moment. They really couldn't find anyone. This made them feel like they had lost face. After all, they were the ones who mocked them first. In the end, they were speechless after being refuted by Qinyu. The unfriendly gazes from the Crimson Sky Nation swept over. A few of them made Qinyu feel uncomfortable and alert. At this moment, another blue boat flew over from afar. The leader was a rough and burly man. Needless to say, the 20 geniuses were definitely from the barbarian Rong nation. The geniuses from the 3 nations sized each other up, but it was hard to see anything. The difference in strength wasn't something that could be determined with a glance. You 2 are really fast. The rough and burly man's voice was loud and somewhat ear-piercing. You are too slow. The elderly man said in a low voice. Everyone present could see that the relationship between the three sacred lands wasn't friendly. Of course, the geniuses from the three nations weren't friendly with each other either. "All of you, come in." Suddenly, a voice filled with endless pressure reverberated through the world. It caused everyone's mind to tremble and they couldn't help but feel reverence. Whoosh whoosh, the clouds in front of them moved away, revealing a jade stone staircase. Even further away, there was a blue door that supported the sky. As they approached, the giant blue door gave off an extremely powerful pressure, causing everyone's breathing to become hurried and fearful. Above the blue door, there was a blue circle pattern with 4 blue lines extending from the 2 sides. It was very mysterious and strange. Rumble, the moment the door opened, the majestic pressure became even greater. It was like a tsunami pressing down, causing everyone to lean back and clench their teeth to endure. Behind the door, the first elder floated in the air and calmly looked down at the 60 geniuses below. "As long as you pass through this door, you will all be candidates for the Kuan-Yin sacred lands. At the foot of the Kuan-Yin mountain, there are 78 cave residences. Although they are all at the foot of the mountain, there are still different levels. You are free to choose." The first elder's majestic voice echoed. "Different levels? Free to choose?" The 60 geniuses present could hear the meaning behind the first elder's words. "I'm afraid this is a test." Yun Yinggu narrowed his eyes and became serious. "Go and choose," the first elder said calmly. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 the 60 geniuses appeared at the same time. However, they didn't know what this blue door was. Not only did it have a shocking pressure, but there was also a huge obstacle when they passed through it. All of a sudden, the mysterious pattern above the giant blue door flashed with a strange, dark blue light. A powerful and deep spiritual fluctuation swept through everyone's mind, giving them an impact. When this mental fluctuation swept past him, Qinyu felt as if the other party was investigating him. Moreover, the other party also emitted a terrifying killing intent, causing Qinyu's consciousness to tremble involuntarily. "What is this?" Qinyu was confused, but he didn't think too much about it. He activated the mystic rune demonic body and tried to rush through the door. He came here for the opportunity. However, opportunities weren't given to him. He had to fight for them. Suddenly, the Grand Elder's expression changed, and he emitted an aura that resembled the might of the heavens. "Those who harbor disloyalty towards the sacred land, die." The first elder's voice was deep and cold. "Die." In the air, energy surged and turned into the word "die." It rushed over with a speed so fast that no one could react. Then, there was a scream. A barbarian Rong Kingdom man was hit by the word. Blood gushed out as his body flew 100 meters away and fell into the blood lake. This scene frightened the other 59 people. Why did the first elder suddenly kill someone, and his killing method was very powerful. He killed an Origin Realm expert with just a move of his mouth. Those who harbor disloyalty towards the sacred land will not be able to pass through this door. The first elder yelled again. The 59 people below had a nervous expression as their hearts beat rapidly. There was only fear left in their hearts. Outside the door, the lady in the palace gown and the aged elder had a calm expression while the burly man sighed. The sacred land had its own set of rules to select its members. First, it was to eliminate those who harbor disloyalty. Once discovered, they would be killed immediately. At the same time, this scene could also intimidate others, causing those who were more deeply hidden to give themselves away and expose themselves. Another one. The first elder seemed to have sensed something as he suddenly stared at an ordinary-looking lady from the Crimson Sky Kingdom. No, the lady was originally pale and panic-stricken. When she was stared at by the first elder, she screamed in fear. "Die." The first elder spat out a word. Boom, a huge invisible force hit the lady's body, causing her to fly 100 meters away and turn into a bloody corpse that fell into the blood lake. At this moment, in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, a man with red hair and red eyes passed through the giant blue door and flew far away. So, with a flash of purple light, Fu Songguang followed closely behind and seemed to be overtaking him. "I'm coming." Behind him, a dark-skinned youth shouted and broke through the door like a ferocious beast. Immediately after. So, another few prodigies rushed through the door and Qinyu was among them. The secret pattern demonic body had a strong resistance against any kind of force. Even so, there were still a few who were faster than Qinyu. It was obvious that there were many shocking prodigies in the other big countries. After passing through the door, the oppressive feeling disappeared, and what followed was a heavy force that was as heavy as a mountain. The red-haired man, Fu Songguang, and the dark-skinned youth all slowed down and sprinted close to the ground. The prodigies that rushed out from behind suddenly felt their bodies sink and landed on the ground. The first elder in front of these outstanding prodigies stood there calmly. There was a clear contrast between the two. Just like the saying, heaven and earth, the difference was huge. The giant blue door was very mysterious. Every time a person passed through, the pressure would weaken by a bit. Thus, people continuously rushed over and walked on the white jade stairs. Although there was a mountain-like pressure in the sky, everyone still rushed forward as if they were flying. At the very front was the red-haired and red-eyed man from the Crimson Sky Nation. His entire body was like a ball of fire, and his explosive power was extremely astonishing. Next was Fu Songguang. At this moment, he was in the purple star state, and his speed and strength had multiplied. He was faintly catching up to the red-haired man. Behind him was the dark-skinned youth from the barbarian Rong kingdom. His muscles were bulging, and he was like a hard rock. He exuded a tyrannical aura as he chased after Fu Songguang. Next was a green-cloaked woman from the barbarian Rong kingdom. Her figure was like a spirit snake, and everywhere she passed, water rippled. The first trial relied on each person's methods, and this gravity trial focused on physique, strength, and speed. Originally, there were a few people in front of Qinyu, but after Qinyu activated the mysterious pattern demonic body and gathered power in his heart, he left them all behind. He actually cultivates the demonic secret pattern record, a cultivation technique that fuses the demonic path and body cultivation. A person said unwillingly after being overtaken by Qinyu. Boom, Yun Haizhen and Yun Yinggu both activated their blazing sun bloodline. However, this bloodline was more of an attack amplification, so it did not give them much of an advantage in this trial. At this moment, Situlinyu appeared beside them. Situlinyu's body was shrouded in a layer of grayish-black mist. There were ripples on the surface of this mist, as if it could weaken the force field. There was also Chao Xingyue, who had the gravity bloodline. He could easily resist this gravity, and he surpassed one genius after another. Right now, I still don't understand the rules of the sacred land. There's no need to fight for first or second place. Qinyu made up his mind and did not go all out. Soon after, a few more people surpassed him. When they reached the end, the red-haired man, Fu Songguang, and the others discovered that out of the 78 caves, the first 10 caves were actually occupied. Thus, the red-haired man occupied the 11th cave, and Fu Songguang occupied the 12th. In this way, Qinyu finally occupied the 18th abode. This cave abode was very spacious and well-furnished. Most importantly, the heaven and earth yuan qi in the cave abode was very rich, making it an excellent place to cultivate. Just like that, the Holy Land's test ended. Other than the 2 who died, 58 people became candidates for the Holy Land. Damn it, who is that person? Let him take first place. Within abode number 12, Fu Songguang spoke indignantly. However, the red-haired, red-eyed man was indeed extraordinary. According to Fu Songguang's observations, the man seemed to have cultivated one of the 10 great ancient arts. Looks like I can't underestimate the other 2 big countries. But this will make things more interesting. Fu Songguang's lips curled up. All reserve members, gather outside the cave. Suddenly, the Grand Elder's voice reached all the caves. Instantly, everyone's bodies quivered and they left the cave. Not long after, 58 people gathered at a spacious square at the foot of the mountain. The Great Elder was still floating calmly in the sky, looking down at them indifferently. These 58 people were all prodigies in their respective big countries. Each of them was extremely proud, but now that they were being looked down by the Grand Elder, they didn't have any complaints. The first reason was that they were shocked by the Grand Elder's powerful cultivation. The second reason was that the Grand Elder had killed 2 prodigies consecutively, which completely shocked them. Returning Origin Realm prodigies were executed just by talking, cold and emotionless. No matter how powerful their background was, they had no scruples. Everyone was afraid of this kind of tyrannical strength, cold, heartless, and fearless person. Now that you are members of the Holy Land, I want to tell you the first rule of the Holy Land: absolute obedience. The Grand Elder's cold voice penetrated into everyone's heart. Absolute obedience, this was the biggest rule of the Holy Land. You are now just reserve members, the lowest existence in the Kunyan Holy Land. Other than the reserve members, anyone can give you orders. As for the higher-ups' orders, you only need to obey and execute. The Great Elder's next words caused all 58 people to be moved. In the three ancient countries, they were like the stars surrounding the moon. But here, they were at the lowest level. This strong sense of difference was hard for most people to accept and tolerate. Grand Elder, may I know what are the positions above the reserve members? The red-haired man who occupied the first cave abode asked seriously. Most people knew nothing about the Holy Land. Some of them didn't even know of the existence of the Kunyan Holy Land. Above the reserve members are the Sacred Guards. They are divided into the Bronze Emblem Sacred Guard, Silver Emblem Sacred Guard, and Gold Emblem Sacred Guard. Above that is the Law Enforcement Sacred Guard. When your strength and contribution reach a certain level, you can become the Holy Land Elder. The Grand Elder explained in detail. In addition, if you are still a reserve member within 30 years, you will be expelled. Grand Elder, how can I become a Sacred Guard? Fu Songguang asked. From what the Grand Elder said, as a reserve member, the Bronze Emblem, Silver Emblem, Golden Radiance Sacred Guard, etc. could be assigned to them. He didn't want to be ordered around, so he had to climb up as fast as possible. In addition, the reason why the prodigies fought to join the Holy Land was to climb up. The 4 major colleges in the Yunjiao Kingdom had a good cultivation environment. But after reaching the Origin Realm, the effects weren't good and the progress was slow. The Kunyan Holy Land was the ruler of the entire Kunyan world. The heaven and earth energy concentration here was higher than anywhere else in the 3 great kingdoms. In addition, there were many opportunities and benefits here that could speed up their cultivation. You need to pass the corresponding test in the Tongyun Tower to get the corresponding position. The Grand Elder answered calmly. If you become a Silver Emblem Sacred Guard within 3 years, you will enjoy a better cave abode. After 3 years, you will need to wait for 10 years before you can change to a better cave abode. In addition, I need to emphasize that this is the Kunyan Holy Land, the most sacred and transcendent place in the Kunyan world. Everything here is beyond your imagination. Here, all of you have a chance to reach the empty sea realm. But whether you can grasp the opportunity or not depends on yourself. I will stop here. Take care of yourselves from now on. After finishing, the Grand Elder floated away. Everyone has a chance to become an empty sea realm expert. I must break through to the empty sea realm. The 58 people present were stimulated by the Grand Elder's words. Alright, now all of you are the substitute members of the Holy Land. This is your identity token. Insert a drop of blood into it to activate the token. With a wave of his hand, the old man tossed out 58 tokens. After receiving the token, everyone injected their blood into it. With this token, they were considered as true members of the Holy Land. Next, everyone received a handbook that recorded the relevant information of the Holy Land and the privileges of each position. After reading this, everyone had the urge to work hard to climb up. Immediately after, the 3 elders all left. Xianxia, I am the last cave abode. Yu Buyu ran over with a face of shame. Yuan Chen and Chen Yu couldn't help but smile. Among the 58 people, other than Yu Buyu, the rest were all in the Origin Realm. The last cave abode naturally belonged to Yu Buyu. In addition, the cultivation caves here were all targeted at the Origin Realm. The last cave abode was already the best cultivation condition for Yu Buyu. Hey, what's wrong with Xianxia? He actually has a disloyal heart. That Grand Elder is really cold. He killed without hesitation and didn't allow the other party to argue. On the side, a few people from the Crimson Sky Kingdom were discussing. The one named Xianxia was the first person killed by the Grand Elder. The Holy Land is so powerful. Even an ancient kingdom wouldn't be a match for the Holy Land. Why would that person have a disloyal heart? Yu Buyu pouted. She felt that the Grand Elder was too cruel and she didn't like it. There is indeed something fishy. Chen Yu said. Let's not care about this and focus on cultivation. In the Kunyan Holy Land, most people have the possibility of reaching the Void Sea realm in their lifetime. Don't waste such a precious opportunity. Yuanshan smiled faintly. Having just arrived at the Holy Land, they were unfamiliar with the place. They didn't wander around and return to the cave abode. Although they weren't familiar with each other, they all had a goal in mind. Get rid of the status of a substitute member and climb to a higher position. And their ultimate goal was the Void Sea realm. In cave number 18, Jinyu released the Crimson Flame King. This is the so-called Holy Land. Not bad. The Crimson Flame King looked around and said, "You'd better keep a low profile." Jinyu was a little speechless. This was the Holy Land. The Crimson Flame King's holy beast bloodline could be easily seen. Even his soul might be discovered by the mighty figures here. At that time, he didn't know what kind of trouble it would cause. Oh right. Jinyu thought of something and took out an envelope from his storage bag. Seeing this envelope again, Jinyu suddenly had a bad feeling. After opening it, Jinyu saw the handwriting on it and couldn't help but take a deep breath. It's the Blood Moon organization that has ulterior motives. Jinyu couldn't help but sigh. The mission given to him by the Blood Moon organization was to be a spy in the Holy Land and pass information to the members of the organization when he went out. This Blood Moon organization actually wants to compete with the Holy Land? Thinking of this, Jinyu was even more surprised. However, he had also seen part of the strength of the Blood Moon organization. It was not simple. Whoosh, Jinyu waved his hand, and the envelope and letter paper turned into flying ash and disappeared. Let's not worry about this for now. Jinyu suspected that if he kept thinking about this problem, he might be regarded by the Grand Elder as a disloyal person like the two people during the day when he passed through the door. After seeing the scene during the day, Jinyu felt that he was too dangerous. He immediately got rid of the distracting thoughts and tried to forget about this matter. If I become the Elder of the Holy Land, my status should be higher than the so-called Hall Master of the Blood Moon organization. Jinyu thought. He didn't have a good impression of the Blood Moon organization. Now that he knew that they wanted to rebel against the Kunyan Holy Land, Jinyu didn't want to get involved. Therefore, he didn't need to risk his life to complete this mission. It was better to cultivate in the Holy Land and be a Golden Ray Holy Guard or a law enforcement Holy Guard. The cultivation environment in Kunyan's sacred ground was excellent. Jinyu could feel the heaven-earth yuan qi continuously flowing into his body. This was only the cultivation abode for the reserve members, but the environment was far better than the one he had at the Demon-Free Academy. It was conceivable that the cultivation effect would be better in the cave abode at the front. And if one became a Silver Emblem Holy Guard within 3 years, they could change to a higher level cave abode. In addition, there were many special cultivation places in the sacred ground that required the identity of a Holy Guard to enter. Therefore, the goal of the 58 geniuses was to get rid of the reserve member status as soon as possible and become a Bronze Emblem Holy Guard, and a Silver Emblem Holy Guard within 3 years. Currently, it might be a little difficult to become a Silver Emblem Holy Guard, so I will always live in these 78 cave abodes. In that case, I will occupy a better cave abode. After making the decision, Jinyu cultivated in peace. The next day. Before leaving the house, Jinyu could already hear the commotion outside. It turned out that it was not only Jinyu who had this idea. Some geniuses who were confident in their strength also had this idea. Occupying a better cave abode, on one hand, was a demonstration of strength, and on the other hand, it would allow them to have better resources and be ahead of others. Not far away, dozens of geniuses gathered together. These people lived nearby, which meant that they had performed extremely well in the test and were living in the cave abodes at the front. They had not yet challenged anyone and were thinking about who they should challenge. There were so many geniuses present from the 3 major countries. They did not know each other and their strength was unclear. It would be embarrassing if they failed the challenge. Among the top 10 cave abodes, there were people in front of 5 cave abodes, looking at the new reserve members indifferently. The newcomers are lively. When they realize the reality, they will calm down. Yes, but in every batch of reserve members, there will be a few who will step on the others and step onto a higher peak. This batch has the most reserve members, reaching 58. I'm afraid there will be 6 or 7 rising in the end. Don't tell me that you want to befriend such people now, and wait for them to rise to the top and repay your kindness that day? Ha ha ha. Outside the 7th and 8th cave abodes, a tall man and a short fatty laughed and chatted. I wonder how strong the people in the top 10 cave abodes are. Yuanchen glanced at it but couldn't see anything. Among these people, there should be a bronze emblem holy guard. Those ranked at the bottom might even have a substitute like us. Xianxia said after sizing it up. Possessing the gravity bloodline, he had obtained a good result in the test and occupied the 20th cave abode. For the time being, he had no intention of charging forward. Who lives here? Hurry up and come out. In the cave abode behind, someone had already started to issue a challenge. However, they were all caves number 40 and 50. The geniuses present lost interest after taking a glance at them. At this moment, Xianxia walked up to Grotto Mansion 17. His ranking in the Sacred Lands test was not high. Now that he was living in cave abode number 25, he, Xianxia, would naturally not make do with it. Qinyu lived in cave number 18. Xianxia would not live behind Qinyu, so he issued a challenge to the owner of cave number 17. Here, the 3 great nations did not have any internal conflicts. Instead, they all went to challenge the people of the other great nations. You want my cave abode? A dark-skinned man walked over from behind with a faint smile on his face. That's right. Xianxia stared at him. Then let me see if you have what it takes. The dark-skinned man's smile turned cold. He took out a frosty jade sword and suddenly thrust it forward. The frosty sword chi was oppressive. Ding! Xianxia took out the dragon pattern golden sword and swung it horizontally. Both of them used swords. One of them cultivated the fire Dao while the other cultivated the ice Dao. Fire and water were incompatible. The two did not waste any time and clashed again. Many people nearby came over to watch. Firstly, they had not chosen their opponents yet. Secondly, they wanted to see the strength of the 2 geniuses from Yunzhao Nation and Manrong Nation. Ding! Bang! The 2 fought fiercely. Ice and fire sword chi danced in the air. Xianxia was one of the top geniuses in Yunzhao Nation. He was extremely talented and powerful. However, the dark-skinned man was also one of the top geniuses in Manrong Nation. In the Sacred Land, there were no weaklings. There were only battles between the strong, and the stronger one would be decided. Shadow Light Sword. The dark-skinned man pointed his sword forward, and a dark sword chi shot out. It was faintly discernible in the air, making it difficult to see it clearly. Annihilation Flaming Dragon Slash. Xianxia raised his sword and slashed down. The overbearing golden flaming sword chi formed a flaming dragon and whizzed out. Outside number 7 and 8 cave abodes, these 2 are not bad. I didn't expect this batch of substitute members to be so strong. The tall man laughed. With so many people, the ones at the front must be very strong. Go take a look at the one at the back. I heard that he has not even reached the origin realm. The short fatty said. The tall man laughed but didn't say anything. These people were all chosen by the Grand Elder. If there was no reason, why would the Grand Elder pick people who were below the origin realm? Who do you think will win? The tall man laughed. Of course it will be the one from Yunzhao Nation. His bloodline is stronger and his foundation is very solid. His chi is definitely at the top among those in the same realm. The short fatty said. As expected, in less than 100 moves, the dark-skinned man used all his moves and was defeated. Through this battle, Qinyu had a better understanding of Xianxia's strength. He was probably even stronger than Yi Qingfeng. This cave abode is yours. But I will definitely get it back in the future. The dark-skinned man left after leaving a harsh sentence. At the same time, Xianxia was remembered by the other 2 nations because of this battle. At this moment, a noble lady dressed in a golden red dress walked over. Her skin was snow white with a hint of redness. The jade hairpin on her head was shining brightly. This cave abode number 18 is yours, right? I want it now. The red-clothed woman said arrogantly with a haughty look on her face. She was from the Crimson Sky Nation and a princess of the nation. There was no need for her to be courteous with the people from the Yunzhao nation. With just you? Qinyu sneered and asked back. Since the opponent was so arrogant, there was no need for him to be courteous. Kiki, a peak initial stage origin realm cultivator, dares to say this to this princess? The lady in red mocked. The selection of the cave abode was decided by the results of yesterday's test. But the ranking of the test might not be based on strength. For example, some people had some special methods to occupy a good cave abode. Between number 10 to 20, most of the caves were occupied by middle stage origin realm cultivators. There were only 2 peak initial stage origin realm cultivators. They were Qinyu and Citilinyu. From the lady in red's point of view, the 2 of them might have used some special methods to occupy a good cave abode in front of everyone else. The people from the Yunzhao nation didn't agree with the lady in red's words. Qinyu might be at the peak initial stage innate realm, but even LV Guanliang and Yi Qingfeng, who were in the middle stage origin realm, lost to him. But they didn't know this lady in red. Furthermore, she had a high cultivation level. It was hard to judge her actual strength. She might be a formidable expert. Princess Hongyun, teach this kid a lesson. The people from the Crimson Sky Nation cheered for Princess Hongyun. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop talking nonsense. Qinyu said coldly. You dare to insult this princess? You are courting death. The lady in red snorted and a fire-patterned feather fan appeared in her hand. Boom, with a wave of the feather fan, scarlet flames emerged and swept towards Qinyu. Qinyu immediately activated the secret rune devil body. The 3rd devil rune surged on the surface of his body and a devil scale armor instantly appeared on the surface of his body. As the flames surged, Qinyu stood at his original position. He didn't move a single step and wasn't injured at all. This level of defense surprised the people from the other 2 nations. After this exchange, Qinyu had a rough idea of the lady in red's strength and was relieved. Pung, Qinyu stomped on the ground with his right foot and his entire body flew out. That tyrannical aura and sudden burst of speed stunned the lady in red. She realized that this person in front of her wasn't as weak as she thought. Fire dance. The lady in red suddenly leaped up and danced in the middle of the boiling flames. Every time she waved her arm, a majestic flame would be released. In the air, a continuous flaming tornado was bombarded towards Qinyu. Break! Qinyu activated the 1st devil rune and a black devil claw appeared on his arm. Boom, he struck out and the black devil claw rushed into the flaming tornado in front of him. Everywhere it passed, the flames were extinguished. Oh no, he cultivates the Sky Devil secret rune record. His strength is extraordinary. The lady in red saw the cultivation method that Qinyu cultivated and realized that Qinyu was a tough one. Geniuses all had their pride. The challenge had already begun and there was no turning back. Since that was the case, she had to win. The lady in red suddenly exploded with bloodline power. Fiery feather patterns appeared on her skin and her hair turned fiery red, dancing in the air. She looked like a fire fairy. Feng Wu. The lady in red's eyes burst with red light. Her entire body jumped up and swept up endless scarlet flames. Screech, the flames surged and danced, faintly forming a phoenix that let out a loud cry. Suddenly, the fiery phoenix rushed over and collided with Qinyu's devil claw, exploding. Seeing that his opponent had used bloodline and secret skills, Qinyu did not hold back. He took out the demon flood dragon sword and performed a sword move. Mad Chi Demon Chop, exuding a violent sword aura, Qinyu fiercely slashed out a black wind demonic sword chi. The sword chi swept out, splitting the flaming tornado in front of him in half and attacking the lady in red. The lady in red waved her feather fan and broke Qinyu's sword chi. But Qinyu used the demon flood dragon sword. The sword chi exploded and set off a storm of demon chi, causing the lady in red's chi and blood to fluctuate. Before she could recover, the second sword chop came quickly. Chop. Chop. Chop, Qinyu unleashed the demon wind sword art and waved the demon flood dragon sword non-stop. That domineering aura was frightening. Damn it, this person has a middle-grade spiritual weapon, and it has the explosive attribute. The lady in red looked angry and unwilling. In a head-on confrontation, she was inferior to Qinyu when she used the bloodline power. In terms of defense, the lady in red was far inferior to Qinyu, who cultivated the heavenly demon's secret pattern record. After 20 moves, Qinyu's sword momentum had reached an astonishing level, and the lady in red could only passively defend. But she took the offensive route and was not good at defense. In less than 40 moves, the woman in red was forced back by Qinyu, defeated. Princess Hongyun lost. She was defeated by a peak initial stage origin realm cultivator. Too strong. That person cultivates the records of Sky Demon's secret patterns. It is as tough as a tortoise's shell. Princess Hongyun's defeat is understandable. Discussions broke out. The result of this battle shocked the people of the two countries and caused a sensation. The people from the Yunzhao kingdom didn't have much of a reaction. Princess Hongyun's ability was far from Yi Qingfeng's. This time, Qinyu didn't even use the blood-glazed flame. That kid is actually so strong. Seems like those who occupy the abodes are not easy to deal with. I almost went to challenge the person in abode 18. From the barbarian Rong kingdom, an armored man rejoiced. Are the prodigies of the Yunzhao kingdom all so strong? The people from the other two kingdoms voiced their doubts. Many of them looked embarrassed, as though they were inferior to the people from the Yunzhao kingdom. So far, there were 4 people from the Yunzhao kingdom in abodes 11 to 20. They were Fu Sanguang, Qinyu, Situ Linyu, and Yun Haizhen. Luckily, Qinyu, Situ Linyu, and Yun Haizhen were ranked towards the back. Otherwise, they would have been the only ones. A bunch of idiots. In abode 11, the red-haired man snorted. In the top 10, he was ranked first, followed by Fu Sanguang, and third and fourth were from the barbarian Rong kingdom. If it wasn't for him, the Crimson Sky Kingdom would have lost all their face. Towards the red-haired man's insult, the people of the Crimson Sky Kingdom weren't happy, but no one dared to refute him. The red-haired man's status and ability made them fearful. Let me try the other peak initial stage origin realm cultivator from the Yunzhao kingdom. From the Crimson Sky Kingdom, a one-eyed man walked out, emitting a murderous aura. It's him, the solitary blade artist. Someone shouted. The rest of the people from the Crimson Sky Kingdom smiled. The solitary blade artist was extremely strong in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. He didn't enter the top 10 in this Sacred Land trial mainly because the trial was biased towards strength, speed, and strength. The solitary blade artist once killed a peak intermediate stage origin realm in my Crimson Sky Kingdom. Princess Hongyun smiled. You, fight me. The one-eyed man walked to the 16th cave abode and looked at Situ Linyu. Then come. Situ Linyu could sense how powerful his opponent was, but he was not afraid. A regular peak initial stage origin realm martial artist wouldn't last more than 10 moves against me. Let me see what you are capable of. The one-eyed man said calmly. Suddenly, he waved his arm and slashed out with a chilling blade light. Many people present did not see him make a move and were shocked by the scene. What a powerful saber. Jiangchen sighed. On the other side, Situ Linyu appeared on the left side of the saber light. He was less than 2 inches away. You do have some ability. The bald man coldly stared at Situ Linyu and his body emitted a cold killing intent. He suddenly waved his hand twice. 2 streaks of grayish-white saber radiance flew out in a crisscross formation. Ghost shadow steps. Situ Linyu's body started to emit a layer of grayish-white mist. His body swayed slightly and turned into 4 figures that flew in all directions. Chi, the saber light flashed and killed 2 of the figures. Situ Linyu waved his hand and the big-headed evil spirit-winged insect flew out and spat out a dark gray fireball. At the same time, Situ Linyu waved his feather fan and fanned out a bone-chilling black mist. The other clone turned into a malicious ghost and clawed out 5 death chi scars. Situ Linyu's attack power wasn't very strong, but he had many tricks up his sleeves. It was easy to distract his opponent and make it hard to deal with. Break! The one-eyed man had a determined expression as he slowly slashed out with his saber. A huge saber light swept across and destroyed all the attacks. However, some of the attacks that affected the soul still affected him. This person's willpower is so strong. Situ Linyu thought in his heart. Back when he fought with Chao Xingyue, he had already seen through Chao Xingyue's weakness, which was why he was able to win so quickly. The person in front of him surpassed Xianxia in all aspects. Evil Ghost Claw. Citilinhu waved his jade fan and fanned out a grey hazy ghost fog. Boom! Within the ghost fog, hundreds of ghostly white claws suddenly reached out and grabbed at the one-eyed man. Break! The one-eyed man didn't move and continued to swing his saber. His saber was fast, accurate, and vicious. Even with Citilinhu's skills, it was hard to injure him. Occasionally, the one-eyed man would slash out 1 or 2 saber strikes and threaten Citilinhu. Both of them are very powerful. The short fatty outside cave number 8 said, but the evil ghost Dao kid might lose in the end. The evil ghost Dao kid might have many tricks up his sleeves, but the saber user's saber art is too strong and can destroy all evil ghosts. Furthermore, his willpower is strong and will not be affected by evil arts. The tall man agreed with the short fatty's point of view. But that evil ghost Dao kid isn't easy to deal with either. In the same cultivation realm, there aren't many that can be his match. He also felt that the solitary swordsman had a higher chance of winning, but he was more optimistic about Citilinhu's future. In the sky, the two were still fighting and the battle was extremely thrilling. From the looks of it, the one-eyed man had a higher chance of winning. But the fact that Citilinhu could fight with him to this extent shocked the people of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. You aren't simple. You are only at the peak of the initial stage of the origin realm and yet you are able to fight with me to this extent. The one-eyed man looked at Citilinhu with a serious expression as his body emitted a powerful saber intent. Saber wave kill, the one-eyed man struck out with all his might. The saber light trembled and emitted a shocking killing intent as it flew out. Ghost Shadow Step. Citilinhu executed his Ghost Dao movement technique. His body emitted a ghost fog and slightly trembled as he split into multiple figures. Suddenly, the saber light slashed across. Bang! 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 The 3 ghost figures turned into fog and dissipated. A bloody wound was left on Citilinhu's body and his face was pale. Right at this moment, the big head evil spirit executed his secret art. Its eyes turned black-purple and violently trembled. It released a powerful spiritual wave and turned into a pitch-black ghost fog that charged forward. The one-eyed man groaned as his eyes lost focus. He had just executed his killer move and was at his weakest. Citilinhu realized this and allowed the big head evil spirit to take this opportunity to attack. Ghost Fog Walk. Citilinhu's body emitted a dark gray eerie fog that surrounded the one-eyed man. Roar! Whoosh! Within the fog, nearly 100 phantoms and malicious ghosts appeared, crazily howling. Their soul-sucking voices attacked the one-eyed man. The ghost mist surged and spun, turning into a vortex that enveloped the one-eyed man. Attacks came from all directions, one after another, pressing down on him. After a while, the ghost fog dissipated. The one-eyed man's body fell, followed by Citilinhu. You win. The one-eyed man stood up and returned to his original cave abode. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's crowd was shocked again. The one-eyed man actually lost to a peak early stage returning Origin Realm expert. It was unbelievable. The barbarian Rome Kingdom's people couldn't help but look at Citilinhu with a serious expression. This man is even stronger than the cultivator of the Sky Devil's secret patterns. The lady in red sighed in her heart. The Xianxia nation is really something. The Crimson Sky Kingdom lost 2 matches in a row and the Xianxia nation stood out. It's my turn now. Yuningwu said in a low voice. At the Prodigy Tea Party, he was defeated by Fu Songguang and his reputation was damaged. Although the Xianxia nation was famous in the sacred ground, it had nothing to do with him. I must fight for the best cultivation conditions. Yuningwu thought to himself. He was determined to defeat Fu Songguang the next time. In this sacred ground, there were endless possibilities. If he didn't work hard, he might be left behind by Fu Songguang. In cave abode number 1 to 10, there might be silver emblem and bronze emblem sacred guards. There should be reserve members too. Yuningwu's gaze landed on the first 10 abodes. If he wanted to be famous and surpass Fu Songguang, he had to set his sights higher. His gaze was on cave abode number 1 to 10. Once he could occupy one of them, not only would he be famous, he would also surpass Fu Songguang. Look, someone is coming. Outside cave abode number 7, a tall man suddenly said. Oh? The short fatty looked over and saw a man with a stern expression walking towards him. Yunjiao Nation's Yan Yinggu would like to spar with you. Ha ha ha, you actually dare to target me. Then let me show you the strength of the bronze emblem Sacred Guard. The short fatty walked out. Bronze emblem Sacred Guard? That fatty is the bronze emblem? The crowd couldn't help but turn their gazes over. Previously, they didn't know, but now that the other party had revealed his identity, they were shocked. Someone challenged the bronze emblem Saint Guard. Let's go take a look. More people came to watch, and even those who were fighting stopped what they were doing. It's actually a bronze badge. Yun Yinggu felt that his luck was somewhat bad. He had thought that this person was a reserve member. However, it wasn't as if he couldn't put up a fight against the bronze emblem Sacred Guard. Yesterday, he had read the instructions on the booklet. Once one's strength reached the peak of the middle stage of the Origin Realm, he would be able to pass the first stage of the Tongyun Pagoda and become a copper insignia Saint Guard. When he was in the Yunjiao Kingdom, Yun Yinggu had defeated a total of 4 peak middle stage Origin Realm experts. He believed that his strength had already reached the level of the bronze emblem Saint Guard. Boom, Yun Yinggu was completely focused. He took out 2 short swords and waved his arms. 2 blazing sword lights flew out in a crisscross manner, ferocious and fast. Not bad. The short fatty muttered. Then, his body shook, and his real essence surged out. He fiercely shot out a dark blue palm shadow. Pong, the palm light crashed onto the 2 blazing sword lights. After a stalemate for half a breath's time, the palm light broke through and smashed into pieces. This person is also at the middle stage of the Origin Realm, but his real essence is stronger than mine. Yun Yinggu once again slashed out 2 more swords. On the other side, the short fatty was gradually getting into the zone. His attacks were ferocious. The dark blue palm light blasted towards Yun Yinggu. It contained the power of heaven and earth, creating a formless pressure. Yun Yinggu could feel his opponent's strength and immediately activated his ardent sun bloodline. His entire body turned into a fiery domain. His entire body was like a blazing sun in a sea of fire. Dual sword strangulation. Yun Yinggu slashed out 2 blazing sword lights, which split into countless sword chi, intertwining into a fiery sword chi whirlpool. Kiki, you aren't the only one with the bloodline. The fat on the short fatty's body trembled. A powerful bloodline power emerged. His skin was glowing with a blue light, and his real essence was tumbling in the surroundings like the waves of the blue sea. To be able to enter the sacred ground, none of them were ordinary people. All of them were once prodigies. Yun Yinggu and the short fatty activated their bloodlines at the same time and fought again. As soon as they clashed, Yun Yinggu was at a disadvantage and was slightly suppressed by the short fatty. Your use of bloodlines is too crude. The short fatty commented. In the Holy Land, everyone's goal was to increase their strength, obtain a higher position, and have better training conditions. Therefore, the people of the Holy Land were all thinking of ways to increase their strength, dig out the potential in their bodies, and improve on all aspects. The short fatty's cultivation level was similar to Yun Yinggu's, but the quality of his inner yuan was higher. His battle techniques were stronger, and he was more familiar with the use of bloodlines. With all these advantages, the short fatty was able to suppress Yun Yinggu in a head-on battle. How can this be? Yun Yinggu screamed in panic. The person in front of him was too strong. He had a feeling that he was going to lose. The people from the other 2 countries did not recognize Yun Yinggu, but the geniuses of the Yunjiao nation knew how strong he was. Golden Dragon Strangle. Yun Yinggu's aura grew stronger. His entire person was like a red gold sun. He released the blazing sun true fire and infused it into the spiritual weapons. The golden flames on the 2 swords grew even brighter, and the golden light was blinding. Roar, a golden red flame dragon roared and spun as it flew out. It brought with it a huge flame vortex and charged towards the short fatty. Wrath of the Blue Sea. The short fatty could tell that Yun Yinggu was going to use a killing move. With a serious expression, he waved his arms and released a huge amount of inner yuan. Together with the power of his bloodline, he created a blue wave. Boom, the wave became more and more turbulent, reaching a height of dozens of feet. It was like a wall of water that kept surging forward. Bang, the flame dragon rushed over and collided with the wave. Water and fire rampaged, forming a shockwave that spread in all directions. Boom. Bang, in the storm of water and fire, the two fought again, and there were a few booms. At some point, Yuningwu's figure flew out, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. You lost. The short fatty smiled. However, he was also very surprised by Yuningwu's strength. The short fatty had been in the Holy Land for 20 years. Yuningwu had only just entered, but he already had the fighting power of a bronze emblem Holy Guard. It wouldn't be long before Yuningwu surpassed the short fatty. Therefore, even though the short fatty had won, he did not show off or mock him. Even Yuningwu was defeated. Jiangchen sighed. Yuningwu's strength was definitely one of the best among all the geniuses in Yunzhao Nation. Yuningwu endured the humiliation and left. He had lost again. There was nothing much to say. All he could do was focus on training and achieve victory the next time. Otherwise, he would be too ashamed to see anyone. Following that, a few more abode challenges took place. The geniuses of the three nations tested the cave abode geniuses who were ranked at the top. I wonder how strong the person who occupied the 11th cave abode is. Yi Qingfeng sized up a man with scarlet hair and red eyes. He was ranked last in the Sacred Lands test. Now that he was choosing his opponent, he could not help but be interested in the red-haired man. The geniuses from the barbarian Rong nation and the Yunzhao nation were not familiar with the red-haired man. However, the fact that he was able to clinch first place in the test meant that he was definitely not a good person. Thus, no one had tried to test him yet. As if sensing Yi Qingfeng's gaze, the red-haired man snorted coldly and walked up. This scene alarmed many people. Above the 11th cave abode were the old men who had entered the sacred land earlier. Just now, Yuningwu had failed to challenge the 8th cave abode. What is Li Xiaoyun trying to do? Is he going to challenge the top 10 abodes? However, the 9th and 10th caves are both in closed-door training. The short fatty in the 8th cave abode is very strong, and the tall one in the 7th cave abode is probably even stronger. The geniuses of the Crimson Cloud Nation were discussing. The red-haired man, Li Xiaoyun, came to the 10th cave abode and waved his hand. A ray of fire shot out and hit the surface of the cave abode. After a while, there was no reaction. He then walked to the 9th cave abode and shot out another ray of fire. Soon, a calm voice was heard, "Who is disturbing me?" Then, a square-faced man walked out. "I did not know that you were training. Please forgive me," the red-haired man said with an apologetic smile. So many people? The square-faced man saw the situation outside and was slightly surprised. Then, he looked at Li Xiaoyun. "You are all candidates who have just arrived at the sacred land. Those who are in closed-door training in the sacred land are not allowed to disturb them, even if you have a higher position. Since you are new, I will not pursue this matter. Don't do anything stupid in the future." The square-faced man lectured Li Xiaoyun like a senior. "Thank you for your understanding. I have one more thing." Li Xiaoyun continued. "What is it?" "I would like to spar with you." The smile on Li Xiaoyun's face suddenly turned cruel. The square-faced man's expression changed as he glared at Li Xiaoyun, knowing that he had been tricked by Li Xiaoyun. Li Xiaoyun's friendly look was all an act so that the square-faced man would not pursue the matter of him disturbing someone else's closed-door training. "Ha ha ha, this kid is smart. He tricked Xianxia." The short fatty on the side could not help but laugh. "Xianxia, don't be impulsive. This person is very strong among this batch of candidates." The other tall man transmitted his voice to him. However, the square-faced man was in a fit of anger and did not listen to him at all. "Then let me see how strong you are." Being tricked by a candidate who had just entered the sacred ground, how could he just let it go? Although he was still a candidate, he had stayed in the sacred ground for 20 years after all. He already had the strength of a bronze emblem Holy Guard, and was preparing to go to the Sky Cloud Tower. Boom! Li Xiaoyun suddenly launched an attack. His palm slammed out, and a giant flaming hand grabbed at the square-faced man. The square-faced man took out a long spear and swung it with all his might. A blue spear light shot out. "Your strength is only SOSO." Li Xiaoyun laughed lightly and said with a hint of arrogance. Immediately, he threw out another palm attack, but the power was completely different from before. This palm attack was burning with golden flames. The moment it was thrown out, the surrounding temperature seemed to be sucked away, and the temperature dropped. Boom, boom, the two clashed again. This time, the power of the square-faced man's spear art seemed to have been weakened by that palm attack, making him look slightly weaker. The square-faced man was a little surprised and attacked again. After a few exchanges, the square-faced man's expression became more and more serious. You are training the extreme flame sun art. Is this one of the top 10 ancient arts that he is training? Not far away, Fu Songguang murmured. If the Sky Demon's secret pattern record was the strongest defensive art among the top 10, then the extreme flame sun art would be the one with the strongest destructive power. You are quite knowledgeable. Li Xiaoyun laughed. The next moment, his body shone with a golden light, and flames rose up. His whole body was like a burning man, constantly absorbing the temperature around him. I need to finish this quickly. The square-faced man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he waved his spear even faster. Dozens of heavy spear shadows crossed the sky. Flame destruction palm. Li Xiaoyun yelled, waving out a giant flaming palm that emitted a golden light. That giant palm was extremely powerful. When the spear light arrived, it seemed to have been melted by the high temperature. Then, the giant palm pushed forward, shattering all of the spear light. Exploding sun fist. Li Xiaoyun approached the square-faced man and once again performed a powerful battle art. The fist light that he threw out was like a burning sun, rushing out at high speed. The square-faced man panicked, and he crazily mobilized his Jin Yuan to block this attack. Boom, that sun-like fist light exploded, and a scorching wave of fire spread out, causing the sky to heat up again. As for the square-faced man, he abruptly retreated more than 20 steps, clenching his teeth as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Some of the clothes on the surface of his body had melted. You have lost, the cave house is mine. The flame on Li Xiaoyun's body disappeared, and he flew down, walking into the 9th cave house. Damn it. I was defeated by him. The square-faced man's body trembled, and he plunged into the 11th cave house. This person is so powerful. Yi Qingfeng gave a simple evaluation, and his face was a bit serious. Based on the observation just now, even if he were to fight against Li Xiaoyun, he would not have much confidence. A few more challenges occurred nearby, and the number of people began to decrease. The pressure of competition here was too great. If one had the time to watch the battles or challenge others, it was better to train for a while and challenge only after they had absolute confidence. After the first day, the cave house challenges decreased a lot. Inside the cave house, Jinyu began his seclusion. He circulated the Sky Devil's secret patterns, and constantly refined his Jin Yuan. The cultivation environment here was even better than the demon-free college, and with so many prodigies, it gave Jinyu a certain amount of pressure. He felt that he was getting closer to the middle stage of the origin realm. The Scarlet Flame King had also begun his cultivation. Maybe to him, the cultivation environment here had just reached the standard in his heart. After a period of interaction, the prodigies of the 3 kingdoms had more or less understood each other. The truly powerful ones had all occupied the cave houses in the front. This kid still hasn't come out. A tall man fiercely stomped his feet in front of Qinyu's cave house before leaving. The prodigies of the 3 kingdoms had some understanding of each other. In the eyes of the barbarian Rong kingdom's prodigies, only Qinyu didn't seem to live up to his name. He was a worthy opponent, followed by Situlinyu. The tall man stayed in the number 21 cave house and had been eyeing Qinyu's cave house for a long time. He would visit every 2 days. Of course, there were others who wanted to occupy Qinyu's cave house, but they would only visit occasionally. I wonder what the situation is like now. After cultivating for 3 months, Qinyu came out of his seclusion. He first went to his Shixiang, Yuan Chen's cave house. Yuan Chen stayed in the number 26 cave house. From Yuan Chen, Qinyu obtained some news, such as Yi Qingfeng's victory in the number 15 cave abode, only to be defeated again a month later. There was also news of other genius cave abodes changing locations and so on. The most interesting news was that Li Xiaoyun, Fu Songguang, and a few others had passed the first stage of the Tongyun Tower and became the copper insignia Saint Guard. Shitty, why don't you try the Tongyun Tower? Xianxia asked. In his opinion, Yu should have the strength to become a copper insignia Saint Guard. Let's wait a little longer. Yu had his own plans. He decided to break through to the middle stage of the origin returning realm before attempting the tower. After chatting for a while, Yu left and prepared to purchase some cultivation materials. Kid, so you were hiding in someone else's cave house. A loud yell suddenly came from above. Yu looked up and saw a tall and sturdy man shouting in front of his cave house. End of chapter 515. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.